the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, lots of people say that public opinion should be guided by our best politicians and statesmen. The only thing is that all too often our politicians and statesmen are best guided by public opinion.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr. It's like any other small town, but the folks who live in Elyria wouldn't live anywhere else. Now that it's summer, the trees have leafed out in the square around the town hall, and the grass is growing up thick and green. The Weekly Gazette faces one side of the square, where Will gets out the weekly paper. He and Maggie Button, his assistant. Of course, Will's likely to be anywhere but in his office, fishing, out visiting, or like this afternoon, maybe, sitting in on a meeting of the town council.
All right, gentlemen, members of the council, mark your ballots, fold them as usual, place them in the box.
Here's mine, Mayor.
Whoa, thank you, Averill. It didn't take you long to make up your mind, eh?
I had it made up.
Well, they're going to vote it down. They're certain to.
Well, now, Ava, I figure the only thing certain in this world is that nothing is certain.
It's old Averill Dean. He's responsible for it. As long as he's in office, there's no chance of getting it.
You visitors, going to have to be quiet, or else leave the council room. All right, boys, pass those ballots on up now.
The town needs that youth center, Will. I know those kids on the edge of town. I've worked with them for 3 years now on the welfare board. They'd be a lot different if they had a place like that to go to. A place that belonged to them.
Ava, you're quoting my own editorials at me.
In the matter of the motion to purchase a parcel of land for the construction of the youth center, the council votes as follows. 3 votes yea, 4 votes nay. Motion is defeated.
And a good thing, too. Another fool scheme to spend the taxpayers' money.
Oh, really, Grandfather? Is the taxpayers' money more important than the taxpayers' children?
Miss Lawson, this is a council meeting, not an open hearing. You were given a chance to present your suggestion, and the council has not acted on it, and the matter is closed.
Of course it is, Mayor. Because, Grandfather, Mr. Dean says so. Mr. Dean owns the town and the council. Look at next week's election. Why, nobody's even got the nerve to run against him.
Here, you're out of order, Miss Lawson.
Oh, he can't be fooling all the people, Will.
He doesn't have to. Just enough of them to get elected.
If somebody would only run against him, I'll bet they could beat him.
Well, it's worth a try. Why don't you do it?
Me?
Sure. People in the town know you. They know what you stood for on the welfare board and what you believed in.
That's no qualification for holding down.
Ava, politics is the only profession in this country where you don't need any qualifications to get a job.
Do you really think there's a chance?
You'll never hatch chickens if you don't set some eggs. What do you got to lose?
I'll do it. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to announce my candidacy for the office of town councilman.
Why, Miss Lawson, the final date for filing was a month ago. The election's next week.
But I'm running as a write-in candidate.
Well, this is hardly the place to...
Furthermore, I'd like to announce that I'm being supported by the Elyria Weekly Gazette and its editor.
Now, wait a minute, Ava.
Will you talk me into this?
Yeah, but Maggie and I have always made sure the paper stayed nonpartisan in these local elections.
You and Maggie want that youth center just as bad as I do. All right, you'll never hatch chickens if you don't set some eggs. Now, what have you got to lose?
Just half of my circulation and advertising and... Oh, confound it. Yes, I'll support you. Ladies and gentlemen, what Miss Lawson said is correct. The Gazette is backing her all out.
What? No. Gentlemen, please. Mr. Rogers, this is a council meeting, not a newsstand. Gentlemen, please. Now, just a minute now. The council is adjourned.
Well, I trust you'll come to your senses when you think this over. Meantime, I'll ask you to cancel my advertising, political and business.
All right, Mr. Dean.
For you, young lady, good day, both of you.
Maybe you have got something to lose.
Ava,
Will.
what the dickens is all this? Somebody out in the hall was saying you're going to run for the council.
I am, Jim.
But you've got no business in politics.
Oh, look who's talking. The city attorney.
Oh, that's different. I'm not a woman. Reason with her, Will. Talk her out of it.
I'd be glad to, Jim. But there's only one trouble, though. I talked her into it.
That's right. Will's backing me. We're in this together.
Oh, I see.
See what?
Well, I thought it was always you and I who were in things together.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jim. It's nothing like that. It's business, politics.
Yeah, sure.
Not
Well, good luck to you.
Jim, wait. A jealous idiot. I'll have to go talk to him.
Yeah, maybe you better.
All right, Will. I'll meet you at your office later. Hello, Doc.
Hello, Ava. Well. If it isn't the boy alone on the burning deck, whence all but he have fled.
Hi, Doc.
You and that Lawson girl seem to have stirred up quite a ruckus, Will.
Yeah, I'm just beginning to realize it.
Pretty girl. Might be a good thing if she was on the council.
Doc, what's this about Ava being old man Dean's granddaughter?
It's a fact, Will, on her mother's side. The old man didn't approve of his daughter's husband, ran him out of town before Ava was born. Mother died later. Ava put herself through college, came back here and got that welfare job. She sure is a pretty girl. Mighty pretty.
Holy smoke.
What?
I just happened to think. Wait till Maggie hears about this.
Will, I'm only saying what you've always said yourself.
Now, Maggie.
A small-town newspaper can't survive unless it stays nonpartisan in local elections.
I know that,
so
Maggie,
what do? You not only jump right in with both feet, you jump in on the losing side.
Now, wait a minute. You're calling me out before I even get up to bat. I don't think Ava Lawson's going to lose. I think she's got a darn good chance.
She's very pretty, isn't she, Will?
Now, Maggie, why do you have to start in on that?
Well, isn't she?
Yes, but confound it, that's got nothing to do with it. It's a matter of principle, Maggie. Now, if Ava gets in, she'll make sure that youth center's built. That's something we've been trying to get done for a year. You're all for it yourself. You know you are.
But, Will, Mr. Dean took a full-page political ad in tomorrow's edition. When he hears about this, he'll probably cancel.
He has heard about it, and he has canceled.
Will.
Now, wait, Maggie. Maybe we will lose some money, but we're backing a candidate who stands for something. Remember, it's not the price that counts. It's what a thing's worth.
Okay, Will. I don't know why I'm arguing. When you're for it, I'm for it.
Good girl, Maggie. Now, look, we're going to have to break this page and kill Dean's ad, put one of Ava in the place of it.
We ought to use a picture, Will.
That's
That'll pull in some votes.
Good idea. Then we got to knock out a new editorial. We got to work up some speeches this week. We'll get out a special edition the day before election. And, Maggie, we're going to be busier than a pair of bobtail fillies in springtime.
I could go on, ladies and gentlemen, tell you of incident after incident I've come across in my work with the Welfare Board. Things most of you haven't known about. Well, I've known about them, and so have some of our town fathers. It's about time something was done, and if you see fit to elect me to the council, something will be done.
Now, don't get worried, folks. I'm just here to introduce the candidate and sort of tell you how I stand on this election. I'll wind up the whole job in 5 minutes. You know, when it comes to speeches, I've always agreed with the fellow who said that a speech ought to be like a woman's dress. Just long enough to cover the subject, but short enough to maintain interest. You know, our opponent has done a lot of talking about horse sense. I guess that's good enough, only I don't just see that it means too much. I've always figured that horse sense was only just about what sense you need to stand up between the shafts of a wagon and let yourself be hitched up and driven.
Daddy, you haven't forgotten about the ice cream cone, have you?
No, Jill, honey. Don't you ever think of it.
Well, usually I'd know you wouldn't forget, Daddy. But Mrs. Weatherwax says you've got lots in your mind this week.
Jill, baby. Have I been neglecting my very best girl?
That's all right, Daddy. I want Miss Lawson to get elected, too. I think she's pretty, don't you?
Yeah, I guess she is. Look, honey, I got a fine idea. Miss Lawson and Miss Button and I are going to work at the office tonight, getting out a special edition. How'd you like to come down with us and stay up late and maybe have some hot chocolate?
Oh, could I, Daddy?
You sure could, honey. Now let's go in the bank here. I want to cash a check.
Will.
Hiya, Joe, honey.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Doc.
Well, Will, way it stacks up around town, looks like you got yourself a winning candidate in Ava Lawson.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Election's day after tomorrow. Can't much happen in that length of time.
Maybe not. But the day you cut the hay is always the day it rains.
I don't see any clouds, Daddy.
You're right, honey. There aren't any clouds. Look, why don't we all go down to the drugstore and get some ice cream?
That is a good idea, Will.
I think I'll have a double strawberry cone with black walnuts on top.
And I think I'll have a double banana split.
Oh, Doc. Now let's get the rest of your life history, Ava. We're up to college. Where did you go?
State U, major in social science.
State U, 4 years.
No, 5. Well, I was out a year.
All right. 5 years. Then what?
Here's the statement for the front page, Will.
Oh, swell, Maggie. Give it to Ed and have him set it up.
Okay. Here you go, Ed. 12-point, 2-column box.
All right.
Is it going to be much longer, Daddy? I'm getting sort of tired.
Just 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail, honey. We'll be going home before you know it. Now, let's see, Ava. Where were we?
Hello, Will.
Jim, is there something wrong?
I saw your car in front, so I figured you were here.
Yes, we've been busy getting the special edition ready,
Too busy to keep out date?
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I forgot all about it.
Well, that's a simple enough reason.
Jim, I'm sorry.
Don't bother. I'll see you around.
Ava, maybe I didn't do you a favor by talking you into this.
What was he so mad about, Daddy?
Well, don't you worry about it, honey. You just curl up there in the chair, and we'll be through in no time.
Evening, everybody.
Oh, hi, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
I saw Jim leaving just as I came in. I suppose he told you the news.
What are you talking about?
Got a copy of the County Herald here. Come in on the 11 o'clock bus. Boys are selling them on the streets.
In Elyria? They've never sold an edition here before.
This one's an extra, Maggie. I understand old man Dean's backing them.
Well, I guess it doesn't surprise me much.
This will, though. Big front page article, pictures and all. Here.
Let's see what the opposition... These pictures. Why, they're you, Ava.
Let me see. Will, they're prison pictures. With a number under them.
Elyria Reform Candidate Ex-Convict. This is libel. We'll sue them for every cent they've got.
Will, no. It happens to be true.
True?
I served 6 months for forgery my sophomore year in college.
Ava. Well,
I'm sorry, Will.
Now, wait a minute.
No, Will. Let me go. Just let me go.
Sam Hill's this all about?
Howdy, folks. County Herald photographer. Got to get some pictures. Is there a Miss Ava Lawson here?
No. And get out.
Easy, boy. Power of the press, you know.
I've got to go after her. Take over here, will you, Maggie?
Of course, Will.
I'll go with you, Will.
Thanks, Doc. Come on.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment. But first, what would happen if you lost the knob of your radio dial? If you were turned to CBS Radio when it happened, you'd still get all the programs America listens to most. The comedy, music, variety, and news broadcasts that have always been first in American listening habits. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
I can't figure it, Doc. Now, why the dickens would she want to drive out here to Jedder's Lake?
Women will. They don't think like normal people.
Neither do normal people. She must be down there at the boat landing.
Somebody else driving in, Will. Headlights back there.
Yeah. Doc, wait here, will you? I better talk to her first alone.
All right, Will.
Ava? Ava?
Leave me alone, Will.
Now, a boat landing at midnight's no place to solve anybody's problems, Ava. Hadn't you better get back from the edge? Water's pretty deep there.
I know it is.
You know, all you'd do would be to get us both kind of wet.
No, I'm not going to jump, Will. I thought I was, but I couldn't. I'm sorry I got you into all this.
Well, I figure a few mistakes through life are kind of good for a person. They kind of make him get up and scratch. Same way with the dog. He's better off if he's got a few fleas. Gives him something to think about. Keeps him from sitting around and brooding over being a dog.
Oh, Will.
Come on now. Let's get back to the office and see what we can pull out of this wreck.
All right. But I'm afraid there's not much.
Watch out! Watch out! Hang on, I'm coming. It's all right. I got a hold of you. Relax now. Don't kick around.
Hey, folks, look up here.
Huh?
That's it. Hold it. Thank you.
What was that?
Flashbulb, Ava. We just got our picture taken.
Would you like some more coffee, Ava?
Oh, thanks, I would, Maggie.
Okay.
Well, that's the story of my childhood, Will.
It's kind of a rough one.
Yeah.
The other happened in my sophomore year in college. I'd worked and saved enough money for my first 2 years at State U, but I was sick during my freshman year and the money ran out. I was desperate and I forged some checks so I could stay in school. No excuse. I just did it. I was caught. And I served 6 months in jail.
But you finished college. You went back.
Yes. Because one of the professors had the faith and the kindness to take me in hand. She taught me understanding, gave me the courage to go back. Told me that people were kinder than I knew. And they were, Will.
Ava, have you got the nerve to go back again?
Go back again?
I mean, to stand up in front of the people of this town and tell them what you've just told Maggie and me, the whole story, everything.
That's quite a thing to face.
You did it once before.
All right. When?
Tomorrow night. Or tonight. Holy smoke. It's 2 a.m. Now you go home and get some sleep. Maggie and I still got to get the paper to bed.
All right, Will.
I'll fix it so we can use the bandstand in the park. We'll probably have a big turnout. They'll all be curious if nothing else. Go on now. Get out of here.
I'll get these clothes back to you tomorrow, Maggie.
Oh, there's no hurry. Good night, Ava, and good luck.
Good luck.
Thanks. Night, Will.
Well, Maggie, I guess we're in kind of a spot.
I love understatement.
Now, we're going to kill that front page story and just carry an announcement about Ava's speech in the park. Maybe they'll go along with her, and maybe they won't.
Well, common sense ought to tell them what's best for this town.
Maybe. But common sense is about the most uncommon thing that I know of. There is one outside chance, though. I'll have a talk with old man Dean in the morning.
Dean? What for?
Well, I've got to do something. And it's just possible he's not as mean a man as he seems. Come to think of it, I don't think anybody could be.
Have a seat, Will.
Thanks. May not be here long, Mr. Dean. I guess I'll stand up. This painting here, your wife?
Yes.
She looks a lot like your granddaughter, Ava. I imagine your daughter did, too.
Did you come here to compare family resemblances, or did you have something on your mind?
Well, a little of both, maybe. Mostly, I guess, I came to find out why you let the Herald use that story about your granddaughter.
Well, I not only let them use the story, I gave it to them.
You gave it to them?
Yes. The people of this town had a right to know the truth about a candidate who was asking for their votes. I've always known about Ava's term in jail.
You mean that all the time your daughter was half starving and struggling to bring up Ava, you didn't turn a hand for her?
She made her choice when she married that no-good Lawson. As far as Ava was concerned, since she'd inherited her father's weakness, there was nothing to be done for her.
Oh, I see.
Well, there you are, Will. Like them or not, there are your answers.
Mr. Dean, the way I figure it, now when a man does anything, he usually has 3 reasons. The one he says out loud, the one he thinks, and the real one. And it's the real one that's important. You kept track of your daughter all through the years, but you didn't go near her. Why?
I told you.
Because you loved her. And you quarreled, and that bull-necked pride of yours wouldn't let you back down. On the surface, you told yourself you hated her and hated her child, but deep inside, you knew different.
I think you'd better go, Will.
Inside, you hated yourself, because you knew your pride was only hurting her, and for 25 years, it's made you a lonely man. You're a lonely man now, Mr. Dean.
Will, get out of my house.
All right. I'm going. But you know something, Mr. Dean? We may lose the election, but when it comes right down to it, you're the one I feel sorry for.
You were certainly right about one thing, Will. The whole town turned out.
Well, the execution going to proceed on schedule, Will?
Just waiting for you, Doc. Oh, thanks for sitting up here on the platform with us.
Well, I figured seeing me up here might remind some of my patients to pay their bills. Evening, Ava. Hiya, Maggie.
Aye, Doc.
All right, Will, let mirth and joy reign unrestrained.
Well, might as well get started. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, to you folks in Elyria, an election is a serious business. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here tonight. Well, it is to me, too, or I wouldn't be here either. You see, this year, for the first time, I endorsed a candidate for the town council, and we started our campaign. Then last night, everything went wrong. The trouble was caused by this article in the County Herald, which is not one of the better newspapers in these parts. It's badly written, the type's blurred, and it's printed on rather pretty poor stock. In fact, I just don't recommend it at all. Anyway, as you all know, the article attacked my candidate, a woman I respect and believe in. And I thought you'd want to listen to her side of it. So that's why she's here. Folks, Miss Ava Lawson. All right, Ava, go tell it to him. And good luck.
Thanks, Will. What are the chances, Will?
Maggie, ask me 20 minutes from now.
My fellow townspeople and friends, tonight I'm not making a political speech. This is something far different and far more difficult, but something that has to be done. I'd like to begin by going back a number of years and telling you something about the kind of life I led. Not all the facts, as I see the facts at least. So I tried not to leave anything out. Well, there's the story. Thank you for listening to it. I'm through now. I have nothing more to say. Tomorrow is Election Day, or as you might call it, Judgment Day.
Maggie, they're forward. Listen to that. They're on her side.
Sure are.
Looks like she pulled it out of the fire, Will.
Oh, I couldn't go through with that again if my life depended on it.
Well, it's all over now, Ava. The apple cart's right side up again. If they'll only remember tomorrow how they felt tonight.
Ava?
Jim.
Ava? I sat out there listening, pulling for you all the way, kicking myself for acting like I had.
Jim.
And then I saw this paper. Here. Take a look at it.
What's the matter with Jim, anyway?
Will, look.
Huh?
That picture last night at the lake. It's you and me, Will, in the water with just our heads
But
showing.
read the caption, Will.
Editor and candidate in midnight swimming party at Jedder's Lake.
Read all about it.
And they're selling it all over the park.
People will sure read a lot into that's not there.
Well, there goes the election, right out the window.
Okay, Tommy. Thanks very much.
More returns, Maggie?
8th precinct. 110 to 96. Needless to say, we're on the short end.
I'm sorry, Will.
That was that photograph in the Herald. Cost us 1,000 votes, just enough to lose. Well, we placed second anyway.
It's all my fault. That's the thing that...
Come in.
Good evening.
What can we do for you, Mr. Dean?
I accept my apologies for one thing. That picture the Herald printed, I didn't know about it ahead of time. And the Herald, by the way, won't be sending any more editions into Illyria.
Well, now
Miss Lawson, Ava, my congratulations.
Well, it's the other way around, isn't it? I'm the one who lost.
I resigned from the council about an hour ago, and I got them to appoint you to fill out my term. Since I was just reelected, that means a full 4 years.
I don't understand.
Well, maybe Will can explain it to you. He explained a few things to me yesterday. You're right, Will. I am a lonely man. One who needs his granddaughter. You'd like a chance to prove to her that he can change once he's made up his bull-headed mind to. Well, good night, granddaughter, everyone.
I wouldn't believe that if I hadn't heard it.
Will, it looks as though I owe quite a lot to you.
Nothing a youth center won't pay for.
There'll be one. I just can't believe it about Grandfather.
Well, if you can, Ava, forgive and forget. He does need you. And it wasn't easy for him to come here tonight. Oh, it's not much of a trick to see ourselves as others see us. The hard part is believing it and admitting it. And that's what he did.
Is anybody here speaking to fools tonight?
I am, Jim.
Are you in a mood to listen to abject apologies?
Yes, among other things.
My car's outside.
Then what are we waiting for?
Will, I'm sorry. I guess I was a real idiot.
You sure as the dickens were. Go on, get out of here, the both of you. See you tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.
Maggie, I don't know quite how it happened, but we came out all right after all.
Well, by all logic, we shouldn't have.
Oh, logic's all right, Maggie, as long as it's on your side. But you don't really need it. You know, it's kind of like that famous paradox of Zeno.
Oh, the ancient Greeks, Will, at this time of night.
Now, it seems that a fellow named Hercules was going to run a race with a turtle. Well, naturally, they gave the turtle a head start. So Zeno pointed out that before Hercules could catch the turtle, first he'd have to cover half the distance between them, then half the remaining distance, then half of that, and so on. Logically, then, he'd always have half the remaining distance to go, and no matter how fast he'd run, he'd never quite catch up to that turtle.
So, what happened?
Well, Hercules didn't know about logic, but he was a darn good runner. He won the race.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield and produced and transcribed by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bayer as Doc and Mary McGovern as Jill, with Virginia Gregg, Will Wright, John Stevenson, Byron Kane, and John Daner. The special music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Bob Lamont speaking.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Illyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, a fellow once said that wise men can profit more from fools than fools can from wise men. You see, the reason is that wise men avoid the faults of fools, but fools don't bother to imitate the good examples of wise men.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr. During the long summer days, the town of Elyria seems to half sleep in the locust-filled heat. Oh, perhaps the soda fountain at the drugstore is a little busier than usual, and, of course, Jetter's Pond is filled with laughing, splashing youngsters. But for the most of the town, it's summer and a lazy time. But later, when shadows begin to stretch out across the wide streets, Elyria stirs in the soft coolness of twilight. Pitchers of lemonade appear on wide verandas, and groups of shirt-sleeved gossipers gather at street corners. Elyria is coming to life. Tonight, there's a special reason. It's a dance at the country club, and most of the town will be there. As editor of the Gazette, Will Rogers is taking Maggie Button, his assistant. But right at this minute, Will's dressing, and he has a particularly annoying problem.
Where in the heck did I put that thing? Jill? Jill?
I heard it, Daddy.
That must be Maggie. Will you let her in?
All right, Daddy.
Thanks, honey. Well, let's see. It's got to be here somewhere.
Hello, Miss Button.
Hello, Jill, honey.
Come on in. Daddy will be ready in a minute, I think. He's been having awful trouble.
Oh.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi.
Gosh, you smell good, Miss Button.
Well, thank you, Jill. That's a very nice compliment.
Sit down, Maggie.
Don't keep your date waiting, Will. We don't want to be late.
Doing my best, Maggie. It's been kind of nip and tuck all the way.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
I tell you, Maggie, it's against natural law to ask any man to climb into one of these things. All I need is a trap door, and then I can be strangled for sure tonight.
You'd better do something, Miss Button. It's his tie.
Will, there's nothing so hard about a bow tie.
Nothing except the tying part.
Oh, here, let me try. Hold your head back.
Miss Button?
Yes, honey?
I thought he was supposed to come by and pick you up.
Well, honey, I might have sat home all evening waiting for him, so I didn't take any chances, and I came by here instead. There now. Put on your coat.
Hey, well, that's all tied.
Sure.
Thanks, Maggie. Thanks a lot.
Come on now.
Oh, in the rush of getting my tie tied, I didn't have a chance to stand off and look at you.
Well, there's always time for that. Do you like it?
You'll be the prettiest girl there, Maggie. Am I right, honey?
Oh, Daddy, sometimes
What, baby?
Why, she's the prettiest girl anywhere. Didn't you know that?
Will, leave your collar alone.
Maggie, my poor old neck's had about all it can take.
It isn't often we have a formal get-together in Elyria. You men can wear dinner jackets one night a year.
One night's about all our health will stand. If the collars don't get us, the smell of mothballs will.
Oh, Will, you're incorrigible.
I'm still wondering why Polly Pellerton rented the whole country club anyhow.
Maybe all this has something to do with Jock's getting back from New York and school and all, huh?
I kind of think it has, Maggie.
I'll bet she just had this party to show him off a little bit.
It's one of the perils of being born of parents. Now, if children were just sort of hatched out in the sun by themselves, they'd never have to put up with being showed off like this. Poor old Judge Walters over there looks about as bad as I feel.
Now, Will, don't start complaining again. I've been trying to keep your mind off of it.
Trying to get a man's mind off of this boiled shirt is like trying to tell a camel he hasn't got a hump. Oh, hello, Jock.
Jock.
Hello, Will, Maggie. Gosh, it's good to see you two again. How are things at the paper?
They're fine, Jock.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Jock.
There you are.
You both know Melissa Walters.
Well, hello, Melissa. When'd you get back from the coast? Day before yesterday.
How are you, Will?
Fine, Melissa. How was Stanford?
Oh, wonderful. I sort of hated to leave it, but, it's all behind me now.
Maggie, we got to get a notice in the paper. Melissa's back.
My, that's a pretty dress. Sit down, Melissa.
Oh, I'd love to, but I'm on the punch bowl. Can I get you two some?
Oh, yes. We'd love it.
All right. Excuse me, please.
She sure is a pretty girl, Jock.
Uh-huh.
I said Melissa's grown up to be a mighty pretty girl.
Oh, yes, she has, hasn't she?
There's your mother now, getting up on the bandstand, Jock.
Yeah, I wonder what's up.
You should be awfully proud of her, Jock. She's just lovely.
I am, of course.
I want to interrupt you for just a few moments. I have an announcement to make. I know everyone's rather curious as to why we're having this party tonight. Now, it's really nothing new under the sun at all. As a matter of fact, it's just a very simple and natural occurrence that happens every day. But it means a great deal to me and to Melissa's father, Judge Walters. I asked you all to come here tonight so I could tell you that my son, Jock, is going to marry Melissa Walters.
Oh, Will.
Well, now, Jock, that is news.
Jock, what is all this anyhow?
Let me be the first to congratulate you both.
Jock, what'll we do?
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Will?
What? You know, they seem more surprised than anybody.
Yeah, they sure did.
Maggie.
Oh, hello, Polly.
Didn't I see the children standing here with you a moment ago? Everyone wants to congratulate them and wish them luck. Now, where are they?
They sort of left, Mrs. Pellerton.
Oh, of course. They've been away from each other so long, and they just scampered off to be alone together. Listen, everyone. We'll just have to save our wishes until they come back. Now, have fun. Have fun.
Will?
Huh?
Why didn't you tell her they scampered off in opposite directions?
Why didn't you?
We're both cowards, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, Maggie, but I'd just hate to do anything that'd spoil Polly's nice evening. Doc? Doc? Doc, you awake?
What's that?
Doc, it's your move.
Oh. Yeah. Well, now, let me see. Where can I move to?
Or most any place, Doc.
I know that, but where?
I'm trying to win the game, too.
So am I. Here's something you didn't notice. There. What do you think of that?
Pretty good, Doc. You weren't as sleepy as I thought you were.
Well, it's a new tactic I figured out last night. By lulling myself into a semi-nap, I lulled you into a false sense of security.
Well, almost, Doc, but not quite.
Huh?
Never underestimate a leopard, a lion, or a checker player, Doc.
And of those three animals, the last named is the most vicious when aroused. Yeah, I'm scuttled. You win again.
I knew you weren't asleep, Doc.
You did? How?
Any man who's really asleep wouldn't take a swat at a little old fly walking across the bridge of his nose.
Well, it wasn't a fly, anyhow. It was you with that feather duster, wasn't it?
Well, you got to stick a fork in the potatoes to see if they're done or not. How about a bottle of cherry pop?
No, thanks, Will. You got the paper to bed yet?
All but the society page. Maggie's making a big thing out of this edition on account of Polly Pellerton's party last night. She picked up these today.
Pictures of Melissa and Jock, huh?
Yeah. And that banner there, that's going on the top of the page.
Illyrians to wed. So Jock's going to marry Melissa Walters.
That's right.
Well, Judge Walters and Polly Pellerton been hoping for this for a long time. Jock and Melissa went together when they were in high school here. Then both of them went away to college. Jock to New York and Melissa to California. Now, after 4 years away from each other, they come back to get each other.
Yeah.
You know, it's a funny thing, Will. I know Polly Pellerton pretty well. I've been calling on her twice a week for 10 years now about that heart of hers, you know.
Yeah?
Why, she even asked me if she was up to having this party. But do you think she let out one peep about Jock and Melissa? Not a word.
What's so funny about that, Doc?
Well, I never knew a woman yet who could keep a secret. Yeah. Oh, look at that. I gotta be getting it. It's 3:30.
Why don't you drop around later tonight and try and get even?
Well, now, I might. How much do I owe you now?
Well, let's see here now. Counting today's game, that makes $3,285,000.
That's hardly enough to worry about.
I'm awfully sorry.
No, it's my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going again. Happens all the time.
Are you Mr. Rogers?
No, that's him over there.
Oh, thank you.
Goodbye, miss. So long, Will.
So long, Doc.
Mr. Rogers, I'd like to put an ad in your personal column.
Well, sure. Now, what would you like to say?
Just say, I'll be waiting for your call, and sign it Jenny.
Waiting for your call, Jenny. Is that all?
Yes.
Jenny what?
Just Jenny.
All right. You better give me a phone number, though, so that whoever it is will know where to call you.
Oh, yes. I'm staying at Plummer's Hotel. I just got in from New York.
Plummer's Hotel. Then I'll just put their number in the ad.
Oh, that'll be fine, Mr. Rogers. How much do I owe you?
Well, I'm pretty well acquainted around Elyria, miss. Maybe I can save you some money if you want to tell me who it is you're trying to get in touch with.
Thank you just the same. How much?
Well, let's see now. That'll be $1.
Here you are.
Thank you for the business. And
Will, can I use your phone?
Sure, Doc. What's the matter?
Fan belt again. Busted all to heck. Looks like a used fire.
Well, I'll just... Oh.
Is there anything wrong, miss?
I just noticed these pictures. She's a very pretty girl, isn't she?
Melissa? Yes, she sure is.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Rogers, I think I'm going to faint.
Doc!
Yeah, I heard her, boy.
What do we do?
Well, now, the best thing we can do is put her over here on the couch and then see what made her faint. Easy now.
Yeah.
Get her purse there on the floor, Will. It's spilled all over. I'll handle this.
Sure, Doc.
Does she live here in town, Will? Who is she?
Oh, well, she doesn't live around here, Doc, but... I think I know who she is.
Who?
According to this driver's license, her name's Pellerton.
What?
Jenny Ambers Pellerton. Doc, I think this girl is Chuck Pellerton's wife.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment. But first, did you ever stop to think what would happen if your life or the life of someone you love depended on just 1 pint of blood and the supply was all gone? You can make certain that never happens. Call your local Red Cross chapter tomorrow and make an appointment to give a pint of your blood. It's painless, and it's one of the most valuable and satisfying donations you can make. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
Maggie's here now, Doc. Anything we can do?
No, I don't think so, Will.
How is she, Doc?
She's coming around now all right, Maggie. Now, it's all right, miss. You're all right. Just take it easy.
Yes. Did I faint?
Afraid you did. This is the doctor.
Oh.
And this is my assistant, Miss Button.
Hello there. It was pretty silly of me, I guess.
Well, now that remains to be seen. How'd you like to ride over to the hospital with me so I can check you over?
Oh, I'm all right now. Honestly, I feel fine. Besides, I have to catch a train tonight. I'm going back to New York.
You haven't even given Elyria a chance, and you're already planning to go back? Don't you think you ought to stay around and look things over? They aren't always what they seem.
I'm going back as soon as I can. I'm sorry I ever came here.
Miss, I know you've had one long train ride today, and without even checking you over, I'd say thumbs down on you packing your bags and taking another long trip without at least one night's sleep.
Perhaps you'd better go with Doc here and Let him look you over, huh?
He doesn't have to look me over, do you?
Well, now, I'm not certain.
He knows I'm going to have a baby.
Jenny, I know Jock Pellerton's your husband. Let me call him and tell him you're here.
I don't want to see him. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. Leave me alone. All of you, just leave me alone.
How'd it go?
Doc always surprises me when he goes into action. He can be pretty firm.
Well, how'd she take it? What happened?
Doc and I got her in the car, and the next thing you know, we were parked in front of the hospital.
Uh-huh. Did she say anything more?
No, Doc did all the talking. He talked about people trying to think when nothing's on their minds that'd let them think, and how big mistakes are made that way, and before she could argue with him, he had her upstairs and in the room.
Did she go to sleep?
After Doc gave her a sedative.
I don't know what she's going to wake up to tomorrow morning, but I certainly know what I'm going to say to Jock Pellerton when I see him again.
Now, Maggie, Jock's always been a pretty decent sort. No sense jumping at conclusions yet.
Conclusions? With one wife in New York who's about to have a baby and him announcing he's going to marry another girl here?
Oh, remember, he didn't announce it. His mother did.
Well, he could have straightened it out right at the party and told them he was married already.
Maybe he had a good reason for not saying anything.
Oh, what about Melissa? What do you expect her or Jeremy or anybody else to think of him?
Now, Maggie, even Abe Lincoln wasn't well thought of by half the country.
Well, I suppose so.
Hi, Daddy. Hello, Miss Button.
Jill, honey. Well, come on in. But it's after 9 o'clock. What are you doing down here?
You should be home in bed.
Too much to think about. Besides, Mr. and Mrs. Benbow took everybody to the band concert tonight. I went with them. When we came by here, they dropped me off on account the light was still on. Aren't you glad to see me?
Oh, honey, I'm always glad to see you. Come on, climb up here on the desk.
All right.
What have you been thinking about, Jill?
My future.
Really?
I want to be a champion someday.
Champion, huh? Well, now there are all kinds of champions. What kind of a champion do you want to be?
Oh, any kind's all right. Just so's I win.
Just so you win, huh? I see.
Well, I'm going to run along now. Good night, honey.
Good night, Miss Button.
Good night, Maggie. See you tomorrow.
Night.
Daddy, tell me a story about a champion.
All right, Jill. You remember old Daniel Webster?
Yes?
Well, now, he was a champion arguer.
He was?
Yeah, he was one of the best arguers we probably ever had in this country. Well, one day he got to arguing with his friends. And old Dan, he just stood up and finally said, I think you fellas are all wrong about this.
And then what happened, Daddy?
Well, they thought old Dan was wrong, too.
Did they have a fight about it?
Nope. They compromised.
Huh?
Compromised, honey. It kind of means that instead of starting a fight, why, they all went home and had a good night's sleep. Then the next morning, when they'd kind of all cooled off, why, they sat down together and listened to what the other fellas had to say. And do you know what?
What?
Once they'd talked it over good and proper, why, they found out that all of them were partly right and partly wrong.
Even Dan Webster was partly wrong?
Even Dan Webster.
Is that bad, Daddy?
No, honey. That's just human.
Golly, if he was a champion, I thought he knew everything.
So did everyone else, except old Dan. That's why he was so smart.
But then nobody won.
Well, that's the point, honey. It isn't that. It's that nobody lost. And all of them found out something about the other fellows that they hadn't known before.
Then they were all champions?
That's right, honey. They were all champions.
Will Rogers.
Well, Polly, good morning.
Will, what do you mean by this? I got up at 7 o'clock this morning just so I could buy up a dozen copies of your silly old newspaper and cut out the story about Jock and Melissa to send away to my friends.
Now, Polly.
But there's no story here at all, not one single word.
Polly, if you'll just sit down quiet for a minute, why, maybe we can talk this thing
Will,
over.
all the time I've lived here and all the business I've done with you, I've never asked you for one thing.
Now, Polly.
Not one thing in all that time until I had the party the other night. Then I asked you to write a real nice story about Jock and Melissa.
Please,
it's
Polly,
what the judge and I had hoped and prayed for ever since they were children. It's not asking a lot for you to give the story a little space and us a lot of happiness. It's just one of the nice little things a mother likes to see, whether anyone else does or not. Was it asking too much, Will?
No, Polly, of course not. I wanted to print the story about Jock and Melissa.
Then why didn't you?
Polly, you'll have to ask Jock about that.
I'm asking you, Will.
It's just not for me to say, Polly.
Will, I never want to see you or your newspaper again.
Wait, Polly. Polly, wait a minute. Oh, shoot. Elyria Weekly Gazette.
Will, this is Jock Pellerton. I want to thank you for not printing that story in the paper.
I'm glad you were happy about it, Jock. Your mother sees it the other way.
Has she talked to you?
Just left, with tears in her eyes.
Will, there's something I'd like to talk to you about.
I'll be waiting for you, Jock.
Hello, Will.
Jock, Melissa.
Hello, Will.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Will, Jock and I can't possibly get married.
Go on.
He's already married to a girl in New York, has been for 6 months. And I'm engaged to a boy in San Francisco.
And neither one of you told your folks?
No, we told each other, but not them.
Well, why not? Have the judge or Polly been so hard to tell things to before?
It's Mom's heart, Will. If I'd have had her alone and quiet, I could have told her. But after that party, well...
Don't you see? Jock came home to tell Polly, and I came home to tell Dad. And before either of us had a chance to say anything, they announced our engagement.
Well, that sort of complicated things, all right.
It was a wonderful idea they had, but things are all out of control.
Well, now I never saw a river rise up yet that didn't have to come back down, Jock.
I can't tell Mother she's so upset now. It'd be dangerous.
Jock, there's something else. Jenny's here in Elyria.
My wife?
Yeah.
Where? When did she get here?
Now, hold on. She's a little scared about everything. First, she's scared about your mother, Jock, because she wouldn't even take a chance of phoning you at home.
What?
And then she's scared about you and Melissa.
Where is she, Will?
She stayed at the hospital last night. Oh, no. She's all right. Nothing wrong. But you're going to have to do some explaining to her.
Well, I can do that all right.
I'll go with you, Jock.
Will, if Mother comes by again...
You better get over to the hospital and see your wife. Worry about Polly later.
I guess a man can only worry about one woman at a time. Thanks, Will.
Oh, congratulations to both of you. And that's about the whole story, Doc. What do you think?
I'm trying to figure out if anybody did anything right or wrong.
Jock's motives were good.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting to get home so he could tell his mother in person.
But his methods weren't very good.
Now, if Polly hadn't had the party...
And if Jock hadn't gone with Melissa, and if Polly and the judge hadn't jumped the gun... Oh, Will, the world's full of ifs. And I've got just one more. If the day ever comes when parents can look on their children as people with private lives, a lot of us doctors will be able to retire early. As much as I think of Polly, I'll have to say she's not been an angel in this.
How's that again, Doc?
Well, demanding so much of the boy that news of him marrying somebody beside Melissa might be a dangerous thing for her to find out.
What will Polly do when she does find out?
It's hard to say. She thinks quite a bit of her boy.
I mean her heart.
I mean her heart, too, Will. Will, Jenny seems like an awful nice girl, doesn't she?
Sure does.
Polly ought to be proud to have her for a daughter-in-law, don't you think?
I sure do.
You've been Polly's friend for a long time, haven't you?
Up till this morning, yes.
Now you're still her friend, Will. And you're Jock's friend, and you're my friend.
Doc, what are you leading up to?
Well, now, I've been thinking about this all day, from a medical standpoint. I don't want Jock telling her. They'd just get into one of those tearful scenes that mothers and children are famous for, and I don't want to tell her because I'm mean enough to throw in a lecture. Now, if there is any man in town who can break this news to Polly right, it's you, Will.
Golly. Doc, golly. Hi, Polly. Can I come in?
What is it, Will?
Well, first off, I want to tell you we had the story all set up to print, and we were going to do a big job on it, but something came up. Can I tell you about it?
All right.
Sit down, Will.
Thanks.
What came up?
Well, sir, a pretty girl.
What?
That's it, Polly. Prettiest, nicest girl you'd ever want to see come walking in my office.
I don't understand what you're trying to say, Will.
Well, she's from New York, but she's married to a fella right here in town.
Go on.
Well, he's an awful nice young fella, Polly, and this girl came here to see her husband.
In your office?
That's it. You see, she knew where to get in touch with him and all that, but she didn't dare phone him, so she figured she'd advertise in the paper for him.
This doesn't make sense at all, Will. If she was married to the man, why didn't she call him up?
Well, she wanted to, but she didn't dare. Because her husband has a mother who had other plans for her son. You see, this fellow's mother didn't know he was married.
Oh.
Now, he had good reason for not wiring or phoning his mother. In fact, he came here to tell her in person. But somehow things just didn't work out that way.
You mean he couldn't tell his own mother he was married?
Well, she sets pretty big store by, and he was her only son, and it was a perfectly natural thing, and she had plans for him to marry someone else, and, well, the trouble is, she told her plans before he could be able to talk to her.
Oh, Will, is she really a nice girl?
About the nicest you'll ever find, Polly. As a matter of fact, she's over Doc's right now if you want to see her.
Oh, Will, I did make a mess of things planning so much for Jock.
Polly, why don't you go see them both right now? They've been worried just as much as you have.
Oh, all right, Will. Thanks.
Doc, you still there?
Yeah, right here, Will. Did you tell her?
Yep.
Do you need me?
Nope.
You mean it's all right?
Sure. You know, Doc, none of us realize how tough parents can be. Why, she just squared her shoulders, smiled a little bit, and got used to being a mother-in-law just like that.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by E. Jack Newman, produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Doc and Mary McGovern as Jill, with Eleanor Tannen as Jenny, Sarah Selby as Polly, Sam Edwards as Jock, and Karen Steele as Melissa. The special music was composed by Renee Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
If you want pleasure in the daytime, here are two things you can do about it. For one, join Arthur Godfrey's Monday through Friday marathons of mirth and music, talent and ingenuity. For another, you're welcome to CBS Radio's House Party starring Art Linkletter. Yes, Arthur Godfrey Time and House Party are two places you'll really find daytime pleasure every Monday through Friday over most of these same CBS radio stations. And remember, Kurt Massey and Martha Tilton sing their songs Monday through Friday on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, the greatest thing in the world is to have freedom of the press. And we have freedom of the press here in America. In this country, you can write anything you want. The only trouble is getting someone to read it.
Looking for somebody, Will?
Oh, hi, Jim. Judge Beale around?
Down the hall in the hearing room, Will. It's that Taylor boy. Reckon the judge is fixing to lay the might of the law on him.
Thought the hearing was tomorrow.
Moved it up. Boy's dad was going to get a habeas corpus.
Well, guess all I can do is barge right in on him.
Judge ain't going to like that, Will. It's a closed hearing. Taylor boy's a juvenile.
I know. That's what I want to talk to the judge about.
Yes? Constable, I told
It's not
you...
the constable, Judge.
Oh, Will. And I'll be through here in about an hour, Will.
I know, but that's why I want to see you. This won't wait.
Well, all right. The hearing is adjourned for 10 minutes. Mr. Taylor, both you and your son will stay here in the room.
Yes, sir.
How are you, Bud?
Not too good, Mr. Rogers.
Well, come on, Will. We'll go down to my office. Will, I can't do anything about it. I wish I could handle it in some other way, but under the circumstances, I simply can't.
Well, now, Judge, maybe Bud has kicked up a little fuss now and then.
A little fuss? Will, that boy's been hailed into court 7 times in the last year. Everything from disturbing the peace to malicious mischief.
But he's only 16. Give him time to grow up.
Time to what? Destroy the whole town?
Oh, now, Judge, mischief and disturbing the peace, at least they're not criminal acts.
And I haven't treated him like a criminal, Will. I've tried for a year to straighten that boy out. But with his home environment, well, there's nothing else to do. After all, state reform school's not a prison.
Maybe not. But it's no place for Bud Taylor either. What's his father say about it?
Nothing much. You know how he is.
Yeah, I know how he is. I figure if you don't think much of somebody, then it's better if you don't say much about him.
He's the basis of the whole trouble, Will. 10 years since his wife, Bud's mother, ran off with another man. He still hates the whole world. Even blames Bud for being half hers, I guess.
Well, now, there you are. What chance has the boy had?
None. That's exactly why I'm taking him out of that environment.
Goodbye.
Where do you want to go to?
Yeah, I made a muff way back in there.
Let's start the scene again, and we'll get a good run at it. Right after the bridge, page 3. Right after the bridge, the pacing.
Well, I can't do anything about it. I wish I could handle it some other way, but under the circumstances, I simply can't.
Well, now, Judge, maybe Bud has kicked up a little fuss now and then.
A little fuss? Will, that boy's been hailed into court 7 times in the last year. Everything from disturbing the peace to malicious mischief.
But he's only 16. Give him time.
Time to what? Destroy the whole town?
Oh, now, Judge. Mischief-making, disturbing the peace. At least they're not criminal acts.
And I haven't treated him like a criminal, Will. I've tried for a year to straighten that boy out. But with his home environment, well, nothing else to do. After all, state reform school's not a prison.
Maybe not. But it's no place for Bud Taylor either. What's his father say about this?
Nothing much. You know how he is.
Yeah, I know how he is. I figure if you don't think much of somebody, then it's better if you don't say much about him.
He's the basis of the whole trouble, Will.
Yeah.
10 years since his wife, Bud's mother, ran off with another man. He still hates the whole world. Even blames Bud for being half hers, I guess.
Well, there you are. What chance has the boy had?
None. That's exactly why I'm taking him out of that environment. Will, how come you're taking such a confounded interest in this?
Well, I promised Jill I'd see what I could do.
Jill? Well, if you're being advised by your 8-year-old daughter, maybe I'd better consult my grandson about the case.
Now, listen. If Jill says Bud Taylor's all right, then he's all right, and you can count on it. Kids and dogs know how to size a man up. Women can't. They'll overrate or underrate him every time. But kids never miss.
They don't, huh?
No, and Jill calls Bud her friend. He's always taken an interest in her and made toy airplanes for her, things like that. And last night, before she left for summer camp, she made me promise I'd do what I could to get her friend out of trouble.
So anything Jill wants, short of cutting your right arm...
Short of nothing, Judge.
Good. Then it's all settled, Will.
Settled how?
I don't want to see that boy go to reform school any more than you do. But I can't leave him with his father. That's what made him the way he is. So, I'm paroling him in your custody.
Your what?
I'll have the papers drawn up in about an hour. It's a fine solution, Will. I'm mighty glad you thought of it.
Well, why ask me, Will?
Now, Maggie, don't you go crawling out on me. We're kind of partners, aren't we?
Well, sure, Will. I guess we are.
All right. Then tell me what you think.
Isn't it a little late for that? You've already done it, Will.
Well, it's just temporary, though, and if it don't work out, why, Judge Beale will terminate it at any time.
Well, you have taken on quite a responsibility.
Well, I couldn't do anything else. That boy don't belong in reform school.
A lot of people won't agree with you, Will.
Maggie, do you think I'm making a fool out of myself?
Will, if what you're doing is making a fool out of yourself, then me for fools.
Well, thanks, Maggie. Oh, hiya, Bud.
Hi, Mr. Rogers. Judge Beale said I should come over here and report to you. He said he'd send my stuff later. He said I should do what you say from now on.
Well, now, Bud, maybe that won't be too hard.
Will, I'll be back in the press room. I want to check the front page galley with Ed.
All right, Maggie. Sit down, Bud.
Thanks, Mr. Rogers.
I guess you know it already, but Jill and I have always figured you as one of our best friends, Bud.
Yes, sir, I know it.
So, when you got yourself in a little trouble, why, we figured a friend's job was to help you out. That's why I'm doing this, for no other reason.
Yes, sir.
Now, I've got nothing against your father, Bud. Nothing against anybody, but, well, you know what the choice was.
Yes, sir. I was going to be sent to reform school. Maybe you're making a mistake. Maybe I'm just no good, like my father's always saying.
Your father's wrong, Bud.
It's not his fault, though. No matter what I've done. Even if the judge acted like it was. My dad never taught me to act like that.
But he predicted you would a lot of times.
Well, he's just kind of mixed up, that's all.
Maybe that's it, Bud. And as a result, maybe you got to be a little mixed up yourself. Well, that's what we're going to try and straighten out. So why don't you go over to the house now? Mrs. Weatherwax is going to get your room fixed up, and maybe you can give her a hand.
All right, sir. Mr. Rogers, I'll try not to do anything so you'll be sorry you took up for me.
No, I'm not worried about that.
I'll help. I'll do any work you tell me to. I got that old jalopy. Maybe I could deliver papers.
No, we already got a couple of kids to do that. I was thinking of something else, Bud. Making you a part-time reporter.
A reporter?
Sure. Maggie and I got more work than any 3 people could do. When school starts, maybe you could write a regular column for the high school kids. A byline, your name on it and everything.
I could? You mean I really could?
Sure.
Will Rogers?
Morning, Mr. Taylor.
Well, you've had the boy a week now. I guess you got him pretty well turned against me.
Oh, I don't think so. He's been over to see you every day, hasn't he? But I hear that you won't have anything to do with him.
He's made his bed, let him lie in it.
Maybe somebody made it for him.
Pretty sanctimonious, aren't you? You and that judge. Claiming I'm to blame for the way the kid acts.
Nobody claimed that.
Just get him away from his father, and he'll be all right, they said. Well, you'll find out.
Would you have rather seen him in reform school, Mr. Taylor?
The boy's bad. Born bad, just like his mother.
Mr. Taylor, maybe you'd be a lot better off if you'd forget about his mother. What happened 10 years ago is over and done with. As far as I ever heard, kids are just born kids. I never heard of one of them being born bad.
Yeah, you'll see, Rogers. You've made a fool out of yourself taking him in like you have.
Well, maybe that's the 5th freedom, Mr. Taylor. Along with those other 4 they're always talking about.
Let's go back
Little.
to line 19, Johnny. You'll see, Rogers.
You'll see, Rogers. You made a fool out of yourself taking him in like you have.
Well, maybe that's the fifth freedom, Mr. Taylor, along with those other four they talk about. A man's freedom to make a dang fool out of himself in his own sweet way. Goodbye, Mr. Taylor.
Good morning, Mr. Rogers.
Well, you're at it early this morning, Bud.
Yeah. Well, I've been working on something I thought maybe you could use in the paper. I guess it's not too good, though.
Well, let's have a look. Say, Bud, did you draw this yourself?
Yes, sir. I used the lettering pens and India ink.
Dog days. Looks like you got every dog in town in the picture. Well, there's that Airedale of Peterson's. There's Mrs. Deeker's lop-eared spaniel.
They're all real dogs. Ones I've seen around the town.
Yeah, everyone's going to recognize his own. We're going to have the dog owners with us 100%.
Hey, you beat me this morning, Will.
Just got here, Maggie.
Morning, Bud.
Good morning, Miss Button.
Look, we got a staff artist as well as a reporter.
Huh?
Look, what's that?
Look here.
Look here.
Okay.
Somebody's... Look here.
Just got here, Maggie.
Wait a minute.
Better go back to the door. I gotta
All right. Let's go back to they're all real.
Everybody will recognize his own.
Well, that's sort of a lap over, Norm.
Okay, back to... It doesn't matter. We can pick it up on the tape. Line 7, then. Dog days.
Dog days. It's looked like you got every dog in town in the picture. There's that Airedale of Peterson's and Mrs. Deeker's lop-eared spaniel.
Sure. They're all real dogs. Ones I've seen around town.
And everybody will recognize his own. We'll have the dog owners with us 100%.
Hey, you beat me this morning, Will.
Just got here, Maggie.
Morning, Bud.
Morning, Miss Button.
Look, seems like we got a staff artist as well as a reporter.
Huh?
Look here.
Why, there's Skippy, right in the center.
See, Bud? Dog owner.
Well, this is the cleverest thing I've ever seen.
Uh-huh. That's why we're going to put it on the editorial page of this week's issue.
Gosh, Mr. Rogers. Is it really good enough?
It's good enough. Now, look, though. You're still a reporter. So suppose you hop over to the grain elevator and pick up that list of farmers who made sales yesterday. I'm holding a spot for it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Rogers. Right away.
And unless you got something planned, how'd you like to go out to Jedder's Lake this afternoon? I hear the bass are striking.
I don't have anything planned, Mr. Rogers. Hey, I'll be right back.
Will, I have to hand it to you. I never thought it would work out this well.
I haven't done anything, Maggie. He's a good kid, that's all.
Well, then hats off to Jill's knowledge of human nature.
He was her friend. That's all she needed to know. Say, I got a letter from her, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, she's crazy about the camp. Going to be there another week yet.
I'll bet she misses you.
Well, if she does, she didn't remember it till the third P.S. Well, I guess I better get back to the post office and pick up the mail. I'm going to get some stamps. Maggie, did you use all the petty cash?
No, there were 2 $5 bills there yesterday. Let me see. That's funny. I know they were there, and there hasn't been anyone in here, but... You'd better have a talk with him, Will.
Yeah, I guess I had.
Maybe he had a good reason. Maybe... Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry, Will. I'm terribly sorry.
Hey, that was a good cast, Mr. Rogers.
Let's see if the fish think so.
If I get one more like that last one, I don't care what the fish think.
Yeah, must have weighed 4 pounds or better.
Easy. Say, Mr. Rogers, what was it you wanted to talk to me about? You said later, remember?
No. Felt like something was nosing that plug there.
Well, keep moving it in little runs, like it was alive. Still there?
No. No, I guess not.
Well, it may come back. What was it, Mr. Rogers?
Huh?
You know, what you were going to talk about.
Oh, yeah, I was kind of wondering how you were fixed for spending money, Bud.
Oh, I got some change. I don't need much.
Well, a fellow your age needs some, though. And when he hasn't got it, well, sometimes
Oh, don't worry about it. I can always pick up a few bucks in my spare time if I need it.
Yeah, but, well, the thing is, I sort of figure we ought to pay you a salary of some kind. All the work you're doing on the paper.
Oh, but you're taking care of me. I don't want a salary.
Well, it wouldn't be much. Not what you're worth. The paper can't afford it. But, let's put it this way, Bud. When you do want money for something, get what you need out of the petty cash box. It's in the cigar box in Maggie's desk.
Well, if I do, okay. But I can always mow a couple of lawns, shovel grain over at the elevator for an hour or two, or... Hey, isn't that Constable Evers?
Huh? Yeah. Wonder what he's doing out here. Hiya, Jim. Where's your pole?
No time for that today, Will. I got a warrant instead. Guess I'm going to have to take your fishing partner away from you.
Bud? What for?
Somebody broke into Hawkins' drugstore last night. Took a couple of cameras and some money from the till. Bud's car was seen parked down the block around midnight.
I was in bed before 10 o'clock. You know I was, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know he stayed there, though, Will?
No, but... Is this all you're basing the charge on, Jim?
Afraid not, Will. I figured Bud wouldn't be fool enough to bring the stuff home to your place, so I took a look through his house. Found it in the basement. Cameras and part of the money.
Well, I guess there's not much to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers.
So am I, Bud. So am I.
Will, there's no point in blaming yourself.
I know, Maggie, but when the kid was planning a thing like that, I should have sensed it at least.
Well, I sure didn't sense anything. I'd have sworn he was honest.
Yeah, I gave him a chance to tell me about it out at the lake, but he just didn't bat an eye. He's either the cleverest kid in town or somebody's making a big mistake.
Why did he say he did it, Will?
He didn't say. He just wouldn't talk about it. Apologized for causing me trouble, and then he let Jim take him off to jail, and this time he will go to the reform school.
You know, Will, that father of his is the cause of the whole thing. The way he's always acted towards Bud. 1 good week wasn't enough to change the effects of 10 bad years.
No, I guess not. Yet he still sticks up for his father, loves him, in spite of the treatment he's always had.
Well, maybe that's his trouble, Will. Wanting affection from someone he loves and never getting it. Trying to attract attention to himself and just getting into trouble trying.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, too. Now, this idea of making him a reporter, I thought it was going to have some effect, but... Oh, well, let's forget it, Maggie. It's late. You might as well go on home.
Well, at least the dummy's all set for tomorrow. Unless you want to pull out Bud's articles and the drawing he made of the dogs.
No, it stays in.
Oh, good, Will.
The stuff's fine. I never figured there was much sense in this censor business anyway.
Well, I'll see you in the morning then, Will. Unless you're leaving now, too.
Guess not, Maggie. Judge Beale said he might drop by from the office and play a game of chess. I'll wait a while.
All right, Will. Good night.
Good night, Maggie. Doggone that fool kid anyhow. And there's Jill, too. What am I going to tell Jill? Judge, I just got to do it. Check.
That confounded night. I know you're going to do that sooner or later.
It's the big push, Judge. I'm moving in on your king.
When some people play chess, Will, they give a man a halfway even break.
We started even.
Yeah, don't see much to do except...
Resign?
Yes, confound it, I resign. Much as I hate to give you 2 games straight in one night. What was that hidden rook of yours you managed to plant back there? It was messing up all my plans, forcing me into moves that didn't even make sense.
So that was the reason they didn't, huh?
All right, Will, you just wait till the next time. It's 9 o'clock. I'll have to be getting along. Oh, Will, I'm sorry the way it turned out with the Taylor boy.
Yeah, I guess we're all sorry. What is it? Reform school?
I don't have much choice, Will. He won't deny the charge. Matter of fact, he just won't talk about it one way or another.
I know. Same thing this afternoon when Jim came out to the lake to get him. Just said he was sorry he'd caused me any trouble, and then he wouldn't talk about it anymore. I don't understand it. The way he acted don't even make sense.
Well, with all the evidence, there seems to be no doubt.
Wait a second. Don't make sense like those last few moves of yours. And why did you make 'em? Because that hidden rook was forcing you to.
Huh?
Judge, how late are you going to be up tonight?
Well, another hour or so, I guess. Why?
I might want to talk to you. I kind of got an idea Bud Taylor is being forced by a hidden rook. Evening, Mr. Taylor. Mind if I come in?
It's pretty late, Rogers.
This won't take long.
What is it?
Well, Mr. Taylor, we missed some money from the petty cash drawer this morning, and it kind of looked like Bud might have been responsible.
Well?
But tonight I got to thinking. Mr. Taylor, you came by the office yesterday afternoon, and I left you alone when I went back to the press room to find Bud.
What are you getting at, Rogers?
Anybody could have been using Bud's car. It was sitting at the curb in front of my house last night. You could have come by and got it.
Rogers, are you trying to say that I robbed that drugstore?
Yeah, little. Let's go back.
Let's go from the top of the scene again. We'll go right following the bridge, with the sound, and then line 17 for Will. Okay, out of the music, into the noises.
Evening, Mr. Taylor. Mind if I come in?
It's pretty late, Rogers.
This won't take long.
What is it?
Well, Mr. Taylor, we missed some money from the petty cash drawer this morning, and it kind of looked like Bud might have been responsible.
Well?
But tonight I got to thinking. Mr. Taylor, you came by the office yesterday afternoon, and I left you alone when I went back to the press room to find Bud.
What are you getting at, Rogers?
And anybody could have been using Bud's car. It was sitting at the curb in front of my house last night. You could have come by and got it.
Rogers, are you trying to say that I robbed that drugstore?
Not for the money itself, but to throw the blame on Bud. Why? Because Judge Beale didn't send him to the reform school and instead turned him over to me. And you figured it was kind of an insult to you, and it was a backhand way of saying it was your fault and not Bud's.
Get out, Rogers.
And it's true. You are. You've done your best to ruin that boy. It looks like you finally succeeded. And all because of something his mother did when Bud was 6 years old. He's your son, too, Mr. Taylor.
Then you stay out of it.
He knows he's your son, even if you don't. Why do you suppose he's keeping still and taking the blame for all this? He knows who did it, as well as I do. When Jim came out to the lake to arrest him, Bud was bowled over. It wasn't an act. He just downright didn't know what it was all about. Then he got some of the facts and started putting two and two together and suddenly shut up, wouldn't say any more. He didn't exactly admit anything, but he wouldn't deny it either.
But he's never told me. I didn't know that.
Takes a lot of love for a kid to go to jail rather than let his father down.
What in the name of heaven have I done to the boy?
I'm not sure. But I think you better start undoing it tonight.
Well, gentlemen, I just don't know what to say. This is the darndest story I've ever heard.
It's even darnder, because it's true.
Yeah, I know, Will. That's what you said. Mr. Taylor, are you sure you're not admitting this just in order to protect your boy?
Well, I wish I could say that, Mr. Hawkins, but it's the other way around. Bud's been trying to protect me.
And it was you who broke into my drugstore last night.
That's right.
But in the name of Tophet, why?
He was trying to prove that Bud was no good and couldn't be trusted.
His own son?
That's right, Mr. Hawkins. My own son.
What am I supposed to do?
Oh, I guess it's up to you. I don't expect anything. I'm not asking anything. I'm just trying to undo some things, that's all.
Do you vouch for this, Will? Is this really the straight story?
It's straight, all right.
Well, if you say so, it must be. It's quite a mess.
Well, I guess it could be, but it doesn't have to be.
What do you mean, Will?
Mr. Taylor will make good on the money, of course, and the damage to the door of your store, and after that, well, I guess it's up to you.
Yeah, I know. If I prosecute, he'll go to prison, and if I don't... Then what? What if I don't?
You'll be doing a pretty generous favor for a kid who's never had much of a chance, Jake.
I've always liked the boy.
Well, what do you say?
Confound it, Will, you got a way about you that'd get blood from a turnip. Let me phone Judge Beale.
I just don't understand it, Will. Judge calling in the middle of the night and saying he was dismissing the case. The charge was being withdrawn.
Well, I guess Judge Beale will probably explain it in the morning, Jim.
Yeah, the boy's in the fourth cell on down there. Let me get this door open.
I don't know what I'm going to say to him, Will. I just don't know.
Well, asking forgiveness might not be such a bad idea.
Maybe he won't even talk to me.
All right. Are you coming?
Like for me to go in and tell him you're here?
Oh, if you would, I'd sure appreciate it.
Sure.
Mr. Rogers, what are you doing here at this time of night?
Calling on a friend. You're getting out, Bud. Case has been dropped.
But I don't...
Maybe your father can explain it. He's waiting back down the corridor there. You want to see him?
Well, sure.
Mr. Taylor.
Coming, Will. Hello, son.
Dad. Well, how are you, Dad?
Guess there's nothing Jim and I can do hanging around here. Come on, Jim.
Oh, thanks, Will. Thanks.
I'll just leave the corridor door open. You know, that's the first time I ever heard Taylor speak to that boy without snarling at him.
Well, I'll give you odds it won't be the last time.
It's a nice night, Will.
Yeah? Going home, Jim?
Well, I better wait till they leave and lock up. Say, Will, how's that daughter of yours?
Oh, Jill's fine. She's off at summer camp right now.
She is?
Yeah, matter of fact, I got to write her a letter before I go to bed.
Don't know what you'll write about. Sure nothing much ever happens in Elyria. I'd like to do it again. Don't know what you'll write about. Sure nothing much ever happens in Elyria.
No, not much, I guess. But Jill won't mind. She just wants to know how her friends are getting along. So I'll write her that they're all fine. Just fine.
Freedom of the press. And we have freedom of the press here in America. In this country, you can write anything you want. The only trouble is getting someone to read it.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr. Along about this time of year, most of the folks in Elyria start to get a little lazy, start easing up and putting things off till cooler weather. Business slows down, and it's pretty quiet most of the time on the square around the town hall. Afternoons especially. Hardly anybody's stirring most days. A lot of days when the week's issue of the paper is caught up, Will sneaks out of the office and heads for Jetter's Lake or Branch Creek with a pole and a can of worms. More than likely, he'll run smack into Doc, or Jake Hawkins, who has the drugstore, or Judge Beale of the district court. In fact, most any of his friends. And the other days when something comes up and Will just can't get away, well, at least he still wishes he could.
Looking for somebody, Will?
Oh, hi, Jim. Judge Beale around?
Down the hall in the hearing room, Will. It's that Taylor boy. Reckon the judge is fixing to lay the might of the law on him.
Thought the hearing was tomorrow.
Moved it up. Boy's dad was going to get a habeas corpus.
Well, guess all I can do is barge right in on him.
Judge ain't going to like that, Will. It's a closed hearing. Taylor boy's a juvenile.
I know. That's what I want to talk to the judge about.
Yes? Constable, I told
It's
you...
not the constable, Judge.
Oh, Will. Well, I'll be through here in about an hour, Will.
I know, but that's why I want to see you. This won't wait.
Well, all right. The hearing is adjourned for 10 minutes. Mr. Taylor, both you and your son will stay here in the room.
All right, yes, Judge. Hiya, Bud.
Not too good, Mr. Rogers. Well, come on, Will. We'll go down to my office. Well, I can't do anything about it. I wish I could handle it some other way, but under the circumstances, I simply can't.
Well, now, Judge, maybe Bud has kicked up a little fuss now and then.
A little fuss? Will, that boy's been hailed into court 7 times in the last year. Everything from disturbing the peace to malicious mischief.
But he's only 16. Give him time.
Time to what? Destroy the whole town?
Oh, now, Judge. Mischief making, disturbing the peace. At least they're not criminal acts.
And I haven't treated him like a criminal, Will. I've tried for a year to straighten that boy out. But with his home environment, well, nothing else to do. After all, state reform school's not a prison.
Maybe not. But it's no place for Bud Taylor either. What's his father say about this?
Nothing much. You know how he is.
Yeah, I know how he is. I figure if you don't think much of somebody, then it's better if you don't say much about him.
He's the basis of the whole trouble, Will.
Yeah.
10 years since his wife, Bud's mother, ran off with another man. He still hates the whole world. Even blames Bud for being half hers, I guess.
Well, there you are. What chance has the boy had?
Oh, none. That's exactly why I'm taking him out of that environment. Will, how come you're taking such a confounded interest in this?
Well, I promised Jill I'd see what I could do.
Jill? Well, if you're being advised by your 8-year-old daughter, maybe I'd better consult my grandson about the case.
Now, listen. If Jill says Bud Taylor's all right, then he's all right, and you can count on it. Kids and dogs know how to size a man up. Women can't. They'll overrate or underrate him every time. But kids never miss.
They don't, huh?
No, and Jill calls Bud her friend. He's always taken an interest in her and made toy airplanes for her, things like that. And last night, before she left for summer camp, she made me promise I'd do what I could to get her friend out of trouble.
So anything Jill wants, short of cutting your right arm...
Short of nothing, Judge.
Good. Then it's all settled, Will.
Settled how?
I don't want to see that boy go to reform school any more than you do. But I can't leave him with his father. That's what made him the way he is. So, I'm paroling him in your custody.
Your what?
I'll have the papers drawn up in about an hour. It's a fine solution, Will. I'm mighty glad you thought of it.
Well, why ask me, Will?
Now, Maggie, don't you go crawling out on me. We're kind of partners, aren't we?
Well, sure, Will. I guess we are.
All right. Then tell me what you think.
Isn't it a little late for that? You've already done it, Will.
Well, it's just temporary, though, and if it don't work out, well, Judge Beale will terminate it at any time.
Well, you have taken on quite a responsibility.
Well, I couldn't do anything else. That boy don't belong in reform school.
A lot of people won't agree with you, Will.
Maggie, do you think I'm making a fool out of myself?
Will, if what you're doing is making a fool out of yourself, then me for fooled.
Well, thanks, Maggie. Oh, hiya, Bud.
Hi, Mr. Rogers. Judge Beale said I should come over here and report to you. He said he'd send my stuff later. He said I should do what you say from now on.
Well, now, Bud, maybe that won't be too hard.
Will, I'll be back in the press room. I want to check the front page galley with Ed.
All right, Maggie. Sit down, Bud.
Thanks, Mr. Rogers.
I guess you know it already, but Jill and I have always figured you as one of our best friends, Bud.
Yes, sir, I know it.
So when you got yourself in a little trouble, why, we figured a friend's job was to help you out. That's why I'm doing this, for no other reason.
Yes, sir.
Now, I've got nothing against your father, Bud. Nothing against anybody, but, well, you know what the choice was.
Yes, sir. I was going to be sent to reform school. Maybe you're making a mistake. Maybe I'm just no good, like my father's always saying.
Your father's wrong, Bud.
It's not his fault, though. No matter what I've done. Even if the judge acted like it was. My dad never taught me to act like that.
But he predicted you would a lot of times.
Well, he's just kind of mixed up, that's all.
Maybe that's it, Bud. And as a result, maybe you got to be a little mixed up yourself. Well, that's what we're going to try and straighten out. So why don't you go over to the house now? Mrs. Weatherwax is going to get your room fixed up, and maybe you can give her a hand.
All right, sir. Mr. Rogers, I'll try not to do anything so you'll be sorry you took up for me.
No, I'm not worried about that.
I'll help. I'll do any work you tell me to. I got that old jalopy. Maybe I could deliver papers.
No, we already got a couple of kids to do that. I was thinking of something else, Bud. Making you a part-time reporter.
A reporter?
Sure. Maggie and I got more work than any 3 people could do. And when school starts, maybe you could write a regular column for the high school kids. A byline, your name on it and everything.
I could? You mean I really could?
Sure.
Will Rogers?
Morning, Mr. Taylor.
Well, you've had the boy a week now. I guess you got him pretty well turned against me.
Oh, I don't think so. He's been over to see you every day, hasn't he? But I hear that you won't have anything to do with him.
He's made his bed. Let him lie in it.
Maybe somebody made it for him.
Pretty sanctimonious, aren't you? You and that judge. Claiming I'm to blame for the way the kid acts.
Nobody claimed that.
Just get him away from his father, and he'll be all right, they said. Well, you'll find out.
Would you have rather seen him in reform school, Mr. Taylor?
The boy's bad. Born bad, just like his mother.
Mr. Taylor, maybe you'd be a lot better off if you'd forget about his mother. What happened 10 years ago is over and done with. As far as I ever heard, kids are just born kids. I never heard of one of them being born bad.
You'll see, Rogers. You made a fool out of yourself taking him in like you have.
Well, maybe that's the 5th freedom, Mr. Taylor. Along with those other 4 they talk about. A man's freedom to make a dang fool out of himself in his own sweet way. Goodbye, Mr. Taylor.
Good morning, Mr. Rogers.
Well, you're at it early this morning, Bud.
Yeah. Well, I've been working on something I thought maybe you could use in the paper. I guess it's not too good, though.
Well, let's have a look. Say, Bud, did you draw this yourself?
Yes, sir. I used the lettering pens and India ink.
Dog days. It looked like you got every dog in town in the picture. There's that Airedale of Peterson's and Mrs. Deeker's lop-eared spaniel.
Sure. They're all real dogs, ones I've seen around town.
And everybody will recognize his own. We'll have the dog owners with us 100%.
Hey, you beat me this morning, Will.
Just got here, Maggie.
Morning, Bud.
Morning, Miss
Look, seems like we got a staff artist as well as a reporter.
Huh?
Look here.
Why, there's Skippy, right in the center.
See, Bud? Dog owner.
Well, this is the cleverest thing I've ever seen.
Uh-huh. That's why we're going to put it on the editorial page of this week's issue.
Gosh, Mr. Rogers. Is it really good enough?
It's good enough. Now, look, though. You're still a reporter. So suppose you hop over to the grain elevator and pick up that list of farmers who made sales yesterday. I'm holding a spot for it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Rogers. Right away.
And unless you got something planned, how'd you like to go out to Jedder's Lake this afternoon? I hear the bass are striking.
I don't have anything planned, Mr. Rogers. Hey, I'll be right back.
Will, I have to hand it to you. I never thought it would work out this well.
I haven't done anything, Maggie. He's a good kid, that's all.
Well, then hats off to Jill's knowledge of human nature.
He was her friend. That's all she needed to know. Say, I got a letter from her, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, she's crazy about the camp. Going to be there another week yet.
I'll bet she misses you.
Well, if she does, she didn't remember it till the 3rd P.S. Well, I guess I better get to the post office and pick up the mail. I'm going to get some stamps. Maggie, did you use all the petty cash?
No, There were 2 $5 bills there yesterday. Let me see. That's funny. I know they were there, and there hasn't been anyone in here, but... You'd better have a talk with him, Will.
Yeah, I guess I had.
Maybe he had a good reason. Maybe... Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry, Will. I'm terribly sorry.
Hey, that was a good cast, Mr. Rogers.
Let's see if the fish thinks so.
If I get one more like that last one, I don't care what the fish thinks.
Yeah, must have weighed 4 pounds or better.
Easy. Say, Mr. Rogers, what was it you wanted to talk to me about? You said later, remember?
No. Felt like something was nosing that plug there.
Well, keep moving it in little runs, like it was alive. Still there?
No. No, I guess not.
Well, it may come back. What was it, Mr. Rogers?
Huh?
You know, what you were going to talk about.
Oh, yeah, well, I was kind of wondering how you were fixed for spending money, Bud.
Oh, I got some change. I don't need much.
Well, a fellow your age needs some, though. And when he hasn't got it, well, sometimes
don't worry about it. I can always pick up a few bucks in my spare time if I need it.
Yeah, but, well, the thing is, I sort of figure we ought to pay you a salary of some kind. All the work you're doing on the paper.
Oh, but you're taking care of me. I don't want a salary.
Well, it wouldn't be much. Not what you're worth. The paper can't afford it. But, let's put it this way, Bud. When you do want money for something, get what you need out of the petty cash box. It's in the cigar box in Maggie's desk.
Well, if I do, okay. But I can always mow a couple of lawns, shovel grain over at the elevator for an hour or two, or... Hey, isn't that Constable Evers?
Huh? Yeah. Wonder what he's doing out here. Hiya, Jim. Where's your pole?
No time for that today, Will. I got a warrant instead. Guess I'm going to have to take your fishing partner away from you.
Bud? What for?
Somebody broke into Hawkins' drugstore last night. Took a couple of cameras and some money from the till. Bud's car was seen parked down the block around midnight.
I was in bed before 10 o'clock. You know I was, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know he stayed there, though, Will?
No, but... Is this all you're basing the charge on, Jim?
Afraid not, Will. I figured Bud wouldn't be fool enough to bring the stuff home to your place, so I took a look through his house. Found it in the basement. Cameras and part of the money.
Well, I guess there's not much to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers.
So am I, Bud. So am I.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment. But first, when you make your summer's trips, take radio, too, in the car. Radio keeps you entertained as you drive. At the beach or picnic grounds in the country, no terrain is too rugged for radio. A table model, a portable, a pocket-sized radio bring you CBS Radio's news and entertainment whenever you wish, wherever you wish. Remember, include radio and CBS Radio in your summer plans for the programs America listens to most. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
Will, there's no point in blaming yourself.
I know, Maggie, but when the kid was planning a thing like that, I should have sensed it at least.
Well, I sure didn't sense anything. I'd have sworn he was honest.
Yeah, I gave him a chance to tell me about it out at the lake, but he just didn't bat an eye. He's either the cleverest kid in town or somebody's making a big mistake.
Why did he say he did it, Will?
He didn't say. He just wouldn't talk about it. Apologized for causing me trouble, and then he let Jim take him off to jail, and this time he will go to the reform school.
You know, Will, that father of his is the cause of the whole thing. The way he's always acted towards Bud. 1 good week wasn't enough to change the effects of 10 bad years.
No, I guess not. Yet he still sticks up for his father, loves him, in spite of the treatment he's always had.
Well, maybe that's his trouble, Will. Wanting affection from someone he loves and never getting it. Trying to attract attention to himself and just getting into trouble trying.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, too. Now, this idea of making him a reporter, I thought it was going to have some effect, but... Oh, well, let's forget it, Maggie. It's late. You might as well go on home.
Well, at least the dummy's all set for tomorrow. Unless you want to pull out Bud's articles and the drawing you made of the dogs.
No, it stays in.
Oh, good, Will.
The stuff's fine. I never figured there was much sense in this censor business anyway.
Well, I'll see you in the morning then, Will. Unless you're leaving now, too.
Guess not, Maggie. Judge Beale said he might drop by from the office and play a game of chess. I'll wait a while.
All right, Will. Good night.
Good night, Maggie. Doggone that fool kid anyhow. And there's Jill, too. What am I going to tell Jill? Judge, I just got to do it. Check.
That confounded night. I knew you were going to do that sooner or later.
It's a big push, Judge. I'm moving in on your king.
When some people play chess, Will, they give a man a halfway even break.
We started even.
Yeah, don't see much to do except...
Resign?
Yes, confounded, I resign. Much as I hate to give you 2 games straight in one night. What was that hidden rook of yours you managed to plant back there? It was messing up all my plans, forcing me into moves that didn't even make sense.
So that was the reason they didn't, huh?
All right, Will, you just wait till the next time. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. I'll have to be getting along. Oh, Will, I'm sorry the way it turned out with the Taylor boy.
Yeah, I guess we're all sorry. What is it, reform school?
I don't have much choice, Will. He won't deny the charge. Matter of fact, he just won't talk about it one way or another.
I know. Same thing this afternoon when Jim came out to the lake to get him. Just said he was sorry he'd caused me any trouble, and then he wouldn't talk about it anymore. I don't understand it. The way he acted don't even make sense.
Well, with all the evidence, there seems to be no doubt.
Wait a second. Don't make sense like those last few moves of yours. And why did you make them? Because that hidden rook was forcing you to.
Huh?
Judge, how late are you going to be up tonight?
Well, another hour or so, I guess. Why?
I might want to talk to you. I kind of got an idea Bud Taylor is being forced by a hidden rook. Evening, Mr. Taylor. Mind if I come in?
It's pretty late, Rogers.
This won't take long.
What is it?
Well, Mr. Taylor, we missed some money from the petty cash drawer this morning, and it kind of looked like Bud might have been responsible.
Well?
But tonight I got to thinking. Mr. Taylor, you came by the office yesterday afternoon, and I left you alone when I went back to the press room to find Bud.
What are you getting at, Rogers?
And anybody could have been using Bud's car, was sitting at the curb in front of my house last night. You could have come by and got it.
Rogers, are you trying to say that I robbed that drugstore?
Not for the money itself, but to throw the blame on Bud. Why? Because Judge Beale didn't send him to the reform school and instead turned him over to me. And you figured it was kind of an insult to you, and it was a backhand way of saying it was your fault and not Bud's.
Get out, Rogers.
And it's true. You've done your best to ruin that boy. And it looks like you finally succeeded. And all because of something his mother did when Bud was 6 years old. He's your son, too, Mr. Taylor.
Then you stay out of it.
He knows he's your son, even if you don't. Why do you suppose he's keeping still and taking the blame for all this? He knows who did it, as well as I do.
He what?
When Jim came out to the lake to arrest him, Bud was bowled over. It wasn't an act. He just downright didn't know what it was all about. Then he got some of the facts and started putting 2 and 2 together and suddenly shut up, wouldn't say any more. He didn't exactly admit anything, but he wouldn't deny it either.
But he's never told me. I didn't know that.
Takes a lot of love for a kid to go to jail rather than let his father down.
What in the name of heaven have I done to the boy?
I'm not sure. But I think you better start undoing it tonight.
Well, gentlemen, I
just don't know what to say. This is the darndest story I've ever heard.
It's even darnder, because it's true.
Yeah, I know, Will. That's what you said. Mr. Taylor, are you sure you're not admitting this just in order to protect your boy?
Well, I wish I could say that, Mr. Hawkins, but it's the other way around. Bud's been trying to protect me.
And it was you who broke into my drugstore last night.
That's right.
But in the name of Tophet, why?
He was trying to prove that Bud was no good and couldn't be trusted.
His own son?
That's right, Mr. Hawkins. My own son.
What am I supposed to do?
Well, I guess it's up to you. I don't expect anything. I'm not asking anything. I'm just trying to undo some things, that's all.
Do you vouch for this, Will? Is this really the straight story?
It's straight, all right.
Well, if you say so, it must be. It's quite a mess.
Well, I guess it could be, but it doesn't have to be.
What do you mean, Will?
Mr. Taylor will make good on the money, of course, and the damage to the door of your store, and after that, well, I guess it's up to you.
I know. If I prosecute, he'll go to prison, and if I don't... Then what? What if I don't?
You'll be doing a pretty generous favor for a kid who's never had much of a chance, Jake.
I've always liked the boy.
Well, what do you say?
Confound it, Will. You got a way about you that'd get blood from a turnip. Let me phone Judge Beale.
I just don't understand it, Will. Judge calling in the middle of the night and saying he was dismissing the case. The charge was being withdrawn.
Well, I guess Judge Beale will probably explain it in the morning, Jim.
Yeah, the boy's in the fourth cell on down there. Let me get this door open.
I don't know what I'm going to say to him, Will. I just don't know.
Well, asking forgiveness might not be such a bad idea.
Maybe he won't even talk to me.
All right. Are you coming?
Like for me to go in and tell him you're here?
Oh, if you would, I sure appreciate it.
Sure.
Mr. Rogers, what are you doing here at this time of night?
Calling on a friend. You're getting out, Bud. Case has been dropped.
But I don't...
Maybe your father can explain it. He's waiting back down the corridor there. You want to see him?
Oh, sure.
Mr. Taylor.
Coming, Will. Hello, son.
Dad. Well, how are you, Dad?
Guess there's nothing Jim and I can do hanging around here. Come on, Jim.
Oh, thanks, Will. Thanks.
I'll just leave the corridor door open. You know, that's the first time I ever heard Taylor speak to that boy without snarling at him.
Well, I'll give you odds it won't be the last time.
Nice night, Will.
Yeah? Going home, Jim?
Well, I better wait till they leave and lock up. Say, Will, how's that daughter of yours?
Oh, Jill's fine. She's off at summer camp right now.
She is?
Yeah, matter of fact, I got to write her a letter before I go to bed.
Don't know what you write about. Sure nothing much ever happens in Elyria.
No, not much, I guess. But Jill won't mind. She just wants to know how her friends are getting along. So I'll write her that they're all fine. Just fine.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield and produced and transcribed by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were Peter Rankin as Bud, Joseph Kearns as Judge Beale, and John Daner as Mr. Taylor, with Jack Crucian as Jim and Harry Bartell as the druggist Hawkins. The special music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. There's been no advance word about what to expect when you meet Millie tomorrow night, but this much is certain. There'll be fun for all listeners when Millie Bronson, played by Elena Verdugo, and her more or less mad mama, embark on another excursion into life's problems. Millie's slow-motion romance, Alfred Prince Meadows' poetry, Mama's figure, Mr. Boone's temper. Almost anything can start the fun go-round when you meet Millie tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Presented by CBS Radio. This is Bob Lamont speaking. And remember, the Johnny Mercer Show is heard weekday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, you hear a lot of talk nowadays about equal rights for women, but I don't think it's going to come to much. Why, no woman would be satisfied with just going back to equal rights.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr. A weekly newspaper in a small town like Elyria is a lot different from the daily tabloids published in the cities. For one thing, the so-called big news isn't very important. When people pick up their own hometown paper, they want to read about the little things, the human side. If Jed Perkins finally decides to tear down that old barn of his at the corner of 3rd and Elm and build himself a new house, the town wants to know about it. They want to know who'll do the tearing down, who'll build the house, who'll paint it, when the job will start, when it'll be finished, and just what does Mrs. Perkins think about the whole thing. And that's the kind of news Will prints. But of course, it's not all work around the office of the Gazette. Will's cronies drop by, Maggie's friends stop in, and in fact, you can never be sure just what you'll run into.
I think it ought to be just a little bit short in front, Maggie.
You do? I don't know. Maybe you're right, Sarah. I can't really see it.
Stand still now. Let me look.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. Just a smidgen. I can take it up at the waist. Won't be a bit of trouble.
Well, if you...
Now stand up straight now so I can pin it.
I hope this chair holds up.
Sure not very solid.
It's Will's favorite. If anything happens to Ed, he'll run me through the press with next week's edition.
And with a headline on your forehead that reads, Gazette Assistant Disappears.
Well.
Good morning, Maggie.
I didn't hear you come in.
I snuck in. Morning, Miss Horton.
Mr. Rogers?
Do you like my new dress, Will?
Well, let's see now.
No, it has to be taken up yet.
Why, Maggie, if it was any prettier, why, I'd...
You'd what?
Well, I might do something desperate.
Sarah? It should have been prettier.
We'll remember that on the next one. All right, Mag, you can get down off the chair. It's all pinned.
Will, I'll change out of this and let the place start looking like a business office. I'll be right back.
You swing a mighty fancy needle, Miss Horton. Business good?
Well, good enough, Mr. Rogers. I've got nearly 24 customers now.
Must keep you jumping.
Well, it does, but I make a fairly good living at it. When Jim first passed away, I didn't know what I was going to do.
Well,
good morning,
sure
sir.
Oh, I'll just go on out back and help Maggie.
Morning. Can I help you?
Well, I certainly hope so. I'm a surveyor down from State City, C.L. Baker. I've got to check a county land map. None of the courthouse offices seem to be open yet.
No, the only time of year the boys get down before 10 o'clock in the morning is the month right ahead of election. I had a land map here somewhere. Oh, here you are.
Oh, good. I thought a newspaper office would have one. Let's see now.
Down here to do some surveying, Mr. Baker?
Yes, I guess you'd call it that.
Uh-huh.
244.71. I'm supposed to start at Township Lateral 12 and run a center line down Benton Road west as far as Section 19-1, Parcel 3.
That's so.
Yeah. Parcel 3, 160 acres, fronts on Benton, starting 621.62 feet past the mile corner. Then I'm supposed to run a line across the middle of Parcel 3, tie up to the state highway on the other side.
I see.
Well, that's what I needed. Thanks a lot, Mr. Rogers. You're the editor?
Editor, publisher, business, circulation manager, head reporter. Right now, I'm mostly a reporter.
Meaning you'd like to know what this job is for, huh?
Well, if you were to start telling me, I wouldn't stop you.
I wish I could, Mr. Rogers, but part of the deal is that I'm not to answer any questions. Why I'm running the line, who hired me to do it, nothing. I know it sounds crazy, but that's the way it is. Well, thanks again, Mr. Rogers. Sorry I can't give you an item for the paper.
Oh, you already have, Mr. Baker. A box on page 1. This town loves a mystery.
All right. You win. So long.
Parcel 3, Section 19-1. Well, what the dickens is this all about?
Oh, my confounded heart. Oh, it's pounding like a thresher. I have to get more exercise. Oh, my, I have to cut down on cigars. I just have... Oh, here it is, here it is. Oh,
Afternoon, Ezra.
Will, I got to see a piece in the paper. It's a back issue 2 weeks ago, as I recollect. Threw my copy away. Oh, my, got one, Will?
Sure, I got one. Now, relax, Ezra.
Yes.
The item came out 2 weeks ago. There can't be this much rush about it.
No, you just don't know.
Well, here you are. Now, which item was it
Never
that you
mind.
were looking...
I'll find it. Now, I remember it. Yeah, yeah, sure. I thought so. Mm-hmm.
How are things down on the farm, Ezra?
Huh?
I said, how are things down on Benton Road, west of Lateral 12? Don't you live somewhere around there?
Then you know about it. What have you heard, Will?
Heard about what?
About the, well, about nothing, I guess. No. Well, much obliged to you.
Find what you were looking for?
No, I must have been mistaken, but just a thanks anyway, Will. Sorry, Miss Button.
How are you, Mr. Wells?
Fine. Goodbye.
Well, who's chasing him, Will?
Beats me, Maggie. Seems like we're acting like an information bureau today. Only nobody will give us any information.
Well, one thing you can be sure of. When Ezra Welch starts hopping around like a flea on a griddle, somebody's about to get swindled.
Say, I wonder if this is the item he was looking at.
Hmm?
State Highway Cutoff at Elyria, approved by State Highway Board.
Well, what's that got to do with Ezra?
Say, Maggie, did you ever find out who owns that 160 acres of Parcel 3?
Yep. The deed's recorded in the name of Dan Partridge.
Old man Partridge, the town's other skinflint.
And Mr. Partridge got the land from Sarah Horton a couple of years ago. She couldn't meet the mortgage payments after her husband died, and he foreclosed on it.
Ezra Welch and Dan Partridge. You know, Maggie, if those two old billy goats are about to run together head on, it might be worth a column or two.
Sure, with pictures.
I think I'll drive out and talk to that surveyor again.
Oh, but you've got an appointment, Will. That businessman from Chicago, the Great Northern Products Company, or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, he won't get here before the 4 o'clock train, unless he gets off and walks. I gotta find out what this is all about, Maggie.
Sure.
Hasn't been any news this interesting since Reverend Bleak found those poker chips in the collection plate. See you later.
All right, Chad, that's good. Right there, put in a stake. Now, what was it you were asking, Mr. Rogers?
Not asking, just commenting, you might say. I said that judging by the kind of line you're laying out, a person might figure a highway was going through here. Cut off, maybe, to Benton Road.
Well, they might if they didn't know much about highways.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured somebody's counting on that, all right.
Meaning what?
Nope. Sorry, Mr. Baker. Can't answer any questions.
All right. Stalemate, Mr. Rogers. Neither one of us can answer questions.
No, but a man might speculate some. For instance, now, if this isn't a center line for a highway, just what the dickens could it be?
Ooh, power line, maybe?
From where to where?
No question.
Rhetorical. No answer expected.
Well, in that case... About an inch to your left, Chad. Yeah, that's it. Now drive it in. Well, maybe it's a water main.
Yep. Need one bad. There are at least 3 farms along this 1.5 miles. Never know when their wells will go dry.
Line for a gas main, maybe?
No. I figure it's more like a fishing line. And it's got about 160 acres of bait on it. A brand of bait called Parcel 3.
Would you know of any particular fish that might like that kind of bait?
Yeah, one. Local variety of the spotted curmudgeon, sometimes known as the common skinflint. A fellow named Ezra Welch.
I see.
Mr. Baker, if you're in on this swindle, there's no use talking any further with you. But if you're not, I'd like to ask you 2 or 3 questions.
All right. Fire away.
Can you see any legitimate purpose at all in this survey?
Well, frankly, no. Nobody in his right mind would ever put a highway across here. Too many other places that are better. And it doesn't look like much is farmland.
No, I doubt if it's worth $40 an acre.
Look, Mr. Rogers, when I was hired for this job, I was told it was some sort of a practical joke. Now, if it's more than that, I don't want to be party to it.
Just one more question, Mr. Baker. Was the man who hired you for this job named Dan Partridge?
How'd you know, Mr. Rogers?
He owns this parcel of land. You know, I think I'd better get back into town.
Why?
There's a wolf in there who's fixing to hook himself a shark. If I can't stop it, at least I can report it.
Afternoon, Will.
Afternoon, Helen.
Howdy, Will.
Hello, Jim.
Can I help you, Mr. Rogers?
Why, yes. I wanted to see the real estate manager, Ed Dresser. Is he in?
Well, he's in, but he's busy right now. Well, if you'll just wait a few minutes, Mr.
Oh,
Rogers...
I'll barge right on in. He won't mind.
Yes?
Hi, Ed. I hope I'm not... Well.
You know Mr. Partridge, don't you, Will?
Oh, yes. I know him well.
Pleasant surprise, Mr. Rogers. Yes, sir. Just the man I want to see.
Oh?
A little item in your paper. Saw possibilities in it. Made plans, put them into action. Yes, sir. Sold a useless piece of land of mine a few minutes ago. $7,500. 3-4,000 clear profit. Yes, sir. Fine day's business.
Say, Ed, did Ezra Welch buy that 160 acres of Mr. Partridge's?
Yes, Will.
Ezra thought he was putting one over on me. Yes, sir. Thought he could gyp old Dan Partridge.
And instead, you gypped him.
Perfectly legal, Mr. Rogers. Hired a surveyor, that's all. Told him to keep his mouth shut. Figured Ezra'd seen the same item I had about that highway cutoff. He had. Figured he'd see the surveyor. He did. Figured he'd jump to conclusions. He did. Yes, sir. Perfectly legal.
Yes, sir. Crooked, maybe, but perfectly legal.
Say, what's this all about, Will?
Well, Ed, it's a case of 2 card sharpers playing each other with a marked deck, counterfeit money, aces up their sleeve, and 6 shooters under the table. One's just about as bad as the other, only Dan Partridge here happened to come out the winner.
Perfectly legal, Mr. Rogers.
There's still too many legal ways to be dishonest, as far as I'm concerned.
Mr. Rogers, I don't see it's any of your business.
Now, what's the minute, Mr. Partridge? Since this whole thing hinged on that item in my newspaper, it sort of makes me an accessory before the fact. Now, I run a newspaper, and I think our readers might be interested in what you 2 gentlemen have done. Of course, it might trouble you some, Mr. Partridge. As a matter of fact, it might trouble you a whole doggone lot.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment. But first, your radio can be your constant companion during the day, at work, in your car, at mealtime, on the porch, wherever you may be at any moment. And during the day, two of radio's outstanding stars are here on CBS Radio, Arthur Godfrey and Art Linkletter. Most of these same stations bring you every day, Monday through Friday, those 90 minutes of pure enjoyment with Arthur Godfrey time, and those delightful 30-minute house parties which Art Linkletter throws. Leave your dial where it is. They'll be here again tomorrow on CBS Radio. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
About got it, Maggie?
Uh-huh. Just a second.
Got a headline here that ought to fit.
Uh-huh. There it is, Will. Shall we brace ourselves for a libel suit?
Oh, why, there's nothing here but the facts. Of course, if somebody wants to draw certain conclusions of their own, well, that's what I meant for them to do.
What's the headline, Will?
The perfectly legal deal of the week.
Good. Let's see, that's 3, 6, 9, 8.
Now, no use counting them, Maggie. That headline will fit.
Okay. 2 lines over 2 columns?
Yeah. And tell Ben to use some of that special type if he's got enough, that Old English Gothic. Tell him to use Sanskrit if it'll make it stand out any bigger.
I imagine it'll stand out too much for Old Man Partridge.
Well, Maggie, I think you're wrong. You know, I was sitting here thinking while you were typing it up. He'll love it. He's got the best of Ezra Welsh for once, and he'll want everybody to know about it.
Well, it's too bad the one person who deserves it couldn't make a profit off that land.
You mean Sarah Horton?
Will, she begged Dan Partridge to give her an extension on the mortgage after her husband died. He wouldn't even listen to her.
Well, she didn't lose much. She never would have found a buyer for it.
Oh, I suppose.
Will, I want to thank you. Mighty fine newspaper you run. Yes, there's a little item in it. Going to make me a nice piece of money next month or so. If you hadn't printed that item...
Now, Ezra, take a good hold on your hat, clamp your jaw, lean against that table, and breathe deep.
Yes. What are you talking about, Will?
The state highway cutoff is not going through Section 19-1, Parcel 3.
But I saw the item. I saw the fellow surveying
And you snuck straight into town and had the bank buy the land for you, exactly what Dan Partridge intended for you to do.
Dan Partridge? Oh, you mean he, you mean it?
Would you like a glass of water, Mr. Welch?
No, that crook. That low-down, cheating crook.
Yeah, he's certainly the wrong kind of person for an honest man like you to be dealing with, Ezra.
You sure about this, Will?
Called the State Highway Board about an hour ago. You can read all about it in the next Gazette.
That blackguard. That conniver. I gotta get out of here, Will. Yes, I gotta get out of here, and I gotta think. There must be some way. When's that paper come out, Will?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, so most people won't know about the cutoff until then, huh? Still, it's hard to find anybody fool enough to...
Good night, Mr. Welch.
That swindler!
Maggie, you know what always makes a dog the maddest?
What?
To take away the bone he just stole from another dog.
Well, it seems to me Dan Partridge has the bone. $7,500 one.
Yeah, a big bone.
Too bad he can't lose it in the river trying to get a bigger one.
Huh?
Well, you know, that dog in Aesop's fables. We saw his reflection in the water and dropped the bone he had trying to get the bone the dog in the water had.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Maggie, do you object to sharp practices provided they're in the interests of justice?
Whose justice, Will?
Mine.
Then sharpen 'em up.
All right. Where does Sarah Horton live?
Oh, she boards with Grandma Avery, but it's kind of late.
Dark nights for dark deeds, Maggie.
What are you going to do, Will?
Check the theory that most swindlers are suckers for their own game.
Is it legal?
Perfectly legal.
Yes, I do have that much in my savings account, Mr. Rogers. In fact, I have $1,421.10.
Good.
But I'm in no position to risk $1,000.
Now, Mrs. Horton, if I'm right, you'll have a buyer begging you for that land within 24 hours.
But I just don't understand.
Now, you just leave that to me. I think it's time that a certain person in this town gave a little instead of always taking from everybody. You're not the only one he's foreclosed mortgages on, you know.
Yes, but...
Now, it'll only be plain justice. It'll be poetic justice. You owned that land before he took it away from you.
No, I know, Mr. Rogers,
and to
but
cinch
still...
the thing, if you should lose $1,000, I'll manage to pay it back to you myself.
Well, all right. What is it I'm supposed to do?
All right. Now, you go to the bank when it first opens in the morning. Draw $1,000 out of your savings account and take it to Ed Dresser in the real estate department.
Ed Dresser.
Yeah. And then tell him you're offering the $1,000 for a 90-day transferable option to buy the land. Total price, $5,000. Get it?
Yes.
All right. Then tell him you want to close the deal right away, before noon if possible. And don't tell him why you want to buy.
And then as soon as I have the option, I'm to call your office and tell you. Is that right?
That's right. And by noon if you can. I got an appointment with a man from Chicago at 1 o'clock, and if I can get him convinced, why, we're on our way.
I entirely agree with you, Mr. Rogers. This tract of land might make a fair factory site in the distant future.
I thought you'd agree.
But as I told you yesterday, my firm is definitely not interested in building a processing plant in this area. Not now, not in the foreseeable future. So let's be frank. Why did we drive out here?
Well, mostly, I guess, so you could see for yourself that this parcel of land's just about worthless.
It's that, all right.
And so that you'd know for sure that anybody wanting to buy it must have some reason that wasn't on the surface.
I'm afraid I don't
understand.
understand.
And then I wanted to ask a favor of you.
Well, something I can do.
You can. I'd like for you to stop over for about 10 minutes this afternoon on your way through State City and call on a surveyor named Baker.
Well...
Yeah, and introduce yourself and your firm, Great Northern Products Company and all. Tell him one thing and then ask him 3 questions. That's all.
What thing? And what questions?
Well, tell him you heard that he ran a survey on this property yesterday. And then ask him about the grade level in regard to a railroad siding. Ask him if the subsoil is suitable for a factory site. And ask him if he thinks the property could be bought for $30,000.
$30,000? For this?
Now, you're not offering. You're just asking.
Well, I presume you're going to tell me why I should be doing all this, Mr. Rogers. But first, let me ask you one question. Is it legal?
Perfectly legal.
Well, it's almost 9 o'clock and nothing's happened yet. Maybe tonight's too soon.
Maybe. With a chance to cheat somebody out of that much money, I can't see him letting it ride overnight.
Well, no, but we're not sure. He even...
I'll get it. Elyria Gazette.
Mr. Rogers?
Yeah?
Baker in State City.
Oh. How's the weather up there?
Well, it was a little windy earlier, but... Look, Mr. Rogers, in view of what you told me yesterday about that job I did down there, I thought you ought to know what happened a few hours ago.
Such as having a visitor drop in, introducing himself and asking some questions about a piece of land?
Well, you know about it then.
Just guessing, Mr. Baker. Does old man Partridge know about it?
Yes, I phoned him right afterward. I thought...
Then don't worry about a thing. It'll all work out. Read about it in the Gazette tomorrow morning. If there is a Gazette tomorrow morning.
Well, it's all made up, except for the space you're holding for this story. But the way things look, it may be a week before we... Oh,
thank heaven you're still here.
What happened, Sarah?
Well, Mr. Partridge phoned. He offered to take that option off my hands for $500.
Mighty generous.
He said he knew I'd bought it because I thought the highway cutoff was going through the land. Only it wasn't, and I was throwing $1,000 away.
And he was willing to absorb half the loss. A true friend in need.
And I told him I wouldn't do anything without your advice. So he's on his way here. I don't think he likes the idea much, though.
No, I don't suppose. He's afraid he may have to go even as high as $1,000. For a piece of property he thinks he can get $30,000 for.
$30,000? Oh, Mr. Rogers,
Now, you
I
just
don't
wait
know
and
what...
see, Mrs. Horton. Just leave it to me, and we're going.
You're already here, Mrs. Horton.
Come in, Mr. Partridge.
Evening, Mr. Rogers. Miss Button.
Hello.
Presume the little lady told you about the offer I made her? Yes, sir. She's got herself in a spot. Willing to help her out of it. More than willing. Glad to.
$500 doesn't sound very glad to me.
Been thinking that over. Don't want to quibble. Raising to $750. Yes, sir. Got a certified check right here, little lady.
Well,
I guess you don't get the point, Mr. Partridge. Mrs. Horton optioned that piece of land as an investment. She doesn't want to sell at present. Not at any price.
She's got to sell it.
What?
I mean, she's, got the wrong idea. Land's practically worthless. Yes, sir. Price will never go up. She's bound to lose.
Well, then what do you want with a worthless piece of land, Mr. Partridge?
Matter of sympathy. Helping the little lady out. A woman alone. Feel sorry for her. Don't want her to suffer over this.
I see. And did you feel the same way 5 years ago when you took the land away from her on a foreclosure?
Matter of business, Mr. Rogers. Hated to do it.
And tonight it's a matter of philanthropy, generosity. Is that it?
Precisely. To prove it, give you $2,000, Mrs. Horton. That's $1,000 profit. Yes, sir. Got a certified check right here.
How many of those checks do you have?
$2,000, Mr. Rogers. Final offer.
Well, good night.
What's that?
You said it was your final offer. Good night.
Now, wait, Mr. Rogers. Got to be reasonable. Got to talk this over. Work out a compromise. Absolutely, positively, and without question, my final offer. I'm a fool to do this. Become a matter of principle. Yes, sir, my motives have been doubted. My generosity. I'm only trying to help the little lady.
$15,000. I don't know, Mrs. Horton, but that's not a bad return in 24 hours on a $1,000 investment. I guess you better take it.
Whatever you say, Mr. Rogers.
Good. Just sign this bill of transfer, bottom line. Mr. Rogers, Miss Button, witnesses. Yes, sir. $15,000. Got a certified check, right? That one's for $20,000.
We quit too soon.
She's already signed. The witnesses now. And here's your check, Mrs. Horton.
Thank you.
Pleasure, real pleasure. Just let me blot that ink now. There. Well, that does it. I won't take any more of your time.
Mr. Partridge, you're probably the most generous and big-hearted man in Illyria.
Well, now...
And I think the people should know about this. In fact, I'm going to print an article about it in tomorrow's paper.
That's nice of you. That's very nice. Yes.
You look for it, Mr. Partridge. I think you'll find it sort of interesting.
I will. I most certainly will. Good night.
$15,000. Well, I just can't believe it, Mr. Rogers. And, too, it doesn't seem quite honest somehow.
Well, you heard him keep saying he knew the land was worthless and he was only being generous.
I know, but...
Of course, he may not know just how generous yet, but that's beside the point. And if he thought that... Maggie, what are you doing?
Trying to figure out who lost what. Now, if Ezra bought the land from Dan for $7,500 and got $1,000 from Sarah for an option to buy it for $5,000...
Maggie.
Yes, Will?
This is going to take a while. Let's get the paper out day after tomorrow.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield and produced and transcribed by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Joseph Kearns, Vic Perrin, and Helen Cleave, with John Stevenson, James Griffith, and Eleanor Tannen. The special music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. greater Western has ever been written than The Virginian. And tomorrow night on CBS Radio, it comes to life again as screen star William Holden stars as The Virginian. You'll find him on your Thursday theater on most of these same CBS radio stations. Be listening as once again that famous line rings out, "When you call me that, smile." Bob Lamont speaking. And remember, you meet comedy when you meet Millie Thursday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. I see where they recently banned another book in that big city back east. Reminds me what a wise old man once told me. He said, most of the best books and all of the best people increase in stature if they stay out of print.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr. It's a town between you and your destination on summer trips. A little too hot in August and September, and if you drove through in the winter, it would be a little cold. You might stop there for a cold drink in summer or a hot drink in winter. But the chances are you'll leave both times with the comment, why on earth do people live in a town like Elyria? Well, they live there because it's home. You can't know the town or its people by driving down Main Street, and you can't hear its laughter or its tears, or know its easy, unhurried pace. So, next time you're driving through, why don't you plan to stop a while? Introduce yourself. Elyria might surprise you. It's surprised city people before. Now, you take that fellow there walking along the square. That's Doc Clemens. You could find out an awful lot about Elyria if you followed Doc around for a few days and nights.
Afternoon, Eve.
Afternoon, Doc. Hot enough for you?
Yeah, sure is. Afternoon, Hardy.
Afternoon, Doc.
Hot enough for you?
Yeah, sure is.
Emma Hunter, stop where you are.
Oh, I was afraid you'd be the first one I run into, and here you are.
When I say flat on your back for 3 days, I ain't just saying it for practice, Emma. I said 3 days, and it was yesterday evening when I said it.
And I told you I'd do it if I could. You doctors make me sick. Just take to your bed, you say. You need a good rest. But you never quite point out who's going to mind to the cooking or the grocery shopping or empty the pan under the icebox.
You just march right on home now.
Flat on my back for 3 days. How? Just how?
Is that your grocery list?
Indeed it is, and I mean to get it if you'll quit barking at me out here in the hot sun.
I'll get the groceries, and you get on home and get to bed like I told you.
Now you just stop being so bossy. I'll get my own groceries, thank you very much.
Emma, we'd both feel mighty silly if I picked you up and carried you home.
Why, of all the... I don't think you could pick me up.
I don't think so either. So skedaddle on home with you before I have to prescribe for the both of us.
Oh, Doc, you make me feel such a fool.
Go on.
I'll go, but take a good look at the celery, Doc, and don't bring me any if it's reedy.
And leave the icebox pan be. I'll empty it when I bring the groceries. Doggone it all. Afternoon, Maggie. Will.
Hi, Doc.
Afternoon, Doc.
Maggie, what gets into women?
You'll have to do better than that, Doc.
I mean, what makes them so downright pig-headed stubborn?
Well, men, for one thing.
You asked for that one, Doc. Who'd you have a run-in with?
Emma Hunter, bless her heart. She called me yesterday and told me she was weak as a cat. So I stopped by there last evening, and sure enough, she was. Trying to do too blame much in all this heat and all. So I prescribed a tonic. Told her to take to her bed for 3 days, flat on her back. And I run into her just now, out in the hot sun, big as you please, thinking to do her grocery shopping.
Why, you should have picked her up right then and there and carried her home.
Exactly what I said.
Oh, you two make me sick. Emma's all alone. She's got to eat, look after her house, cook her food.
Exactly what she said.
Well, that's what gets into women and makes them so downright pig-headed stubborn.
Well, now, I'm sorry, Maggie. No real offense, you know. I just wish to high heaven Emma'd take care of herself, though.
Is she real sick, Doc?
Well, not yet. Just plumb tuckered. Wore out. A few days of good rest would do wonders for her.
How'd it be if I phoned Mrs. Weatherwax? I know she'd be glad to see that Emma had her meals and food brought in and things like that.
Well, that'd be a big help, Will. Sure would. I don't know how Emma'd take to it,
I'll
but
talk to Emma. She'll be all right about it. Don't forget, when you talk to Mrs. Weatherwax, Will, give her a little warning about your guest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Company coming, Will?
Yeah, sort of. Student from the journalism school at State College. Coming for a week to see how a country newspaper's run.
Yeah, kind of like an intern.
Kind of. Ran into Dean Bradford fishing a few weeks back. He told me about this scheme he's worked out with other country editors in the state, and I told him to send me somebody, and, well, here, this wire just came a while ago.
Arrived Tuesday morning, ready for action. C.J. Griffith. Sounds like a willing worker.
Yeah. Only thing is, though, I don't know what we'll be able to offer him in the way of action. We'll find stuff for him to do, I guess. Good thing, you know, actual work on a country paper. After all that theory they pump into you at school.
Well, sounds real practical to me.
There may be a murder for him to report.
Huh?
If you don't call Mrs. Weatherwax and tell her he's coming tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I better do that, all right. Want to hand me the phone, Maggie?
Uh-huh.
Well, I got to mosey along.
Stick around, Doc. I want to talk to you about that overpass business west of town.
Well, I'll stop in a little later, Will. I got a errand to run just now. Oh, say, I saw Hardy on the square a few minutes back.
Did you talk to him?
Nope, just spoke.
Speaking of pig-headed stubborn, Hardy Rutledge is doing a pretty good job of it, and he's a man.
I got to give you that, Maggie. Well, we'll talk about it later, huh, Will?
Fine, Doc.
Afternoon to you.
Bye, Doc.
Bye.
The phone, Will?
Huh?
Mrs. Weatherwax.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're in pretty early, aren't you, Maggie?
Morning, Will. I haven't been here long. I just woke up earlier than usual this morning.
What's happened to the office?
I straightened things. Just a little.
You sure did. I didn't know. For a minute, I thought it was in the wrong place. Looks like a regular parlor.
We ought to keep it this way all the time, Will. It looks nice, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Don't know whether I'll be able to find anything, though, but it looks real nice. You do too, Maggie.
Oh, it's just a dress I haven't worn for a while.
Don't think I've ever seen it.
I don't think you ever have either. But I've worn it before. To church, things.
Goodness. Pencil all sharpened. Typewriter's been dusted. Say, what's that? A new blotter on my desk?
No, I just turned the old one over.
Oh. Well?
Well?
What's it all about?
He's due here any minute now, Will. And if you don't have any pride in how the Gazette office looks to a newcomer, well, I do.
Oh, the kid from journalism school. What's his name?
C.J. Griffith.
Yeah. Well, he ought to be real impressed with us, Maggie. We sure look nice.
Maybe you could run over and get your suit pressed before he comes, Will.
He won't be looking at me. Not with you all slicked up like that.
Oh, Will.
Of course, he's just a college boy, Maggie. He might be too young for you.
Will Rogers. I think that remark was entirely uncalled for. Whatever I've done for the Gazette, and I won't have you thinking...
Hello. Oh, you must be Rogers.
Well, yes, ma'am. I'm Will Rogers.
Glad to know you, Rogers. I'm Griffith.
Griffith?
C.J. Griffith. Didn't you get my wire?
Well, yeah, we did, only... Well, this is my assistant, Maggie Button, Miss Griffith.
Button?
Miss Griffith?
Well, sit down. Sit down. I'll be honest with you, Miss Griffith. Maggie and me, we were sort of expecting a boy.
So was my mother.
Yeah.
Will.
Yes, Maggie?
Do you think the day's too young for me to go out for a cup of coffee?
Too young?
Too young.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Go right ahead, Button. Rogers and I can handle things here.
I'll bet you can at that.
Cigarette, Rogers?
Oh, no thanks.
I've read your crusade. What's blocking it?
Crusade?
The railroad crossing west of town. Isn't that your current cause?
Well, I guess you could call it that. If you came in that way this morning, you must have noticed it's a blind approach from both sides.
And you want the town to build an overpass, according to last week's Gazette.
Oh, well, I've been plugging away at it a long time now. To tell you the truth, Miss Griffith, I don't care if they build a pass over it or under it, just so long as they make it a safe crossing.
Who's the opposition?
Well, no one's exactly against the idea, but Rutledge and some of the other boys of the town council say it's too expensive for the taxpayers to bear just now. And low taxes are a blame good argument any time. Only it shouldn't apply where public welfare and safety is concerned.
Any way to discredit Rutledge?
Hardy? Why, he's a fine man. We just don't see eye to eye on this proposition, that's all.
It'd be a break, though, if we could dig up something on him. You know, a personal scandal, something like that.
No, ma'am. I don't see any advantage to that at all.
I just thought that...
Yes, ma'am. Now then, I want... Well, good morning, John.
Well?
Say, hold it. I want you to meet someone.
I got work to do.
This is Miss Griffith, John Reed.
Hello, Reed.
Miss Griffith takes journalism at State College, John.
Good Lord.
John's our press man. In fact, he's our press room, from handset to linotype. John's the whole show.
I've worked in the shop a lot at school. I know typefaces from Gaudy to Gothic, and engraving from line cuts to photolithography.
She gonna be around here?
This week. Part of her journalism course.
Keep her out front.
Now, John, take it easy.
One of her feet in my shop, and both of mine walk out.
John's sort of temperamental-like.
I didn't mean to offend him. I thought he might be interested.
Well, you just kind of have to handle him. Old devil, he must be near 80, maybe older. He's worked with all of them, including Bill White and Emporia.
Bless his heart.
Yeah, but don't tell him that. He's the meanest, most cantankerous, sweetest old guy in the world. Talk to him about Bill White. He'll come around.
I'll remember that.
How was your coffee, Maggie?
Fine, Will. Just fine.
Well, we've been jawing here, getting no special place in a hurry.
Oh, I ran into Mrs. Weatherwax on the street, Will.
Oh? Oh, say, Miss Griffith, that reminds me. I better be taking you out to the house so you can get settled and all.
Fine with me.
I'd call Mrs. Weatherwax before I went home, Will. I sort of got the impression she had something she wanted to talk to you about.
That's so?
Mm-hmm. Of course, she may have packed up and left by now, because, like Miss Griffith's mother, Mrs. Weatherwax was expecting a boy.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment, but first, tomorrow night, Dorothy McGuire stars on CBS Radio's Thursday Theater. She'll be heard as an elevator operator who falls in love during her annual 2-week vacation and finds that a return to the city changes things considerably for the man she's smitten with. It's Sometime Every Summertime. And it's yours for delightful dramatic thrills tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. And now, we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
Mrs. Weatherwax, if you'll just stop what you're doing a minute and talk this out with me. Mrs. Weatherwax. Now, please, Mrs. Weatherwax, just stop a minute and listen to me. Miss Griffith will be down in a moment, and we're not going to have another chance to talk. Oops, sorry. We've had people stay here before, and you never seem to mind. I don't see that it's any different this time. I know that I told you last night she was a fella, but you see, last night I thought she was a fella. And then this morning, when she came to the office, well, she wasn't. Now, Miss Weatherwax, please, before you turn that on, honest, it'll be all right. She'll just be here till Friday, and you'll be here all the time, and, why, everything will be just as proper as it can be. Honest, Mrs. Weatherwax, as far as I'm concerned, she might just as well be a fella. Oh, Mrs. Weatherwax.
Well, she certainly looks straight through me.
Oh, Mrs. Weatherwax is all right. She's just a little
temperamental?
Well, sometimes. Sweet old soul, though. Sure takes wonderful care of Jill and me.
Where'd you say your daughter is?
She's been staying up summer camp. Sure miss her. Well, I guess the thing to do now is take you around town and introduce you to the folks. That's a big part of being a country editor, Miss Griffith. You got to know your town, your county, and your people, and their problems.
What's your housekeeper's problem?
Nothing I can change with an editorial.
Well, I'll tell you, Rogers. If it's all the same to you, suppose I just tackle Illyria alone and unannounced. Meet the people my way and see what I can do with them. I'd like to write some first-hand impressions. You know, a roving reporter looks inside Illyria.
Well, all right, Miss Griffith. Only one thing about folks here, just don't underestimate them. Oh, and don't overestimate the power of the press.
Notice it comes in. No, you're not the first call we've had. You bet I will. Bye. No, on second thought, I think I'll leave you off the hook a while. Will, where on earth have you been for the last hour?
Oh, I stopped and poked around the library a while after I left Miss Griffith. And then coming back, I fed the pigeons in the square. You better hang up that phone, Maggie.
Well, just sit down and
Oh,
prepare.
say, remind me, Maggie. We got to raise a little ruckus about that fountain in the square. Now, those blame pigeons...
That's
they're
if we ever put out another edition of the Gazette.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Miss Front Page Scoop.
Huh?
C.J. Griffith. We've had at least a dozen calls in the last half hour. You take it.
All right. Elyria Weekly Gazette.
Well, Rogers, I think the dad-blamed heat's got you, and it's too hot a day for me to be running the temperature.
Doc, what's the matter?
This C.J. Griffith of yours. She tells me you authorized her to go around town taking down her impressions of people and things.
That's right, I did, Doc.
Well, she's got the wrong dad-blamed impression of me, and I'll state it publicly if I have to. I don't care for her methods. Now, you listen to me.
You're just getting yourself hotter, Doc.
And in a minute, I'll reach my boiling point. Just tell her for me that window peeping is a minor offense, and I don't give a hoot what she thinks. I'm calling on Emma Hunter as her physician. And the bald-faced fact that Miss C.J. Griffith caught me emptying Emma Hunter's icebox pan in no way connects us romantically.
Inside Elyria.
She's been doing it all over town, Will. You want to see the list of people who've called?
Not now, Maggie. I want to later, though.
I'll pick them up Friday then, John. Thanks a lot. Hello, Will. Maggie.
Hi, Hardy.
Mr. Rutledge?
I had a little printing job for John, but as long as I'm here, I'd like to ask a favor of you, Will.
Do my best, Hardy.
Will you lay off for 1 week?
Lay off?
Just this one issue of the Gazette. Will you leave out the editorial about the railroad crossing?
I don't see what that'd accomplish.
Well, it'd mean a lot to me. You've stirred up a lot of public pressure, and it's making my job a lot harder, Will.
Yeah, but a proper crossing would mean a lot to Elyria, Hardy.
All right, Will.
Excuse me, I'm in a hurry.
Pardon me.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you Hardy Rutledge?
Oh, yes, I am.
I'd like to get a statement from
Miss
you.
Griffith, come here and sit down. That's all right, Hardy. Just forget about it.
Okay, Will.
I don't get it, Rogers. I've been looking all over town for him. I saw his picture in the town hall.
Sit down.
Yes, sir?
Is that your inside Elyria?
Yes, but they're just rough notes. I'll have to type it up and polish it and... Hey, what are you doing?
Miss Griffith, I want to have a little talk with you about facts and truth and ethics and the responsibility of the press. Well, let's take a look at her. Pretty good-looking front page, huh?
Looks great to me, Rogers. Want me to proofread it?
Don't let John hear you say that. Nobody checks even his galley proofs, except to admire their beauty. Oh, Maggie,
Yeah, Will.
what are you saving this fudge column for on page 1?
Oh, in case there's any change in Mr. Maynard's condition at the hospital. We've got the story now, though. There, column 6.
Oh, yeah.
Okay if I go home now, Will?
Sure, yeah. Wait a minute, we'll all go. John can put the Gazette to bed without us, and happy to do it.
Oh, I don't want to go yet. What I mean is I've followed this week's issue all the way, Rogers. You go on, but can't I stay till John runs off a few at least?
Well, sure, if you want to. Only it's pretty late to be coming home all alone.
I'll ask John to tell me another story of when he worked for Bill White in Emporia. He'll see me home.
I guess he will at that. Oh, tell him to use his own judgment about filling in that space on page 1. Either let it out or use a filler. He'll do what he wants to anyway.
I'll tell him, Rogers. Good night, you two.
Good night. Good night.
How does page 1 look to you this morning, Rogers?
Fine. Hey, what's this about?
I wondered if you'd ever see it. We got ourselves a real scoop. I don't think Hardy Rutledge has a leg to stand on now.
At press time last night, the Gazette learned that Hardy Rutledge, long an obstacle in the way of the railroad crossing issue, is joining the construction firm of Clark and Yancey effective today. The Gazette will watch with interest to see if Rutledge's attitude towards the public safety will change in view of his new affiliation. What in the holy name happened to John?
John? He doesn't deserve the credit. I do.
You?
Well, certainly. After you and Button left last night, I came across some cards Rutledge had John print up for him to pick up today. I wrote that story.
I don't know what to say.
It was just one of those naturals, Rogers. You say in your editorial that Clark and Yancey submitted the highest bid to the town council for building an overpass. And now, after blocking you all the way, it looks to me like Rutledge was bought off.
Miss Griffith, I'm not very interested in how it looks to you. Even if it's true, and I can't believe it of Hardy, you had no right to print that story.
Why not?
We run the only printing press in town. Hardy had to bring his work here. And it's just not ethical to use that kind of information without authorization.
Rogers, I thought you'd be proud
And more
of
than
me.
that, before you make wild charges and speculations about Rutledge's attitude, you better be careful and do some factual investigation. And then when you do that, you print your findings with your opinions on the editorial page. Oh, well, there you are, John. I want to talk to you.
Great little reporting job on page 1. Will?
John, I don't understand. Why did you print it?
To teach you a little something yourself about the responsibility of the press. A good country editor stays with his paper until it's ready to hit the streets. You never saw Bill White go home before his work was done and leave some lame-brained collegian to run amok?
Yes, you're right, John. You're dead right. But what about your responsibility?
Young darn fool. I just printed one copy of it, the one on your desk. Went to a lot of trouble to teach you a lesson. See that you remember it.
Oh, morning, John. My card's ready?
On Maggie's desk. You can pay Will for it.
Well, I guess you saw the cards, Will.
Oh, not officially, Hardy. But from what I understand, I don't know whether to congratulate you or not.
Well, it's a good move for me, all right. But it's a better one for Elyria.
How's that?
It's why I asked you to lay off for a week, Will. I'm going with the firm on the condition that they do a rush job on that overpass construction. And that they do it for the amount the taxpayers voted to spend for this purpose in the last election.
Oh, that's wonderful, Hardy. Sure wish you could have told me this before.
Clark and Yancey wanted to stay out of the picture for business reasons until now. You'd be surprised, Will. If all the facts weren't made known at the same time, some irresponsible people might have misinterpreted this whole business.
Yeah, you're right, Hardy. I sure hate to think of what had happened if they had.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Karen Steele, Harry Bartell, Ann Morrison, and Edgar Barrier. The special music was composed by Renee Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You have to face facts when you talk about Korea. And the facts are that there are more than 35,000 war orphans in Korea. They not only have no parents, but they have no shelter, no warm clothing, no food. They are not responsible for their condition, and some of them can remember no other. Their government tries to help, but the best it can do is a cup or two of rice a day for each. To save the kids of Korea, send a contribution to your local CARE office, or to CARE New York, or CARE Los Angeles. This evening, CBS Radio and Alfredo Antonini's orchestra invite you to another Straw Hat concert over most of these same stations. It's strictly informal. So for sprightly summertime melody, stick around and get a cheerful little earful of CBS Radio Straw Hat Concert. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, we had an important visitor through Elyria the other day. Big diplomat, just back from a meeting. And he told me, these international conferences are just like Arkansas political conventions. Only the food is fancier.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr. One of the biggest differences between a city and a small town is the degree of nearness about everything. In a city, you can be as much a part of its activities and interests and enterprises as you want to, or you can be as remote as you choose. But in a small town, the choice isn't yours to make, really. Distances, people, the doings of the town, its triumphs and its tragedies. All this is nearer. City people put it this way. Everybody knows your business in a small town. To which small town people reply, but it's wonderful to have your friends close by. You're never lonely in a small town. Well, there's room for this difference of opinion. If it didn't exist, we wouldn't have small towns like Elyria, and we wouldn't know people like Will Rogers and Maggie Button.
So the plan now is to have it at the church with picnic tables and the outside games on the side lawn. Then if it should rain or turn cold, we can always go inside and have everything in the church basement.
I'd like to see that. Sack race, tug-of-war, and baseball game in the church basement.
Well, it might get messy, but no one at the meeting could come up with a better idea.
That's a darn shame. You know, Elyria ought to have a pavilion or a youth center or some kind of a recreation hall.
You think you can get one built by Saturday?
I kind of doubt it. Right now, I'll just settle for a good crowd on Saturday.
I think people will come, Will. They ought to.
What did they decide about the food?
They're going to auction off box suppers to the grown-ups. We'll have to raise money some way. But they're still going to furnish hot dogs and hamburgers to the kids.
Everybody bring a box supper for the auction?
Just the women.
And the men bid for them, and the highest bidder gets to eat with the lady who made the supper?
It's always been that way as far as I know.
Just wondered if they were operating under any new rules. Well, that's a tricky business, you know. First off, a man never knows whether the food's going to be worth eating, and after that, he never knows whether the lady that fixed it is going to be worth eating it with.
Well, that's part of the fun, the surprise.
Haven't got a thing in the world against a surprise, but I don't like a shock, especially with my evening meal.
What do you mean a shock?
Well, now, I'd count Letty Parmenter a shock.
Will Rogers. Letty Parmenter is just as nice as she can be, and she's never done a thing to you.
She doesn't do a thing for me either, which is more or less my point.
Well.
Now, I know she's a grand girl and all that, but that infernal giggle of hers is enough to set a man off.
Well, Letty's shy. I think she sort of likes you. That's why she giggles so much when you're around.
Well, you don't have to take off that way on my account.
I saw her at the meeting. She asked especially if you were coming Saturday.
She did not.
She did, too.
Well, now, why on earth would she ask a thing like that?
I told you. I think she likes you.
Will you stop saying that?
Anytime you stop asking me. I wonder if John took any calls while we were out.
Why don't you check him on that, Maggie? I want to call Doc and... Now, what's all this about?
Well, what is it?
Well, it was the editorial I wrote for this week. Wait till I talk to that John. John, doggone it, did you foul up this editorial of mine?
Nope.
What do you mean, no? This is your writing all over the margins, isn't it? And your proof marks all the way through it.
Yep. Those are mine.
Well, what'd you say nope for?
You asked did I foul up your editorial. I didn't. You did.
You didn't like the editorial, is that it?
That's it.
Well, now, that's just great. Because I don't give a hoot whether you liked it or not. And all... John, will you turn off that press a minute? Now, John, I know you've got the interest of the paper at heart and all that. And I appreciate the writing you do for it and the copy reading and all. But you leave my editorials alone.
I got work to do.
Well, then you just do it. And leave my work to me.
When an editorial is forceful and clear, I will leave it to you.
John, I tell you, sometimes you make me so dad blame mad.
Now, you just simmer down and mind who you're talking to. I've been pretty patient with you, all things considered. Every so often I think you're going to make the grade, and then you turn around and write a watered-down, pussyfooting thing like that. Why, you're lucky I even set it up for you.
Now, John, what's wrong with it?
Well, I ought to just make you sit with it quiet for a while and figure the answer for yourself, only there isn't time for that. We need a good editorial, and I haven't got time to do everything around here.
I'd settle right now if you just print the paper.
Point one. You call this shindig coming up Saturday night a benefit for the boys at Willoughby Farm.
Well, that's what it is. All the money that's raised goes to feed and clothe the boys for the coming year. Now, if that's not a benefit, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, point two. You don't know what it is. Folks who read that drivel of yours, they're going to feel holier than thou. A few of them will come and spend a little wad of their money and feel like they've done their bit. Is that what you want?
Sure, I want folks to come and spend their money.
Well, then get them there, the whole blessed town. And if you folks from the county, tell them who the benefit's really for. Not for those 12 orphan boys who live and work at Willoughby Farm.
Yes, it is,
Oh,
John.
young darn fool. The benefit's for Elyria. Can't you see that? Benefit and taxes they won't have to pay because these 12 boys won't ever be delinquent. That's just the beginning of the benefit to the town, but it's one they'll understand.
Well, you think I should shame folks into coming?
Oh, if that approach makes them feel shame, then it's the guilt of their own conscience. All in the wide world this town does for those boys is to hold this shindig once a year and pat the boys on the head and give them the proceeds, which Cora Willoughby will tell you, if you inquire, doesn't begin to cover the expenses of operating the farm.
Are you sure about that, John?
I'm a newspaper man. I don't say or print anything I don't know for sure. And for sure, no one has gone out to Willoughby Farm to see how they were getting on since the last measly box supper, except Doc. Now, get out of here and write something that hits home. I got work to do.
John, you really feel keen about this subject, don't you?
I said how I feel.
Well, you know, I'm real glad you feel that way, John.
What?
Because at the men's committee meeting just now, they were wondering who was proper to make the talk to the boys at the box supper. And I told them I'd try and find the right man, and I think I found him.
Oh, now, see here. What I say to you is one thing. But...
The benefit is for Elyria, John.
No, wait a minute, no. I'm no kind of a talker, except when I'm riled.
It's not till Saturday. You can spend all that time getting riled.
No, Will. Oh. John Reed, you talk too dad blame much.
Okay, Maggie. I give up. Where'd you put it this time?
Put what?
The copy paper.
Wait a minute.
Maggie, we use copy paper every day. How come you keep it locked up?
Because last week we used 7 reams, and the week before 9 reams, and the week before
7 reams? 9 reams? Why, Maggie, at 500 sheets a ream, that would mean...
516 sheets a ream. I'll bet we're running neck and neck with the New York dailies, and we publish a 6-page paper once a week.
Why, that's crazy.
It's worse than that. It's expensive. You haven't taken any home or given any to anybody, have you?
No, I haven't. We don't use it in the shop.
Well, with John living in the press room the way he does, burglary seems a little out of the question.
If I haven't taken it, you haven't taken it.
It leaves John. Only I asked him about it. He said he didn't do any of the writing around here, just the rewriting.
He has a small point. But he didn't say he didn't take the paper.
Well, he didn't say he did. John wouldn't take it. That's ridiculous.
Well, he wouldn't steal it. It'd be stealing. But he's a funny old goat, Maggie. A year ago, I'd have said he wouldn't tell me how to write editorials either. But you just can't tell about John.
Well, I'm not going to mention it to him again.
Well, I'll do it. A little later on, maybe. John and I had our run-in for the week yesterday.
Hello, Daddy. Miss Button.
Afternoon.
Hello, Jill, honey.
Hello,
Howdy,
you
Doc.
two.
My girlfriend here has a problem. I can't answer it for her exactly, so I decided to bring her to an authority.
Oh, now, Jill, what do you want to know?
I want to know it from Miss Button. She's the authority.
That's my girl.
Makes you feel great, doesn't it, Will?
Oh, I'm getting kind of used to it, Doc. I've been bowing to higher authorities and better minds all week.
Well, I hope I can help, Jill. What is it?
About box suppers. What do you put in them? Where do you get the box? And how can you mark your box so somebody special will recognize it and be sure to buy it so you can eat with them?
Can I have that one at a time, sweetie?
I don't think I'm not going to mind being an authority after all.
Daddy, this is ladies' talk. If you and Doc were real gentlemen, you'd excuse yourselves. Let us have our conversation.
Well, Doc.
Will you excuse me, ladies?
Oh, yes, ladies. Excuse me, too. Where to, Doc?
Well, I've got to leave some prescriptions at Epperson. In addition to which, being a natural-born gentleman, I would, of course, treat you to a nickel drink if you'd care to come along.
Now, that's real kind of you. And being a gentleman myself, I wouldn't offend you by refusing.
My, it takes a long time to be a gentleman, doesn't it, Miss Button?
In some cases, Jill, it takes a lifetime.
After you, Doctor.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Rogers.
They're funny, aren't they?
Sometimes funny, sometimes downright peculiar. Now, you want to know what to put in a box supper, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Something Daddy would like especially.
Well, I think fried chicken would be nice. And, if you get Mrs. Weatherwax to help you, she'll wrap some hot rolls with butter on them. And, let's see now,
a pickled peach?
Fine. And he likes coleslaw.
And chocolate cake?
That's right. And they'll have coffee and milk there at the church. I think that would do fine, Jill.
Fried chicken, hot rolls, pickled peach, chocolate cake, coleslaw. Will that be enough?
Oh, I think so.
Now then, how do you mark your box so we'd be sure to bid on it?
Well, if I wanted someone special to buy my box supper, I think I'd tie it with a different kind of a ribbon. Most people use red ribbon or blue. Maybe a yellow ribbon, like the one you have in your hair. That's what I'd do. Tie it with a yellow ribbon, and then I'd talk a lot about yellow ribbons in front of him, and just sort of hope he got the idea.
Well, maybe. Only do you think Daddy would get the idea? I mean, I'd want to be so sure.
Well, I tell you. Suppose we both talk about yellow ribbons in front of him. Do you think that would do it?
Oh, yes, if you'd help me.
Of course I will, sweetie.
Gee, that's swell.
Well, now, that wasn't so hard to fix, was it?
No, thanks to you, Miss Button. And she'll be so pleased. I just know it means a lot to her. Now I can tell her what he likes to eat and how to mark the box. Now you'll talk about yellow ribbons, too.
Jill, honey, who'll be so pleased?
Letty Parmenter.
Letty? You're not making up this box supper for your daddy? I mean, we're going to talk him into bidding for Letty Parmenter's supper?
Mm-hmm. She's such a good cook, and Daddy deserves a good meal.
Well, I think you're right, sweetie.
I think your daddy deserves the whole thing.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, James and Pamela Mason in Cyrano de Bergerac on Thursday Theater. It's going to be a drama to remember on Thursday Theater tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
Morning, Maggie. Shh. What's the matter?
Shh. Come back here, very quietly.
What are you listening to, Maggie?
I'm not sure. You listen and tell me. Here, I'll open the door just a little bit more.
I say, without equivocation, no. Well, let's try again now. Fellow Illyrians, old folks, young people, I've been asked to say a few words to you tonight because no, that's a fool idea anyway. Me talking there in front of all those people. They don't know me. I don't know them. That's a fool idea. Well, I shot my face off to Will. I'll try again. Young people, kids. Now listen, kids. I got a speech here, and, as far as I'm concerned, you can take it and blame the half-wit idea.
Poor old John. He's been going on like that ever since I came in this morning.
Man, I wouldn't miss this box supper for anything in the world. After all the bad times John's given me, I'm going to plant myself right up there in the front row and give him an awful time of it.
I feel sorry for him.
Don't you do it. Anyone can unload as many opinions on me as he does. You can just stand up there and make them public.
Well, you got to admit it. His editorial has changed everyone's attitude about what kind of a benefit this is tomorrow night.
Yeah, you bet it has. You know that old guy. If I ever learn a tenth as much about newspapers as he knows, I'll be in line for the Pulitzer Prize.
You didn't happen to ask him about the copy paper?
No, he's got enough problems right now. Well, I'll do that as soon as he gets his speech out of his system. Never saw you wear a hair ribbon before, Maggie.
No, you didn't. I never thought I was the type. But just recently, I sort of thought I'd like to try it.
Looks nice.
Thank you. It's yellow.
Yeah, I see that it is.
I don't think there's anything like a yellow ribbon. Do you?
Oh, I don't know, Maggie. They're nice enough as ribbons go, but to tell you the truth, ribbons don't mean much to me one way or another.
They will.
How's that?
I just mean, maybe they'll come to mean something to you. I started to say maybe they'll grow on you, but that'd be silly.
Yeah, it would. Funny thing, you know, Jill had a yellow ribbon on this morning at breakfast.
Isn't that a coincidence?
I guess so. She went on and on about it, and did I notice it, and told me it was yellow, and just like you did, as if I was colorblind or something. And kept at it. You know, like there was some special all of a sudden about a yellow ribbon.
Well, all I know is the very best things I've ever received in boxes were tied with yellow ribbon.
I don't understand it. Just this morning, I've been giving more thought and attention to yellow ribbons than I have in my whole life up to now. I just never knew there was so much to them.
Well, I hope we haven't overdone it. I hope you won't tire of yellow ribbons soon.
Oh, it's not that important. It's just funny, that's all.
Uh-huh. Oh, by the way, these mats came this morning.
Well, I'll take them back to John and check them over with him. He ought to be through rehearsing by now. John, these news service mats come in this morning, and John? Hey, John, where are you? John, Good Lord. Maggie, call Doc. Something's happened to John.
That's it, Will. Easy does it now.
Well, he's more than he looks like he does.
Yeah, onto the bed now. You see, he's quite a load. Now then, let me take a look.
Is he unconscious, Doc?
Fainted, maybe. This stuff ought to bring him around.
Doc, if he ought to be in the hospital or anything, I sure want him to be there.
We'll see.
Anything I can do?
Yes, you can stand back out of my light, for one thing.
Oh, sorry.
And get some water from the cooler over there, will you?
Sure. Here you go, Doc.
Thanks. And quit shaking. You'll spill all over.
Yeah. Sorry, Doc, but I...
Yeah, I know. Now just keep your head. Here, now, see if we can take a swallow of this.
Sounds like he's hurt, Doc. Maybe hit his head or something when he fell.
Yeah, there are no bruises that I can see. Let me check his pulse again. A little better.
Looks like he's trying to say something.
What happened? Where?
Now, take it easy, John. Don't try to talk.
Is it okay if I officiate here, Dr. Rogers?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Is that you, Doc?
Yeah. How's it going, John?
Oh, spots before my eyes. Headache. Oh, it's awful. Weak. Very weak.
Yeah, seems very weak, too. Well, this is pretty bad, I think.
Is it, Doc?
Oh, yes, sir. It's a pretty bad case, all right.
Golly, Doc, I don't know what to say. Poor old devil, it's not right for him to be living in a corner of the press room. Seems like I ought to have had a better place to live, I feel now like I ought to have insisted he stayed up at the house with Jill and me. We could have looked after him.
Don't lay yourself bare, Will. Just be glad you were on hand. I know I wouldn't have missed this for anything.
What's the matter with you, Doc?
Worst case of it I ever saw. Or haven't you ever had stage fright?
Stage fright?
Yeah. Complicated by the desperations. You'd try anything to get out of giving that speech tomorrow night, wouldn't you, John?
You're darn right I wouldn't.
Doc, are you sure?
I never had a pulse as good as his when I was a growing boy.
Well, you can both get out of here now. I got work to do.
John Reed, someday What kind of a shabby trick was this anyway?
You're right on a par with that speech-making trick you pulled on me. Now, get out of here before I pick one of you up and then knock the other down.
Don't cross him, Will. He could do it.
Oh, there you are, Maggie. Some doings, isn't it?
I never saw such a crowd. I've just checked with all the concessions and game booths. They're all doing a booming business.
Yeah, they'll make a hatful of money for the boys tonight, all right. Haven't seen John anywhere, have you?
No, and I don't especially want to see him.
Oh, now, Maggie, he gave us a bad scare yesterday pulling that swooning act of his, but I think we can forgive him for that.
It's not that. Let's not talk about it now. I think I'll wander over by the box supper booth and see if they need any help.
Stick around. John ought to be giving his big speech any time now. We want to be right up in the front row.
I'll hear it all right.
What's wrong, Maggie?
Well, I don't think this is the time to go into it, Will.
Oh, come on now. Something's chewing away at you. You better tell me about it.
Well, I don't know what to make of it exactly, but, well, I should have minded my own business, only I wanted him to feel right about making the talk tonight and all.
John?
Uh-huh. I didn't know whether he'd have a clean shirt or a tie, so I just went back to his diggings in the press room late this afternoon when he was out. I looked in that old trunk of his. Oh, I wish I'd never started this.
Come on now, Maggie.
Will, he must have 20 reams of copy paper stashed away in that trunk.
Well, what on earth would John want with it?
I don't know, but he's got it. And what bothers me, he's been so darn sneaky about it. taking it a little bit at a time, never once asking either one of us for it.
I don't understand it at all.
Well, I don't either. I didn't want to tell you tonight, Will, but...
No, that's all right. I ought to know about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, folks, if you'll just quiet down now.
Is Doc going to introduce John?
I guess so.
Thank you kindly. I have the honor to introduce Mr. John Reed of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, who's been asked to give us the benefit of a few choice words. Come on out, John.
Oh, never mind. What I have to say won't take long. And don't get set to laugh. I'm not a hand to be funny. You hear a lot nowadays about underprivileged kids. Yeah, I heard someone on the street the other day referred to the boys of Willoughby Farm as underprivileged kids. I say that's not so. We got a few underprivileged adults in town who ought to take time out and learn something about the privileged kids out at Cora Willoughby's. That's right, privileged kids. They got their youth, their lives ahead of them, the chance to work and dream, and a lifetime to do it in. I call that privilege. And I say some of us underprivileged adults ought to know more about these youngsters. Never mind that. No, never mind. Now, me and Mr. Rogers, we run the Weekly Gazette, and we decided that you boys ought to have your own column in the paper every week to give us the privilege of knowing more about you. So, me and Mr. Rogers, we want to give you boys that lifetime supply of copy paper stacked over there on the right side of the stage. Now, write us anything that's on your mind. We'll see it gets in the paper, me and Mr. Rogers. And, thanks, I guess.
Well, I'll be. Hey, Maggie, where are you going?
Off somewhere. Have a nice sneaky cry. And what am I bid for this fine-looking box upper, tied with a big yellow ribbon?
I'll bid $1, Maggie.
Well, you come on sort of strong, don't you, Will?
$1 from Mr. Will Rogers. Do I hear a higher bid?
$2.
Bidding against yourself? What's the matter with you?
I gotta buy this supper, Doc. It's either Maggie's or Jill's.
$2. Do I hear
$3, Maggie. And let's start closing it out there, huh?
You're pretty sure it's Maggie's or Jill's?
Yeah, they've been talking about nothing but yellow ribbons to me for 4 days. And that's the only supper box up there with a yellow ribbon on it.
Sold to Mr. Will Rogers for $3. $3. Will the lady who made this supper take it to Mr. Rogers?
Will, son, try to remember that this is a benefit for Elyria, will you, boy?
Oh, sure, Doc, only... Oh, my God. No!
Mr. Rogers, you won me.
Yeah, go on, Letty. Just let yourself go. I feel a little hysterical myself.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Parley Bear, Mary McGovern, and Vivi Janis. The special music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The new series, Meet Mr. McNutley, starring Ray Milland, kicks off tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, you meet comedy when you meet Millie, Thursday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. A fellow once said that you ought to keep one eye on your children and the other on the politicians. I guess that's right, but if only one eye is working and you got to make a choice, just figure that the children will probably do pretty good by themselves.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr. Elyria's not a boom town. A man looking for a place to make a lot of money fast wouldn't give Elyria a second glance, or even a first one to tell the truth. But Elyria's prosperous in a nice, solid kind of way. The farms around have good, rich soil, the hogs are fat, and there's chicken most every Sunday. The farmers sell in Elyria, and they like to buy there, too. Nothing spectacular, of course, but trade keeps moving along. And to make sure the farmers don't forget to come to town, once every year the merchants of Elyria have a farm sale day. It's kind of a shot in the arm. It's good for the Elyria Weekly Gazette, too, because Will and his assistant, Maggie Button, put out a special farm edition for the sale, and all the merchants advertise. But it's a lot of work, that farm edition. And this year the lights are burning late at the Gazette.
Special today only. Hot fudge sundae, 25 cents. Banana cream paradise delight, 30 cents. Maggie?
Please, don't bother me now, Will. I'm figuring.
What's a banana cream paradise delight?
I wouldn't know, Will. I've been trying to watch my figure lately. I stay away from Nick's soda fountain. Let's see now.
I guess it's just kind of a rich uncle to a banana split. Wish I had one now. Bet it tastes good. Lots of marshmallow, and chocolate, and pineapple syrup.
Oh, Will. What you need's another cup of coffee. You're half asleep.
Well, reading proof on these ads isn't very exciting, Maggie. I'm getting cross-eyed looking at the prices.
Well, then here's something to perk you up, Will. Listen to this. I just figured out what this farm edition means. First, you'll be able to meet the mortgage payment next month without borrowing money from Doc.
Sort of hate to break tradition, Maggie.
Then there should be enough cash handy after that so that you can buy a new suit of clothes.
What's wrong with the one I got? I'm used to it. Say, tell me, Maggie, do any big changes come over a fellow when he becomes solvent? It's going to be kind of a new experience.
Well, sometimes men think of making homes. Sometimes if they have a girl, they... Oh, never mind, Will. You don't think like other men anyway. Aren't you nearly through? I'm tired. I want to go home.
Well, there's just one more ad to come from Jasper Godwin's store. You better go out to the composing room and see how John's coming along. His temper hasn't been so good tonight. Hi, John. Isn't that press going to make it? Sure sounds sick.
Been nursing it like a baby all night long. Black tape, baling wire, and little applejack for the joints.
Applejack? My gosh, John, don't you think oil would be better for it?
Who's been keeping this rheumatic old hunk of iron going around here, Will? Me or you?
All right, Applejack. But it does seem kind of funny for a press. Nearly through?
Whoever wrote this ad for Jasper Godwin must have written it with a mop.
Now, I helped Jasper Godwin write that ad. What's wrong with it? Looks pretty good to me.
Guess you respect the law too much, Will, because you don't respect the English language enough. All right. There she be.
I'll take a proof and read it as quick as I can, John. I'd like us all to get out of here before daylight. My gosh, I'm tired.
Me too, Will. Plain tuckered out.
Well, this'll finish us up, Maggie, and then home. I'm just plain aching for that bed of mine. Let's see here now. Our new model tractors. Special on henhouse equipment. Special on commercial fertilizers. 98 cents a sack. Iodized salt box.
Will, wake up.
Huh? Still here at this darned office. Maggie, I was just floating away on a nice white sheet with a banana cream paradise delight beside me.
Will, you're just dead tired. You've got to quit.
Yeah.
Right now.
Well, this copy for Jasper Godwin's okay. So let's put the farm edition to bed. Well, I think I'll do the same thing for myself. You know, Maggie, someday I'm going to buy me an island in the South Seas. And I'm going to go there and sit under a palm tree and just fish and look at the sky and swim and sail my boat through the Paradise Islands. Yep, someday I might do just that. Gosh, Doc, look at him come. Well, this is going to be the biggest farm day Illyria's ever had.
Hi, Will.
Hi, Mr. Peters. Ma'am. Oh, hello, Will. Those folks haven't been in town for months, Doc.
Yeah, it must be something pretty darn special to bring Isaac Peters to town. The last quarter he spent here was to see Tom Mix in a movie.
Oh, Isaac's a good enough fella. He grows some mighty fine pumpkins.
Yeah, and tries to pay his subscription to the Gazette with them, too, I'll bet. Here, look. Some out-of-county folks over there, Will. This street hasn't been so crowded since William Jennings Bryan gave a talk over on the square.
Ah, power of the press, Doc. This farm edition's a pretty big thing.
There's something fishy. Been any more of those oil promoters around selling leases, Will?
Nary a one. Doc, you gotta realize what a little paper like ours can mean to a community.
You puff up any more and you'll explode, Will, and I'm not going to put you back together.
What are you two doing out here in front of the office?
Hello, Maggie.
Hi, Maggie.
You counting the house?
Quite a day, eh, Maggie? Guess it was worth all the work we did.
Well, it certainly are a lot of people. Jasper Godwin's doing a land office business.
Well, now, that's because he ran the biggest ad in the Gazette.
Well, that does it, Will. Go inside and tell John I said he should cut you down to size. I'm going to walk down to Godwin's and investigate the big attraction.
Going in, Maggie?
Well, there is another paper next week. We could start figuring out what we're going to fill it up with.
Yeah. Yep. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. You know, Maggie, there's nothing like a newspaper to create prosperity in a town. Casey Jones mounted to the cabin. Casey Jones, orders in his hand. Casey Jones mounted to... Say, Maggie,
Huh?
what'd the almanac predict for next week?
Oh, what'd you say, Will?
I was wondering about the almanac forecast. Oh, but I'll look it up later. Casey Jones, orders in his hand. Casey Jones.
Hey, Will. Will.
What's the matter, Doc?
Will, what in tarnation did you print in this farm edition?
Mostly ads. Oh, there's nothing in it to hurt anybody's feelings.
Well, folks are darn near rioting over Jasper Godwin's out in back where he stores the fertilizer.
Well, that's a pretty strange place to be having a riot. In Jasper Godwin's fertilizer department.
Well, you've got something to do with it, Will. Everybody's waving the Gazette and yelling at the top of his lungs. Godwin's about ready to head for his tornado cellar.
Oh, I sure don't understand what all the fuss is about.
Could it be something about the ad, Will? You were awful sleepy the other night.
Yeah, I was for a fact, but I remember reading proof on it. Now, well, looks all right to me. Special on commercial fertilizer, 98 cents a sack, iodized salt blocks. Wait a minute. Now, that's not right. It couldn't be. It shouldn't read 98 cents a sack. It should read $2.98.
Oh, Will.
Oh, good gosh. And they're actually rioting over there at Godwin's, Doc?
Next thing to it. Well, I guess you were right at that, Will. The press is sure mighty powerful. Like that fella Ajax.
Don't rub it in, Doc.
You ever been to Mexico, Will?
No, I haven't.
Well, it's nice and far off. It might be a good idea to go there because Jasper Godwin can be a hard man.
Jasper Godwin can be a very hard man.
And if I was you, Will, I'd go darn soon.
Too late. Look, crossing the street.
Too late. Well, I just can't be witness to this slaughter. I'll be out back with John.
Tons of it. They want tons of it at 98 cents. Will, do you know what you've done?
Yeah, I made a mistake. And, well, I just don't know how to tell you, Jasper.
I don't want you to tell me anything. I don't want apologies. I can't sell any gosh darned apologies.
Well, sometimes apologies are hard to buy, too, Jasper.
And I don't want any of your wise talk either, Will. My place is a madhouse. People are pouring in from all over to buy that fertilizer at 98 cents. And I don't blame them. It's one heck of a bargain. In fact, it's such a bargain that every bag I sell costs me $1 right out of my own pocket.
Well, Jasper, I'm sorry. And, well, I'll try and make it up to you. I'll run a correction and maybe some free advertising.
Advertising? After this, I don't want to even hear the word advertising again. I'm holding you responsible for this mess, Will, and you're going to have to stand good for every dollar I lose.
Well, all right, Jasper, but if you keep on selling that fertilizer at 98 cents, you're going to be the sole owner of the Elyria Gazette by noon today. Looks to me like you just better call off that sale.
Then lose 20 years' goodwill, nothing doing.
Well, maybe if I went over to your store and talked to those folks and told them that the Gazette was entirely at fault, maybe offer them something in place of the fertilizer.
Like what?
Well, all I've got's the Gazette. I could offer free subscriptions.
Well, that might work. But you better get on over there fast because every bag I sell is costing you $1.
Oh, Will, what a terrible thing.
Yeah. Well, two things you can't do in this life, Maggie. Swim the Pacific Ocean underwater and run a newspaper without making some mistakes. Well, I guess I better go down to Godwin's and see what I can do.
Will?
Uh-huh.
Try not to offer too many free subscriptions. You know what newsprint costs.
About the same as gold, don't it?
The Gazette's going to take an awful beating if the free list gets much longer.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment, but first, tomorrow night on CBS Radio, plan to meet Millie for Laugh After Laugh. You'll enjoy Elena Verdugo as Millie Bronson. Now, also heard Thursday nights on most of these same stations, is Ray Milland as Professor Ray McNutley. Tomorrow night, when you meet Mr. McNutley, you'll hear the strange saga of the blonde next door and the college dean. Meet Millie and meet Mr. McNutley Thursdays at the Star's address. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
Mr. Peters, if you just give me time, I'd like to demonstrate this tractor.
It's a pretty piece of machinery, all right, young fella, but
Guaranteed. You can't go wrong on it. Now, Mr. Peters, if I...
Don't push me. Jasper Godwin teach you that? I want to get some of this fertilizer special before I even talk about buying a tractor.
Trask, if you've seen Rogers around, I heard he was in the store.
No, Mr. Godwin, but Mr. Peters here, he wants to...
I know, fertilizer. Isaac, I'll have to send to you later. I'm in a rush. Rogers, over here.
Oh, pardon me. Ma'am, I didn't mean to trample all over you. Hey, here I am, Jasper. Nice big crowd you got.
It's just big. Now, look, do something. Hop on that counter over there and say your piece. I'll ring a bell or something so they'll listen to you. Come on.
All right, Jasper. You know, I kind of feel like the fellow who jumped off a cliff so he didn't get run over by a truck.
Will's got something to say.
All right, now. Quiet. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, attention. I know how much you appreciate a good bargain, like this deal on fertilizer and Jasper Godwin's ad. But now, quiet a moment. But there's been a little mistake in the Gazette. Now, I know that most all of you have driven a good many miles to get here, and I sure wouldn't want to see you disappointed. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. Well, that's how it is. Free subscriptions to the Gazette for those who don't get the fertilizer. I hope they're pacified all right now.
They better be. Maybe next time you'll be more careful with that paper of yours.
I will. I certainly will.
Hey, Will, what's the rush?
Hi, Zach. How are you?
Terrible. Farm sale day. You know what I've sold so far? One of them newfangled plastic lawn rakes and a plug for a kitchen sink. There ain't a soul inside my place.
Well, it could be worse, Zach. Nobody had invented plastic. Say, I got to get back to the office. Expecting some people. A lot of them.
No, wait a minute, Will. Tell me, what's going on down the street there, down at Godwin's?
A lot of folks are buying things.
Just fertilizer, I bet. That darn fool.
Oh, no. Different things, too.
Like what?
Well, F. Ormsby told me he bought a hand machine.
Big stuff like that, huh?
Yep. Oh, Zach, why don't you have a little sale?
Huh?
It's not too late.
I ain't gonna run no giveaway like that fool Jasper Godwin.
Jasper's building thousands of dollars in goodwill. Maybe you lose a little today, but he'll show a big profit tomorrow. Now, that's modern merchandising, Zach.
Yeah.
Now, if you were to put up a big sign in the window advertising that fertilizer at 88 cents, I'll just bet you'd pull in a lot of customers away from Godwin.
No. I'd be losing money.
Maybe you'd be making money, Zach. F. Ormsby up there bought a hand machine while he was waiting around to get at the fertilizer.
Don't keep talking about that hand machine, Will. It gives me chills and fever knowing Godwin put that in the cross.
Well, now, here's the notion, Zach.
Right.
Just put out a sign advertising fertilizer at 88 cents and say, as long as it lasts. And that way you can cut off the sale whenever you please. Get the idea?
Yeah. Hey, you might do that. Okay, I'll try it.
Good. Oh, say, Zach, you mind doing me a little favor?
What's that?
You might just casually mention to those folks who buy the fertilizer from you that I won't be expecting them down at the Gazette.
Wait a minute. What kind of an axe are you grinding here, Will?
Not an axe, Zach. Just a little hatchet. So you better get moving. I see a lot of people down there leaving Godwin.
Yeah? What the dickens is going on in this town?
People move in herds when they smell a bargain. Maybe they smell one here already, Zach.
But I ain't even got my sign up yet, Will.
Well, now that is strange, isn't it? Well, what's the matter, Maggie? You and Doc look as if you had a toothache or something.
No, a headache. Doc told me about your generous little speech at Godwin's.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that. Why didn't you just let Godwin sue you?
That wouldn't have been fair to him, Doc. I had to take him off the spot.
Oh, bosh. Jasper Godwin's got more money than he can count on a long summer day. You just let him talk you into committing suicide.
We can't give away all those free subscriptions, Will.
Don't worry about it, Maggie.
You seem mighty calm, Will, for a man walking the plank. How come that glint in your eye? You look like David Harum after a morning of horse trading.
Maybe I just outfoxed a couple of foxes.
What happened?
Well, coming back from Godwin's, I passed Zach Byers' place. Zach isn't doing so good. He doesn't even qualify as a rival for Godwin's.
Zach's getting too ornery to run a store. Told him years ago we ought to stop using that quack health tonic, but he wouldn't listen to me. That stuff makes him meaner than a horsefly in August.
Well, Zach was so jealous of Godwin, he couldn't see straight. So I talked him into running a little fertilizer sale of his own.
Well, I don't see how that helps us, Will.
Folks are going to forget all about the Gazette subscriptions when they pass Byers' store and see fertilizer on sale at 88 cents.
Elephants and farmers never forget when they're offered a good deal. If you got up and did a jig and promised free subscriptions to the paper, they'll be here to get 'em if they have to come through the eye of a tornado.
Well, they won't expect to get both the fertilizer and the free subscriptions, will they, Doc?
They won't? Just wait and see, Will. Wait and see. Well, I gotta go. It's about time Miss Plunkett was having that baby. I'll see you.
Doc's wrong, Maggie, isn't he?
I hope so.
But you don't think so.
No, Will. I'm afraid I think he's right.
Well, no good in worrying about bad news till it happens. I think I'll take a run out and see how the wind's blowing.
Will, are you going where I think you're going?
Well,
Nick's soda fountain?
Well, I just thought I might drop in there, Maggie, and see how things are going for Nick.
And maybe just by chance sample a banana cream paradise delight?
Well, now, Maggie, it's been bothering me all morning. I've just got to know what that thing's made of.
Everything all right, Trask?
Yes, Mr. Godwin, but I don't know how this washing machine got pushed way over here.
That mob could have pushed down the Great Wall of China. What happened to everybody? This store's like a morgue.
They're at Zach Byers' place now.
What? Why would anybody go in that junk shop?
He's having a sale on fertilizer, 88 cents.
88 cents? Why, that darn fool will bankrupt himself before the day's out. He can't do it.
Mr. Godwin, I don't like to question your judgment, but did you have to stop that sale?
Of course. Every bag cost me $1 right out of my own pocket.
You know I sold F. Ormsby that haying machine.
Yes, that was a good piece of business, Trask. Congratulations.
Well, I also sold a harrow and was closing a deal on a tractor when Rogers started that speech.
You lost the prospect?
Oh, yes, he got away. That speech cooled him off.
Why, that's awful, Trask.
And look at these prospects. It's a pretty good list. Now, some of these people are brand new, names I've never heard of. And the worst part of it is I was just getting started. Frankly, I think you made a mistake.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Maybe I did. That list is like pure gold, Trask. A haying machine, a harrow, almost a tractor.
The best day we've had since I've been here.
I wonder. You know, we might just lure that tractor prospect back here. Remember his name?
Isaac Peters, I think. He was a hard-bitten old coot, but I think I almost had him, Mr. Godwin.
Take over, will you, Trask? I'm going to walk over to the Gazette and have a little talk with Will.
Zach Byers, when are you going to pay some attention to me? I've been squashed up against this wash tub for an hour.
Come in. You're next, Isaac. Don't be putting dents in that there tub now. It's new.
You think I like it here? Why don't you get a store with some room in it, like Godwin's? This place ain't much more than a shed.
If you just came down here to talk about gardens, I'm not interested now. What do you want, Isaac?
I want about a half ton of that 88-cent fertilizer.
What? Half ton?
A quarter ton, then.
No.
Well, is it or ain't it for sale?
Well, I just ran out, Isaac. The sale's over.
Why, you no more than got that sign up when I came in here, Zach Byers. What kind of game you running here?
Well, you've been squeezed off in this corner. I didn't see you. Well, I'm sorry about the specials all gone. I've got some other stuff, though, real powerful if you got any melons in.
Same price?
Oh, no, it's a little higher.
I don't want it. In fact, I don't want anything from you, Zach. I'm going over to the Gazette and get my free subscription. And if that Rogers tries to give me the runaround like you and Godwin, I'm going to find me another town to trade in. Came in hankering after a new tractor.
A new tractor? Isaac, maybe for you I can find a little more of that special. Isaac, wait a minute. Let's me and you have a little chin fest.
folks. Nice to see y'all. Be right with you.
Well,
Yeah, Maggie, coming.
Will, we're being swamped.
Zach Byers ran out of that stuff sooner than I thought he would.
All these people want subscriptions. I told them they had to wait for you.
Well, I guess we better start writing them up, Maggie. I did promise these folks, you know.
Well, it's just going to put us in an awful hole, that's all.
Oh, we'll survive, Maggie. The Gazette's getting to be a pretty tough old bird. You know what that banana cream paradise delight was? 4 scoops of ice cream, one of them pistachio, with cherry syrup rolling down the sides, nuts covered all over with it.
Sometimes you can be the most exasperating man on earth.
I guess I am at that, Maggie, but I don't mean to be. All right, folks, just give us your name and address, and Miss Button here will type up your free subscription. Now, if you'll all just line up right over there. That's it.
Rogers, do I or don't I get that free subscription?
Sure, Isaac, but you don't have to go biting my head off.
Well, I've been getting the runaround all over town, and I want to know what's what before I do any more waiting.
It won't be long, Isaac. If I had another chair, I'd offer it to you.
Well, I got to see. Well, if it isn't Isaac Peters. Isaac, I'm sorry I missed you at the store this morning. I personally like to shake hands with all my old friends.
Hello, Godwin.
Well, let you and me step into your printing room a minute, will you? I want to talk to you.
Well, all right, Jasper, but I'm pretty busy right now. Oh, what's wrong? I'm living up to my part of the bargain.
I know, Will, but I've changed my mind. I've been thinking over it. I hate to see people disappointed who've driven Lord knows how far to get that fertilizer, so I'm willing to put the sale back on. Matter of principle, Will.
That haying machine F. Ormsby bought wouldn't have anything to do with it, would it, Jasper?
Maybe a little, but that's not the big thing.
Zach Byers was underselling you. Doesn't seem to me like starting up the sale again would do much good.
I'll meet his price. Now, look, Will, there's a lot of people here in your office. How about making the announcement right now?
You work real fast, don't you, Jasper?
Well, I like to get things done.
Uh-huh. Meanwhile, Maggie and I here are practically giving away the whole newspaper.
I'm sorry about that.
Well, now you're a pretty smart man, Jasper. Progressive merchant and right on your toes. You ought to recognize a good piece of promotion if you saw it.
I think so.
Well, then how does this sound? Free subscriptions to the Elyria Gazette, courtesy Jasper Godwin.
I pay for them?
Yep, that's it. And Maggie and I will write them up inside your store.
Well, you're insane.
Now, it's the best way I know to get folks back in your store, Jasper. They're a little sour on you right now for calling off that sale.
If I just sold one tractor, I suppose it would be worth it. All right, Will, I'll do it.
Good man, Jasper. Now, that's what I call shrewd merchandising. Maggie?
Yes, Will.
We're going to take a little walk over to Godwin's.
Well, what in heaven's name for, with all these people here?
Oh, they're going with us. And, Maggie, well, tonight, after the ruckus and all quiets down, I'd like to take you out and buy you the biggest platter of fried chicken in the country.
Well, that's about the best idea you've had today.
Yeah, Maggie, you know, it's just like you were saying yesterday. Farm sale always means activity for the Gazette.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by James Henderson and produced and transcribed by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bayer, Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Joe Cranston. The special music was composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Bombay is the exciting scene of the episode of The Golden Snake, tomorrow night's adventure for Malena Dietrich as mystery woman Diane LaVolta on Time for Love. Thrill to the romance and strange adventure of Time for Love tomorrow and every Thursday night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Bob Lamont speaking. And remember, listen while you work. Enjoy Road of Life every Monday through Friday in the daytime on the CBS Radio Network.
and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. There's nothing that'll cut down a conversation, but I was reminded of one the other day, and I'm darned if it still isn't true. The three fastest means of communication are now and always will be the telephone, the telegraph, and the telewoman.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Will's friend, Doc Clemens. You know, I always get a kick out of it when I hear folks refer to small towns as peaceful little places. Sure, they're peaceful, till they're not. And when they're not, just about everybody has a box seat for the fireworks. Now, Elyria is not a very big town, but it's sure a lot bigger than Eudora, which lies to the west about 20 miles. I used to look on Eudora as a peaceful little community, but I never will again. Not after what went on last week. I guess Maggie Button's really the one who was responsible for changing everybody's mind about peaceful little Eudora. It all started when she said...
Will Rogers, if you don't do something about it, I'm going out to Eudora and talk to Leah Sentney myself.
Is this the week Walker's takes a 3-column ad or the spread at the bottom of the page?
This is the week I go right through the roof.
Now, what's the matter, Maggie?
Oh, listen to this. Last Sunday, the Clarence Sentneys entertained at a family picnic. Present were Ralph and Eula Sentney, Fillmore and Fanny Sentney, Eunice Sentney Beasley, and Thad. The Clarence Sentney Juniors with Theodore, Helen, and little Margaret, and Leah Sentney.
Oh, did Leah's column come in?
Item 2. The maple trees are turning on the Ralph Sentney farm, according to Eula Sentney, who plans to press the prettiest ones in books again this year.
I guess Eula's got more maple leaves pressed in books than any other woman in the country.
Item 3 concerns the new teeth little Margaret Sentney has cut. Item 4 reports that Leah Sentney baked all day Monday, despite the heat. Item 5 says Fillmore Sentney drove past the Fletcher farm on the Reedville Road and noticed that Will Fletcher's fall planting was in and that Will seemed to have a lot of visitors.
Sounds like Eudora notes are shorter than usual this week. Well, we can always use some filler.
Will, didn't you hear any of it?
Yeah, I think I heard all of it.
And all you can say is that Eudora notes are shorter than usual this week?
What do you want me to say?
I beg, I implore you to say that you'll pick up the phone right now and call Leah and give her...
Maggie?
Well, I mean it. All in the world the Gazette readers ever know about the whole community of Eudora is which Sentneys did what with which other Sentneys.
Well, they're a very active family, the Sentneys. Sociable as any one family I ever saw.
Well, there must be 20 other families in Eudora, and it wouldn't surprise me if they took dinner with one another now and again.
Yeah, Leah does confine her column pretty well to her own family doings.
Oh.
I'll have to give you that.
Well, thanks very much. Now, are you going to call Leah and give her...
Maggie, no. Maybe I am one of these times. But right now, if it's all the same to you, I think I'll keep right on with the layout of this week's Gazette.
Yes, Mr. Rogers. And forgive the interruption, Mr. Rogers. While you're at it, you can pardon my interest in the paper, too.
Now, Maggie.
And I'd like to buy an ad on page 1 of the Gazette to say, quote, "You make me sick, Mr. Rogers."
Well, how big an ad do you want to buy, Maggie?
Oh, you. Well, you do make me sick, Mr. Rogers.
Well, as it stands now, if you're still interested in buying that ad, looks like you can have most of page 1, because I think we're going to be hard put to fill it up with news.
Oh, we can always put Leah's column there.
We may have to. We could do worse.
We could not.
Now, Maggie, we've been all through this thing before lots of times. Country newspapers darn near never roll hot off the presses with the latest news. Anyway, not what city dailies would call news. We're just not really equipped to handle any big news if it did happen.
I'm not even equipped to handle Leah Sentney's social notes anymore. They're not news by anybody's definition.
Yes, they are, Maggie. Now, they're news because they contain the names of people.
Oh,
now,
well-
I know what you're fixing to say, so just save your breath. Leah's gone overboard in the last few months and reporting only the doings of her own family. Now, that's true. But she's written Eudora notes for the Gazette for the last 20 years now. I'm not going to hop down her throat till I have a real good chance to talk to her.
Okay, it's your paper. I'm going to the post office.
Oh, Maggie.
Yeah?
That'll be about $30, I guess.
What are you talking about?
The page 1 ad. You make me sick, Mr. Rogers.
I'll take 2.
Morning, Will.
Oh, hi, Doc. When'd you get back?
Oh, about an hour ago. Long enough to take a shower and wash the big city off of me.
Understand it's been hot in the city.
Hot? I was panting like a lizard. Where's Maggie?
Gone to the post office. Ought to be back before long.
Oh. Well, I thought maybe one of you'd like to ride out to Eudora with me. I got to be there this afternoon.
It's just not wise to mention Eudora around here today, Doc.
Huh?
Maggie and I have been having a go-round about Leah Sentney's column this week.
I saw Leah the other night at the meeting. It's her great pride being Eudora correspondent, as she calls it, for the Gazette. I'll see her today. Anything I can tell her?
No, I'll have to talk to her. Was Leah sick?
Oh, fit as a fiddle. Why?
Well, I thought maybe that's why you were going to Eudora.
Oh, no. I'm going to clinic meeting there.
Clinic meeting?
Well, I just supposed Leah had told you. They don't have any doctors in Eudora proper, you know, so a couple of men from the city, 3 or 4 of us from close by, are figuring to establish a visiting clinic out there. Each doctor had planned to be in Eudora a set day each week. Kind of a new idea around here, but it has merit, I think.
Did you say Leah was at the meeting when this was discussed?
Oh, big as life. Had more to say about it than anybody there. I guess she didn't mention any of this to you, huh?
Didn't happen to mention it at all.
That's funny. She took it awful big, served pie and coffee to one and all, and like I said, led a very lively discussion during the entire evening.
She should have called me about that, or at least mentioned it in her column. Maggie's right. I've got to have a chat with Leah.
You're welcome to ride out with me if you're inclined.
I'm inclined, but I got work to do here first, Doc. Say, I wonder when you get back if you'd stop by and let me know how this clinic business works out, will you?
Oh, sure. Glad to, Will. I gather you'd appreciate it if I didn't mention any of this to Maggie, should I happen to run into her.
I'd count that a real favor.
All right, my lips are sealed. I'll see you when I get back, Will.
You bet, Doc.
Doc, wait a minute.
Oh, now that's just plain bad
Doc, didn't you hear me? Wait.
Why, it's Maggie, isn't it?
Well, of course it's Maggie. When'd you get back from the city?
Well, now I guess there's no harm in telling you that. I got back a little over an hour ago.
You have any fun?
I don't think that's a loaded question either. Yes, I had a little fun.
You're not talking just straight, Doc. You feel all right?
Yes.
Have you seen Will?
No comment.
No comment. You've either seen him or you haven't.
That's right.
Doc, for heaven's sake.
Maggie, I'm in a hurry, a great big hurry.
All right.
Now, there's no sense asking me where I'm rushing off to. I don't have to say.
That's right. You don't have to say.
So there's no need pressing me for details. There are some things a man just doesn't have to comment on if he isn't of a mind, and I am not of a mind.
Doc.
Yes, Maggie?
Bye.
Now, what do you mean by that?
No comment.
Maggie Button, don't you dare tell Will anything I've said.
My lips are sealed.
Hi, Maggie. I said, hi, Maggie. Well, what's wrong, Maggie?
My lips are sealed.
How come?
I don't know. Some kind of game Doc and I are playing. Paper says it got awful hot in the city. I believe it must have affected Doc. Did he act strange when you saw him?
When I saw him?
Uh-oh. You're playing the game with us, aren't you?
No comment.
Dandy. Oh, evening edition from the city.
Oh, you go ahead and read it, Maggie. I want to stick with this editorial a while. You can read me anything of interest you run across. It won't bother me.
Well, they broke the heat record for the 5th straight day in the city.
Mm-hmm.
Weatherman says no relief in sight.
That's too bad.
Huh. President's elbow is better. He didn't favor it once during his golf game yesterday.
That's good.
Senate hearing on taxes. One tax expert says if they lower taxes, it'll wreck the economy. Another one says if they don't lower taxes, it'll wreck the economy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
What'd you find? Another tax expert saying if we didn't raise taxes, it'd wreck the economy?
Will, listen to this. Fire, alleged to be the work of arsonists, swept through 2 buildings and threatened a number of residences in this upstate community last night. Volunteer firefighters...
What upstate community?
At the risk of opening an old wound, the dateline is Eudora.
Let me see that. Thanks. Volunteer firefighters, armed with buckets and garden hoses, brought the blaze under control by the early hours of morning. 3 high school youths arrested near the scene of the fire were detained in custody by Constable Elmore Gray. No estimate has yet been placed on the extent of the damage.
She's a real news hound, that Leah.
Well, now, Maggie, this happened last night after a column had been mailed. But, well, I guess she could have called it in to me.
Will, what's it going to take to get you to talk to Leah?
I'll get it, Maggie. Elyria Weekly Gazette.
Oh, this is Wilson in the city, Will.
Oh, yeah. How's everything with the United Press?
Fine, Will, fine. Only we can use your help again. You're not far from Eudora, are you?
About 20 miles. Why?
How'd you like to drive over there for us?
I'd better drive over there for somebody before I get into trouble. What's the story?
Oh, some farmer near Eudora may have himself a small fortune in oil. His name is Fletcher. Will Fletcher. Think you can find him?
Sure. I know his place. I'll go right over.
Good, good. You give us all you think it needs. Oh, and if there's anything new on that fire, you give us that, too.
Okay, say there's another story over there, too. I'll see if there's anything in it for you.
What kind of story?
Well, I don't want to go into it now. It's sort of a medical clinic, a visiting clinic, as I understand it. I'll get the dope and file it with the rest of the stuff.
Fine, Will, fine. We'll appreciate it. Goodbye now.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Wilson. That was Wilson at the UP.
Yes, I thought it was.
He says there's oil on the Fletcher farm over near, you-know-where.
Oil on the Fletcher farm. The fire, the medical clinic you and Doc were afraid to tell me about. Well, Leah sure covers Eudora like a tent.
I guess I'll drive over there now, Maggie.
Stout fella. Can I do anything for you while you're gone?
One thing, yeah. I'd like to take that page 1 ad off your hands. I kind of think I ought to buy one myself that says, "You make me sick, Mr. Rogers."
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment. But first, everybody gains, so everybody give. 40 of every 100 families gain directly. All families gain indirectly from money contributed to the community chests and the United Funds. Almost every worthwhile institution for health and well-being in 1,700 American communities depend on this one annual collection to operate throughout the year. Give the United Way for a better America. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
You're the first newspaper man to show up, Mr. Rogers. All the rest of these folks is from the oil companies, legal folks from all over. I don't know. It all happened so sudden-like.
Well, now that's what you haven't said yet, Mr. Fletcher. What happened sudden-like?
Well, sir, I finished my planting Monday forenoon. And I come into the house up there to take my lunch. And then after, I started back out to the South 40.
Now, you can skip some of the non-essentials, Mr. Fletcher. Just tell me what happened sudden-like.
Well, I'm telling you. I started back out to the South 40. And I can see my tractor just at eye level beyond the hedge, understand?
Uh-huh.
Well, sir, the first minute it's eye level, like I said. Next thing you know, I see it just sort of drop down, easy-like it was sitting on quicksand, you know.
Uh-huh.
Now, that gave me quite a start, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Well, sir, I went directly over there to see what had happened. And I know blamed well it's not quicksand. I just finished planting that morning, recollect?
Well, what was it then?
Well, sir, I get there and climb through the hedge and figure to step right out onto my field, only the whole thing is sort of dropped down, easy-like.
40 acres dropped down?
Only about 10 actual did the dropping, but you can see for yourself it's a good 6 feet lower than the rest of the field. That's burying depth, Mr. Rogers.
Just dropped down? Well, there must be some kind of earth fault.
I don't give a hang whose fault it is. It's just doggone unhandy to have 10 acres and 40 a long step down. Tractors don't take to sudden drops in elevation that way. None of my horses are jumpers, you know.
Well, I understood you struck oil out there.
Yes, that too.
Well, now, how did that come about?
Well, the same way. The land eased down, the oil eased up. I got a shallow 10-acre lake of oil right there beyond that hedge.
Well, you don't seem very happy about this, Mr. Fletcher. Most folks would count discovering oil to be real good fortune.
It's all right, I guess. Guess it'll come to quite a bit of money. But, of course, it ruins the land for farming, you know, even supposing I could take the horses or tractor down there to work it. Oil just ruins it for farming.
Well, that's one way to look at it, all right.
And I keep saying to myself, Mr. Rogers, if all this was going to happen, why couldn't it happen before I finished planting them 10 acres? Seed comes high these days, Mr. Rogers.
That you, Will?
Oh, hi, Doc.
Well, now, what in tarnation brings you to Eudora? Or did you just not want to risk riding out here with me?
Well, that was the main reason, naturally. Couple of stories over here, Doc.
Yeah, a couple more Leah missed, I imagine. Oh, you know Porter Harrison, don't you, Will? Porter, this Will Rogers.
Glad to know you, Rogers.
Hello.
Mr. Harrison here's been bending my ear a little bit about the Gazette, Will. Seems to me you two ought to talk head-on for a bit.
Well, you're a Gazette subscriber, Mr. Harrison. I remember the name on our mailing list.
Oh, sure. I've subscribed to the Gazette for years, even before you took over there, Mr. Rogers. Nice little paper.
Well, thank you. The way Doc introduced you, I thought maybe you were a dissatisfied customer.
Well, I am, a little.
How's that, Mr. Harrison?
Well, it's not a big thing, Mr. Rogers. Maybe not even important. But when Doc told me in such surprise that Leah Sentney'd never mentioned the clinic idea to you, I just said my piece about Leah, that's all.
And it's not just his piece either, Will. Seems like a lot of folks here in Eudora feel pretty much the same way.
Well, now, just how is this you feel?
Well, Leah's all right. No one minds anything about her, or any of the Sentneys for that matter. But that column of hers you run each week in the Gazette, Eudora Notes, I just feel it ought to be called Sentney Notes. And that maybe you'd give the rest of us folks over here a column to report the social doings of the rest of the town.
Well, now, that might be one solution, all right. I know what you mean, Mr. Harrison. Matter of fact, when I talk to the constable in a few minutes about the fire and all, well, I mean to drop in on Leah and have a little talk with her. Just tell me this one thing. Do folks around here like Leah all right?
Well, it's not a question of like or dislike. Sure, folks like Leah. But it just seems like she might do a better job for the town in her social column. I know my wife and none of the rest of the folks we know don't even figure it's worth giving Leah any bits of news anymore.
I wonder, of course, supposing Leah'd want to give it up, you don't know anyone that'd take the job, do you, Mr. Harrison?
No. Oh, no. My goodness, like my wife says, nobody do that job but Leah. Oh, no.
Well, I just wondered.
Say, Will, I've got all the information for you on the clinic. Looks like we've worked out all the details, probably start in a couple of weeks. Oh, but I can tell you about it when you get back to Elyria.
Give it to Maggie, will you, Doc? I'm going to have my hands full. Besides, you've got her a little worried about you.
Yeah, I know. We had kind of a strange conversation before I came over here. She acted kind of funny. But I never told her what I was up to. I don't believe she suspected a thing.
Oh, I'm sure not.
Say, Mr. Rogers, you being here on a story, like you said, don't know if it's common talk or not, but there's a story out at Will Fletcher's farm. It all happened sudden-like.
What happened sudden-like?
Well, sir, he'd finished his fall planting Monday forenoon. Went up to the house to take lunch. Then after...
Say, Mr. Harrison, I've got to run on. I heard that story. As a matter of fact, I dropped down and saw Mr. Fletcher himself about it. Yeah, that's what he said. That's a direct quote.
Well, give it to me again, then. And slow, Will. I've got it as far as guess it'll come to quite a bit of money. Now, what comes after that?
Well, let's see now. All right, here it is. Of course, it ruins the land for farming, you know. Even supposing I could take the horses or the tractor down there to work it. Oil just ruins it for farming.
Got it. I don't get it, but I've got it. Anything else?
And a little later on, he said, why couldn't it happen before I finished planting them 10 acres? Seed comes high these days, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, got it. Just like before. That all?
Yeah, I think so. Well, now let's just check. I gave you the state's geologist's views on what took place, and the oil company estimate of the quantity and possible quality of the oil, and, well, I guess that just about covers it.
Yeah, that checks us out, then, with the word on the medical clinic and the story in the high school suspects being released on the arson charge.
Yeah, that does it.
Sure appreciate your help, Will, and I'll see that your check's in the mail tomorrow.
Glad to help anytime. Goodbye.
Bye, Will.
You're right sure you reversed those charges to the city, Will.
Don't worry, Leah. The United Press will foot the whole bill.
Well, I watch my phone bills right close. They haven't varied more than a few cents one way or the other in years and years. Now you just sit down, Will, and have some lemonade. You must be awful hot and tired.
Kinda, Leah. Kinda. Well, things sure been popping around Eudora the last few days, haven't they?
Oh, 1 week's pretty much like any other, Will. Now, there you are.
Thanks, Leah.
Don't mention it.
Now, Leah, I come by to have a little talk with you.
Well, sip it while it's cool, Will.
Huh?
The lemonade, sip it while it's cool.
Oh, yes.
Kind of good, I think.
Yes, it is. Now then, Leah, well, I've got to come right out and ask. Why didn't you see fit to send in any of the big stories over here in Eudora in the past week?
Don't tell me something's happened I didn't report.
Well, 3 things come to mind right off, Leah. Now, since last week, Will Fletcher has a lake of oil on his property, and his place is crawling with geologists.
As if I didn't know that.
Did you? Well, then how come you didn't let the Gazette know about it? I had to find it out from the United Press in the city.
Will Rogers, do you read Eudora notes when I send them to you?
Indeed, I do. And there wasn't a single mention.
Indeed there was. Now, you just sit still a minute. Fortunately, I keep a copy of every word I send to you.
Well, now, you just show me where you mentioned about Will Fletcher's place.
All right. Now, let me see. Now, here it is. Mr. Know-It-All. The 5th item, and I quote, Fillmore Sentney drove past the Fletcher farm on the Reedville Road and noticed that Will Fletcher's fall planting was in and that Will seemed to have a lot of visitors. There.
Well, now, Leah, don't you think you left out a key factor, too? That's presuming that a lot of visitors means that bunch of geologists from all over.
Of course.
And the minor fact that a rare earth fault had occurred, not to mention a 10-acre lake of oil.
Well, my goodness, Will. Fillmore just drove by. He couldn't pick up all that information just driving by.
No, but you see, my point
Don't
is...
change the subject. Why, you had to drive all the way from Elyria to find out the complete details.
I know I did, but now
Fillmore isn't nosy, you know. Oh, we Sentneys aren't ones to pry. I think my little notice covers the situation very nicely. Now then, I believe you had another suggestion or so.
Well, Well, now, how about that medical clinic, Leah? Now, that's a big thing for Eudora.
I've been to all the meetings. I've worked on every detail of that clinic. Didn't Doc tell you I served pie and coffee at the Monday meeting?
Yes, he did. But I sure didn't see that in your column either.
It's in there, plain as day. Leah Sentney baked all day Monday despite the heat.
Leah.
You see? You don't read my little column too closely, Will. Now, I don't mind criticism or helpful suggestions. And I'm the first to admit it when I'm in the wrong. But, well, how long have you been in the newspaper game, Will?
A little over 10 years, all told.
I've been 20.
Well, and after that, I more or less gave up, Maggie. Leah and me, we just weren't talking the same language.
But you did stay on for dinner.
I was too weak to move. She's a better cook than she is a newspaper woman, for all our experience. I tried to make our point about mentioning other families in Eudora and the importance of names in the country newspaper. But I had the feeling she wasn't receiving me.
Well, you tried. I think you made some headway.
What makes you think so?
Well, for one thing, she's already called 3 times this morning with what she persists in calling late bulletins.
Oh, I don't believe it. The way she watches her phone bills.
Oh, you taught her a brand new wrinkle. She's reversed the charges all 3 times.
How about that?
I told her to ease off, that we didn't have another edition for a week.
Was there anything important in her late bulletins?
Oh, yes. Little Margaret Sentney cut another tooth. Fillmore and Fanny Sentney took turns patrolling the Reedville Road by Fletcher's farm, but report nothing new. And, let's see now. Oh, yeah, this week it's the Clarence Sentneys Jr. who are having the family picnic.
Oh, no. And I must have talked half an hour with my mouth full of dinner about working other names in her column.
Now, don't be too hard on her. She's improving. Her latest bulletin was, and I quote, Leah Sentney entertained Will Rogers of Elyria at dinner.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Jeanette Nolan, John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Vic Perrin. The special music was composed by Renee Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tomorrow night, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, takes on the Beautiful Widow murder case. It's a thrilling seesaw battle between ruthless underworld forces and the old investigator, as Keene closes in on the facts of death related to one of his most fascinating and dangerous assignments. Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Don't miss him. George Walsh speaking. And remember, Gangbusters go into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. I guess I'm about the last person in the world who should give out advice on affairs of the heart. But I had this random thought for teenagers the other day, and I figured I'd pass it along. While you're still young enough to play, stick with tennis, where love means nothing.
Rogers of the Gazette, another story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, starring Will Rogers, Jr., brought to you tonight, transcribed by Plymouth, with an invitation to see the new 54 high-style Plymouth tomorrow and enter the big $25,000 Plymouth contest.
How would you like to win a beautiful new 54 high-style Plymouth convertible? Well, that's just one of many prizes waiting for winners in the huge Plymouth contest this weekend. Find out all about it from your Plymouth dealer. Visit his showroom tomorrow for a complete list of prizes and the easy rules, and a first-hand look at the big, bright, beautiful new 54 Plymouth.
Sleek, smart lines? Plymouth's got 'em. Power steering available? You bet. Full time, too. And no shift driving? Yes, sir. At slight extra cost, it's Plymouth High Drive.
So be sure to see the exciting new 54 Plymouth this weekend and enter the big contest. But don't put it off. Contest entries must be mailed by Monday midnight.
It's big. The 54 Plymouth. It's bright. The 54 Plymouth. Big, bright, beautiful too. The 54 Plymouth is a car for you.
I'm Will's friend, Doc Clemens. As a doctor, I guess I know most of the people in Elyria. As a matter of fact, half the town's been to my office one time or another these past few days. People seem to get the sniffles even during Indian summer. I've got 'em, too. I just wish Will's ailment was something as simple as the sniffles. You see, I know that Maggie Button's in love with Will. He doesn't. I know that Barbara Lord's in love with Will. He doesn't. I even know that Barbara's on her way back to Elyria after a summer in Europe. Will doesn't know that. Nope. My friend Will still thinks 2 and 1 is 3, but I think 2 and 1 is trouble. That's Maggie there, hurrying over toward the Gazette office.
Will, she's coming home. Isn't that wonderful? She's coming home this week.
Is she?
After all this time, 2 months. Or is it 3 months?
I don't know. I don't even know who's coming home.
Barbara, silly.
Barbara Lord?
Well, of course, Barbara Lord. Oh, imagine. All the places she's seen the last few months. Paris, Rome, Naples, and Switzerland, the Low Countries, London, and back to Elyria.
Paris in the spring, Elyria in the fall. Guess you could do worse than that, Maggie.
You sure can. Elyria in the spring, Elyria in the fall.
Just the same, I'll bet she'll be glad to get home.
She says she will be. Claims she wouldn't miss the official opening of Illyria's autumn season for anything in the world.
Official opening? What's that?
The Bixby's party, Sunday.
Oh, that.
You do know about the party, then?
How can you miss knowing about it? Belle and Addie Bixby invite the whole town, don't they?
Only the cream of Illyrian society.
They invite the whole blame town.
You were invited, then?
Sure. Weren't you?
Yeah, I was invited. I just didn't know for sure about you. You hadn't said anything about it.
Oh, what's there to say?
Oh, nothing.
Well, say, now that we're on the subject of the party, Maggie.
Yes, well.
Well, I think you ought to arrange to get there early, you know, so you can get a good look at all the women when they parade in their spanking new dresses. I think we ought to do one of those Who Was Glimpse Looking Smart in What columns in next week's paper.
Uh-huh. You think I ought to arrange to get there early?
Well, unless you have other plans.
No, I have no other plans. I have no plans at all about the Bixby party.
Well, now that's good. Then you can run over early and cover the style show.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Well, now it might be at that. Remember last year when Emory Adams loaded the punch? Even Addie Bixby was walking over hands before the night was over.
Well, I didn't see much of the festivities last year. I went early and made notes all evening on what the women were wearing.
Oh.
You can have dessert if you like, Will. I like to see a young fella take to his food.
Thanks, Doc. Well, I took to the roast beef dinner so much, I don't think I've got room for dessert.
Well, I can't go it myself, to tell the truth. Have you got enough coffee?
Plenty, thanks.
I'm so stuffed up now, a little smoke won't bother me any. Will you have a cigar?
No. Now, Doc, will you come to the point right soon so I can relax a little?
Why, what's the matter, boy?
Well, I don't know yet, but you've been building up to something ever since you said you'd buy my dinner tonight. Now, what is it?
Well, I like that. A man makes a friendly little gesture, invites a friend to dinner, and right off he's suspect.
Especially if the man is you. Now, come on, Doc. What's it all about?
A lonely old man, weary of eating alone night after night, doesn't want to force himself on people often. But occasionally, feeling the need of companionship, he innocently asks
Now,
a
will
friend
you
at dinner.
stop? Stop. You haven't eaten a meal alone in the last 10 years. No one in town gets more dinner invitations than you do.
Understandable. I really have a lot of charm when you get to know me.
I know you. So how come you're buying me this dinner?
Well, as a matter of fact, son, I'm going to stick my nose right smack dab in the middle of your business, and I figured you'd take to it better on a full stomach.
Sure admire honesty, even when I have to drag it out of a man.
Well, the plain fact is, Will, I ran into Myron Lord in the post office this afternoon, and he tells me Barbara will be home before the week's out.
Yeah. Maggie got a letter from Barbara this morning. Said she hoped to get back in time for the Bixby party Sunday.
What are you going to do about it?
Oh, I think I'll go to the party, all right.
Oh, no. I mean, what are you going to do about Barbara and about Maggie?
Do about them?
Exactly that. Do about them. Before Barbara left, you'd take her out one night and turn right around and take Maggie someplace the next night.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Well, for one thing, they're best friends, Maggie and Barbara, and for another, you've been doing this for the last year or so. First with Maggie, then with Barbara. Don't you think it's time you made a move one way or the other?
I'm not inclined to make a move one way or the other. If that's got anything to do with it. Are you trying to say that I should make some kind of choice between Maggie and Barbara?
Well, shouldn't you? After all, they're both in love with you, and I don't think it's exactly fair to either of them.
Now, just hold a minute. This business of them being in love with me, I don't see that, Doc.
Well, I don't see it myself. But they are. I know blamed well they are.
Now, Doc.
I'm serious, Will. I don't think there's the slightest doubt in either of their minds about it. The remarkable thing to me is that it hasn't affected their friendship for each other. But it could, Will, if you don't do something about it.
Oh, now, Doc, to be honest, I never thought about doing anything about it. Never thought that far ahead. I mean, well, they're wonderful girls, both of them, and I'm really very fond of them. In different ways, of course. I don't honestly think I love either one of them. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I'm not in love with either of them. A fella'd know if he was in love, wouldn't he?
A fella ought to know. Yeah!
Bless you.
Excuse me. Oh.
Now, look, Doc. I like both of them. Like them a lot. And I don't want to hurt either of them. But I'm sure not ready to make any kind of a choice between them.
You think it's got something to do with Anne, Will?
I guess it does.
Anne would never want you to be lonely, Will.
I know she wouldn't, Doc. But with Anne, I knew I was in love with her. I knew I wanted to be married to her. And it was a good marriage, Doc. A real good marriage.
Yeah, I know that, Will.
I don't say I'll never marry again. Maybe I will. But right now, well, I'm just not sure enough, Doc. I'd want to be pretty sure. For the girl, whoever she is. For me, of course. And for Jill.
You've thought about what's best for Jill, then?
A lot. Little girls growing up need a mother. I know that. If she can't have her own, well, her dad had better find her a pretty good substitute.
Will, can you forgive a nosy old man?
I can forgive any nosy old man if he buys my dinner. Well, now that you've talked my leg off, this is going to cost you the biggest piece of pie in the cafe.
Oh, spare me no mercy.
And a 2-bit cigar.
Hey!
it's time for a break?
You say something, Jill?
I said, don't you think it's time for a break?
I guess so. There's just that one more patch to do over there in the middle.
Mrs. Weatherwax made some lemonade. Look, I brought it out to you.
Good girl.
We have some cookies, too.
Hey, how about that? Say, where'll we have our tea party, huh?
Oh, over under the maple tree, maybe. Or back by the mulberry bushes.
Well, now, I don't know.
We can have it right here. And you can lie down in the hammock like you always do.
Now, that's a real good idea.
We have fun, don't we, Daddy?
Uh-huh. I think we do, Jill.
Here.
Thanks, honey.
You're welcome. I like to take care of you. Do you like to take care of me?
I sure do, honey. I like it fine.
That's nice. This is good, isn't it?
Wait a minute. It is good. Just hits the spot.
Daddy? Why didn't you tell me Barbara Lord was coming home?
Just found out myself yesterday.
I didn't find out till today. Mrs. Weatherwax heard it uptown.
Well, she heard right, honey. I guess Barbara will be home today or tomorrow. Anyway, before Sunday.
Have a cookie?
Thanks.
You're welcome. Do you like her, Daddy?
Barbara? Yeah, I like her. Do you?
Oh, sure do.
I can't hear through the cookies.
I said I sure do like her. I guess Barbara Lord's my most favorite lady in the whole world.
Really, honey?
Next to Maggie, of course, and Mrs. Weatherwax.
Oh, yeah, I see. All three of them are your most favorite ladies in the whole world.
Next to Miss Barker. She's my teacher. I guess I've got more best friends than anyone. I like best friends. Don't you, Daddy?
Best friends are wonderful, honey.
Gee, wouldn't it be awful to have just one best friend? I mean, if you had to make a choice?
Yes, honey. If you had to make a choice, I think maybe it would be awful. Morning, Maggie.
Hello, Will. I thought you said you'd be late this morning. Aren't you due at that Farm Bureau meeting?
Yeah, but I forgot that report from the State Agricultural Society that came in yesterday, and I'll need it at the meeting.
Aren't you going to get a haircut?
Here it is. Haircut? Why, didn't I get a haircut last week?
The last time you got a haircut was... Wait a minute now. 3 weeks ago yesterday.
You wrote it down?
And put a red circle around it. It meant that much to me. I'm the one who has to look at it most of the time.
Yeah, I guess you are at that.
You're all scraggly around the neck. And if you're going to look nice at the party...
I'll get a haircut, Maggie, today. Now, that's a promise.
Then you are planning to go to the Bixby party?
Oh, I guess I'll go all right.
Well, then... Oh, go get a haircut.
I said I would, Maggie.
Look who's here. Barbara.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Oh, Maggie, how wonderful to see you.
Welcome home, sweetie. And look at you. You look great.
Hello, Will.
Hello, Barbara.
What are you doing? Letting your hair grow?
Not anymore. I've had complaints.
You look wonderful, Will.
Well, you look real nice yourself, Barbara. Well, I got to get along now.
Will, I just got here.
I know, but there's this Farm Bureau meeting, and I'm late for it now. It sure is, well, it's good to see you. I want to hear about that trip. See you both later, huh?
How about him?
Here, here.
I wonder, Maggie. I flew 5,000 miles to see that guy again. You'll greet me with a warm embrace. He shakes my hand. Maggie, are we going to go through life like that?
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Tomorrow, enter Plymouth's $25,000 contest. Tomorrow, see the great new 54 Plymouth. It's big, bright, beautiful, full of exciting new ideas in styling and colors, elegant all-new interiors, the kind of luxurious fabrics and appointments you've formerly found on only higher-priced cars.
Plymouth for 54 introduces 3 sparkling new lines. the beautiful new Plaza, the luxurious new Savoy, and the ultra-smart new Belvedere. 3 separate lines, and in each line, a wide choice of body styles, fabrics, and color combinations.
And that's only the beginning. Plymouth has power steering available this year. Full-time power steering that requires only a feather touch for steering, for turning, for parking.
Like to drive without shifting? Then you love Plymouth High Drive at only slight additional cost. It's the newest, smoothest, least expensive no-shift drive in the low-price field.
The new 54 Plymouth's an excitingly different car, all right? And there's an exciting contest to go with it. $25,000 in prizes. You can get full details from your Plymouth dealer when you go in to see the new 54 Plymouth.
But be sure to enter the contest this weekend, because it closes Monday midnight.
And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
Here I am, the back booth, Maggie.
Oh, you already ordered the coffee. Good.
Oh, your hair looks wonderful.
Thanks. Only 40 minutes under the dryer takes a lot out of me. And for what? I keep asking myself.
He hasn't asked you to the party yet?
He hasn't even come close.
Well, for whatever small comfort it is, he hasn't asked me either. Maggie, what are we going to do about that guy?
I don't know. Set fire to him.
Burning's too good for him. You didn't happen to get tired of him this summer by any chance?
You don't know how I tried to. I'm afraid not, Barbara. Even the way he doesn't get haircuts appeals to me.
I know. Oh, I know.
I guess the trip didn't work any wonders for you then, huh?
Maggie, I was positively shameless. On plane, train, and the Champs-Élysées, I tried every known means to forget him. I met, I don't know how many wonderfully attractive men, exciting, interesting, stunning men. And I'd wind up telling them about Will.
I don't know who I feel sorriest for, you or me. The big lug doesn't deserve either one of us.
Of course he doesn't. And don't you wish that were comforting?
I wish something were. Believe me, I've tried everything. I play out whole fantasies with myself. At breakfast in the morning, for instance, I imagine that I'll go to the office looking cool and aloof, and that all this will hurt him terribly, and he'll beg me for just one small smile. And what happens? I go to the office looking cool and aloof, and he walks in and says, "Hi, Maggie," and I'm dead.
I wish I didn't understand you so well.
You don't know how I prayed that he'd barge in the office one day and tell me he was following you to Europe.
We must have canceled each other. I hoped and prayed I'd come back to find that he'd married you.
I wish he had. I'd invite you to dinner every Sunday, and I'd insist that we take you with us to the Bixby party Sunday.
I'd fool you, too. I'd accept both invitations.
Oh, can't you just see the three of us going through life together?
Mm-hmm. What a couple we'll make.
Well, like the song says, it seems we've sat and talked like this before. I don't know about you, but I'm going to do something about it.
What?
Anything I can think of to get him to take me to the Bixby party.
Okay, so am I. Fair means or foul, anything goes. Okay?
Texas rules, friend. And may the better participant emerge victorious.
It's like Christmas, Barbara, or maybe my birthday. Only it's nicer because it isn't any special day at all.
Now, take it easy, Jill. It might be something breakable.
Oh, she's doing fine, Will. Fun to get excited about surprises.
Oh, look. A doll. A lot of dolls.
One from every country I visited. That's the Dutch doll. See, with her little wooden shoes and the little bonnet. And there's one from France and Italy and Switzerland. Well, they're all in there somewhere. With a little book that tells about each country.
Aren't they nice, Jill?
Oh, Barbara, Barbara, thank you so much.
Oh, you're quite welcome, honey. I hope you'll enjoy them.
Oh, I will. I truly will. Daddy, would it be all right if I kissed her?
Well, I think maybe it would.
Oh, take my word for it. It'd be perfectly all right.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, darling.
You're my most favorite lady in the whole world.
Bless your heart.
Can I show them to Mrs. Weatherwax?
Oh, of course you can.
Oh, golly. Mrs. Weatherwax, look what I've got.
Now she'll name them all Barbara. And by the time she adds them to her good night list, it'll take twice as long to get her to bed.
Can you ever forgive me?
You were nice to think of her. Now, she's got, let me see. She's got 3 dolls named Maggie, 2 named Mrs. Weatherwax, 1 named Doc, a bear named John, and a sheepdog named Daddy.
When are you going to get a haircut?
This afternoon. Doc and I are going together. Figuring maybe Sam will give us a cut rate.
Maybe he will.
Well, how was the trip, Barbara? You got any high-level impressions of Europe that I can break exclusively in the Gazette?
Oh, I kept a diary. And almost all of it is printable, unfortunately. But I got some wonderful color movies. That is, I hope they're wonderful. And when I get them back, I'm going to force them on all my friends.
I've got some I took at Jill's first steps. We could run them together as a double bill.
Wonderful idea.
Best way I know to alienate people, home movies. Oh, not that your pictures would drive folks away.
Well, if they drove a few away, I wouldn't mind. I could be persuaded to have a private showing. Just for you.
Well, I'd like that. I mean, I'd sure like to see the pictures,
I know what you mean.
Well, I bet it seems dull here in Elyria after touring all over Europe, don't it?
No, not dull at all. Why, I can't imagine anything more exciting than the Bixby party on Sunday.
Well, I don't know about it being exciting, but the whole town will be there.
I expect so. Oh, will you be there?
Oh, I guess so.
That'll be nice.
Say, have you got any special plans for the party, Barbara?
Well, not a plan in the world, Will.
Well, now that's good, because I just happened to think well, maybe it's a little late to ask.
Well, just you ask and see if it's too late.
Well, as long as you haven't made any plans, why don't you go early and help Maggie make notes on what the ladies are wearing, would you? Now, take it easy, Sam. Save some for next time.
Let's see. Next time figures to be around Thanksgiving. You can grow a full head of hair by then.
Yeah. Well, easy does it just the same.
Suppose you're getting shorn for the Bixby girls' party? Everyone else is.
Not exactly. I'm getting this haircut more or less by popular request.
Don't dull your scissors on him, Sam. There are better heads to cut.
And thicker.
Sit down, Doc. Wait your turn. I got to do that when I come to your shop. What's the matter? Been taking some of your own pills?
Very funny. Very, very funny. You know something? All the warm, friendly spirit's gone out of this town. I haven't heard a civil word this livelong day.
Well, I lay it to the Bixby girls. The whole town gets fitful just for one of their she-bangs.
Oh, now that's just plain ridiculous. Sam.
I'm not so sure it is, Doc. Seems to me like I've heard more talk and harangue about the party this year than ever before. Maggie's all keyed up, and Barbara's nervous as a cat about it. I bet they've checked me half a dozen times to see if I'm going.
Well, are you?
I'll tell you this. I've got half a mind not to. Sam tells me the fish are biting again up Snake Creek, and I'm darned if I wouldn't rather go fishing.
Bill and Addie Bixby'd never forgive you if you didn't show up. Personally, I'm looking forward to it. Which one you taking, Will?
What do you mean?
I mean, which one are you taking? Maggie or Barbara?
I haven't asked either one of them.
Will Rogers!
Ouch! Doggone you, Doc. How'd you like me shouting around on one of your tonsillectomies? I fair snapped his ear off.
Well, you can cut his throat for all of me. Will, call me a nosy old man again if you want to, but it appears to me you ought to take one or the other. I just don't think it's fair for you to sit back stubborn-like and leave them both high and dry.
Now, Doc, you're taking on too much. You might as well save your breath, because no one's near as interested in me and the Bixby party as you make out. Honest, Doc. A fella just can't count himself that important.
Awfully glad you called me to come down, Maggie. As a matter of fact, I was just getting ready to call you.
Oh, isn't that a coincidence?
What keeps you at the office today, anyway? You don't usually work on Saturdays, do you?
Oh, it depends. There's the mail and a few little things to do. Always. Barbara?
Huh?
Barbara, I'm going to the Bixby party with Will. He called me this morning.
He called you this morning?
Uh-huh. And I couldn't tell you on the phone. I just had to see you face to face.
What time this morning?
Oh, around 9, I think. Maybe a little later.
Maggie, he called me this morning around 9, maybe a little later. He asked me to go to the Bixby party with him.
Oh, no. Not even Will would do that.
He did it.
You know, we may have to set fire to him after all.
And here I was feeling a little sorry for you.
I was all choked up about you myself. You know something? It won't work. It just won't work.
Three's been a crowd for a long time.
Why couldn't one of us have a little pride? After all, it is the day before the party. It's too darn late to call a girl and expect to get a date.
Of course it is. So our boy called 2 girls and got 2 dates.
Well, I'm not going to let him get away with it. I'm going to call him right now and tell him you can't make it.
Oh, I've pulled phone cords out of the wall for less than that. No, I'll call him.
But, Barbara...
And tell him you can't make it.
You've been to Europe. What would a couple of French girls do in a situation like this?
Maggie, dear, when we're both older and wiser, I'll tell you. In the first place, they...
Well, hi there.
On top of everything else, he's a point killer.
We were just talking about you.
You were? Well, now that's funny, because I was just thinking about the two of you.
Will, maybe we 3 should sit down and have a little talk.
All right. Shoot.
Don't press your luck, Will.
I'll bet you think I've done something you don't like.
It's about threesomes, Will. Well, you did get a haircut after all.
Stick to your guns, Barbara.
Oh, yes. Well, 3 people, Will. They're one too many.
And we just don't think a threesome is a solution for the party tomorrow night. It's a nice haircut, too.
Thanks. Well, now, all this talk about a threesome. My golly, don't you think I've got more sense than to take 2 girls to the same party?
No.
Well, I have. It's not going to be a threesome at all. It's a regular foursome. Jill's coming along, too.
Remember, you have a date this weekend to see the new 1954 high-style Plymouth. Big, bright, and beautiful. And be sure to pick up an entry blank for the Big Plymouth contest. You might win yourself a new 54 Plymouth or one of hundreds of cash prizes. Don't put off entering, though, because contest entries must be mailed by Monday midnight. You can get full details on the contest and a complete list of prizes from your Plymouth dealer. Be sure to visit his showroom before Monday midnight. When you see the new Plymouth, you'll find 100 things to catch your fancy and make it easy to write your contest entry. So remember, visit the Plymouth dealer near you tomorrow.
Heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Kathleen Hyatt and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Joyce McCluskey, Mary McGovern, and John Daner. The special music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Rogers of the Gazette was brought to you by Plymouth, with a reminder to see the new 1954 Plymouth this weekend, and to mail your entry in the Big Plymouth contest before Monday midnight. Roy Rowan speaking over the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, a pretty wise man once said, women have a wonderful sense of right and wrong, but little sense of right and left.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Will's friend, Doc Clemens, and I'm here to tell you that Elyria is practically beside itself. You see, it's coming up Fair Week in our town, and all Elyria's fairly lathered up about it. To tell the honest truth, I guess I look forward to the Elyria County Fair as much as anyone around. Not so much for the exhibits or the carnival that always comes to town for the fair, or even the trotting races of an evening. No, sir. The thing I like best about the county fair is that when it's all over and the blue ribbons have been let for the prize beef and the fruits and vegetables and pickles and all that, I get me invited to some of the best dinners you can imagine. Of course, other folks feel different about it. For instance, they tell me the women's club feels a lot different about it.
Now, let's get those information blanks filled out and enter the home economics division at the fair offices just as soon as you can, ladies. If you have any questions at all, I'm here to answer them. Let's just work together to make this the best Elyria County Fair in history. Thanks kindly for your attention. Well, if there are no questions, then I'll be running along.
Just a minute, Mr. Little. I have a question.
Oh, it's Mrs. Burroughs, isn't it?
Hazel Burroughs it is, and I'd like to ask you why any of us, any woman in this room today, should enter food for judging at the fair.
Why, I don't know what to say. I had no idea.
Now, just hear me out, Mr. Little. A lot of us were faithful entries year in and year out.
That's right, sir.
But every woman in this room knows that Eula Horner has won most of the food classifications as far back as most of us can remember.
Every bit.
I, for one, say it isn't worth the bother just to see Eula win another batch of blue ribbons.
Sir.
Well, I must say, I wasn't prepared for this at all. Now, surely none of you are questioning the system of judging at the fair.
Hazel, just as right as rain. I think most of us are questioning the wisdom of going to all the trouble of putting up. It isn't as if we need the practice, Mr. Little.
Mabel McBurney, I am surprised at you. Why, there's been McBurney entries at the fair for the last 30 years that I know of.
And a good many years before that, too, Walter Little. But I'll say this. Eula Horner has a year long to get ready for the fair. She and Hardy are well set up. They got no children, money, and help aplenty. I should think she would win the blue ribbon. The rest of us mind our own homes and cook and clothe and feed families and do church and club work like this. But you don't see Eula Horner at this club, no siree. She's at home in her fine kitchen, a cannon and a putting up to affairs. And there's some sense to that.
I'll tell you, Will, I never had such a shock in my life. Not a single information blank filled out. And those women represent the most of the county leaders among women folk.
Well, Walter, you got more nerve than I have going in there to face them in the first place. They nearly marched on the Gazette office last year when we printed the winners. Those that won second and third awards wanted their names left right out of the paper. I told Avery that at the annual meeting.
That's probably why he sent me to make the speech today. Well, it's serious. We do not have a single entry in any food exhibit. And the fair's exactly 4 days away.
You mean you don't have any but Eula Horner's?
Not even Eula's. Not yet, anyway. Oh, I'm not worried about her. She'll come driving up in her station wagon early the first morning and unload everything from piccalilli to quince butter. But the others, I don't think we'll get a thing from them.
You can't blame them too much. Must get sort of monotonous with Eula carrying off the honors every year.
Couldn't you stir 'em up a little, Will? Write up something about county pride at being everybody's fair and like that?
Sure, I can do something like that. But it's no guarantee it'll send them all back to their kitchens.
They don't have to go to their kitchens. All in the world they got to do is to go to their ample pantry shelves or their fruit cellars. There isn't a woman in the county who doesn't put up regularly in every classification we have.
Is Maggie over at the women's club?
Mm-hmm. She showed me the back door off the stage. I might not have made it out with my life. Said she'd stay and see if she could bring any of them around.
Well, we'll put our heads together, Maggie and me, and do our best for you, Walter. Tell you what, if you expand your classifications to include fried eggs, why, I'll enter that one myself. Or isn't that much comfort to you?
Just write up something instead, will you?
Oh, hi, Maggie. What's another word for stubborn?
Women.
Women's club wouldn't give ground, huh?
Not an inch.
Walter Little stopped by and told me. They're in a real fix. Haven't got a single entry.
They're not going to get any either.
Well, why don't you help them out, Maggie?
And watch Eula Horner march off with another blue ribbon? Oh, I know how the women feel. There isn't much incentive when they're pretty sure Eula will sweep the entries again.
Walter says he hasn't even heard from Eula.
Well, surely he isn't worried about that. Why, it's a regular way of life with her. Have you ever seen her trophy room?
Never had that pleasure.
The blue room, Eula calls it. Blue ribbons framed on the walls, glass cases of blue ribbons here and there, pictures of her receiving blue ribbons. I blame Eula a little for the way the other women feel.
Well, her reign of terror may be over. The power of the press may be brought to bear on the situation. That is, if the press can come up with an idea. I told Walter we'd try and think of some way to stir up interest.
You did not?
Yes, I did, Maggie.
Then you were misquoted. I saw Walter after he left here, and he told me you said we'd put our heads together and do our best.
Well, I better go back and talk to John.
Swell. I'll sit here and put my heads together.
Do your best, Maggie. Still running off the programs for the fair?
I finished them. I'm on the livestock entry list, and after that I do the canned preserved foods.
Well, you can hold off on that last one for a while. Don't think they'll have use for the entry blanks they have on hand.
Eula Horner?
Yeah. Guess she's choked off all the competition.
She ain't that good, you know.
How do you know she isn't?
I tasted her wares, that's how I know. All that truck she brought in here after last year's fair, half of it wasn't worth wadding a shotgun with.
Wasn't, huh?
Oh, you take her sour cucumbers or her India relish.
Wait a minute, John.
And
What truck that she brought in here after last year's fair? I never saw any of it, let alone taste any of it.
Oh, you sure?
I'm quite sure.
Well, maybe I didn't give you any of it then. Thought I did. Maybe I didn't.
You know darn well you didn't.
Well, you just figure yourself lucky then. I remember the cucumbers especially. Yuck, made my stomach go back on me.
That's tough.
It is. You sure you don't remember it? She wrote a nice card, some about grateful thanks to her friends at the Gazette.
As far as I know, you ate the card, too.
Something made my stomach go back on me. Anyway, in my book, she ain't as good as all them blue ribbons make her out to be.
Well, she might as well be, because it looks like she'll win another batch of them again this year. No one else will enter.
Now, that's a pack of foolishness. What's the matter with these women, anyway? Their mothers before them wouldn't have quit, or their grandmothers before them. These girls nowadays are too soft. They need their ears pinned back a little.
Yeah. Well, I can get you a speaking date at the women's club if you just like to rally the girls around.
No, you don't. No. I've done all the public orating I'm going to in this town. Besides, this ain't a time for talk. Time's come to act.
Can I quote you on that?
Spell my name right if you do.
Hey, by golly, that's an idea.
What?
How much of the front page you got set up?
All but the lead story on the fair.
Fine. That ought to be room enough. See you after dinner, John.
Bye.
Maggie, see if you can get me Hazel Burroughs on the phone, will you? Or do you think she's home from the club meeting by now?
I think so. Got an idea?
Sorta.
46B, please. Yeah, Harriet. How are you? That's good. Hello? Hazel? Maggie Button. Fine, thanks. Hazel, Mr. Rogers would like to speak to you a minute. Hold on, will you?
Thanks, Maggie. Hello, Mrs. Burroughs?
Talking, Will.
Mrs. Burroughs, the Gazette's doing a story on the fair, and we'd like your cooperation.
Well, now, any way I can, Will, I'll be happy to help.
Glad to hear that. Now, I guess I don't have to tell you that nobody's entering the food events at the fair this year.
And no one's likely to, Will. And if you want to lay the blame, you can lay it right in Eula Horner's lap.
Well, now, Miss Burroughs, I know you feel pretty keen on this subject, and I want to give you this opportunity of speaking your mind for publication.
Oh. Well, now, I don't know as I have anything to say for you to come right out and print, Will.
I'd sure appreciate a direct quote on it, Mrs. Burroughs. We'll print anything you have to say.
Well, now, I tell you, Will, suppose you just leave me out of it entirely. Suppose you don't even say you called me or anything.
I'd like to do that for you, Mrs. Burroughs, but I wouldn't be doing my proper job if I didn't report the facts here. Now, if the Elyria County Fair stands to have no food exhibits this year, it'll be the first time in fair history. And that's news, you see, and it's my job to find out how this situation came about and bring in the facts to everybody's attention.
Well, Will, I'll have to think about it. What's anybody else saying?
You're the first one I've called.
Uh-huh.
You see, there's a time problem involved, too, Mrs. Burroughs. The Gazette goes to press tonight. Got to be at everybody's door in the morning.
I see. Well, give me a few minutes to think. I'll call you back, Will.
Thanks, Mrs. Burroughs. Goodbye.
What do you think she'll do, Will?
Well, she'll call Mabel McBurney right off, and I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Women's Club of Elyria met tonight in extraordinary special session.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment, but first, life can be full of insoluble problems when you're 15. Problems funny to everyone except you. That's how it is with Judy Graves, CBS Radio's Junior Miss, heard every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on most of these same stations. CBS Radio also brings you the comedy of Beulah every weekday evening. Beulah and Junior Miss, weekday evenings on CBS Radio. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
Any luck, Maggie?
Nope. Hazel's line's still busy. So's Mabel's. According to Harriet, everybody's talking to everybody tonight.
Well, we can't hold up the front page much longer. Wonder if I ought to run out to Hazel's and see. I'll get it, Maggie. This has got to be Hazel. Elyria Weekly Gazette.
Well, Walter Little.
Oh, hello, Walter. Kind of hoped it'd be somebody else.
I wish it were, too, Will. Anybody else.
Things pretty bad, huh?
It can't get any worse. Eula Horner just called me, Will. Says she's not entering any food this year.
What's she mad about?
Oh, it was all very friendly. She said she'd like to, meant to all along, but she just hasn't had the time.
Well, I'm sorry, Walter. This really leaves you up a tree. I'm running a story of opinions and comments on all this. I'd like to get a statement from you.
I couldn't put it into words, Will. Decent words, anyway. Funny thing, every year I swear I'll never stay with this job through another fair, but now the job's slipping out from under me, I feel sort of sunk. But you can say that I'll go through the formality of resigning.
Well, let me just call that a rumor, will you, Walter? You wouldn't quit the week before the fair if food entries started coming in, would you?
No, of course not. Anything make you think they will?
Nothing sure. But if I know anything, it'll be in the Gazette in the morning. I sure hope to have some good news for you, Walter.
Thanks, Will. Well, night to you.
Good night, Walter. Eula Horner isn't entering any food this year. Says she hasn't had time.
Oh, fine. Hasn't had time. Why, of all the nonsense.
Wait a minute. Elyria Weekly Gazette.
Hazel Burrows talking, Will.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Burroughs.
Can you speak up, Will?
I said, oh, yes, Mrs. Burroughs.
I can't hold the phone direct to my ears anymore, Will. I've been talking and listening so long, both my ears are sore as boiled.
I know. I've tried to reach you.
Oh, I've been on the phone. Well, I gave it a lot of thought, Will, and I finally decided that my opinion all by itself wouldn't count for much. So I called Mabel McBurney, and between us, we concluded that this was a matter for the executive board of the Women's Club.
You had a board meeting on this.
By phone, Will, yes. Mabel and I divided the list, see? Took 10 names apiece. And, well, polled the legislation or the delegation, you might say.
Can I have an official statement from the board, then?
Completely official and authorized.
Fine, Mrs. Burroughs. Now read it to me slow, will you? I want to be sure I get every word correct.
No comment.
That's the statement from the board?
Completely official and authorized.
I see. Tell me this, Mrs. Burroughs. Does that mean there'll be no food entries in the fair from any member of the Women's Club?
Indeed it does, Will.
I guess that makes it unanimous, then.
How's that, Will?
I say that makes it unanimous, then. Eula Horner isn't entering any food either.
Eula isn't...
Well, I sure appreciate all the trouble you've gone to, Mrs. Burroughs. I'll see that the board statement gets in the Gazette all right.
Will?
Yes?
I guess you're pretty pressed for time, aren't you?
Oh, yes. We've been holding up the front page for your statement, but we'll make it fine now, and thanks again for your trouble.
Now, wait a minute, Will. This decision of Eula's, I just wonder if Mabel and I shouldn't poll the board again. Will, could you give me half an hour?
Oh, all right. Take another half hour.
I just don't know that my ears can go through it again, but I just feel it's my duty, Will.
It's beautiful. Just beautiful.
Morning, Maggie.
Oh, morning, Will.
How does it look to you this morning?
It gets better every time I read it.
Go on. Impress me.
Oh. Decisive last-minute action late Wednesday night by the executive board of the Elyria Women's Club averted possible discontinuance of the food division of the Elyria County Fair and a rumored resignation of Walter Little, food division chairman. That's a good lead, Will.
Possibly my finest hour. Continue.
Let's see. Oh. Reportedly shocked and horrified the laxity of county women in entering food events, the board was moved to act when it received word that Mrs. Hardy Horner, perennial blue ribbon entry from the county, was not participating in this year's food division category.
Let me take the direct quote, Maggie. I believe I memorized it. In an officially authorized statement to the Gazette, the executive board issued this comment. The Women's Club of Elyria urges the women of the county to follow its lead in preserving the 90-year-old tradition of the food division of the county fair. All club members canvassed promised food entries in at least 5 categories, thereby assuring the success of this vital part of the fair activities.
Oh, well, it's just spectacular, that's all.
That was kind of fun, wasn't it?
Oh, morning, Doc.
Hi, Doc.
Morning to you, Maggie. Well, what's new, as the saying goes?
New? Haven't you read the Gazette this morning?
I have not, and for a very good reason.
Better be.
Best reason in the world. I didn't read the Gazette this morning because some lunkhead forgot to deliver my copy. Reason enough.
Give the man a free paper, Maggie. And don't call me a lunkhead.
Will, don't tell me Jimmy didn't show up.
Oh, he showed up, but with a pretty bad cold. I sent him home. Now, as for you, Doc, you'd have had your paper all right if the eaves on your house didn't slope so much.
What?
Don't worry. I'll get the paper out of your roof gutter before the next rain.
Thanks, son. Well, is there anything worth reading in the Gazette now that I've got my copy?
Big news, Doc. Eula Horner isn't entering any food at the county fair this year.
And even bigger news. The rest of the women of the county are entering food this year.
You don't say.
Can you beat it, Doc? Eula's excuse for not entering is that she hasn't had the time. Of all the people in the county, who has more time than Eula Horner?
You know, Maggie, I don't stand to be very popular around here today. Or anywhere else, apparently. I just came from Hazel Burroughs' house.
Hazel sick, Doc?
Bad case of telephone ears, that's all. But Hazel was busy sounding off about Eula, and now you, Maggie. And I'll tell you, I'm not in a position to elaborate, but Eula's taken a roasting she doesn't deserve. Mark my words on that.
I'm sorry, Doc. I wouldn't say anything about her except to you or Will.
I know that, Maggie. But just every once in a while, I get sick to death of folks talking where they don't know all the circumstances.
Well, golly,
now, I know you don't mean any harm, but I'll tell you this. I do a lot of eating in this county, don't forget, and there's not a finer cook around than Eula Horner.
Well, if she didn't do anything else, she's indirectly responsible for saving part of the county fair this year.
Uh-oh. Elyria Weekly Gazette. Fine, Walter. Will's right here. It's Walter Little, Will.
Excuse me a minute, Doc.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, Walter?
Just wanted to thank you, Will. Everything's going to work out fine. And, well, we're all just real grateful.
I sure didn't do much, Walter. Entry blanks really rolling in, are they?
Not so many actually in, but Mabel McBurney called to say the Transportation Committee of the Women's Club is arranging to pick up all the entries and drive them right to our door.
That's good.
Say, you might be interested. There are 3 blanks already filled out. Came in by mail this morning. So I guess the Gazette can't take any credit for recruiting them.
No, I guess not. Who sent them in?
Well, the name... Let's see here. Oh, Phoebe Ellen Kimball.
Phoebe Ellen Kimball.
Mm-hmm. And the entries are for Piccalilli, India Relish, and Pickles, Miscellaneous and Unclassified. Name mean anything to you, Will?
Nope. But then that don't mean anything either.
Well, just thanks again, Will, and see you at the fair, huh?
You bet, Walter. Goodbye. Doc, you get around the county more than I do. Did you ever hear of anybody by the name of Kimball? Phoebe Ellen Kimball?
Kimball? Yeah. Nope, not anymore. There was a Cloyce Kimball years back, but his name wasn't Phoebe.
You sure of that?
Positive. Well, sir, I've tested all the rides, and it's my opinion that the Ferris wheel isn't up to the same high standard of last year.
It's a high enough standard for me, Doc. I got to get to work now anyway. You'll just have to spin around without me.
Oh, shucks. Where are you bound for?
Food exhibit. Maggie's been there this morning taking down winners in the textile and wearing apparel. I think the food judging's coming up. Better give her a hand. Come along?
Nope, not just now, Will. I'm a mite interested in some of the livestock judging myself. I'll catch up with you later.
Oh, fine. Oh, and Doc.
Yeah?
Lay off the cotton candy a while, will you? You're going to get yourself sick.
Oh, all right. You know, Will, doggone it, you're not much fun anymore. Just not much fun at all.
See you later. Oh, sorry.
Oh, my fault, Will. Look!
Well, for blue ribbons, Mrs. Burroughs.
3 of them, Will. For dresser scarf, cutwork, chair sets embroidered, and here's my pride and joy, chow chow red.
Why, Mrs. Burroughs, that's just wonderful. Does Maggie have it all down?
Oh, sure. I saw to it that she did.
I sure congratulate you. I better get to Maggie. If they've started the food judging.
Oh, she's right there. See? The end of my finger, down by the judge's stand.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. And congratulations again.
I'm going right home and tell Harry.
How's it going, Maggie?
Well, just great. Hazel Burroughs.
Yeah, I know. I just saw her.
Oh,
Well, where are we?
on pickles and relishes. They've just started.
Your attention, please. Attention, please. Thank you. We have the results of 3 more classifications for you. First place awards only. In India Relish, first place, Phoebe Ellen Kimball. Piccalilli, first place, Phoebe Ellen Kimball. And Pickles, Miscellaneous and Unclassified, first place, Phoebe Ellen Kimball.
Who on earth is Phoebe Ellen Kimball, Will?
I don't think anyone else knows either, Maggie.
If Miss or Mrs. Kimball will come forward, please. We have 3 blue ribbons for her. Is Miss or Mrs. Kimball here?
Mr. Little?
Yes, John.
If you'll just send the ribbons to Mrs. Kimball, care of the Gazette, I'll be much obliged and see that she gets some.
All right, John, we'll do that.
What is this?
I wouldn't even hazard a guess, Maggie. Wait a minute.
Now then, just don't you say a word, Will.
All right, Phoebe. I won't say a word. But I'll sure be watching to see who shows up at the Gazette office to claim those blue ribbons.
Yeah? Well, just watch. You won't see a blame thing.
Who taught you to cook, Phoebe? I'd like to do a little story on you. Honestly, John, Phoebe Ellen Kimball.
Not a word against her in my presence. I'll strike you down. Sure as you're standing upright, I'll strike you down.
You mean there is a Phoebe Ellen Kimball?
There was. Fine a grandmother as a boy ever had. Fine a cook as ever lived. I got a whole batch more of her recipes in my trunk down in the press room. I guess I could have won plenty more blue ribbons if I'd been of a mind.
Well, Will, I came a-running when I heard the news.
Now, how about that, John? And how about that Phoebe? Well, I never thought I would quit shaking my head.
Well, I got a few flashes for you that'll set it wagging from side to side again.
Like what?
Oh, like some of the livestock winners. As, for instance, for senior yearling not in milk Holstein, as well as pen of 5 range ewes fine wool type, and get of sire milking shorthorns, 3 blue ribbons to Eula Horner.
I'm in no mood for jokes, Doc.
Scout honor, Will. Eula swept all 3 of them. And do you know what tickles me? Well, I'll tell you.
This time I'm interested.
Things have been pretty rough going for Eula. Hardy's been in bad shape all year. They chose to keep it to themselves, but they've had a lot of reverses this year. They've let most of their fine help go. And sure as shooting, Eula didn't have time to enter the food exhibits. She was too blame busy getting the stock ready to show.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, John Daner, Jeanette Nolan, Harry Bartell, and Ann Morrison. The special music was composed by Pierre Garrigink and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This Saturday, enjoy Welcome Home, a timely drama on Theater of Today. It's the story of a POW's reception by his community and the personal side of his readjustment to normal life. Also this Saturday on most of these same stations, CBS Radio presents on Stars Over Hollywood, the lovable comedian Victor Moore in Blackout, a story you'll find gripping as it is unusual. George Walsh speaking. Remember, for the top tunes of rural America, hear Saturday Night Country Style every week on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, an old fellow once said that narrow-minded people are like narrow-necked bottles. The less they have in them, the more noise they make pouring it out.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. I guess it's just natural. All of us in Elyria are mighty proud of our high school. Most of us went there. Well, not to this building, of course, but it's the same old school ground. I'm proud to say that the elm I planted there years ago in the Arbor Day ceremonies is a fine, leafy shade tree today. Yes, sir. I tell you all this so you'll know that we all stand behind IHS in anything it does. That's why everybody's parking is piled high with scrap this week. The senior class is having its annual scrap drive to raise money for the class gift to the school. And honestly, folks got some of the darndest things stacked in front of their houses.
A Turkish water pipe. Doc, you're kidding.
My word of honor, Maggie, big as you please. On Hazelborough's front lawn, a Turkish water pipe. Or maybe it's Egyptian or Indian for all of me, but a water pipe it is.
Well, the scrap drive always brings its share of novelties. Remember last year when the Bixby girls' total contribution was 4 stuffed blue jays and a full-scale skeleton?
Yeah. The salvage people refused the skeleton. Sent it back to the Bixbys and no questions asked.
Addie Bixby caught it at the high school, didn't she?
Yeah.
Gave it to the physiology classes or something like that?
Yeah, and just as it should be, too.
What do you mean?
I happen to know that it was Addie herself who spirited this self-same skeleton out of Elyria High School 40-odd years ago. On a dare.
Doc, how do you know that?
I dared her. And I happen to know that Addie has made countless efforts during the intervening years to get rid of the skeleton to the point of near distraction at times. I've even treated her for nerves because of it.
Doc Clemens, you're the meanest man in town.
Yeah, and Addie's the stubbornest woman. I don't know how many times I've offered to take the skeleton off her hands, but she looked on it as some sort of defeat and wouldn't hear of it.
Well, if you know all about last year's skeleton, you probably have a bizarre collection of stories about the Turkish water pipe on Hazelborough's front lawn.
No, this one's got me baffled.
There's a name for a water pipe. What is it, a funny sort of name?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I come across it in crossword puzzles all the time. Yeah, it escapes me for the moment.
I wonder what it is. It's going to bother me till I think of it. Well, morning, Sam.
Morning, Miss Maggie. Doc, you need a haircut.
I was planning to stop by later today.
Close early today. Band practice every day this week. Getting ready for the halftime ceremonies at the big football game come Friday night, you know.
Say, that's right. Elyria plays Reedsville this week, doesn't it?
The homecoming game.
Yeah, the whole county will be there. You better get that band together for this one, Sam.
If you're referring to the band's performance at the Yancey game, let me tell you that no leader in the country can bring out a brass section that doesn't even show up for the game.
Too bad you can't make a place for a Turkish water pipe in the band, Sam. Hazel Burroughs could sit in with you.
Yeah, have you seen that thing on Hazel's front lawn, ready for the scrap pickup?
I keep pretty much to myself. Don't go poking my nose into what folks have out in their lawn. That's their business.
Oh. You don't poke around, huh? How about last year? I happen to know you collected 4 music stands off various and sundry lawns about Elyria.
Miss Maggie, I really came to see Will.
Well, he's at the dentist, Sam.
Oh, my. That could be very bad.
Just a little filling, I think, Sam.
Oh, he still has his own teeth then, huh?
Well, he had his own yesterday. Why?
Well, it could be very important that he had his own teeth. Well, then again, it might not matter at all.
Sam, are you making any sense?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am. Now, just one more question, and I'll have to run along. Mrs. Weatherwax, is she musical at all? Maybe play an instrument, say?
Well, She sings in the choir, but I don't think she plays any instrument. Does she, Doc?
Well, it seems to me she does take a swipe or two at the musical saw occasionally.
Uh-huh. Well, say, I sure hope Will has his own teeth, that's all. Tell him I'd like to see him as soon as I can, will you, Miss Maggie?
I sure will, Sam. And I hope you feel better real soon.
Oh, I feel fine. Oh, Doc, you was wrong, you know.
Yeah, I know. I made that up about Miss Weatherwax and the musical saw.
I mean about the music stands. I did not take 4 music stands off various and sundry lawns about Elyria last year. Took 5.
Hi, Maggie. Doc.
Hello,
How's
Will.
the dentist?
He was fine, but he darn near killed me.
Well, that settles it, Maggie. Will has his own teeth.
You don't know how happy Sam will be to hear that.
What's the matter with you two?
Well, it's been quite a morning. First, Doc came in with some strange
Now,
news.
that can wait. Tell him what Sam said.
He said he wanted to see you. And when I told him you were at the dentist, he began asking questions like, do you still have your own teeth?
Yes, I do.
It seemed very important to him that you do. Then he wanted to know if Mrs. Weatherwax played an instrument.
Nope. Any more questions?
How about her teeth?
All her own, as far as I know.
Well, you better talk to Sam.
Yeah, I will. Now then, let me tell you, because you'll never guess in a million years. Let me tell you what I saw on Hazelborough's front lawn this morning.
A Turkish water pipe.
Oh, you saw it.
Doc did. I'm just dying to see it. I think I've seen one since the old Valentino movies. Not that I saw any of them first run, of course.
Well, now, listen. Anyway, you two don't know so much. Because the correct word is not water pipe, it's hookah.
That's the crossword puzzle word we've been trying to remember, Maggie.
You remember, Doc, the Strand showed all his old pictures again just a few years ago.
Whose old pictures?
Valentino's.
Say, why does his name keep cropping up here? Now, we're talking about hookahs. Did you ever smoke one of them, Doc?
I just want it clearly understood that I never saw a Valentino picture first run, that's all.
Well, now listen, I'll tell you, Doc. Maybe we could meet for lunch and sometime and discuss these hookahs.
Oh, that's all right. Talk about them now. I'm interested, too.
You know, if I knew how to load it, darned if I wouldn't like to take a crack at smoking that contraption.
Might start a whole new trend. You know, what kind of a hookah do you smoke, Doctor?
Yeah. Or I switch to hookahs because they give me a longer, wetter smoke.
I think we ought to call Hazel. There must be some kind of a story there.
Hazel's kind of vague as to how she came by it. She said if she could recollect, she'd let me know.
Well, sure, it beats me. I've known Hazel Burroughs for years, but who'd have thought to look at her that she had a hookah in her attic all the time?
Poor Hazel. I bet everyone in town has called or stopped by to ask about it.
Well, of course, to my way of thinking, you shouldn't put things out on public display if you aren't prepared to answer.
I think you're right, Doc. If I wanted to keep anything secret in this town, I sure wouldn't pile it on top of a scrap heap in my own front lawn.
Elyria Weekly Gazette.
Yes, he's here. Hang on. Oh, you will. It's Sam.
Thanks, Maggie. Hello, Sam. What can I do for you?
Well, sir, you'll help me a lot if you'll tell me who's the rightful owner of that cornet I spotted on your parking this morning.
Oh, my golly.
I figured it was yours when I saw the initial WR on it. I put that with the fact that Mrs. Weatherwax don't seem to be the cornet
Yeah.
type.
Well, now, look, Sam, if I were you, just forget about it.
Well, now, I'm not a bit inclined to forget it, Will. Say, seeing you're at your office, I'll just come down and have a little talk with you about it.
Wait. I'll come up to the shop.
Well, if you prefer.
No, I insist. I'll come right away, Sam. There's no need for Mrs. Weatherwax to do a thing like that.
What's wrong, Will?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing's wrong. Only I got to go up to Sam's a while.
Doc, he ran out of here.
Proving that nothing, absolutely nothing, is wrong.
I've never seen him run about anything.
Now, look, Sam, look here. That cornet didn't belong with the stuff I put out for the high school kids.
I agree with you. Much too fine an instrument to be cast
I told
aside.
Mrs. Weatherwax to get rid of it a long time ago. Thought maybe the Boy Scouts or someone like that could use it.
The Elyria Civic Band can use it, Will.
Well, now, that's fine with me. The Elyria Civic Band can have it as a gift from an anonymous admirer.
You're not ashamed of playing a cornet, are you?
I'm just ashamed of the way I play it, that's all. Now, you're sure welcome to it. Not that it's in very good shape. The valves are all fouled
Oh,
up.
no, it's in fine shape now. Business has been slow this morning.
That's my cornet?
Yep. As good as new.
Well, you sure shined it up fine. Let me take a look at it. Hey, valves work fine.
Quite a hand with instruments. Will, boy, how's your lip?
Oh, it's shot, Sam. It's just shot. Well, I've had trouble just blowing out a match these days.
Those are your own teeth, aren't they?
Sure, but... Oh, now look. You got the wrong man. Well, I haven't played a cornet since high school band.
You sure look good holding it.
It's always been one of my strong points. Here, Sam, you take it.
Oh, no sense me taking it. Cornet won't do us much good all by itself. Will, doggone it, you got to join the band.
I can't do it, Sam. Now listen, you're welcome to the cornet, but honest, the biggest favor I can do the Elyria Civic Band is not to blow my own horn.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment, but first, music lovers will find Sunday a day of days on CBS Radio. This coming Sunday, they can enjoy Robert Casadesus as piano soloist with the New York Philharmonic, which features Chaminade's Morena with flute solo by John Wummer. And there'll be delightful listening with Leopold Stokowski conducting the 20th Century Concert Hall. Yours on most of these same stations Sunday, presented by CBS Radio. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
Hi, Will.
Hello, Maggie.
What you got in the sack?
Nothing.
Is it a surprise?
Well, it's more of a shock.
Come on. What is it?
Nothing, Maggie, nothing at all.
Then what are you hiding it in the drawer
I'm
for?
not hiding it. I just put it there.
What?
Nothing.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Maggie. I didn't mean to bark at you.
Will, can't you tell me what's wrong? You ran out of here when Sam called you and you said it was nothing. Now you come back with a big sack full of nothing, put it in the drawer, and you still say it's nothing.
Well, it's nothing important. Any calls while I was out?
Hazel Burroughs called. Said she was coming down to shop anyway and dropped in to see you.
Something about her hooker, I suppose.
I guess so. She was pretty tight-lipped about it. Said she preferred to talk directly to you. Let me see. Oh, I know. Riley at the hotel called. Said the copy was ready for their ad. Something about having a new orchestra for the dance after the game Friday night.
I'll go pick it up.
You written this week's editorial yet?
No, I haven't. Just can't seem to come up with anything that satisfies
Well, you
me.
said last week to remind you to write something about the band.
I did?
Uh-huh. Remember when there was no brass section at the Yancey game? You said it was a crying shame that Elyria didn't have a first-rate band. Something ought to be done about it.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll wait a few weeks before I tackle that subject, Maggie. I just don't think it'd be a smart move this week.
You were sure hot for it last week.
Well, I'm not hot for it this week.
Well, I am. I still think it's a crying shame that Elyria doesn't have a first-rate band. Why don't you let me write an editorial about it?
Not this week, Maggie, and don't press me for any more details.
If I ask why, you'll say nothing. And there will be all over again.
So you might as well avoid all that by not asking me why. Now I think I'll go over to the hotel and see Riley about his ad.
Hello, folks.
Hazel, nice to see
Good
you.
morning, Miss Burroughs. Won't you have a chair?
Thanks, no. I'm in a bit of a hurry. The funniest thing came up. You know that water pipe thing I put out for the scrap drive?
Oh, the hooker.
The what-a?
Hooker. That's the real name for it.
Well, it may be a hooker to you, but it's been nothing but a headache to me the livelong day. Until about half an hour ago. I got this call from that antique fella west of town, and he says he'll give me $50 for it.
Why, Hazel, that's wonderful.
Sure is. Say, did you ever recollect how you come by it, Mrs. Burroughs?
Yes, sir, I did. And I must say it's one of the most fascinating stories you can imagine. I wasn't too clear when I talked to you earlier, Will, but when I spoke to Harry about it, he told me all the exciting details all over again. Oh, they're just intriguing, really.
Oh, well, now let's have them. It'll make a good feature for the Gazette.
Oh, it would. No doubt about it. Very interesting reading. But, Will, Harry won't let me tell you a word about it.
Why not?
Well, I was all primed to tell you until I dropped Harry off at Sam's for a haircut. And, Will, you know how clannish the members of the band are. Harry's just real upset with you.
Why? He isn't even going to write the editorial about the band.
Never mind that, Maggie.
Well, what's he talking about?
Nothing.
Oh, that again.
I really don't blame them much, Will. The band works awfully hard to try and give Illyria some music, and you know how much abuse folks give them. Why, sometimes Harry near throws his trombone away when he hears the talk after one of their concerts.
Well, now, I'd like to help, Mrs. Burroughs,
Then
but then...
help. Sam says he's fixed your cornet up fine.
Oh, I'll walk out with you, Mrs. Burroughs. I was just leaving.
I don't believe it.
Will, I declare there's no need to push me out the door.
Hey, Will, wait up.
Oh, hi, Doc.
Maggie said she thought I could find you at the hotel, or near it, leastwise.
I've been to the hotel. Saw Riley about his ad for the Gazette. Something on your mind, Doc?
A little something. Will, it's snowballing. About you and your cornet. Between Sam and Harry Burroughs and a few other band members, you pushed Hazel Burroughs' hookah right out of the conversation.
Is that so? Folks must be pretty hard up for conversation now.
Son, it appears to me you ought to do something about it. I tell you, it's snowballing for fair.
Now, what can I do about it, Doc? For heaven's sakes, I offered the cornet to Sam and the Illyria band, and if he won't take it, I don't see that I can force it on him.
Sam says it won't blow all by itself.
Now, listen, just tell me this, Doc. Suppose you hadn't delivered a baby for something like 15 years. Would you agree to deliver one at halftime ceremonies of the homecoming game?
Well, now, I wonder if that's a comparable situation, Will.
It is as far as I'm concerned. Honest, Doc, I was no great shakes as a cornet player when I was at my peak. I tell you, it'd take a small miracle to make me good enough to play by Friday night.
Well, I'll take your word for it, son, but I don't know about Sam and Harry and the rest of the civic band. You see, Will, the talk is that you won't even try to help them out. And they're taking it like you were failing to answer a call to duty. Understand?
No, I don't.
As Hazel Burroughs says, you're always quick enough to point it out when other Illyrians are found wanting when it comes to civic responsibility
but
and duty.
Doc, none of them have heard me play. I told Sam that the kindest thing I can do for the band is not to play the cornet.
No, Will, it isn't. You just said it yourself. None of them have heard you play. Seems to me you owe it to them to show up at band practice this afternoon. Blow that fool horn for them, and if you're as bad as you say you are, they'll thank you to stay out of the band. But at least you'll have tried, Will.
Well, maybe you're right. It's an awful dirty trick to pull on old friends, but they sort of asked for it, haven't they?
I'll stand behind you, Will, even if they run you out of town for it.
Get your track shoes ready, Doc.
They've all gone, Will. You can come out now.
You didn't tell any of the band I was coming, did you, Sam?
Well, yes, Will, I did. I had to. Feeling was running so high against you, I just had to speak out for you and tell them you were coming to try out alone just this once.
I hope they'll take your word for it. There's just no sense inflicting this noise on the whole band unless it's absolutely necessary.
You worry. They'll take my word for it. Now, just relax, Will. Now, loosen up your face muscles. And when you're ready, go right ahead and blow.
Okay. How about the scales, just for a starter?
I can't think of a better place to begin. All ready now? 1 and 2 and...
Want me to take 5?
No, I don't. Now, just you think about that lip. The breathing and control will come. Your finger works very good, Will. It's the best thing you do. So far, of course. Let's try again now. And 1, and 2, and...
You beginning to get the idea, Sam?
You just give up too easy, boy. Just you rest a spell. Sometimes, we tense up, times like this.
Now, Sam, be honest. I'm perfectly relaxed. You're the one that's tense.
Now then, I'm the band leader here, Will, and I'm not going to let you give up so easy. I want you to run that scale. All the way this time, no matter how long it takes. You go all the way, from do to do.
Yes, sir.
You made it, boy. You made it. That's perseverance for you.
Are my ears still on?
No, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Sam, you're either tone deaf or you're desperate. That was awful. Now, why don't you admit it?
Will, I want you to try and try and try some more. I want you to take the music home with you. I want you to practice night and day. We need you, boy. The Elyria Civic Band won't have a bigger moment all year than this homecoming game Friday night, and we've just got to be able to count on you, Will. We've just got to. Now, you try again.
Doc, this is silly. Routing me out at this hour of the night. I don't hear a thing.
Come on up a little closer to the house. Will's probably just taking a rest.
So was I. You beat my front door down.
Now just hush and listen. Well, what do you say to that?
Doc, that's good, isn't it?
It's very good. And it's just the beginning.
He's a regular Gabriel.
I am proud to call him my friend. Do you realize, Maggie, Will hadn't even touched that cornet for nearly 15 years. Until just a couple of days ago.
All I know is he's barely been in the office since he went to band practice that first time. I was getting kind of mad, but...
Maggie, I've never said a thing like this in my life. But that cat is crazy.
There. Guess that does it.
What have you been pounding out so furiously, Will?
Well, Maggie, I just took the time out to write next week's editorial, that's all. A little thing about the civic band. Guess I'm a little more qualified to speak now than I was before.
You sure are. Well, you might as well know. Doc and I listened to you practice last night at your house.
It was kind of a sneaky trick, wasn't it?
I guess it was. Will, you were just great. Just simply great.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Maggie. Cornet really deserves a lot of the credit, too, you know.
Now, don't pull any of that modest stuff with me. I heard it, and I say you were great.
Matter of fact, I was real gone, Maggie. I suppose you'll be at the game tonight.
I wouldn't miss it. Doc and Hazel Burroughs and I are going early so we can get a good seat near the band.
Fine. Well, gotta go pick up my band uniform. It's at the cleaners. Maybe I'll see you at the game, huh?
I hope so, Will, and just lots of good luck tonight.
Thanks, Maggie. I'll sure do my best.
Wow, what a first half that was. I've never seen the Elyria Blue Devils look better.
I've never seen him score a touchdown before.
Now, Doc, you promised you'd explain that play to me come halftime. It just don't make no sense to me to say he ran around his own end.
But that's what he did, Hazel. Now, it's real simple. The tailback's got a left end and a right end.
Now, you just stop right there, Doc Clemens. That's where you start making no sense at all. Tailback with two ends. What kind of talk is that?
Well, now, just listen and I'll tell you.
Sam's standing up. Van's going to play.
Oh, my, just wait till you hear Will, Hazel.
Listen to that man go.
Yeah, and listen to the rest of the band. I never heard him play so good. By George, Will's just inspired, and that's what he does.
Isn't it beautiful? Just beautiful. And to think Will's responsible for the whole thing.
I'd give the credit to that fellow with the cornet.
Will!
Maggie, listen to the music.
But you can't be here, Will. You're down there, blowing your brains.
I declare nothing's making any sense to me
Will,
tonight.
who's playing cornet?
Same fellow who was playing it last night when you and Doc were listening outside my window. His name's Hot Lips Halloran. He's got the new band out of the hotel.
Why, you as much as told me you were doing all that playing last night yourself.
No, I didn't, Maggie. I told you I was real gone, and I was. I wasn't even home last night.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bayer, John Daner, and Jeanette Nolan. Trumpet effects by Claude Gordon. The special music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
CBS, CBS, CBS. Radio's gonna follow you. Follow you. Radio that's best. Praise, oh, praise, oh, praise that CBS Radio.
Every weekday at the Star's address, Art Linkletter's house party is packed with fun and surprises. Hear it tomorrow on most of these same CBS radio stations. Thousands of Korean war orphans are suffering from hunger, exposure, and destitution. But the condition of many is so serious that unless they get help now, they cannot survive. An order from you will send a care food package to a starving child and may save his life. Send it now. Address your ordered contribution to Care, New York, or to Care, Los Angeles. Daytime is a gay time with Arthur Godfrey Time on the CBS Radio Network.
gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, it's a funny thing. Almost anybody can sympathize with the sufferings of a friend. But it requires a very fine nature to sympathize with a friend's success.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. You know, in a small town like Elyria, problems kind of act like the measles. You go along without any for a while, and then one case turns up, and the next thing you know, you've got 'em breaking out all over. Like with Will playing the cornet in the town band. Now, there was a problem, for Will at least. And it could have been a problem for the band if he'd actually tried to play that thing. But Will got out of it all right. And he figured that was the last he'd have to do with musical culture for a long time to come. Didn't work out that way, though. It wasn't more than a week later that Ed Hartley walked into the newspaper office. It was long about 9 in the evening, and Will and Maggie Button were putting the paper to bed.
Evening, Will. Miss Button.
Oh, hi, Ed.
Mr. Hartley?
Out kind of late, Ed. Sarah put you in the doghouse?
Oh, might as well have. Am I busting in on something, Will?
No, we just finished checking the galley proofs. About ready to lock up and go over to Peyton's drugstore for a cup of coffee.
Coffee? Sounds good.
Why don't you come along?
Well, maybe I will. It's a fine thing. A man with a home and a family, and the only place he can get a minute's peace is at the corner drugstore.
Well, at least they have good coffee. Maggie, we'll just leave everything right here on the desk. Find some spot in the morning for that piece about the rummage sale.
All right, fine.
Will, I always figured a man's home was his castle.
Times change, Ed. Castles are kind of out of date.
Practice, Sarah calls it. Practice. All it does is get worse, and it was pure torture to start with.
Huh?
Oh, it's that kid of mine, Eddie. Sarah's got him taking music lessons, learning the violin, as she puts it.
Well, it's a fine instrument.
No, not the way he plays it. And every single night he's got to practice 2 hours of it right after dinner, driving me out of my mind. And the neighbors, too. First it was hints, now it's threats. Will, you got to help me do something about it.
Well, now, I don't know much about the violin, Ed.
No, Will's more of a cornet virtuoso.
Maggie?
Hot Lips Rogers, they call him.
Maggie?
If the kid had any ear for music, it'd be different. But he don't know a note from a hole in the ground. Even Sarah realizes that. What she's really trying to do is help out this European refugee.
European refugee?
Oh, this woman who's teaching him, Gretchen March. Comes from Vienna or someplace. Not much income, needs the extra dough, Sarah says. Will, I'd rather give her the money.
Gretchen March. I heard about her. It's supposed to be a fine musician.
Now, that she may be, but she can't do anything for Eddie. He's like me. More the first baseman type. Will, you got to help me, I tell you.
Well, I'd like to, Ed, but
if I have to listen to that kid play the scales off-key for another week, I won't be responsible.
Delightful surprise, Mr. Rogers. The editor of the newspaper, you say?
Yes, am I?
And you have come to make an interview. Oh, how charming. Oh, but please to come in.
Oh, thank you. I hope I'm not interrupting Eddie.
No, not at all. This way, Mr. Rogers. I have a pupil who is studying the violin, but I am sure the one little interruption will not cause damage.
Hiya, Mr. Rogers.
Hi, Eddie. How's it going?
Guess I won't never learn to play this crazy thing.
My dear young man, this crazy thing is a violin.
Yeah, I know, but why can't they put keys on it so you know where to put your fingers?
Like a baseball mitt?
Well, yeah. Oh, hey, did you see that game out of Beaver's pasture Saturday? We sure showed them bums from Reedsville how to play.
Please, now continue with your playing while Mr. Rogers and I talk for the moment.
All right, but this sure ain't what I'd rather be doing.
Now, what was it you wished to know, Mr. Rogers?
Well, I thought the people in town might be interested in knowing more about you, Miss March. What you did in Vienna, your musical background.
He is only learning.
I certainly hope so. Well, now, you see, most of us didn't realize that we had a pretty famous person living here in...
Heaven forgive me. In Vienna, I did not teach pupils such as this one.
No, I don't imagine you did.
Properly played, the violin is an instrument of exquisite beauty.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
It should be approached with reverence and love. It should be held only by hands that have the music flowing from the very fingertips.
I'd say it's not flowing too freely there.
Well, one must eat, I suppose.
He doesn't seem to be getting the knack of it.
Is it possible you are musically inclined, Mr. Rogers?
Oh, well, not really. I did used to play the cornet, of course.
Oh.
No, but that was quite a while back in the high school band.
Oh, how nice. Well, about the interview now. The third bar. It's never gone that far before. Oh.
Thought he had it beat there for a second.
He will never have it beat, Mr. Rogers. Now, about the interview.
Now, look, Miss March, this is probably even more painful for you than it is for me. Let's slip out to Peyton's drugstore and talk about it over a cup of coffee. What do you say?
Morning, Will.
Oh, hiya, Doc. Rest your feet. I'm finishing up an article.
Well, doing your own typing now?
Maggie's over at Bone Setter's waiting for a photograph. Goes with the article. Let's see now. Fortunate in having in our town a lady of such great talent and international fame.
It will. There's a rumor getting around.
In this town, there's always a rumor getting around.
This one's about you, though.
That's happened before, too. Well?
Well, what?
The rumor.
Oh, didn't think you were interested. Will, you were seen.
Seen?
Yep. 3 or 4 different people saw you. It's all over town.
What's all over town?
This new romance of yours?
Romance?
Gretchen March. Shouldn't have gone to Peyton's drugstore. Not in broad daylight. Not if you wanted to keep it quiet.
Doc, for the love of...
it's all right, Will. I don't blame you a bit. These Europeans are pretty fascinating. So I hear.
Now, maybe so,
Of course,
but now...
some of the boys over at the barbershop figure her being maybe 10 or 12 years older than you is not too good. But then, like I told them, she sure doesn't look it.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Nice of you to stick up for me.
Well, I figured it was the least I could do.
You wouldn't believe I was just interviewing her to get an article in the paper, would you?
Well, I might. But I doubt if the boys at the barbershop would, though.
Not even if they saw the article? There. That's it. Take a look. 1.5-page story with a 2-column cut of Miss March. That ought to be enough to squelch the rumor.
Well, I don't know, Will. Some of these adjectives. Lovely, charming, brilliant artist, toast of Vienna. That's pretty hot stuff. Seems like you're laying it on kind of thick here.
I am, and there's a reason for it.
Yep, that's what the boys at the barbershop will figure.
Doc, there's nothing to it. I'm only doing a favor for a friend.
Oh, kind of a John Alden type of thing, you mean?
No, not a John Alden type thing. It's Ed Hartley. His boy is taking violin lessons from Gretchen March because Mrs. Hartley wants to help European refugees, and Ed has to get out of the house while the kid practices, so I'm just trying to... Well, forget it, Doc. The story's just too doggone complicated.
Yeah, it sure is. You ought to have been able to do better than that.
Now, look, Doc.
Well, morning, Maggie.
Hi, Doc. Will, you'll never guess the rumor that's going around about you.
Maggie, what in the dickens were you doing at the barber shop?
Will.
Huh?
Wait up a second.
Oh, hi, Ed.
Been wanting to thank you, Will. That article in the paper sure did the job.
No more lessons, huh?
Nope. Sarah gave in.
Good.
Last night's the first quiet evening I've had at home for weeks.
And it's kind of nice to have the neighbors speaking to me again, too.
I take it Gretchen March don't need any more help, then.
Within 3 hours after the paper hit the streets yesterday, 16 parents had called her wanting to arrange violin lessons for their kids. And there'll be more.
That's good. She ought to end up with a pretty fair income.
Sure she will. Most of them offer double price. Figure it's a privilege.
I guess she'll have to rent a studio now. She can't handle that many in her apartment.
Eddie's real grateful, too, Will. Boy, is he glad to get off of that violin.
I bet he is. Maybe I could locate some place she could use.
Yes, sir. Never saw that kid so happy.
It ought to be off kind of by itself, I guess. Most of the neighbors would look at a music studio as a nuisance.
Well, I got to run, Will. Sure do thank you.
Well, wait a second, Ed. Say, you got some business properties
Sorry, Will, I'm late now. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, but... Well, now, what in the blue blazes got into him? Hiya, Maggie.
Will, have you talked to Ed Hartley?
Yeah, I just ran into him on the street. Told me all about it. Now, Maggie, it's a perfect example of the power of the press.
I know, Will.
One article in the paper, and a woman the town hardly knew existed turns into a local celebrity, her services in demand, income established,
Yes, but...
not to forget the original purpose of the whole thing, also accomplished. Ed Hartley can sit home evenings now and read his paper in peace thanks to the Elyria Weekly Gazette, the paper that gets things done. The paper that not only reflects but molds public opinion.
The paper whose editor just loves the sound of his own voice.
I guess I got carried away.
The editor whose name is on everybody's lips,
Now.
linked in romance with that lovely, charming, fascinating, brilliant Viennese artist, Miss Gretchen
Now,
March,
Maggie.
an older woman.
Oh, it'll die out, Maggie. It's just talk.
About her being an older woman?
You know what I mean. Well, down to work. That job's done. Operation Help Ed Hartley. Mission accomplished. File closed.
Not so fast, Will. You've got a shock coming.
I have? Oh, say, you got to find some place she can use for a studio.
Won't be necessary.
Huh?
She already has a place.
Oh, good. I was afraid we'd have some trouble finding a... What was that?
The opening salvo.
Be darned if I know what you're trying... Maggie, is that...
It is. The vacant real estate office next door. It's now the Gretchen March Studio of Music.
Oh, no.
21 pupils already, Will, and more enrolling all the time. Well, down to work, as you say.
Maggie, something's got to be done. You can't listen to that all day. We got to get her out of here. Who owns that office anyway?
Ed Hartley.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to our story in just a moment, but first, if you know any young drama fans, steer them straight to CBS Radio this Saturday for Let's Pretend's swashbuckling account of Sinbad the Sailor. You grown-ups are in for some top drama, too, this Saturday. Theater of Today stars Gertrude Warner and Alan Hewitt in The Other Woman. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
Confound it, Will. It wasn't my fault. It was Sarah. She figured that if we were going to stop Eddie's lessons, the least we could do was give Gretchen March a free studio.
It didn't have to be next door to the newspaper.
It's the only building I've got vacant, Will.
Ed, can you imagine Eddie's practicing multiplied by 21?
I sure wish I could do something about it, but I don't see how...
You've got to do something about it.
Doggone it, Will. I can't just throw her out on the street.
Of course not, but, well, there must be some other place she can use.
Nothing I know anything about.
What she ought to have is a hall of some kind, or an auditorium, or an auditorium.
Will, I don't know what you're thinking about, but the only auditorium in town is the one at the high school.
That's what I am thinking about. That and the fact that you're on the school board, Ed.
Now, wait a minute.
And the fact that I'm in this mess because I did a favor for you.
Will, I can't do it. They got a strict rule about the auditorium. It can't be let out except to teachers or staff members.
Then get her on the staff.
Are you crazy?
A high school orchestra, Ed. Should have had one a long time ago. Every other town this size does.
The board would never approve it.
With you on the board, of course it would.
I don't have the whole say-so, Will. Old man Brandon would block it. You remember how he fought to the last ditch against putting physical education in the curriculum. Last school in the state to do it.
Yeah, I know.
He wants to keep everything just like it was 30 years ago. Any change, no matter what, he's against it. I wouldn't have a chance with it.
Now, wait. Public opinion beat him on physical education, and public opinion will beat him on this.
There's no public opinion on this.
There will be, Ed. Never underestimate the power of the press.
The way I heard it, it's the power of a woman.
That's another quotation.
I wonder. Tell me something, Will. That interview you printed, is she really that fascinating?
Possibly the town has not been quite ready to support a high school orchestra before, as Reedville, Yates Center, and West Branch have supported theirs for some years. But now we're ready.
Ready, willing, and able.
Ready, willing, and able. Then it goes on. And fate is kind in supplying us at the very moment with the one person capable of giving us the best musical group in the state. That brilliant performer and teacher, Miss Gretchen March.
All right, Maggie. Now add this on.
Mm-hmm.
The Gazette agrees with the great poet that there is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to victory. Omitted all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries.
Shakespeare, even.
Paragraph. The time of flood tide is now. Shall Illyria seize it? Shall we support a high school orchestra? The Gazette says yes. Well, what do you think, Maggie?
Well,
a trifle flowery, Will. Not bad, but flowery.
Oh, didn't hear you come in, Doc.
Disinterring the bard, quoting him out of context, pulling out all the stops. You must feel pretty strong about this orchestra, Will.
He was at cornet last week, Doc. Will's becoming quite musical-minded.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't see anything unusual about this editorial. The school needs an orchestra, and the least the Gazette can do is to start the ball rolling. This is one paper that's civic-minded.
Civic-minded, musical-minded, or Gretchen March-minded?
Are we back to the boys in the barber shop?
Quoting poetry, though, that is supposed to be a kind of a sign.
All I'm trying to do is to find Gretchen someplace to teach violin lessons that isn't practically under my desk.
Oh, so it's Gretchen now.
What of it? Doc, you're making a... See what I mean?
What in the name of the Bonnie Blue Hills was that?
Pupil 17, 4 to 4:30, anonymous.
A violin made that sound?
I guess so. I never had the nerve to go next door and find out.
That may be a budding high fifth, Doc.
Sounds more like Jack Benny. And you want to multiply that into a whole orchestra?
Well, that's a beginner. Orchestra will just take advanced students. And anyway, it'll be clear across town in the high school auditorium.
Well, that'd be a help at least. Too bad it won't work out.
What makes you think it won't?
Old Everett Brandon. He even objects to the science department teaching atomic theory. Says they got along all right without atoms in his day. He won't agree to anything new, Will.
That's the reason for this editorial.
Oh, pressure of public opinion? It won't move Brandon, even if you arouse any public opinion.
I'll arouse it. I'll get Gretchen March out of here and over to that auditorium if I have to go out and make soapbox speeches.
Take your cornet, Will. That'll draw the crowd.
Yeah, and quote some Shakespeare. Poetry always gets them. I've heard better music from a cat with its tail caught in the door, and the cat didn't have to practice.
Afternoon, Will.
Hi, Harry.
Oh, Mr. Rogers.
Hiya, Gretchen. How's the music business?
Overwhelming. Oh, I have so many pupils, I hardly have a moment to think. And do you know something, Mr. Rogers? A few of them even show definite signs of talent.
Amazing.
Not much, you understand, but definite. And now this editorial in the paper this morning.
Well.
Oh, it is too much, too kind of you. I don't know what I should say to thank you.
It's no more than you deserve. It'll be a fine thing for the high school. And, of course, you'll be able to use the auditorium for your private pupils, and it'll work out better for everybody. For the pupils, I mean.
And all because of you. Mr. Rogers, you have made me so happy I could kiss you.
Well, at least not here in front of the barber shop.
To take such an interest in someone you did not even know.
Yeah, well...
You have given me new interest in life. I feel like a young girl again. Oh, it is wonderful.
Well, I wonder if I could have a word or two with you.
Why, of course, Mr. Brandon. Do you happen
I
to know...
just read this editorial of yours. Of all the unmitigated, rabble-rousing poppycock I ever heard of. With the taxpayers of this town already overburdened with a crushing weight of utterly asinine and nonsensical expenditures, you're asking for an orchestra. An orchestra indeed, sir.
Mr. Brandon, I don't think
I'll tell you right now, Will, no orchestra. Not even if the irate citizens of Elyria storm the school board with fire and sword.
I don't think it'll come to that, but now...
If they want music, let them turn to their radios. And you can tell that to this March woman, whoever she
Miss March, I'd like to present to you Mr. Everett Brandon.
How do you do, Mr. Brandon?
It's a pleasure, Miss March. Miss March? But I thought you were... I expected more... That I wouldn't have talked the way I... Oh, by Jove, I'm late. Yes, indeed. Gotta hurry. Good day.
Yes, sir. It's the greatest invention since the steam engine.
What is?
The newspaper morgue. Maggie, do you realize we got facts about people in these morgue files that people themselves don't even know?
And what does that have to do with Mr. Brandon?
Everything. We're just giving his file a final check.
D-Day, huh? He'll be here any minute, Will.
Yeah, I know. Did you get that music?
Check, General Rogers.
Record player all set up?
Yes, sir.
Then the high school orchestra is practically a cinch.
Not the way Mr. Brandon tells it.
You wait. When he walks out of here, he'll be the strongest booster in town for it. He'll be as stubborn for it as he's been against it. Why, he'll even...
Good evening, Will. Miss Button.
Now, come right in, Mr. Brandon. Pull up a chair. All set, Maggie?
Standing by, sir.
Will, if you asked me to stop by here with some ill-conceived thought of changing my mind about that orchestra, you're wasting time for both of us.
Well, I just wanted to be sure you heard both sides, Mr. Brandon.
I don't care to hear both sides. This town is spending as much as it can afford on education right now without starting any more newfangled polderall.
Well, I never thought of music as being newfangled, exactly.
You know what I mean, Will.
Oh, speaking of music, is that record player still around here, Maggie?
Yes, I believe it is, Will.
Good. Well, let's have some music. We're pretty informal here at the Gazette, Mr. Brandon.
Indeed.
Anything in particular, Will?
No, just whatever record you happen to have there.
Now, Will, I'm quite aware of the fact that I am regarded as somewhat of a local obstructionist to the march of progress. Well, so be it. I might point out, however, that many of the things which I have ineffectively opposed have turned out to be mixed blessings. The world as we once knew it was fully as...
That's a nice selection, Maggie.
Yes, I thought you'd like it.
Vienna. That music takes me back a long way, Will.
You know Vienna, Mr. Brandon?
Oh, I was a student there. In the Vienna that will never be again, just before First World War. I remember that music.
Lots of fine orchestras there, I imagine.
Oh, orchestras, string ensembles, solo artists. There was always music. Oh, it was life itself. Along the river at night, Will, the cafes, music and color. I remember the uniforms we wore as students. Blue jackets with red facing and white leather shoulder bars. Ah, Vienna.
Gretchen March comes from there, Mr. Brandon. You'd probably have a lot in common.
Yes, I dare say. An attractive woman. Charming, understand? I'm sorry I spoke the way I... Oh, good heavens.
It's a bad needle, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bad needle. Maybe you better turn the volume up, Maggie.
Yes, I think so.
Now, Mr. Brandon, about the high school orchestra.
Oh, there'll be one, Will. Save your arguments. This was a plan of yours. It worked. Remembering Vienna, I couldn't refuse the young people here their chance at music like... Will, that needle seems to be doing it again.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of worn, I guess.
Well, maybe a few of them will show talent. I guess that's all one can hope for.
Shall I put that morgue folder away now, Will?
Now, about Miss March, I've alienated her completely, no doubt.
Oh, I don't think so.
Of course, I do understand that you have a certain personal interest in her yourself, Will.
Where the dickens did you hear that?
Well, ordinarily I don't go there. I do it myself. But I didn't have time to shave this morning, so I heard it at the barber shop. Well, I've got to run on, Will. Oh, would you ask Miss March to drop by and see me? I'll take the matter up with the board after I talk to her.
Fine. Oh, and Mr. Brandon.
Huh?
As one gentleman of the old school to another, I have absolutely no personal interest in Miss March.
Oh, well, I'm rather glad to hear that. Yes, indeed. Good day, all.
I guess you can stop that record now, Maggie. It did the job.
All right, Will. There's a romance coming up there, Will.
Sure looks that way.
That's what did it. Not the power of the press or the fact you found that Mr. Brandon had gone to school in Vienna. Doc was right. Never underestimate the power of a woman.
Well, maybe so, Maggie. But anyway, it all worked out. Just listen.
Listen. I don't hear anything.
That's what I mean. Peace. It's wonderful. Or at least it will be.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield and produced and transcribed by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Virginia Gregg, Sammy Ogg, John Daner, and Vic Perrin. The special music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Starting next week, Rogers of the Gazette will be heard on Wednesdays. Consult your local station or paper for the time. Remember, Wednesday next week. And be sure to tune in next week at the same time to hear Junior Miss. In about a week's time, 6 new plays opened along Broadway. And tomorrow night, Stage Struck rounds them up all into one big broadcast when your host, Mike Wallace, gives you the chance to be stage struck on most of these same CBS radio stations. Bob Lamont speaking. You enjoy Music with the Girls Saturday in the daytime hours on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, there used to be only 52 weeks in the year. But now, with everything from National Letter Writing Week to National Pickle Week, the weeks of the year number in the hundreds. Now, doesn't that make a 2-week vacation look awful skimpy?
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. Well, sir, we were all set to be tucked in for the winter here in Elyria until this morning. The past week or so has been gray and windy and colder than sin. Too cold to snow, the old-timers kept saying. Then this morning came along bright and clear as a bell. Still nippy and fallish, mind you, but full of autumn color. A flock of Illyrians who hadn't stuck their noses outside in days except for firewood are out raking leaves and burning or walking to work for a change. And a lot of the birds who were packed to go south decided to stick around for a while. Most of them are over there in the town square making up to Will, who must have brought some breadcrumbs from home this morning.
Go on now, darn it. I haven't got any more. Threw all I had over there by the statue. See? It's empty. Not a crumb more left in that bag. Quit cocking your head to one side. I mean it. It's all over there by the statue. What's the matter with you? Don't you like whole wheat? Oh, I know. You're ashamed to go near the statue. Well, you ought to be. It's a terrible thing what you birds have done to it. Well, time for work. See you birds later. Oh, morning to you, Wiley.
Hello, Will. Nice day. I guess it is. Will, doggone it, I've been holding off seeing you. This is pure accident running into you here. I'm so blame put out with you, I made up my mind I wouldn't even try to talk to you until I'd simmered down.
You figured you're simmered down yet, Wiley?
No, but I'm going to speak my mind anyway. With all the problems we're having on the town council, all the tax troubles and bond issues and all, why do you have to start in on the city hall clock again?
Last time I did, you had it fixed.
And at considerable expense, I might add. That's an old clock, Will. Nobody here in Elyria can service it proper. We got to import a clocksmith from the city every time that thing goes on the blink.
What time you got, Wiley?
It's a couple minutes after 9. Why?
The clock just struck 3.
Look, Will, if I could stop it from running, I would. It's the craziest clock I ever heard of. No one's wound it for months, you know, on purpose. So sometimes it stops, and whenever it takes a notion, it starts in again. Runs as it pleases, it does.
Might just be the clock's way of calling attention to itself. And striking 3 times when it's 9 o'clock calls it to my attention, I can tell you. And reminds me to go write another editorial about it.
It just causes trouble, Will. That's all it does. It doesn't get the clock fixed.
Now, just look up there, Wiley. It looks good, doesn't it? Nice big clock, nice plain numbers on it, and it seems to belong up there in the tower of the city hall.
I'm not going to look at it. It's brought nothing but grief to me. You won't soft pedal it, Will. I tell you, there's no provision in our budget for fixing it. If we do something else important to Elyria, he'll have to suffer.
Well, now, Wiley, it seems to me, if I recollect this year's budget correctly, there were a couple of appropriations that could stand a little suffering. Like, just at random now, didn't you set aside a tidy little sum to install spotlights around the square to center their beams every night on the City Hall tower?
Well, of course, and that's a different matter. The City Hall tower is a landmark. It's on the Chamber of Commerce stationery, you know. It's the thing that distinguishes Elyria from the rest of the upstate towns. And at night, it stands as a beacon for miles around when it's all lighted up that way.
Yeah, and to show half the county night after night that our City Hall clock just don't keep time. Now, Wiley, I can't soft pedal a thing like that. Hi, Maggie.
Morning, Will. Wonderful day, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the kind of day I'd like to take off and walk through the fields, maybe hunt, maybe just walk through the fields.
I know. Come back towards evening when it starts to get cold. Build a big roaring fire and grill steaks on it.
And put potatoes deep in the coals and some chestnuts and a big pot of beans and coffee.
No, you just lost me.
With the coffee?
The pot of beans. I was with you through the potatoes, but my calorie chart won't permit potatoes and beans.
I guess I shouldn't even mention the hot apple pie that comes after dinner.
Go ahead and have it. I can't come to your party anyway.
Why not?
I've got to work today. My boss is taking off to tramp through the field.
The lucky stiff. Oh, well, maybe the weather will hold till the weekend. If it does, I think I'll get Mrs. Weatherwax to pack up a big lunch.
Oh, Will, that'd be wonderful.
Sure would. Doc and me could get in some real good hunting in weather like this.
Keen.
Might even bring you back a bird, Maggie.
Thanks. I just got one.
How's that?
Never mind. The mail came. You got another one.
Another one? Oh, you mean another letter from Lincoln.
Yours respectfully, A. Lincoln. Here.
Thanks. Wonder who writes these things anyway. Can't exactly call them crank letters. They're all well written. To tell you the truth, they make me a little nervous. I keep thinking I'll get one that'll start out 77 years ago.
If you do, we'll both take off and walk in the fields.
Dear Mr. Rogers, as you know from my previous letters, I heartily support the Gazette's position in the matter of the City Hall clock. My only quarrel is that you don't go far enough. To my knowledge, you have not mentioned the fund for the clock's maintenance established by its original donor. Is the fund no longer in existence? I believe that a check of the early town records will show that there was once such a fund, and I believe all Illyrians are entitled to know what happened to it. I shall look forward to your next editorial with interest. Yours respectfully, A. Lincoln.
I never heard of a fund. Did you, Will?
No, but it sounds like a good idea. I'll check Wiley Church on it. That's if he'll talk to me at all. We had a little set-to in the square this morning.
Are you going to print this letter?
I don't know. Maybe I'll decide to do it after I find out about the fund. But I sure don't like the idea of printing a letter signed A. Lincoln.
He ought to sign his own name. I guess it does beat having him sign it puzzled or anxious, though.
Not by much. If he's got something on his mind and feels keenly enough to write 3 or 4 letters to me about it, he shouldn't be ashamed to sign his real name to it.
He's someone in town, all right. The letters have all been postmarked Illyria. I wonder who he is.
You know, Maggie, I might stand to get famous over this. Might make a little money, too.
Money?
Sure. Publish the whole lot of them under a title like Lincoln's Letters to Will Rogers, Jr. It didn't hurt Horace Greeley, you know.
Hello, Will. Where are you bound?
Going up to City Hall, Doc. Want to check on some old town records. Say, you're an old-timer here. Maybe you could help me.
You know, son, you just won't get any place with me starting out with that old-timer approach.
Doc, you ever hear of a fund established by the fellow that gave the clock to Illyria so there'd always be money to keep it in repair?
Seems to me there was such a thing once. I haven't heard anything about it in a long time, though. Who told you about it?
Well, I'm not just sure. I've been getting letters recently since I started in on this clock business. You don't know anyone that signs his name A. Lincoln, do you, Doc?
I went to school with a young rail splitter, tall, ungainly kid who grew up to be President of the United States. Seems to me his name was A. Lincoln.
Thanks, old-timer.
My own name is N. Bonaparte, you know.
Now then, I'm serious, Doc. These letters are all signed A. Lincoln, mailed here in Illyria in the last couple of weeks. I didn't really think there was anyone in town by that name, but I thought it was worthwhile asking about. Now I see that it wasn't.
Oh, somebody's poking fun at you, Will. As far as I know, there's not a family in the county named Lincoln. Oop. 10 o'clock. I'm due at the hospital. I'll see you later, Will.
No No, I don't know anything about a fund. I never heard of such a thing. Where do you get your information anyway, Will?
Honest, Wiley, if I told you, I don't think you'd believe me.
Well, I know this much. I've been a member of the town council for 12 years now, and I never heard a word about a clock maintenance and repair fund.
You'd probably admit that having such a fund would be a good idea, though.
I won't admit a thing.
Now, Wiley, you're just being plain contrary. If there isn't a fund, there ought to be one, seeing that the town council isn't taking the proper action.
I tell you, there is no provision for funds to service the clock. I'm not one of these deficit spenders, Will. If you'll recall, I always run on an economy ticket. Did again this year. And we're going to operate within our annual budget if we never know what time it is again.
Oh, you'll know the time all right, Wiley. Along about election time next year. Wouldn't surprise me if you found out that it was time for a change.
I'm sure that's very funny.
I'm not so sure it is, Wiley. Tell me this now, and don't get so exercised about it. Just suppose that whoever gave the clock to Elyria did establish a fund to keep it in repair. Wouldn't that information be somewhere in the records of the town?
Well, it ought to be. Of course, I couldn't tell you exactly where to put your finger on it. Might be somewhere in the Registrar of Deeds office. Or if it was provided for by law, then the mayor's office should have it in the statute books. See, Will, that clock goes back a long way. I guess as far back as Lincoln's time.
Lincoln?
Abraham Lincoln, the Civil War president.
Oh, him.
You weren't thinking of another Abraham Lincoln, were you, Will?
Do you know of another one?
No, I don't.
Well, thanks very much for your help, Wiley. If I find out any more about that fund, I'll let you know.
I'm sure you will.
Hey! Anyone at home yet?
Yeah. You seem to feel right at home. Banging that bell that way.
I'm sorry. I didn't think there was anyone around.
Kind of silly to ring the bell then, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You have some business with the Historical Society?
Well, I hope to. I checked all through the city hall, and the mayor's office figured that you folks here probably have the oldest town records on file.
We do?
Well, I'm interested in looking at anything you might have pertaining to the city hall clock.
You couldn't take them off the premises?
Oh, I guess I could read them here, all right, if it's agreeable with you.
You'd have to sign for them.
All right.
I don't place your face. You a newcomer to Elyria?
Oh, I've been here since right after the war.
1918, eh?
1945. There was another one.
Oh, I'm in the files most of the time. Well, I guess it's all right. You stay right where you are, young man.
I'll be here.
Oh, I don't think these have been touched in years. Just a mite dusty. Now, the slip you sign is clipped right to them, see?
Now, where do I sign now?
Right there.
Okay.
Under the last signature.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, just a minute. Let me look at that. Oh, I knew no one had touched these papers in some time. Look at that last signature. A. Lincoln.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment, but first, if you're one of Detective Danny Clover's fans, you'll want to know where Danny's moved to. The answer is to Friday nights at the Star's address. This Friday evening, don't miss the bizarre relationships of the gentle husband, his wife, their business partner, and best friend, when Danny Clover looks for clues to a killing on Broadway's My Beat. Yes, CBS Radio's Danny Clover Mysteries are now heard Friday nights, where you listen for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
minute. Let me look at that signature.
Plain as day. It says A. Lincoln and then the date.
Uh-huh. And it's dated yesterday.
Yeah, that's so. That seems peculiar.
Now, look. Someone was in here yesterday and read these papers. Do you know who it was?
A. Lincoln, apparently. It says so right here. There, on the slip, see? Plain as day.
I know what it says on the slip. But what did he look like? Could you describe him?
Oh, I think so. He's very tall. Had whiskers, chin whiskers anyway. He's given to wearing big stovepipe hats.
Are you kidding?
There's no reason to kid. Of course, I never saw him myself, but my mother was in Ford's Theater the night he was shot.
No. Now, I mean this A. Lincoln, the one who signed the slip. Can you describe him?
The one that was in here yesterday?
That fella.
No. Couldn't describe him at all. But then I didn't see him. Yesterday was Tuesday?
That's right.
But Tuesday's my day off. Always go to the library on Tuesdays.
Well, now, someone must have been here. Someone must have pulled those clock records out of the files for A. Lincoln to sign for.
Or that would be Maynard, my assistant.
All right, Maynard. Where's he?
Today, Wednesday?
That's right.
Maynard's day off.
And I suppose I can find him at the library.
Yep.
Good.
Of course, that'll make you quite a drive.
Library's 2 blocks from here.
That's right. Only Maynard's at the library in the city. Goes there every Wednesday. That's his day off.
I tell you, Maggie, the old coot nearly drove me crazy. But I finally ran through the old papers, and A. Lincoln's right. Noble Mott established a fund for the maintenance of the clock.
Who, what, and when was Noble Mott?
He's the fellow who gave the clock to Elyria in the first place. Seems he came here as a young man right after the Civil War. Well, the record shows that he donated the clock in 1870 in the hope it'd always strike for peace. At the same time, he gave $500 to keep the clock operating.
No wonder no one knew anything about the fund. $500 wouldn't last anywhere near the 70-odd years since he gave it.
No, but according to the records, the town council back in 1870 agreed to set aside additional money to maintain the clock in workable repair when the original funds ran out.
Uh-oh. So it is up to the town council now.
It's been their business all along, ever since the first $500 was used up.
Have you mentioned it to Wiley or any of the other councilmen?
I tried to, but they've all gone underground as near as I can tell. Can't reach a one of them. Even their wives tell me they got no idea when to expect them.
A real disappearing act, huh?
The greatest since Houdini. I guess they'll just have to read it in the Gazette tomorrow morning.
It still bothers me about A. Lincoln appearing at the Historical Society yesterday.
Yeah. It's going to bother us until that Maynard fella gets back from the city tomorrow.
But we put the paper to bed tonight.
Yeah, well, knowing who A. Lincoln is isn't the important thing, I guess. But I'm mighty grateful to him for his letter about the fund. And I think, by golly, that's the way I'll start my editorial. Thank you, A. Lincoln.
Maybe he heard you.
I'll get it, Maggie. Elyria Weekly Gazette.
Will, I don't think it's a bit funny, and any time you want to call it off, you can.
Riley, what are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. Now, I'm speaking for the whole council, Will. We've had enough. And if it keeps on, there's such a thing as disturbing the peace, and we'll enforce it.
Now, just hold, Wiley. You haven't made a word of sense yet. What are you talking about? Wiley, wait a minute. Well, now, what was that all about? Any luck, Maggie?
None. I've been to City Hall, to all the councilmen's homes. I couldn't get in to see any of them about it. Boy, I'm tired, too.
I'll bet you are. Sit down, Maggie. We'll go get a bite of supper when I finish this editorial.
How's it coming?
Oh, pretty good. Move a lot faster if Wiley hadn't called up. I sure don't mind being threatened or called a public nuisance. I don't even mind disturbing the peace if I just know what it's all about.
Well, it's something to do with the clock. That much we know. Are you still giving A. Lincoln the credit for digging up the information about the fund?
Mm-hmm. Only that signature still bothers me. I wish to heck the guy'd sign his own name. It's the first letter I've printed in the Gazette with a phony signature, and I'm admitting it in the editorial. Well, just a couple of sentences to wind it up, Maggie, and then we'll go eat.
Take your time. I'm in a stupor anyway.
Well, there. That ought to do it. Want to proofread it?
Sure. Thank you, A. Lincoln. The Gazette always anticipates a certain amount of reader reaction to its editorial policy. But not in our wildest dreams did we anticipate such far-reaching response to our position in respect to the City Hall clock.
Oh, hi, Doc.
Will? Maggie?
Hello, Doc. What's on your mind?
What time is it?
I've got 6:15. Maggie, how about you?
It's about 13 after, according to my watch.
Is that all you have to say?
Well, that's all you ask so far, Doc.
Will, look me in the eye.
All right.
No, sir. I can tell. You didn't do it. And I don't mind telling you I'm a little relieved.
Now, listen. We've had quite a day around here, Doc. And if someone doesn't start making sense, I think I'm going to crack up.
What's the matter with you, Doc?
Well, sir, I've had quite a day myself. The last few hours, I've been called in to administer sedatives to most of the town council. I just came from Wiley Church's. He's a shaken man, Will. And he's bound you're at the bottom of it.
I know. He called here and told me I was. But what no one will trouble to tell me is what I'm supposed to be at the bottom of.
The telephone campaign. Or don't you know that coincident with your leaving Wiley's office this morning, his phone started ringing. And every time he'd answer, a voice on the other end would say, "What time is it?" and then hang up.
So that's what's eating him.
Him and the rest of the council. When Wiley quit answering his phone, whoever's doing the calling started in on the other boys. And try as they might to trace the call, they couldn't get any line on it because the person hung up so blame fast.
Wiley thought the guy sounded like me?
No, not that so much. Said whoever it was obviously disguising their voice. No, I think Wiley's just convinced you're at the bottom of it. You know, instigated the whole thing.
Well, I didn't. Maggie and I have tried to find Wiley just to talk to him ever since he called in such a huff today.
Well, you'll never reach him. But I'll be going back later on this evening, and I'll do my best to convince him.
Okay, Doc. You do that. Want to have dinner with Maggie and me, Doc? We're going as soon as I get this editorial back to John.
Well, I'd sure like to, but there'll be no dinner for me for a while. I've still got 4 council members to calm down.
Morning, Will. What brought you in so early?
Hi, Maggie. Oh, I come down to look through the morning mail. Kind of hoped I'd hear from my friend Lincoln, but no soap.
You may get a special after you read your editorial in this morning's paper.
Maybe. Doc called and said that as near as he can tell, the council all slept like babes last night.
You think A. Lincoln did all that telephoning?
Looks that way. You know, I can sort of understand the guy signing a fictitious name to a letter he'd write a newspaper. But why would he sign it at the Historical Society with the same fictitious name?
I started asking myself that when I got home last night. I don't know. But I'll tell you this. If that door ever opens and the A. Lincoln I'm thinking about walks in here, you can plant me where the daisies grow. Oh, Will, I'm afraid to look.
It's safe, Maggie. Morning to you, Wiley.
Morning, Will. Maggie?
Oh, Wiley, I'm so glad to see you.
You are?
Maggie's a little wrought up, Wiley. I don't think she slept too well last night.
That's so. Well, I got some pills Doc gave me. They work wonders, Maggie.
I'll ask him about them.
You do that. Now, Will, I read the editorial, of course. And after Doc's talk with me last night, I'm convinced that you only mean to do well by your town.
Thanks, Wiley.
I expected to come down here this morning and raise my voice to you again, but that information about the fund you dug up puts the blame squarely on the town council, and I've got to admit that's exactly where it belongs. I can assure you that I'll do everything in my power to bring about a new fund for the clock. That's a direct quote, Will. I'd appreciate it if you'd use it.
Oh, I sure will. Did you get that, Maggie?
Every word of it.
Good. Then that will be on the record.
And that's a promise.
Now then, I hope you'll consider these remarks off the record, Will.
I'll respect that, Wiley. What's on your mind?
It's my opinion that no self-respecting editor would put into public print a crank letter signed with such an obviously fictitious
Well,
name.
steady now,
and
Wiley.
furthermore, I would prefer to be derelict of my duty as a town council member in respect to the clock fund than to disgrace the name and memory of A. Lincoln. I think that was pretty low, Rogers, pretty low.
Now, Wiley, there are a couple of things you don't know, and if you'll just simmer down again, I'll tell you about this A. Lincoln business.
Which of you gentlemen is Mr. Rogers, if you please?
I'm Mr. Rogers, ma'am.
Are you indeed? Well, I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, Mr. Rogers.
Oh, now, wait a minute, ma'am.
Madam, put your umbrella
You
down.
hurt somebody. I sincerely hope so. Oh?
Hey, ouch!
I'll hold her,
Now,
Wiley.
listen,
You
ma'am.
get the umbrella away from her. You let me be. Let me be. I mean to give this young man the thrashing he deserves.
I got it, Maggie. You can let go of her now.
Wow. Say, you got a lot of strength, ma'am.
I should have. I've been putting it by for 80 years now. Us wiry ones will fool you.
He beat you to death, apparently. Are you all right, Will?
Yeah, I'm sort of wiry one myself. Now, do you mind, ma'am, telling me what is this all about?
Those blows didn't feel very fictitious, did they, young man? Not a single phony blow in the lot.
They were real enough, I got to admit that.
Well, so am I real enough. Now, shake hands, Mr. Rogers. Shake hands with A. Lincoln.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Agnes Mott Lincoln, if you please.
Well, I'll be glad to know you, Mrs. Lincoln. This is my assistant, Miss Button.
How do you do?
Nicely, nicely.
And the fellow with your umbrella is Wiley Church.
Mrs. Lincoln?
Wiley Church. What time is it, Mr. Church?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, indeed. No one's got a better right to ask that question. My father was Noble Mott. He donated that clock in the City Hall tower to Elyria in 1870. And he donated the first $500 to care for it, Mr. Church. I came all the way from my home in Kansas to see that clock. And look how you've neglected it. Shame on you, Mr. Church. Shame on you.
Oh, I apologize, Mrs. Lincoln. For the Council of Elyria, I humbly apologize.
Will that set my father's clock to running proper? Apologies? Now, I'm not one for sentiment, but that old clock is all I have left from the past. Why, as soon as I checked in at your nice hotel, I marched right to the City Hall to see it. I near wept right there on the spot.
Mr. Church has promised to see that the town council starts a new clock fund, Mrs. Lincoln.
That's the letter of the law, as I read it in the Historical Society.
And, I think the Gazette ought to help out on the collection for the fund. Sort of A. Lincoln Clock Fund.
Now, I think that'd be real nice. I'd like to start the ball rolling on that, Mr. Rogers. I'm not as wealthy as my father was, but I believe I can spare an extra $5 bill.
That'd be generous of you, Mrs. Lincoln.
Oh, not really. But a $5 bill seems so appropriate for the fund. You know, has quite a nice likeness of the other A. Lincoln.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Harry Bartell, Helen Klebe, and John Daner. The special music was composed by Renee Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. CBS Radio's Delightful Junior Miss begins a brand new once-a-week series tomorrow night. Meet Barbara Whiting as Judy Graves and the whole Graves family. Also fabulous Puffy Adams, Judy's true blue pal, intimate, and fellow teener. Meet them all and laugh your cares away on most of these same CBS radio stations. Roy Rowan speaking. Thursday night, Marlene Dietrich stars in Time for Love on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, once there was a publisher who was kind of a philosopher, too. He said, mankind are very odd creatures. One half condemn what they practice, the other half practice what they condemn.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. You know, when you've lived in a small town like Elyria as long as I have, and if you're a doctor like I am, you get to know most of the townspeople even better than they know themselves. You get kind of smug about it sometimes, figure you can guess how they'll react to just about any situation. And right then's when you always get a surprise. My friend Will, who runs the Gazette, will bear me out. A lot of times Will will break his neck trying to stir people up and get action on something, and he can't raise a ripple. And other times when he's not even aiming to cause a ruckus. Well, you take what happened last week, for instance. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning, and Maggie was in the office sorting the mail and taking care of the phone and one thing and another.
Elyria Weekly Gazette? No, he hasn't come in yet, but I'm expecting him any time. Oh, yes, Mrs. Quigley. Is there something I could... Will's fault? How on earth could it be? But I'm sure the editorial couldn't have... Yes, of course, I'll tell him, Mrs. Quigley, but... Mrs. Quigley? Hello? Of all the crazy complaints I've ever heard, that one takes the prize.
Morning, Maggie.
Will, I just had the strangest phone call.
Maggie, where's a copy of yesterday's paper?
Huh?
Oh, here's one.
Well, was it something special, Will?
The editorial. I don't even remember now what I said in it.
Well, it wasn't one of your best.
Let's see. Too often the things we ought to do, really want to do, are the very things we put off from day to day until the days grow into years.
Will, what's the reason?
Do it now. Might be a good motto for all of us.
Will?
So what is it we keep putting off? Stop and think about it, do it, and do it now. Well, confound it, Maggie. It's just another editorial. No one in town ever took one of them serious before.
So that's what she meant.
What who meant?
Mrs. Quigley, I didn't know what she was talking about.
Well, what was she talking about?
This editorial. Mr. Quigley read it and thought about it for a while, and then he got up and kicked her nephew right out of the house.
After all these years?
Yep. Told him to go out and get a job. He'd been loafing long enough. And Mrs. Quigley says it's your fault, Will. That editorial yesterday.
Well, tell her to get in line. She's not the only one.
The only one what?
The whole town's riled up, Maggie. They all took this editorial to heart, and they're all doing it now.
Doing what?
Everything. Everything they've been putting off. Things they ought to have kept on putting off. Do you know where Grandpa Schuyler is right now?
Well, home in bed, I suppose. That's where he has been for 5 years.
He's in the center of town directing traffic.
What?
At the corner of 1st and Main. They're trying to coax him out of the street, but he keeps waving a copy of the Gazette at him. Having the time of his life, he says. Says he's been wanting to do it for years.
Well, yes, but...
And Ed Hurton sold his lunch stand last night, lock, stock, and barrel. Left town this morning to sign up as a cook on a freighter. Told Mrs. Hurton he'd write her from Hong Kong in a couple of weeks or so. She cornered me in the bank, and I...
Well, morning, Will. Maggie?
Morning.
Hiya, Doc.
Fine editorial of yours yesterday. I want to thank you.
I'm glad somebody liked it.
Why not? It brought me in $63.50 I thought I'd never see.
How come?
Well, Ms. Cartwright. She came in and paid me for delivering that first baby of hers. Said she'd been putting it off.
Baby? You mean Willie?
That's right.
Why, he's in the second year of high school.
Yeah. Oh, she'd really been putting it off. That's a great motto, Will. Do it now.
I don't know. Maybe a better one is look before you leap.
Oh, yeah, I thought of that myself when Ms. Cartwright told me.
Told you what?
She's going to have another baby.
Oh, afternoon, Mrs. Pickens. Nice day, isn't it?
It is indeed, definitely. Fortunate running into you this way, Mr. Rogers. On my way to the newspaper office right this minute.
Oh.
Remarkable editorial you printed last week, young man. Yes, indeed. Thought-provoking, definitely.
So I found out.
Sort of thing that makes somebody stop and think and act.
Oh, people acted on it all right, for the first few days at least. I'm hoping it's finally died down.
Nonsense. Ought to reprint it every month. Service to the community.
Elyria wouldn't survive the winter.
Certainly made us take stock of ourselves.
Us?
Friendly Aid and Helping Hand Club.
Oh, yes. How are the ladies, Mrs. Pickens?
Militant. Awakened. On the march. Thanks to you.
To me?
Definitely. No more frivolity. No more aimless puttering. You've made us see the light, Mr. Rogers.
I have?
Definitely. Wasted our time for years. One giddy project after another. Got nowhere. Should have concentrated on one. Carried it through. And now we're going to do it.
Well, fine. Anything I can do to help now, of
you
course.
You certainly can. You can go with us. 10 tomorrow morning. Using Emily Bott's car. Pick you up at the office.
Oh, yes, but go with you where?
Out to Cooper's Creek. That's our project, Mr. Beasy.
Project? Old man Beasy's a project?
Definitely. Lived alone for years with just that horse. Shack he built himself. Frightful conditions, no doubt. Does his own cooking, washing, sewing, cleaning. If any, of course.
Yes, but...
Man needs help. Our kind of help.
The friendly aid and helping
Definitely
society.
Woman's touch. Clean up the place, mend his clothes, make curtains and things, cook some decent food for him.
But supposing he doesn't want all this?
Nonsense. Make him see the light. Convince him. You convinced us. You know, in a way, it's your project, too. You started the ball rolling. You ought to have credit for it.
Well, thanks, Mrs. Pickens. But don't tell Beasy that.
10 o'clock, Mr. Rogers. Sharp.
Mighty nice of you folks to drop in. The right smart walk from the road, and muddy this time of year, too.
It certainly is, definitely. You through that scraper, Emily?
Oh, just a minute, Miss Pickens. Don't you hurry me now. This is the stickiest mud.
No, sir. Not many folks ever come down here. Not ladies, anyway. Doc Clemens stops in for a game of checkers once in a while. And, of course, you always stop and set a spell, Will, when you're fishing the creek. You know?
Sure do, Beasy. Wouldn't miss it.
Well, you'll have plenty of visitors from now on.
I don't know as I'd like that too much.
Nonsense. Of course you'll like it. At least one or more of our members will be stopping by every day or so from now on.
Well, what for?
To help you. Get you straightened up on your feet. Make this place fit to live in.
What's wrong with it?
Good heavens, Mr. Beasy. What a question.
It suits me and the wild hussy, all right.
You and the what?
The wild hussy.
Oh, dear me, Miss Pickens. I do think we should have investigated Mr. Beasy's status before we... That is to say, if he has certain domestic arrangements we weren't aware of, perhaps we should...
Oh, Emily, you're talking like a fool.
Beasy, maybe the ladies would like to meet the hussy.
Oh, dear.
Sure, Will. At least she can poke her head in. It might be a little crowded, I reckon, if we all tried to get in here at once.
What are we going to do, Miss Pickens?
Here, sweetheart. Come on. Come on over here. Meet the lady.
Hi there, wild hussy.
Oh, what? It's a horse.
And what did you expect, Emily?
Oh, dear. Not a horse.
She looks right up to form, Beasy.
Well, she could walk out onto the track and win a race tomorrow.
That is a racehorse?
The greatest little filly that ever answered the bugle, ma'am. Why, the day she took Belmont, she had 3 clear lengths of daylight on the field at the quarter pole and won by 7 lengths going away. Monkey McGuire up with 118 pounds.
Very interesting, but hard.
Always run with the best of them. The hussy did run with them and run away from them. The Derby, the Preakness, the Gold Cup, the greatest horse I ever trained.
Trained?
Beasy used to be a racehorse trainer in his younger days, Mrs. Pickens.
Indeed.
And that creature there actually won races? She looks so dilapidated.
Well, she ain't as young as she was, ma'am. That was about 20 years ago. But me and her's retired now, has settled down. All we want is to live out our years in peace.
Good. That's just what we're going to help you do.
Ma'am?
We ladies of the Friendly Aid and Helping Hand have chosen you as our project for the coming year. No more wasting our time overlooking needs right around us. We're going into action, Mr. Beasy.
Oh, but I get a pension, ma'am. I don't need any...
It's not charity. Your happiness will be our reward.
Oh, I'm happy now.
Indeed you're not. But just wait till we get through with you. Oh, and this place. New curtains. Wallpaper. Some decent furniture instead of these boxes.
Well, I don't want any of that.
You will. Wait and see. Oh, we're going to do a thorough job on you, Mr. Beebe. Thanks to Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, did Will put you up to this?
Certainly. He jogged us out of our rut. Made us see the light.
Well, what in the tarnation was the idea? Where'd he go?
Oh, I think he just stepped outside, Mr. Beefy.
Well, come back here, you coward.
Doc, I just feel guilty as the dickens.
What about?
Old man Beasy.
Oh, yeah. You seen him, Will?
Stopped by that shack of his a couple of days ago, and he threw rocks at me.
Well, I can't say as I blame him. You see what those women have been doing to him?
Not exactly. Saw Emmy Botts on the roof, though, nailing on shingles.
That's what I mean. Been a constant stream of them out there all week, wading through the mud with rolls of wallpaper, crocheted doilies, Venetian blinds, calves' foot jelly. Beezy's fit to be tied.
That's what I mean. Doggone it, Doc. All the rest of the trouble from that editorial died down in a couple of days. Why'd it have to happen to Beasy?
Oh, it'll simmer down, Will. They'll leave him in underprivileged peace before long.
You don't know Mrs. Pickens. She's like a bulldog with a bone in her teeth.
Yeah, Beasy's not a bone, though. He set her back some this morning when she went out there and found her handmade quilt draped over that horse. He'll wear her down. You wait and see.
Do it now. So help me, Doc, if I ever hear anybody use that expression again, I don't know what... Oh, hello, Maggie.
Will, you know what's happened?
Locally, recently, in general, or what?
What?
What's happened, Maggie?
Oh, I just came from Judge Hartner's office, Will. Mrs. Pickens has filed an order to condemn that shack of Mr. Beezy's and evict the occupant.
What?
Their Helping Hand Club is going to have Mr. Beezy sell his horse and move into the Bide-A-Wee home at their expense. They say he'll be more comfortable there.
Comfortable? Why, he'll be out of his mind in 2 weeks.
Doc, it ain't simmering down. And doggone it, the whole thing's my fault.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. You know, the Christmas season will be on us before we know it. To plan for servicemen overseas, you have to think far ahead. Even now, it's late to send packages to overseas stations, except by airmail parcel post. To make sure the Yuletide of your service friends and relatives is a happy one, send lots of letters. Send often. Send good news about home to the men you know. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
More tea, Mr. Rogers?
No, thank you, Mrs. Pickens. That was fine. Best tea I ever tasted.
It's the nasturtium leaf that does it.
Huh?
The ginger helps, too, of course.
Oh?
Definitely.
In tea?
Indeed. An old recipe handed down in the family. My grandmother brought it with her when she crossed the Alleghenies in a covered wagon. That was a long time ago, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I guess it was. Well, now, about this order of condemnation and eviction, Mrs. Pickens,
Fine
I wanted to...
people, my grandparents. Warm-hearted, upright, and rugged. Yes, that's the word. Definitely.
Definitely?
No, rugged. Remember saying, my grandfathers, if a man doesn't keep pace with his companions, maybe it's because he hears a different drummer, so let him step to the music he hears. He was quoting somebody, I imagine.
Yes, a fellow named Thoreau. I read him a lot myself.
Indeed.
Now about Mr. Beasy for a minute,
All
ma'am.
settled, Mr. Rogers. We're going to help that man in spite of himself. In fact, we've already taken steps.
Well, now that's what I'm here about.
I made a suggestion, and the ladies took a vote, unanimous. Get that man out of that hovel, we decided.
Yes, but...
Put him in a decent, clean place, civilized surroundings. Get rid of that hussy, that creature, that horse. Make a new man out of him.
But maybe Beasy doesn't want to be a new man.
Nonsense. Doesn't know what's good for him. Objects to everything we've been doing. He'll feel different once he gets away from that shack and that horse and lives with people for a change. Oh, he'll see the light. Definitely.
Mrs. Pickens, I think you ought to reconsider this.
Nonsense. Soundest project we ever tackled. The Friendly Aid and Helping Hand Club's behind this to a man.
To a man?
Well, to a woman. Figure of speech. Our motto for this month, remember Mr. Beasy and do it now. Oh, you woke us up all right, Mr. Rogers. Definitely.
Yes, I'm afraid I did.
How's that?
Next week's editorial in the Gazette is going to be entitled, It's Better to Let Sleeping Dogs Lie.
Dogs?
A figure of speech, Mrs. Pickens. It ties in with our new motto, though.
Motto, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah. Remember Beasy and take it easy. Definitely.
I don't know just what to tell you, Will. Mrs. Pickens had a lawyer make this order out. It seems to be a legitimate complaint. I don't know what the court can do but carry it out.
Couldn't you sort of pigeonhole it, Judge Hartner? Just sort of put it off and maybe forget about it?
You ever had any dealings with the ladies of the Friendly Aid and Helping Hand Club, Will? Yeah, just no way around it, Will. That shack of old man Beasy's is substandard, and the township ordinances on occupancy are pretty specific. We'd have had to condemn it years ago if anybody had complained.
And so the Helping Hand Club is going to help Beasy right out of his home. There ought to be a law.
Well, there is. That's the trouble. Maybe it's all for the best when you come right down to it. Beasy would be a lot more comfortable out at the Bide-A-Wee home.
How would you like living in a place called Bide-A-Wee home?
Well, gee, he'll get 3 good meals a day. Warm room, his time will be his own. Go and come as he pleases. Or maybe you're being overly sentimental about this, Will.
Maybe so. But I'm thinking about a man who's always been free and his own boss. Then along comes this club, all fired up by that short-sighted editorial of mine, and they take over his whole life. They're going to help him. Help him? He didn't ask for any help. He didn't need any help.
Well, at least they mean well, and as long as these papers have been filed and signed by a citizen of the township, the court has to carry out the order.
Supposing they were withdrawn.
You know Mrs. Pickens better than that.
Yeah, I'm afraid I do.
Oh, forget it, Will. It's not your fault. Editorial, no editorial.
Try telling Beasy that. Well, if you can't do anything, you can't. That's that.
It'll work out all right, Will. Beasy will get used to the change in time.
He's an old man, Judge Hartner. He hasn't got that much time. Hiya, girl. How's the old hussy this morning?
Well?
Morning, Beasy. Do you mind if I come in?
What for?
Well, I was figuring we might have a talk.
All right, come on in.
Thanks.
You'll notice there's been a few changes made. They tell me that wallpaper design here is called 1001 Nights. It's the latest thing, Mrs. Pickens says.
Yeah. Well, now, Beasy...
Don't scratch no matches on it. Shows up something terrible. I tried it. And that there bedspread is a genuine Puslier up now. Plays, plow, something. I don't know. The wild hussy stuck her head in the window and seen it and wouldn't touch her rope for 2 days.
Beasy,
now, what have you brought? Everybody brings me something. You take this here doohickey. Deacon Pettifrat's wife brought this. The triple-plated chromium Guaranteed automatic electric coffee percolator, AC or DC. Only trouble, I ain't got no AC or DC. It'd probably work fine, though, if it did. Can't expect that friendly aide and Snoop and Nosy Club to think of everything.
Do you mind if I sit down, Beezy?
Sure, go right ahead. No, Will,
sorry.
not that one. That ain't a chair. It's an heirloom, named after some French duke or somebody. It ain't to sit on. It's a showpiece, Mrs. Botts says. Here, sit over here on this here apple box, and you can see it fine.
Thanks.
Yes, sir, quite a few changes been made, for which I ain't thanked you proper yet, I guess.
Now, wait a minute, Beezy. I didn't plan on anything like this. You saw that editorial. Doc brought you a copy of the paper.
Yeah, I saw it.
All right, then. How could I guess anybody would take a thing like that serious?
You couldn't. Just relax, Will. I got over blaming you for it. I have to take it out on somebody, though. I guess it's going to blow over anyway. I ain't had a visitor since day before yesterday.
Well, now, that's the reason I came out, Beezy. There hasn't been anyone here because they made other plans now.
Good. Let them take over somebody else for a while.
No, it's not anyone else. It's still you. They got a court order to condemn this place and evict you.
The what?
They're making arrangements for you to move out to the Bidewee home. Well, they'll foot the bill, of course.
They can do that? They can have me thrown out of here?
I'm afraid so. Technically, this house doesn't meet the township standards on dwellings. And, of course, it's built on public land.
I heard about that Bidewee place. Bells ring to get you up and to go to bed, and bells ring for your meals, and bells. Man couldn't call his soul his own. The stable's probably a mile from the... Will, there ain't no stable out there. I seen the place. What about the wild hussy?
I guess they figure on you selling her, Beezy.
Selling her? Why, the great black carcass that bagged over my dead body, I'll sell her!
Well, I guess you were right, Beezy. That chair wasn't built very strong.
Sell her? What do they know about anything? 20 years me and the hussy's been together, and even before that. When she came to the stable as a yearling, and I trained her and brought her up to the races. She's the only living thing I got now, Will, that I love and loves me. And they say sell her?
I know, Beezy, but...
She never won no big stakes race, Will. I just made that up. She run in one, though. One of the biggest ones. And she might have won it, too. She was ready. And she had the heart and the spirit. But during the race, she broke a bone in her foot. Coffin bone, they call it. Just a little tiny crack, but it was enough. Monkey McGuire was the jockey, and when he saw what had happened, he tried to ease her up. But you know something? She wouldn't stop. She kept running, trying to win. Running lame with that bone killing her, but still fighting. She came in last, 10 lengths behind the field, just tearing her heart out, but still trying to win. And then the crowd laughed. She'd run her heart out with a broken bone grating in her foot, and the crowd laughed at her.
They didn't know.
I bought her after the race. She wasn't no more. You've been together ever since. But now, well, I guess we'll be moving on in a couple of days, Will. Find some place where they'll leave a man in peace.
Beezy.
No, forget it, Will. I know how you feel. Same way I felt when the crowd laughed at the hussy.
That's it, Beezy. That's it exactly.
Oh. Hi, Will.
Maggie, you should have gone on home. It's late.
Oh, I had some classifieds to write up. I thought I might as well keep the office open till you got back.
Why?
Why?
Why keep it open at all? To stir up more trouble for somebody?
Real down, huh?
Yeah, I guess. There must be something better than running a newspaper.
You wouldn't get out of it for a half interest in Fort Knox.
I would this evening.
Judge Hartner wouldn't change his mind, huh?
Can't. Not as long as that complaint stands.
What'd Mrs. Pickens say?
That I'm being a ridiculous sentimentalist, and that they're only doing it for the man's own good.
Definitely?
Definitely. Maggie, how do you argue about human things with a woman that doesn't even seem to be human?
I don't know, Will. I never knew a human who wasn't human.
Well, maybe she is, but she keeps it well hidden. I'm beat, Maggie. I can't think of anything else to do.
Well, how long do I stand here?
Come in, Mrs. Pickens. This is quite a surprise. You know Miss Button, of course.
Hello?
Mr. Rogers, I've been a fool.
Oh, no.
A meddling, short-sighted, interfering busybody. And a fool.
Well...
Definitely. Here. Want to look at this tintype?
Well, what is it? Dugout? Cellar?
A sod hut. My grandparents lived in it for 8 years. Quite happy. Contented, as far as I know. Would you call a place like that substandard, Mr. Rogers?
Definitely.
Quite so. Started thinking after you left. Got that out of the attic. Got something else, too. My grandfather's journal. A lot of things in it by that fella. What's his name?
Thoreau?
Exactly. Here's one. Says, any man more right than his neighbors constitutes a majority of one. Something to think about there. My grandfather was that kind of man. Got an idea Mr. Beasy is, too.
He is.
Man like that has to live his own way. Can't stand interference. Won't be pushed. My grandfather was like that. I got an idea Mr. Beasy is, too.
He is.
Still think he'd be better off, mind you. Besides the point, though. He doesn't think so. His life, of course, has certain rights. Majority of one. Like that fella says.
Thoreau?
Exactly.
Mrs. Pickens, are you trying to say that you're going to withdraw that complaint and let Beasy go on living out there?
Well, what else, Mr. Rogers? Didn't come over here for idle chit-chat. It's late. Should have been in bed an hour ago.
Now, wait.
Wait, nothing. I feel like a fool. Am a fool, in fact. I may get over it, though. In time. Good night, all.
Well, what do you know about that?
Who's not human, Will?
Everybody's human, Maggie. It's a great world, and putting out a newspaper's the greatest job in the world. Say, what do you say we check over that front page before we lock up?
Oh, not tonight, Will. We can do it in the morning.
Oh, it won't take long. Why put it off? Come on, Maggie. Let's do it.
Do it now, Will?
No. First thing in the morning. Let's get out of here.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Lois Corbett, John Daner, Howard McNear, and Helen Klebe. The special music was composed by Renee Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
CBS Radio will follow you wherever you may go. So if you want the very best, tune us in and be our guest on CBS Radio.
Hear The American Way, starring Horace Hyde, Thursday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. There's no sense in me being modest about it. I'm just not much of a dancer. Still, when folks talk about tripping the light fantastic, I gotta admit I qualify. 'Cause I invariably trip, I usually light, and I'm always fantastic.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. I've seen Will dance, and... well, let me put it this way. You could never call his dancing a real contribution to the culture of Elyria. But then, Elyria's cultural growth was stunted a long time ago, when old Flint Stalker was forced to close down the Princess Theater. Time was when Flint used to book in some real entertainment in the Princess. Everything from vaudeville to Gilbert and Sullivan up as high as Grand Opera. But the Depression took care of all that. I guess it's been nearly 20 years since Flint nailed the doors shut, and there's a whole generation of Illyrians growing up who never set foot in the Princess Theater. I just know Flint Stocker'd give anything to open those doors again.
Be with you in about 6 words.
I haven't got 6 words to wait, Will.
You just waited them. Well, hello, Flint. Glad to see you.
You spoiled my entrance, young man. And a well-rehearsed entrance at that.
Want to go out and come back in again?
No, all the spontaneity would be lost. Isn't Maggie around? I had hoped to play to a packed house.
She's over at Retta Farrell's, covering the women's club meeting.
That reminds me, I must contact Retta. She'll want a block of seats, I know.
Now, what about this well-rehearsed entrance of yours, Flint?
Will, I'm opening the Princess again.
Why, Flint, that's wonderful.
That's the first time I've said it out loud. I'm opening the Princess again. I never thought I'd be able to say those words, Will. I never expected to have the chance.
I know it means an awful lot to you, Flint. I'm sure glad for you.
Now, you'll want the details. I've noted them all down. Here it is. I don't know if you can read my writing.
Well, let's see if I can. The new review. The 15th of this month, curtain at 8:30, the Princess Theater.
It's playing on Broadway now, you know. We'll get the road company show, of course. But Mr. Anthony tells me that our new review will be every bit as good as Broadway's new review. Mr. Anthony manages the show.
How long you planning for, Flint?
1 night. That's what's known in the trade as a one-night stand, shortened sometimes to one-nighter.
You couldn't shorten it much more than that.
Just think, Will. Illyria's first opening night in nearly 20 years. There's an excitement about it, an aura. You watch. When we break this news, this town will go out of its mind in anticipation.
You think we ought to risk it?
You've never seen Elyria reach a fevered pitch, Will, until you've seen them in the flush of a first-night performance. Why, in the old days, this was a real show town. I brought them all here. The Barrymores, the Drews, the Jersey Lily, and later on, the Lunts. I've still got all the playbills, Will. You'll have to come up to the theater and see them.
I'd like to, Flint.
You'll be coming to the theater this afternoon to meet Mr. Anthony. He'll want to arrange for all the advertising with you. Probably some other printing. Tickets, playbills, throwaways.
Funny, isn't it, Flint? That after all these years and without much notice, the show would finally be coming to Elyria.
My dear Will, I have worked tirelessly with the booking offices in the city. I've begged and implored them to give us another try. And this is the fruit of my efforts. The new review.
And then if the reception for this one is good, why, you think others will start including Elyria on their tours.
I'm certain of it. I'm just as sure as I can be, Will. This represents a rebirth of legitimate theater in Elyria. Return to cultural growth. A brave new era. Do you mind taking this down, Will? I believe I'm making quite an excellent direct quote.
and after that, old Flint fairly swept out of here on his way to see Gate Farrell about getting the license.
What license?
Well, you have to have a license from the city council to put on anything like this new review.
Oh.
That Flint. He's sure all tuned up about this thing, Maggie.
How I know. Retta Farrell was in the midst of an impassioned plea before the Women's Club when Flint showed up there, thereby breaking bylaw 4B.
Which is?
No man shall be admitted to a meeting of the aforementioned Elyria Women's Club except by written invitation.
Why, that's silly.
That's what Flint said when the sergeant-at-arms reminded him of the bylaw. Anyway, he pulled Retta to one side and whispered to her, and they danced around a little bit. And Flint left, leaving Retta to tell the club the news. There wasn't a dry eye in the house when she got through.
The women cried?
Hysteria. They tossed out the rest of the agenda in a rising vote and set to work on ticket committees.
Well, I'll be darned. Flint told me the town would go to pieces over the idea, but I didn't believe him. Why do you suppose it is?
Well, a lot of things, really. They all love Flint, and bless his heart, this is a real break for him, booking a show in the Princess after all these years.
Yeah, well, now, I'm real fond of Flint myself, and I'm happy for him. But I've got to admit that I didn't shed a single tear.
By some happy coincidence, you're not the Elyria Women's Club. And you also may not know what a ham Retta Farrell is.
Yeah, she's always trying to reorganize a little theater group, isn't she?
And one of the reasons she can't is because Retta always insists on playing the lead and everything herself. The last time the little theater failed here was because Retta stood her ground and wouldn't let anyone else play the lead.
That was just a year or so ago, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. So we didn't do Mr. Roberts.
I remember now. Well, sir, if Flint's got the women's club galvanized into action, I guess he's riding a sure thing. I just didn't know we had that many theater lovers in Elyria.
Well, some of them will go to see the show, but all of them will go to see each other. You don't seem to understand, Will. This is the chance of a lifetime to buy new clothes.
Oh, that.
Stand out on the highway tomorrow morning and count the cars heading for the city.
Well, I sure wish I could get excited about it. But I just keep asking myself, now why, after 20 years, would Elyria look like a good stop to a road company?
Maybe they just found it on the map.
Down this way, Will. Mr. Anthony is using one of the old dressing rooms as temporary headquarters. I guess you haven't been backstage much, have you?
No, this is real foreign territory to me, Flint.
I want to show you my theater. Maybe when you finish your business with Mr. Anthony, I'll take you on a conducted tour. She's a proud old princess.
With a proud consort.
So proud, Will. Oh, here we are. Mr. Anthony?
Yeah, come in.
After you, Will. This is my young friend from the Gazette, Mr. Anthony, Mr. Rogers.
Hello, Rogers.
Glad to know you, Mr. Anthony.
Just be seated, Will. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
How do you like it, Will?
Huh?
The chair. How does it seem?
Fine, Flint. Just fine.
The last person who sat in that chair was Alfred Lunt. I'll never forget it. He sat right there, facing Lynn Fontanne. That would be you, Mr. Anthony. And he said to her, "Darling, you're a superlative actress. I admire you. I adore you. But you never did get the hang of eye makeup."
Well, I'll be darned. Well, now, that's something to know, Flint.
Oh, I could tell you some memorable anecdotes, hundreds of them.
Only maybe another time, huh? I'd like to talk to Rogers about the advertising.
Of course, and I have work to do myself. Look in on me later, Will. I'll probably be in my office. I'll want to show you around the Princess, you know. Mr. Anthony will tell you it's a magnificent theater, just exactly what he's been looking for.
Yeah, it's great, Mr. Stocker.
You see, Will? Now, you two get down to business. I'll be in my office if you need me.
He's quite an old character, isn't he?
Yeah. Only don't take it too big about Alfred Lunt being the last person to sit in that chair. A carpenter from my crew named Hatch sat there not half an hour ago.
Flint said you might want some printing done, besides whatever ad you're taking.
We need tickets and some door-to-door throwaways.
How about playbills?
No, we won't need them, not for this kind of show. The names wouldn't mean anything, or the acts, for that matter. Here's an ad I roughed out.
Mm-hmm.
I got a budget, of course. I don't want to spend more than a couple of $100 for the whole deal. Tickets, the ad, throwaways.
Well, I think we can handle that. Now, just what kind of a show is this, Mr. Anthony? I know it's a new review, but suppose it was to do a little advanced story on it. How would you describe it?
Well, call it a class variety show. You know, songs, dances, funny sayings.
Flint says this is a road company of a Broadway show. I guess I could hang the story on that.
You're the writer. Hang it on anything you want to. I guess I'll want about 1,000 tickets. How soon can I have them?
Tomorrow morning, soon enough?
Yeah, that's good. Where's that seat plan now? Here it is. You can get the seat numbers off this. Last time I counted, balcony and all, the house seated 1,000.
Okay, if I take this along with me?
Go ahead.
How long you had this company on tour, Mr. Anthony?
Oh, a couple of months, I guess.
Where's it playing now?
Why in the city? Why?
And you're coming to Elyria for one night on the 15th, and then where are you bound?
Say, what's with the questions? I buy a small load of advertising. I've got to make like a quiz program all of a sudden?
No, you don't have to. I'm just interested. We don't get very much legitimate theater here.
You don't get any.
Okay, we don't get any. So how come you decided to bring the new review here?
You know, I'm beginning to wonder myself. First, I got to hear the old guys running commentary on who sat in what chair in his beloved old trap here, and now for you, I got to be an answer man.
Well, I'll settle for just one answer. How come you decided to bring your show to Elyria?
In the city, I hear the old guy's on his knees trying to get a booking. So I can't lose much here in one night. I decide to bring the troupe in. Okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
Any more questions?
I can't think of any right now. Might have a few when I bring you your tickets back tomorrow, though.
Yeah. I'll bet you will.
Well, it's been an experience meeting you, Mr. Anthony.
I know what you mean, Rogers. I know just what you mean.
What'd you say that looked like, Doc?
Just a wild guess, but could it be a seating plan for the Princess Theater?
Yeah, it could be. Only I'm talking about the pencil lines here that lead off the stage and down through this center row of seats.
Well, now, it might be the plan for a structure of some sort. On the other hand, they might just be pencil lines.
You know what I think it is?
Something besides pencil lines, obviously.
I think that's a rough plan for building a runway smack down the center of the Princess Theater.
Oh, well, maybe you're right. Although I can't imagine why anybody'd want to build a... Did you say a runway?
I did.
Oh. Well, when I was a young man, I was known to frequent certain theaters. Oh, my. And if memory serves me, a runway was standard equipment in only one type of theater.
Things haven't changed much, Doc.
Well, you're not by any stretch of the imagination of the opinion that old Flint Stalker has booked that kind of a show into the Princess Theater?
I think it's a distinct possibility.
Flint wouldn't do it. I've known him for years.
Now, this isn't a question of knowing Flint. I don't think he's got any idea what kind of a show this new review is. I don't suppose this fella Anthony's told Flint any more about it than he'd tell me. And by golly, he didn't want to tell me anything about the show.
Maggie told me you were pretty skeptical about the show. But, son, you'll have to be awfully sure before you make any charges. Why, everybody in town I've talked to is planning to go. I mean men and women.
Yeah, I know that. And don't worry, I'll be just as sure as I can be. Or rather, I'll be just as sure as Mr. Anthony allows me to be.
We're busy out here, Rogers. I told the old man for you to leave the tickets in my office.
Yeah, Flint told me. I just thought I'd see what all the commotion in the theater was about.
I hope it isn't too noisy for you. If it is, you can always leave.
Oh, I'm fixing to leave. I just don't get a chance very often to see a runway built. Thought maybe I could hang my story on that.
I don't think so much of that angle.
Well, that's a funny thing, but I do. It just might pick up the ticket sale a lot if I could promise the folks a good, rousing evening of burlesque.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to our story in just a moment, but first, This Friday night, hear parole file number 732, CBS Radio's 7th full-hour fact documentary on American life today. Hear in his own words the story of a paroled killer from the moment of his release after 22 years of imprisonment. Through his words and those of others intimately connected with the case, you'll gain new insight into America's system of parole. Remember, Friday night on CBS Radio, don't miss the vivid story of parole file number 732. CBS Radio newsman Eric Severide will provide the commentary. And now we continue with the second act of Rogers of the Gazette.
I know the licensing ordinance, Will. Any member of the council does.
And it says as plain as day in the ordinance that the council has the right to approve the content of any public show in Elyria. Now, isn't that right, Gate?
That's the letter of the law, but, Will, we don't exercise that very often. We haven't had the opportunity to for a good many years, I grant that, but Retta and I have known Flint Stalker for a good many years, too.
I'm not trying to hurt Flint. I told him a while ago, I'm not even trying to stop this show. I just think somebody ought to make darn sure what kind of a show it is.
No, Flint was by just this morning. Ticket sales are going great, he tells me. My Retta's sold nearly 100 tickets herself, Will.
Yes, she has. And the women in the church circles are doing a fair job of selling tickets, too. Now, if you think the girls will go for burlesque...
I think you're getting excited about nothing. Here, Flint has a chance to open the doors of his theater again for the first time in 20 years, Will. I certainly wish him nothing but well.
Gates, you don't understand. I wish him nothing but well. I'd like to see him open those doors for good. But if I'm right, he stands a chance of getting them nailed shut forever.
You don't have any proof, Will.
I'm not the one who needs proof. Gate, I could be 100% wrong.
I think you are.
But if I'm right, the council and Flint are going to have to face the indignant wrath of the women of Elyria.
Will, you're wrong. I know you're wrong. Flint Stalker's an old theater man. And you make a big mistake if you think he's a fool. If I know anything, I know that this Anthony man couldn't pull the wool over old Flint's eyes.
Look, baby, you've always wanted to act. I'm giving you your big chance.
Well, I don't read you, Mr. Anthony. You want I should audition for this country boy?
Not exactly, Julie. I just want you to convince him we're not doing a burlesque show here tomorrow night.
When did we change the act?
We didn't change the act.
Mr. Anthony, in one word, I don't dig you.
But you're going to try, aren't you, Julie? Because if you don't, we may be in trouble.
How trouble?
Julie, I didn't exactly tell the old man that ours was a burlesque show. I got him and the rest of the town expecting legitimate theater tomorrow night. All except this Rogers.
So what's burlesque? Illegitimate theater?
You and I know it's art, Julie. But, well, maybe I'd just like to surprise the citizens, see? I don't tell them it is burlesque. I don't tell them it isn't.
So you really haven't been dishonest, have you, Mr. Anthony?
That's the idea. Now, we're just here for one night. We want a big house to show up. We take our money and go, and we don't come this way again.
If they don't like us, we don't like them. Is that it, Mr. Anthony?
Something like that.
But it would help our cause if Mr. Rogers thinks I am an actress instead of, shall we say, an interpretive dancer.
It would more or less save the day, Julie.
Mr. Anthony, you may consider me an actress. Hello?
Well, hello.
Do I have the pleasure of addressing Mr. Rogers?
Yes'm. And it's my pleasure, Miss
Julia Langtree of the Legitimate Theater.
Oh, well. Won't you sit down, Miss Langtree?
Don't mind if I do.
You're with a new review?
You might say I'm one of the new faces, Mr. Rogers.
Well, you've certainly got a fine old theatrical name. I suppose you're a direct descendant of Lily Langtree.
Ever so direct.
Any A relative of the Jersey Lily just about has to have the theater in their blood, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I would. I would indeed. Yes, the Jersey Lily. Oh, all of us Langtrees are from Jersey, you know. Some in Newark, some in Jersey City. We're from all over Jersey.
Lily Langtree was from the Isle of Jersey.
You don't say.
That's in the English Channel.
Oh, we Langtrees get around. Jersey City, the Isle of Jersey. Who cares? It's all Jersey.
Oh, well, we settled that, didn't we?
Beautifully. You know, Mr. Rogers, I can tell you're a man who's interested in the legitimate theater.
You can tell that?
Just by looking. You look very legitimate, Mr. Rogers. And on you, it looks good.
Thanks very much.
I thought, well, we could have a nice talk, theatrically speaking. You could tell me what legitimate theaters you liked, and I could tell you about my various roles.
Well, now, let me see. Of course, I haven't seen a lot of plays since I moved here, but, well, I remember The Corn is Green. I like that very much.
One of my favorites. I played it many times.
You did? The Ethel Barrymore role?
Who else?
Well, I'd sure like to have seen you in it. Oh, another one I liked was The Little Foxes.
Isn't that a coincidence? I was one of them.
I don't suppose you were in Born Yesterday by any chance.
Oh, that old thing, no. No, they wanted me, but I told them I wasn't right for the part.
Mm-hmm.
We legitimate actresses have to be very careful, Mr. Rogers. The wrong part could ruin us.
I've got an idea you usually play the part that's right for your talents.
Indeed, I do, Mr. Rogers. Do you mind if I direct our conversation to a more personal level?
Not at all. We've just about exhausted the legitimate theater.
You're cute.
Well, now, you're pretty cute yourself.
Thank you, I'm sure. And I don't mind telling you, Mr. Rogers, that when I get through a long tour with a show, I'd like nothing better than to settle down in some peaceful little spot like your Deliria. And I do mean legitimately.
By George, Will, I believe every seat in the house is taken except ours. Let's go on down, shall we?
We might just as well stay back here, Doc. I've got a hunch nobody's going to be seated very long.
Oh, are you still singing that same old chorus?
Now, who do you think is going to faint first? The Women's Club in a Body or the Presbyterian Circle?
Son, I'm out for an evening of enjoyment. I don't expect a single fainting spell. You've been a wet blanket on this enterprise from the very first, and I, for one, don't want to hear any more about it. Now, come on down to your seat.
Listen, if I'm wrong, I'll be down later.
Oh, all right. I suppose you're going to Retta and Gate Farrell's after theater party.
I'll tell you what a wet blanket I am. I don't even think there's going to be an after theater party.
Oh, doggone it, Will. I'm going down to my seat before you spoil my whole evening.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And welcome to the new review. We hope you enjoy our little effort this evening. But now, before the curtain goes up on our first number, here it is. Your very last chance before the show. My assistants are about to pass among you with boxes of those delicious chocolate candies with nuts inside. And don't forget, with each and every purchase of this delicious chocolate candy with the nuts inside, a chance on our very special offer, a genuine gold watch. Have your money ready, gents. Buy the little lady a memento of the evening, and at the same time win a chance on a genuine gold watch. The greatest little bargain has ever been your good fortune to encounter. Oh, just keep your seat, folks. My assistants will find you, and while they make their way to you, let's have some music for our 3D girls. That's 3D for three dimension. Ha, ha, ha! But don't worry, folks. You won't need any special glasses to get their dimensions. Here we go.
I ought to punch you right in the nose. Why didn't you force me to approve that show?
I couldn't, Gate. I sort of thought I tried, though.
Well, this whole thing's your fault. If you'd demanded it, I'd have had to pass on it. And we'd all have been spared this humiliation.
Loretta giving you a bad time?
She won't even speak to me. To tell the truth, that's sort of a relief. The thing is, Will, we could have stopped it before it started. All those church circles selling tickets at the women's club.
I asked you if you thought the girls would go for burlesque, remember?
No, you weren't very convincing, Will. Or I'd have listened to you.
Gate, you're a dad-blame fool. I've been snubbed by half of Elyria all week long because they thought I was trying to keep Flint from opening his theater. The other half, which includes you, couldn't find enough words to tell me what a preposterous idea it was and how it couldn't happen. Well, it happened, and good.
I can't believe it. Oh, I know I'm wrong. I can't really blame you. And I don't. Nobody blames you.
Who cares about blame now? Flint's a broken old man, and the women of the town won't catch their breath till spring. I'm real sorry for Flint, though.
So am I. How are you going to handle it in the Gazette, Will?
Nothing happened, as far as the paper's concerned. Can't very well print that 1,000 Illyrians showed up at the Princess last night at 8:30 and that by 8:45 the theater was empty. Sounds like a riddle.
Well, for one thing, a thing like this can only happen once. It's hard on Flint, I know. But this is one catastrophe that won't hit Elyria again.
Excuse me, Gate.
Yes.
Elyria Weekly Gazette.
I want to speak to the editor, Mr. Rogers.
You're talking to him.
Oh, fine. Look, Rogers, I'm Jim Sutton in the city. I'm a booking agent for shows.
You picked a real bad time to call, Mr. Sutton.
Look, I tried to reach Flint Stocker all morning, but he doesn't answer.
I don't think he's likely to either. Flint's had a pretty bad shock.
I heard a little of what happened. But here's what I want to know. Is it true that 1,000 people bought tickets for that show last night?
That's right. The theater was sold out.
That's amazing, isn't it?
You'd have to go for a stronger word than amazing, Mr. Sutton.
I had no idea that Elyria was any kind of a show town. Old Flint's tried to tell me for years, but I wouldn't believe him. Will you do this for me, Mr. Rogers? Will you get a hold of Flint and tell him to call me?
Sure, I'll tell him. Don't be surprised if he doesn't call, though.
Well, he should. Because of that turnout last night, I can book shows in your town from now on. And I'm talking about real shows.
No songs, dances, funny things?
Real good road company shows. Legitimate stuff. You tell Flint to call me. Oh, and I'll give you a tip, Rogers.
What's that?
Well, you folks up there ought to protect yourselves. Maybe get a city ordinance that gives the council a right to pass on all the shows that come there.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Mr. Sutton. That sounds like a real good idea.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Parley Bear as Doc Clemens and Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Our story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, Michael Ann Barrett, John Daner, Paul Dubov, and James Eagles. The special music for Rogers of the Gazette was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tomorrow night, fearing he is becoming a campus cornball, CBS Radio's Professor Ray McNutley, played by Ray Milland, throws a lively house party for select students. It's a success until the unexpected arrival of the college director. For laughs and nothing else, meet Mr. McNutley tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Also tomorrow night, don't miss Elena Verdugo in Meet Millie, 30 Minutes of Merriment, with an altar-minded lass and her slightly mad mama. Roy Rowan speaking. Everybody loves Junior Men's Thursday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. Remember the harsh old axioms that used to apply to children? I remember one my grandmother used a lot. Children should be seen and not heard. Of course, no one figures it that way anymore. Sometimes, for instance, I don't think they should even be seen.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. And the reason that Will's taking a slightly dim view of children this week is pretty much my fault. About every 6 months or so, my daughter Marjorie and her husband, who live in the city, like to take off for a little holiday, so they send Mike up to me for a few days. Now, don't misunderstand me. Mike's as good a grandson as ever came along, and I love him. But either I've forgotten how it was to be 12 years old, or the 12-year-old of today is a special new breed of youngster. Last Monday, when Will and I met him at the train, No, it couldn't have been just last Monday, but by golly, it was. Well, in that case, regardless of what the calendar says, this was the longest week of the year.
You sure you told him to meet you up here by the station, Doc?
I thought that'd be the safest, but I sure don't see him around here any place.
Marjorie didn't mention anything special he'd be wearing, so you'd know him.
Well, Mike's my own grandson. I guess I'd recognize my own grandson. It isn't as if we're total strangers, you know. I saw him not 3 months ago in the city.
Well, kid's got a way of shooting up, you know. Seems like Jill changes right before my eyes sometimes.
Well, doggone it, I'd hate to think I wouldn't know my own kin if they walked right up to me.
All right, now, just try and hold your temper. Kids don't like to visit grandparents when they're old grouchy.
I'm not an old grouch. I just flatly deny I wouldn't know Mike if I saw him.
Now, wait a minute. Isn't that Mike coming this way?
Where?
Right over there by the baggage truck. He just broke into a run.
Oh, for heaven's sake, that's not Mike. Why, that youngster's a good head taller than Mike. Besides, Marjorie'd never get him into a dark blue suit.
Well, this kid's in a hurry about something.
The idea of thinking he's Mike. Why, he doesn't resemble him in the slightest.
Hi, Grandpa.
Huh?
Don't you remember me? I'm Mike.
Well, as if I didn't know. Well, it's good to see you, boy. Good to see you.
Oh, ouch.
What's the matter? To hurt you?
It's my arm. It sort of hurts.
Well, we'll have to tend to that later. Let me get a good look at you, Mike. Yes, sir, you haven't changed a bit. I'd know you anywhere.
I didn't think you remembered me.
Oh, no, that's just plain silly. Why wouldn't your old grandpa remember his only grandson?
You sure didn't act like it.
Pish posh. Well, I was just saying to Will... Oh, you remember Mr. Rogers, don't you, Mike?
Oh, sort of. Hello.
Hello, Mike.
Shake hands with him, son.
Oh, sure. Ouch!
Oh, sorry, Mike. I forgot about your arm.
What happened to it, son? If it bothers you that much, we'd better get home and have a look at it.
Oh, it isn't anything much. We almost had a wreck on the train.
You what?
Yeah, we had to stop real quick so we wouldn't hit a bus full of school kids. I got thrown to the floor. The train stopped so quick.
You didn't hit the bus then?
No, sir, but man, was it close. Boy, we just missed him.
Let me feel your forehead, Mike.
Oh, I'm all right.
Mm-hmm. Well, it won't do any harm to get on home and just let your old granddad look you over.
I'll get his bag, Doc.
Yeah, thanks, Will.
Gee, I sure hope that old lady's all right.
Old lady?
The one on the train. See, when we stopped so quick and all, she fell forward pretty hard. And, gee, there was so much excitement and all that, well, I helped her back into her seat and got her some water. But she looked pretty bad. I sure hope she's all right.
Well, I hope so, too, son, and I'm just real proud of you for helping her that way.
Golly, that wasn't anything.
Well, your mother will be mighty proud of you, too, Mike. Yes, sir. You and I are going to have ourselves the time of our lives this week. Just the time of our lives.
Where'd they go today, Will?
Hunting again, Maggie. That's 3 days in a row. I haven't talked to Doc, but Hazel Burroughs lives next door, you know, and she says they streak out before dawn every blessed day.
I take it Mike's arm wasn't hurt too bad then.
Oh, Doc did call me about that when they got home from the station Monday. Said it was just bruised a little.
Well, it's a wonderful thing for Doc to have that boy around.
Mm-hmm. Isn't going to hurt Mike any either. You know, city boys need a crack at country living every once in a while. I remember my old grandpop taught me a lot about hunting and fishing and the outdoors. Did me a lot of good.
Yeah. Grandmother taught me a lot of things, too. About hunting and trapping, the right bait to use. Only Grandmother was an indoor sport. A lot of good it did me.
Where is a chair? Or preferably a feather bed.
What's the matter, Doc?
You look all done in.
You are looking at what's left of the oldest man in the world. Father Time is my youngest child.
Great to be a boy again, isn't it?
Oh, it's murder. I've discovered why you're only young once. Nobody could go through it a second time. I ache from stem to stern. Especially stern.
What sort of shape is Mike in?
Fresh as a daisy, I regret to say.
Well, he'll be learning a lot just the same.
I'm learning a lot. I show him all the fine points of a gun, spend ever so much time training him to sight, showing him the advantage of just squeezing the trigger, anticipating the flight of the game.
All good stuff to learn.
Uh-huh. When the time comes, he grabs a gun, does everything wrong, and he's shot the limit every day.
Doc, that isn't fair.
I plod along full of technique and fine points and haven't hit a thing.
Well, you can always get back to medicine, Doc.
Presuming, of course, that I have the strength. I am a very old man.
But you are having fun, aren't you, Doc? I mean, just the two of you being together, something.
Yeah, of course it is, Maggie. I'm having a wonderful time. But to tell you the truth, I think Mike's getting a little bored. That's why I stopped by. I thought you two might have a bright idea between you.
What's he doing now?
Exploring. He spotted the old Thackeray place. Wanted to know why it was so ramshackled. When I told him no one had lived there for 20 years or so, he said he'd like to look around a while. Oh, look at the time. I'm going to pick him up in a few minutes. Then I've got an afternoon of calls to make. Of course, I guess he could do his writing.
If he's a writer, maybe we can put him to work.
Oh, he's a writer, all right. Says it's a diary. He puts down every single thing he does.
Well, we ought to be able to find something better for Mike to do than poke around in an old empty house. Hey, I know just the spot for him.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
The fire station.
Hey, oh, no. I wouldn't want to impose on Emery.
Oh, you can't impose on Emery Locke. No one likes to talk more than he does, and he's proud as can be of that station and the new fire truck. Unless you don't think Mike would enjoy that.
Oh, no, he'd love it.
Well, then why don't you let me go over to the old Thackeray place and pick him up? I'll see he's occupied at the fire station this afternoon. Then you can pick him up at my house at supper time.
Well, sounds fine. If you're sure it wouldn't be too much trouble for you.
No trouble at all.
I'd sure be much obliged.
And so would Will, Doc. He's been looking for a chance to play fireman ever since Emery got the new truck.
Some truck, Mike?
Yeah, it's real big. Well, what do you call all those ladders on it?
Ladders?
Oh. When are you going to have a fire, Mr. Locke?
Well, now I hope we never have another one, Mike. It's been 21 days since the last one, hasn't it, Will?
3 weeks today.
I'm only going to be here a couple more days.
Well, I wouldn't want to promise you a fire before you leave. Fires are awful things, Mike. Destructive. Sometimes they're killers. Much as I admire this new truck here, I'd like it if we never had to drive it out of the station.
Where are the firemen?
Mr. Locke here is our only regular fireman, Mike. The rest of the men are volunteers.
Yeah, but where are they?
All at their places of business, son. Sam down at the barber shop, John at Mr. Rogers' paper, and then some of them work in the hardware store or at the ice house. We got 'em all over.
What does that mean?
It means it's 12 o'clock noon, Mike.
Oh, I thought maybe that was a fire signal.
Matter of fact, it is, when it blows more than once. Come on over here. I'll show you what I mean. Now, the whistle you just heard is way up there, top of the fire station, see?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
At noon and at 5 in the evening, It blows just once. Lots of folks set their clocks by it, because that's automatic. It goes off by itself at those times.
Now, in case of a fire, that's different. Being the fire chief, Emery here gets the call. Then he goes over.
I'll tell the boy about it, Will. Being the fire chief and all.
Oh, yeah. Sure, Emery. Go right ahead.
I get the call, Mike. The report of the fire. As soon as I know where it is, I sound the fire whistle by hand.
Well, if it's the same whistle, why don't folks just think it's noon or 5 o'clock? How do they know it's a fire?
I'm coming to that, boy.
Now, you see the map up there, Mike, pasted against the wall?
Sure, I see it.
Well, now, that's a map of Elyria, see? And what... You want to explain the map to him, Emery?
If I get the chance, I will.
Go right ahead.
Now, you see that map up there, boy? That's a map of Elyria. It's divided into 4 sections. Now, suppose the fire's in this north section of town.
The one marked 2?
That's right. Now, if it's in that section, I give 2 blasts on the fire signal. If it's in the south of town, that's 3 blasts of the whistle. The east side, 4 blasts, and 5 blasts if it's over here in the west. You understand, son?
Boy, I'll bet those 5-blast fires are exciting.
Last fire we had was a 5-blaster, boy.
Gee, I sure would have liked to have heard that.
I got the call from 4 or 5 panicky neighbors. I sounded the 5 blasts, and the volunteers come running. We powered right over to West Elm and put it out in no time.
West Elm? Where on West Elm?
No need to go into that, Emery.
Will you stop interrupting me, Will? Let's see now, boy. I got a pin there where it was. Let's see.
Grandpa lives in the 5th block.
Pull the pin out here and see.
Now, Emery.
Yeah, here it is. Some hophead was burning leaves, and they got away from him. 527.
That's Grandpa.
What?
Grandpa, Doc Clemens. He's the hophead you were talking about.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I forgot for a moment who you belong to, boy. Will, darn you, next time you try to interrupt me, will you?
I just barely get him away from there for meals and sleeping purposes, Will. That boy lives with Emery at the fire station.
Well, you don't have to worry about where he is. That's one thing.
Of course, I understand you have a small worry with him.
You mean Jill?
Mm-hmm.
She's crazy about him. She's already put him on her God bless list every night when she says her prayers. And if I'm not mistaken, he moves up a notch on the list every night.
Well, his intentions are honorable, I'm proud to say. He told me he plans to marry her when she grows up. Seems to feel he's of age right now.
They're already playing house, you know.
Yeah.
Mrs. Weatherwax tells me all the kids in the neighborhoods are using the old Thackeray place for a clubhouse after school.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Well, at least they picked a spot near home Mrs. Weatherwax can keep an eye on.
Just hope none of them get hurt running through that old house. A good wind would blow it down, you know.
Well, if they weren't doing that, they'd be falling out of trees or something. When they've got that kind of energy, they're just bound to let it loose on something. I've near had apoplexy a couple of times watching Mike slide down that pole at the fire station or shinny up one of the ladders or some fool thing. Hey, that's a fire, Will.
Shh. 3, 4, 5. That's the west side, Doc.
Call Emery, Will.
Number, please.
Give me the fire station, Harriet.
Oh, all right, Will.
And tell Emery for me not to let that boy go to the fire.
Fire station.
It's Will, Emery. Where's the fire?
It's old Thackeray place, Will. I can't talk now. The boys are piling in here. It'll go up in no time. That old house is nothing but a tinderbox.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to our story in just a moment, but first, this Friday night, CBS Radio Stage Struck looks in on the biggest little theater in the world. Go off-Broadway with Mike Wallace, where hope springs eternal that each show will make the grade and get on Broadway. You'll hear from an off-Broadway Call Me Madam company, and listen in on End as a Man, a show that started off-Broadway and made good. And lots more this Friday, Stage Struck, on most of these same stations. And now we continue with the second act. of Rogers of the Gazette.
More water over to the side there, Sam. Keep back, you people. Keep clear back on the street. There's nothing to see. Now keep back.
Will?
Maggie, what did Mrs. Weatherwax say?
It's all right. Jill's not home from school
Oh,
yet.
thank heaven.
Did Doc find Mike?
Yeah, he got here with a fire truck, all right. Only Doc was waiting for him. He pulled him right off.
Well, I don't see him around.
Oh, they're over here somewhere. I don't think Doc could pry Mike out of here.
It's awful. It's just awful.
Now they've got it under control, Maggie. Just be thankful it was an empty house and that the fire didn't spread.
Oh, golly, Grandpa, just because I wanted to help with the hose.
Never you mind about that. John was doing just fine with the hose. Fires aren't for little boys.
Oh, golly.
Now, you just simmer down.
You got to ride over in the truck, didn't you, Mike? That must have been pretty exciting.
Sure it was. Boy, we got here in no time.
I told you that was some truck, Mike.
Yeah, I rode right next to the chief, too. And I stood right by him when he sounded that 5 blaster. Boy, wait till I tell Jill about that.
You better be getting ready for bed, hadn't you, Jill?
I guess so, Daddy.
What's the matter, honey? Got awful quiet after Doc and Mike left this evening.
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking.
Well, you better do your thinking in bed, honey. Run in and say goodnight to Mrs. Weatherwax. I'll be up in a little while and tuck you in.
Couldn't I just think in here with you for a little while?
It's bedtime.
I know, but... Oh, all right, Daddy.
You sure nothing's wrong, Jill? You're not sick?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
Something go wrong at school?
No, I'll go tell Mrs. Weatherwax good night.
All right. I'll be up in a little while.
Will it be in the Gazette about the fire?
Mm-hmm. I guess so.
What will it say?
Well, just the old Thackeray place burned down. I'll talk to Emery Locke in the morning. He'll tell me all about it. Why, Jill?
Well, I just wondered.
Hey, I'll bet that's what's bothering you. You and Mike and the rest of your gang won't have a clubhouse now, will you?
I guess not.
Well, don't worry about that, honey. Maybe we can find you a better one. That wasn't much of a place to play anyway.
Mike said it was haunted.
You didn't believe that, did you?
I don't know. Mike said it was.
Well, you and I don't believe in haunted houses, whether Mike says so or not, do we?
No, not really. There aren't any such things as ghosts. I don't think. Except in ghost stories.
That's right. Mike was just kidding you a little. You're going to miss him when he goes tomorrow, aren't you?
No, not anymore.
What? I thought he was something special around here.
I used to like him, but... Daddy.
Hey, what's wrong, honey? Why, you're shaking all over.
Don't make me say my prayers tonight, Daddy. Please don't make me. I couldn't. I just couldn't say them tonight.
Oh, we always say our prayers, Jill, especially when we're all upset like you are. Can't you tell me about it?
I couldn't ask God to bless Mike tonight. Not tonight. I couldn't ask him to. Don't make me do it.
Why not tonight, honey?
Not after what he did. Oh, Daddy, I don't know what to do. Mike's a bad boy. I don't like him anymore. And I'm not going to say his name in my prayers anymore.
Now. Mike's not such a bad boy, Jill. What makes you think he is?
Daddy, Mike set fire to the old Thackeray house.
Jill!
He did. He told me so after dinner tonight. And that makes him a bad boy. And I don't like him anymore.
Well, morning, Will. You're out early, aren't you?
Yeah, a little, Doc. Mind if I come in?
Come on in. Have a cup of coffee with me. Come on back to the kitchen.
Mike still asleep?
I don't think he slept a wink all night. Couldn't get that fire off his mind. Then he bolted out of here about half an hour ago. Couldn't wait for me to drive him to the fire station. Here, sit down.
Thanks. Never mind about the coffee for me. I've had 3 cups already.
Well, I don't need this one myself. I think that fire's got us all a little edgy.
Did Mike talk a lot about it, Doc?
Talk about it? I can give you every step of the trip. From the incoming call, through the whistle blast, to who got to the station first.
No. I mean the fire itself.
No. Except for ragging me about not letting him work the hose with John. Why?
Do you think he wrote anything down about it in that diary he keeps?
I'm sure he did. Hey, why all the questions, Will? What are you leading up to?
Now, Doc, understand she's just a kid. She's had a tough time telling me about it and all.
Now, Will, what on
Doc,
earth?
Mike told Jill he set fire to the Thackeray place.
Oh, you're kidding. No. You're not kidding, are you?
I'm not. I know Jill believes it with all her heart.
Well, I can't believe it, Will. Well, Mike wouldn't do a thing like that. That'd be... Well, he just wouldn't do it.
It's hard to believe, Doc. I don't want to believe it. Jill's half sick with believing it. The thing is, why would he tell her he set the fire if he didn't?
I don't know. Well, we'll have to find out. I'll talk to Mike. I'll go right down to the fire station now and have it out with him.
Well, whatever you think, Doc. I just couldn't set on it, and I didn't want to talk to Emery without talking to you first.
No, you did the right thing, all right, coming to me.
See, Emery'd know if the fire had been set deliberately.
Oh, sure, of course he would. I wonder if maybe we ought to talk to Emery first.
Might be a good idea. Only Mike's down at the station with him. Be kind of tough talking with him there.
Yeah, it would. I know. I'll take him over to Sam's. He needs a haircut. He's going home later today. That is, he was going home.
I'll meet you down there, Doc.
No, I don't think so, Will. I poked around the place for a long time after we put the fire out. Nothing to indicate it was set deliberately.
Well, I hope you're right.
It's been dry, you know. No moisture in weeks. Like I told you yesterday, that place was a tinderbox. Dry as punk.
You mean it wouldn't take much to start a fire like that?
Not much. Cigarette tossed from a passing car, a couple of sparks from a chimney. That's all it'd take. You saw yourself how fast it burned.
Mm-hmm. Then it couldn't have been started earlier in the day or even the night before. It wouldn't have smoldered for a while and then gone through the whole place.
Too dry. Nothing there to smolder. Nope, from the first spark, whatever it was, to the last burst of flame was a matter of minutes, believe me.
And Mike was with you all the time yesterday, right up to when the call came.
That boy hasn't left my side in days. Nope, I'm sure as anything that this is just another one of his fairy tales.
Another one?
Sure. He's full of them. Goes from one to the other without taking time for breath, mostly.
Hey, there's not a word of truth in it, is there, Emery, about Mike and the fire?
Not a syllable, Doc.
Did you talk to him?
I didn't have to. This letter came to me special right after you left, Will. It's from my daughter, Marjorie. Remember that bruised arm Mike had when he got here and that story of how the train had to stop quick for a school bus?
Oh, yeah. Pitched Mike right on the floor of the train.
Hooey. Says right here in Marjorie's letter he fell off his skates the morning before he came here. Bruised his arm.
What?
Yeah. I just stopped by the depot. Homer Ward was the brakeman on Mike's train coming up from the city. No school bus, no sudden stop.
That's what I mean, Will. Fairy tales. Mike's just full of them.
Yeah, and this business about the fire. I decided to look in his diary, which I wouldn't do except in extreme circumstances, you understand, but there it was. And I quote, "You should have seen Jill's eyes when I told her I set the fire. I'm sorry I made it all up, but you should have seen her eyes."
Well, I'll be darned. Well, no one will be happier than Jill when I tell her the truth.
I couldn't believe he'd set the fire, but this business is hard to believe, too. Because he likes Jill, he must have thought telling her that would make him seem important somehow.
I don't understand it. Mike's a good boy, he really is. He doesn't mean to lie, I'm sure of that. I think he just gets carried away, like in make-believe, you know.
Well, he needs to learn a lesson. Make-believe's all right up to a point, but
This thing about the fire is serious, real serious. Maybe we ought to give him a little of the fright he gave Jill and the rest of us.
Yeah, if you don't put a stop to it now, with his imagination, he might grow up to be a writer or even an actor.
Oh, no, please, not that. All right now, Mike, you don't have to cry anymore. Your train's due any time now.
He scared me. Mr. Lodge, he scared me something awful.
Emery was just doing what we all thought was best for you, son. If you go around admitting to things you didn't do, you shouldn't be surprised when someone accuses you of it.
But he knows now, doesn't he, Grandpa? I wouldn't set a fire, not really.
We all know, Mike. The important thing is, have you learned a lesson? The difference between truth and make-believe.
Yes, sir. I think so. I should always tell the truth. But make-believe's all right if it doesn't hurt anyone.
And if everyone knows it's make-believe.
Yes, sir. I guess Jill doesn't like me anymore, does she, Grandpa?
You want her to like you, son?
I'll say. That's all I ever wanted. For Jill to like me.
Yeah, she's a pretty fine girl. I know her daddy had a talk with her about you, and... Well, look who's coming.
I wasn't sure we'd make it in time.
You just made it, Will.
Hello, Jill. Hello, Mike.
Well, go on, honey. You had something to say to Mike, remember?
I forgive you, Mike, and, well, Mrs. Weatherwax made you these cookies. Gee, thanks.
Better hurry up, son. We've got to get on that train.
Yeah, well, thanks for the cookies, and maybe I'll see you again sometime. Well, goodbye, Grandpa. Mr. Rogers. Goodbye, Jill.
Goodbye, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
Here's something I thought you ought to have.
Oh, golly. My own fire truck. Oh, golly, thanks. Thanks for everything.
Goodbye, son. Remember now about make-believe.
Yes, sir. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Is this seat taken?
Oh, no, indeed, young man. Sit right down.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
That's your family out there waving to you?
Those two men and the girl?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what makes you think that? Do they look like my family?
Well, no, not especially. You don't favor either one of the men.
Maybe not, but I sure favor Jill.
Oh, then Jill's a relative.
Oh, heck no. She's no relative. She's my wife.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Parley Bear as Doc Clemens and Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Our story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Richard Beals, Mary McGovern, Vic Perrin, and Vivi Janis. The special music for Rogers of the Gazette was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tomorrow night, Marlene Dietrich as Diane LaVolta on CBS Radio's Time for Love brings us a thrilling recollection of Brittany. A wrong committed against the wartime French underground comes back to haunt the wrongdoers under strange circumstances in this unusual adventure story. Don't forget, on most of these same stations tomorrow night, Marlene Dietrich in Time for Love. This is Roy Rowan speaking. You enjoy Theater of Today every Saturday in the daytime hours on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. Well, it's getting to be that time of year. I suppose you're planning a real old-fashioned Christmas. Most folks around Elyria are. Old-fashioned. I keep wondering what my grandmother would say if she knew that most Christmas dinners have been in freezers for months now. But the modern housewife is not so much concerned with cooking them as she is with thawing them out.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. Oh, there's no doubt about it. The pre-Christmas fever has hit Elyria. The Merchants Association's meeting tonight to plan what kind of decorations they'll have along Main Street. Of course, that doesn't concern me near as much as Will's annual Christmas party in the children's wing of the county hospital. The Gazette tosses a real party for those youngsters, with all sorts of entertainment from the community that Will lines up, and the finest food you can imagine, all home-cooked right here in Elyria. Everybody sings carols, and those kids have a wonderful time. No need saying, I guess, that the highlight of the evening is Santa's arrival with toys and fruit for every child. Of course, Will masterminds the whole thing, works the hardest and all that. But that Santa Claus always steals the show. He's jolly and fat and... Hey, that reminds me. I'll have to have that red suit let out.
If you don't bend to it, Will, it'll blow you clean off the street.
Oh, hi, Arlo. Yeah, you're right. The fellow needs ground grippers just to keep from walking backwards.
This wind goes right through me. I keep meaning to go south in the winter, and I get busy and forget all about it.
Well, if you just quit bucking this wind and give in to it, it'll blow you south in no time.
Looks like we're the only two fools out in this.
Yeah, and I'm going to correct half of that right now. Say, can I count on your hardware trucks to pick up the toys again this year?
Oh, sure you can, Will. Just give me a little warning.
Fine. Well, see you later.
Tonight, huh?
What do you mean?
The Merchants Association meeting to vote on the Christmas decorations.
Oh, yeah, sure.
In the Pioneer Room at the hotel, 8 o'clock, sharp.
I remember, Arlo. Goodbye.
I'm not going through another one of these winters. By George, next year I am going south.
Oh, Will! Did you have to open that door? I've chased papers all over the office all day.
Next time I'll use the keyhole.
I just finished picking up after Arlo Post blew in here.
Here, I'll help you.
Now I know what they mean when they refer to an ill wind. This one sure makes me sick.
Yeah, you're in pretty good form, Maggie. You want to write this week's editorial?
Well, if I may make so bold, it wouldn't hurt if someone wrote it. The last day or so, I've been wondering if you still worked here.
Now, Maggie. You know it's this way every year. Planning this party, lining up what everyone's to do, takes a lot of time.
Take your coat off. You'll get cold when you go out in the wind again.
I don't know. It seems sort of windy in here, too, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry, Will, but when the wind blows, so do I.
I don't blame you. Well, we better anchor those loose papers before someone else with no imagination uses the door instead of the keyhole.
There. That ought to do it. No, I didn't think of that before.
Well, I got to get up to Hazel Burroughs and talk about the program for the party.
What's there to talk about? It's the same program every year.
Yeah, I know, but Hazel feels better if we talk about it each time.
What night are you having it this year?
I'm not sure of that either. Going out to the hospital tomorrow and talk to Miss Moran about that.
Well, if you're going to Hazel's now and out to the hospital tomorrow, when are you going to write your editorial?
Tonight, I guess.
Tonight's the Merchants Association meeting. That's what Arlo stopped by to remind you. He said they were going to vote on the Christmas decorations for Main Street.
Yeah, sure they are. They vote every year, and every year they put up the same decorations.
Have you say, look what the wind blew
Buttermilk's cream.
Hi, Laverne. Well, you sure cut down on conversation openers when you say that, Laverne.
That's all I've heard at the shop all day. We've had wind around here before. It seems to me we could all be a little more original. Oh, here, Will. I was coming this way, so I brought my ad over.
Oh, thanks very much. Still plugging those Italian haircuts, are you?
Of course. They're very chic, you know.
They're very something.
I love yours, Laverne. I wish I could make up my mind to have one. Oh, you'd be stunning with one, Maggie. Why, with the lovely texture of your hair and the body to it, it'd be perfect for you. I'm thinking about it. I really am. Well, if you are, you'd better make an appointment soon. That's what my ad's about. Why, some of my operators are already booked up through Christmas Eve.
Now, Laverne, what gets into you women? First, you let your hair grow about 50 pounds worth and pile it up on top of your head so you look 8 feet tall, and then you turn around and chop it down to nothing but a few wisps here and there.
That, Will, is called fashion. Change is exhilarating. It's challenging and stimulating.
And it makes money for beauty operators, huh?
So they buy ads from newspaper men, so everyone's happy.
Except the newspaper men who have to look at the women with their heads practically shaved.
Well, you're just set in your ways. That surprises me a little about you, because you're always advocating changes in the Gazette, always urging improvements.
Now you're getting there. Always urging improvements, yes. But all changes aren't improvements. And I do mean women's hairstyles.
Maggie, you'd better help me work on this guy. Oh, I was just thinking. If Will feels as strongly as he says he does about these haircuts...
That's my girl, Maggie.
Then you can put me down for the first open appointment.
Come in, Will, before you catch your death.
Thanks, Hazel.
Oh, the chill goes right through you, doesn't it? Take off your things. I've got a fire going in the parlor and some coffee on the table.
Sounds good, Hazel. Well, now then Oh, by golly, it's windier than I thought. Look at your hair.
What about my hair?
Well, it's all blown crazy. It sticks all around. Look in the mirror.
I don't have to look in the mirror. If you must know, I paid $3.50 to get my hair blown this way at Laverne Beeheimer's New Look Beauty Shoppy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hazel.
Well, I'm beginning to be myself. Now, come on in and warm yourself and put some coffee in your mouth so you won't say anything else about my hairdo.
What does Harry think of it?
Hasn't said a word. Can't tell whether he's struck dumb or just isn't speaking to me. Sit down, Will.
Thanks.
Now, help yourself if you take cream or sugar.
Black's fine, Hazel.
Well, I've been giving the Christmas program a lot of thought, Will. Oh, you've arranged for the toy pickup, I suppose.
Yeah. I saw Arlo Post this afternoon. Now, as soon as we decide on the day, why, he said we could use his trucks.
Well, the reason I asked, Emery Locke was over last night, wondered if you still planned on the volunteer firemen repairing the toys and painting them up like new and all.
I have to give Emery a call. Yeah, sure, we're planning on them, just like we always do.
Well, I know Doc's to be the Santa Claus again because I get the honor of letting out the seams in that red suit of his again this year.
Maybe Doc's trying to use too many pillows.
What pillows? All that soft padding belongs to the good doctor himself. If it's pillows, it's its own flesh and blood. It's a good thing he doesn't make no show about coming down the chimney.
I guess it is at that.
Well, now about the program. I thought I'd play the piano, of course. Jingle bells to start off with, and Santa Claus is coming to town, and Roscoe the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That way we'd save
Rudolph.
the carols. What's that?
It's Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh.
I don't think it's very important.
Let's see now. Where were we? Oh, Jingle Bells, and Santa Claus is coming to town, and what's his name, the Red-Nosed you-know-what?
All those are your piano solos, huh?
Uh-huh. And after that, I'll recite 'Twas the Night Before Christmas.
And after that, John and Sam and Emery will appear in their bathrobes with their heads tied up in towels and sing We Three Kings of Orient Are.
That's right. And let's put a pin right there, Will.
Right where?
In John's bathrobe. Or else give him a new one. I noticed last year, somewhere between Moor and Mountain and Field and Fountain, John had a hole in the back of his.
I'll give him an early Christmas present.
Good. Then, I guess the rest of the program is just about the same as last year's. Unless you have some suggestions.
No. I thought last year's was just fine, Hazel. All thanks to you.
Oh, you know I just love doing it, Will. Not having any of my own, I'd just like to be near youngsters at Christmas. And those sweet little souls at the hospital, well, it just makes me happy to be with them, that's all.
I know it does, Hazel.
It's just like those green trees all lighted up along Main Street, Will. It all makes Christmas for me.
I know just how you feel. Well, morning, Maggie.
Hello, Will.
Oh, hi, Doc. Didn't see you over there. Come by to pass the time of day, did you?
This is a professional call.
You sick, Maggie?
Not me.
I came by to examine your head, Will.
My head?
Now, Doc, he may have a good excuse.
He better have.
Me? Excuse for what?
For why you weren't at the Merchants Association meeting last night.
Oh, that. Well, I could say I forgot all about it. But to tell you the truth...
That's what we want to hear.
Okay. It was so blame cold and windy, and the house just felt so nice and warm when I got home to dinner, I just plain decided to stay at home, and I did.
I wish you'd lied and said you forgot about it.
That wouldn't have solved much, Maggie. Well, Mr. Rogers, I sure hope you enjoyed your comforts last evening.
Oh, I did some work, too. Wrote my editorial, Maggie.
Keen.
Well, what is this? What happened last night that was my fault?
Tell me this first, Will. What kind of Christmas trees are you partial to?
Well, you mean pine or fir or spruce?
I mean, do you like green trees or white trees or blue trees or what?
Oh, I'm a green tree man myself, all the way.
Then it's most likely that if you had bothered to attend the meeting last night, you'd have voted with the green tree crowd.
The straight ticket.
Well, bully huzzah on a tiger for you, because you're the man who just cost Elyria its green Christmas trees this year.
You mean they're not going to have green trees on Main Street like they always do?
They are not. By one single, solitary, irresponsible vote, the green tree crowd lost out to Laverne Beeheimer and the lunatic fringe.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. All along Main Street. Pastel-colored Christmas trees.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to our story in just a moment, but first, whether you've given blood before or intend to and never have, consider these facts. Today, we can stockpile precious blood plasma against future emergencies. With the fighting ended, the priceless chance is ours to store up blood supplies against emergencies of war and peace that give no advance warning. Call your local Red Cross or hospital blood bank for an appointment to keep America prepared. And now we continue with the second act of Rogers of the Gazette.
Now try to control yourself, Arlo, and just tell me quietly how it happened.
Well, I don't like to relive the scene much, but I guess you got a right to know. May I say first that 39 of the 40 members of the Merchants Association saw fit to attend the meeting.
I'm the worst kind of a bum. I've already admitted it. But believe me, I never had any idea there was a resistance movement on against green trees, or I'd have been there.
Well, I don't think any of us suspected it. Laverne and some of those ladies ready-to-wear girls apparently have been working underground, silent as termites for some time.
Well, did they come right out and say they were for pastel Christmas trees?
No, they were much too clever for that. They let the green tree boys make the motion that we use the same old decorations. Then when it came to a vote, the 15 of them rose as one and voted it down. Now, you see, well, if you'd have been there, we'd have had one more green tree vote, and that'd have meant a tie. And as president, I'd have broke the tie.
And you're a green tree man.
Till the day I die.
Well, there's no two ways about it. I'm the meanest man in town.
A lot of folks think so, Will. A lot more of them are going to. Long about the time Laverne, the girls start putting up blue, pink, and yellow trees.
How'd you settle on the colors?
Who settled? It isn't as if it was put to a vote. Not a clean-cut vote, anyway. You see, we was all still on the ropes from the defeat for the old decorations when someone got up and nominated Laverne as head of the new decorations committee.
Oh, I see. And she appointed her own committee, I suppose.
That's been the custom, and the next thing we knew, they'd put their heads together over in the corner. And just before we adjourned, she announced the committee report. I think I'd have struck her, save for the fact that she's a woman.
They didn't make any slip-ups. I mean, the vote's legal, and nothing can be done to change it.
Nothing can be done. And come to think of it, you're the one that ought to be struck.
Well, I'm open for it, I guess.
Oh, I'm joshing, more or less. Not that I wouldn't like to flail away at you if it'd do any good, but I'll tell you, Will, there was a lot of strong talk against you last night. Oh, providing you weren't sick or something.
No, I wasn't sick last night. But I feel pretty sick today every time I think of those pastel trees along Main Street.
Well, how about me? I feel like a traitor to my own cause. Being the only paint store in town, I'm the one that has to sell them that pastel paint.
No, he still isn't here, Sam, but I'll tell him you called. Well, I don't know exactly when he'll get back to you. He's had quite a few calls. I know. I know all about it. All right, Sam, I'll tell him. Oh, poor Will.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi.
Any calls while I was at Arlo's?
14 by actual count.
My colleagues of the Merchants Association.
Just the green tree contingent.
Any threats on my life?
Just one, from Sam. He said he wouldn't trust himself to shave you for a while and intimated you'd better get your haircuts from Laverne Beeheimer.
Well, I guess I had that coming.
Darn it. I wish I could do something to help you.
That's nice of you, Maggie. But unless you have any way of turning back the clocks of yesterday so I could go to that meeting last night, there isn't much way you can help me.
Well, everyone's acting like they'd never made a mistake in their lives. They're all so self-righteous because they went out to a meeting on a cold night and you didn't.
Oh, I can't really blame them, Maggie. I'm darn sure I'd have felt pretty self-righteous myself if I'd have gone out last night.
Hello, Maggie.
Hi, Hazel.
Will? I don't know what to say to you.
Now, don't be choosy, Hazel. Just say anything. Everybody else has.
Well, I don't mind telling you. I had to hear it from a lot of people before I'd believe it.
A lot of people are talking about it, are they?
Oh, my. It's all over town. Folks huddled in little groups, talking of nothing else in the wide world but pastel Christmas trees. Why, even Harry knows about it. And he's always the last person in town to know anything. You know that.
Well, talking isn't going to do any good. Don't they know that?
Apparently not. Of course, I say there's no sense mushing around and spilt milk. The thing is, what can we do about it? Besides, spit right in Laverne Beeheimer's eye.
A fair sampling of public opinion might indicate that it's my eye you should aim for.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I've heard talk of stringing you up to the highest, pinkest branch of the tallest Christmas tree. But I say Laverne ought to have better sense, and I'm on my way to her shoppy to give her a good talking to. Get her to calm down this hair.
Well, I hope you do some good, Hazel. I wish I could think of something to do.
To tell you the truth, Will, you'd better come up with some good, bright idea, because some folks are mumbling around about not supporting the Gazette's Christmas party for those children, all on account of your neglect last night.
Now, that's the end, the very end of all the spiteful,
No, easy does it, Maggie. But they're not thinking straight on that, Hazel. Well, they'd get back at me, all right, but surely they wouldn't want to disappoint those kids at the hospital.
I can't believe they would, Will. I'd swear they wouldn't. But then, as recent as yesterday, I'd have swore I'd never see Easter egg-colored Christmas trees gracing Main Street.
You come down to the children's wing with me?
No. I'll find Miss Moran in her office and talk to her there. I kind of doubt if I could make it down to see the kids today.
Well, they always ask about you, especially this time of year.
Yeah, well, we'll tell them hello for me. Tell them I'll see them later on. I don't think I can face the kids just yet, Doc.
Well, what'll I do? I mean, a lot of them will probably have their letters to Santa Claus all written. In the past, I've always told them I'd mail the letters for them.
Yeah, you can take their letters, Doc. Those kids are going to have a Christmas party if I have to play Rudolph the Blue-Nosed Reindeer myself.
All right. I'll stop back for you, son.
Hello, Miss Moran.
Why, Mr. Rogers, how nice to see you. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Children have been asking for you. Want to go down and see them now or after we've finished our little talk?
Oh, well, I'm in sort of a hurry today, Miss Moran. I'll get out to see them real soon.
I hope so. You'll never know what you do for them, Mr. Rogers. They look forward to that Christmas party the whole year long.
Yeah, well, so do I, as a matter of fact. You got a full list of them, I suppose.
Here we are. Their names and ages, And I've noted a few small little things they may not ask for, but I know will please them.
That's good. Do you think early Christmas Eve is as good a time as any for the party?
I think that's perfect. Now, if there's anything I can do, I hope you'll let me know.
Oh, I will, thanks. And if you get any ideas, you just give me a call.
I could use a hand with decorations, just anything. I'd like it if the place didn't look so much like a hospital, at least on Christmas Eve.
Oh, don't worry about the decorations, Miss Moran. There's every chance there's going to be an excess of Christmas decorations in Elyria this year.
Wonderful. We'll welcome anything.
You ready, Will? Hi, Miss Moran.
Hello, Dr. Clemens. Or should I say Santa Claus?
Yeah, go ahead. Call me Santa Claus. Because the way things are going, you might not recognize me as Santa Claus come the party.
Oh, why is that?
Oh, hasn't Will told you? In keeping with the modern conception of Christmas, I stand to show up here in an orchid spacesuit sporting one of them Italian haircuts.
Oh, Doc, lay off, will you?
Oh, Will. Where's Maggie?
Oh, hi, Laverne. Oh, she's off somewhere, the post office or somewhere like that.
Oh, I'm sorry to miss her. Most of the men are turning this over to the women in their places of business. How do you suppose you'd want Maggie to take care of it for you?
Take care of what?
Well, here, I'll show you. There we are. Now, here are the plans for street decorations, just roughly designated, of course. But as you see, this is Main Street along here.
Mm-hmm.
And as it works out, there'll be a tree in front of each place of business.
I see.
Now, we're going to paint the trees tomorrow night. What shade would you like?
I get a choice?
Well, as nearly as possible, so long as all the colors blend. We're trying to be fair and give each proprietor his choice.
Oh, well, that's fine. I'll take green.
Chartreuse?
No, just plain old green tree green.
Now, Will, that's old hat. We decided at the meeting.
Well, yeah, that's my choice. That's it.
Oh, you men, I get this everywhere I stop. Now, you do have a choice. In the greens, there's chartreuse and lime. Then you may have ice blue or robin egg blue, burnt orange, which is stunning.
It's all stunning.
Butter yellow, cerise, and shocking pink.
These are Christmas trees you're talking about.
Don't be facetious.
What color's that?
On you, it's sort of an ash gray.
Now, you going to have ornaments on these trees, or is that old hat, too?
Oh, the ornaments, Will. Now, they are really spectacular. Charcoal gray and stove black.
Oh, Laverne, for heaven's sake.
It's usually at this point in the discussion that the men in the business turn it over to a woman to make the choice. Now, if Maggie were here, I could...
She'd punch you right in the nose.
I'm not going to take much more of this abuse, Will. After all, I represent the party in power at the moment. That vote the other night was duly taken, you know.
I know it was. And in case I forget it, a lot of people are quick to remind me. Laverne, now... does it mean anything to you at all that about 95% of Elyria wants regulation Christmas trees with regulation Christmas ornaments on them?
You should have thought of that the other night and showed up at the meeting.
You're right. I should have. But I'm going to make up for it somehow. Laverne, you just can't do this to Christmas.
You just try and stop me.
I tell you, Arlo, I don't mind taking my own medicine, but I sure hate to have the whole town have to swallow it, too.
I guess you sampled a little public opinion, Will.
Talk to everybody who'll speak to me. And nobody, except Laverne and what Doc calls the lunatic fringe, want these preposterous Christmas decorations.
Well, Christmas should be more she-she.
What?
Well, that's what Laverne said when she was in here this morning.
Sounds like a bad song title. I'm dreaming of a she-she Christmas. Well, now, that's one thing. She can't change the old traditional Christmas music much. Or isn't she going to have those loudspeakers rigged up on Main Street?
Well, yeah, she's already arranged for that. Les over at the music store was in a while back. He told me she was coming back later to pick out the rest of the music.
The rest of it?
Well, she's only settled on one song so far. Something called Santa Baby.
Oh, look, Arlo. Something's got to be done about this.
Well, I'm thinking of doing something.
Like what?
I keep meaning to go south in the winter. It looks like this is the year.
Thought you were serious.
I am. I'm thinking about it real serious. And I'm not alone either. Several of us checked with the railroad, found that we can make good connections in the city with the southbound limited.
You mean you're going to run out?
Well, some of us look on it more like we were being run out, Will. No one likes to leave their homes at Christmas time, not to mention closing down businesses and losing revenue. But there's a limit to what some of us will take. And a pastel Christmas tree with stove-black ornaments is mighty near the limit.
Well, I can't blame you. And I don't suppose I can stop you any more than I can stop Laverne.
Well, what color tree are you going to have perched in front of the Gazette office?
We never settle that. And of the choice of colors she gave me, it was... Say, tell me this, Arlo. Now, you're a paint man. Where did she come up with that bunch of colors?
Well, they're perfectly good colors, all right. They're not too Christmassy. But there's nothing wrong with most of those colors, put in their proper place.
Oh, maybe not, but... Their proper place. Say, Arlo, has Laverne bought that paint yet?
No, said she meant to do that later today. Wants to talk to me about spray guns, she said, and how to mix the colors proper and all that sort of thing. Will, you got an idea?
I've got a first-class idea.
Lovely, Will. Just lovely.
Oh, I don't know, Laverne. It looks more she-she to me than anything else.
All right, it's she-she.
Well, now this blue one's finished. Where else do you need me?
Oh, let's see now. Doc's done one in peach. Maggie and Hazel Burrows are working on a pale pink one. Oh, here. I guess you can help Arlo and Sam.
Yeah, what color paint are they using?
Butter yellow.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, you never cease to amaze me, Will. When I described these colors to you yesterday, you said some terrible things.
Yeah, but that's when you were talking about using this paint on Christmas trees.
Well, maybe it does look better on the walls of these hospital rooms.
I think so.
I still think you were pretty sneaky to buy Arlo's stock of pastel paint so I couldn't use them on the trees.
I was a positive cad about it.
Oh, how wonderful this room looks.
You like it, Miss Moran?
I love it. Every room I look at is the most beautiful color I ever saw.
Well, this room isn't too bad, Will. Of course, that peach job I just applied across the hall is really the class of the children's wing.
Well, I've said all along that as a doctor, you'd make a good painter.
Ho, that's rich.
I don't know how we'll ever thank you. When I asked for help on decorating the children's rooms, I really meant Christmas decorations, you know. But now they'll enjoy these soft pastel walls the year round.
Yes, and Main Street will have its traditional green trees for the Christmas season. You won't mind so much, will you, Laverne?
Not after putting this paint to such good use, Doc. I guess we can thank Will for both decorating jobs.
No, you're the one to thank, Laverne. Why, I might never have thought of painting the children's wing if you hadn't planned your wild color scheme for Main Street. You practically drove me to it.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Parley Bear as Doc Clemens and Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Our story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Howard McNair, Elaine Williams, and Virginia Gregg. The special music for Rogers of the Gazette was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
CBS, 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 radio's gonna follow you. For radio that's best. Praise, oh, praise that CBS radio.
Tomorrow night, Ray Milland stars on Meet Mr. McNutley on most of these same stations. Professor Ray's explosive encounter with a pretty French exchange student calls for ooh-la-las aplenty tomorrow night. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Thursday nights, Marlena Dietrich stars in Time for Love on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. Sometimes I wonder if we wouldn't all have a better chance of keeping the season happy and merry if we'd bear in mind that there's a distinct difference between Christmas spirit and Christmas spirits.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. Well, the suspense is over. We're going to have a white Christmas in Elyria. It'd take a spring thaw to melt the snow we've got right now, and we're a cinch to have more. I haven't checked with the weatherman, but Hazel Burroughs' trick knee predicts snow with unfailing accuracy, and she just flashed me the bulletin. I guess there's nothing much prettier than a small town like Elyria, drifted white with snow, with smoke from warm fires curling out of chimneys, and bright Christmas lights shining at the windows. That's if you belong to those warm fires and Christmas lights. But if you're a stranger and you're cold and hungry and frightened, well, sometimes that's quite another story.
You sure it's all right for me to go, Will?
Sure, Maggie. You run along.
I don't want to leave if you're going to stay late and work.
I'm not going to stay any later than it takes to finish this story.
I'll wait for you if you'll go shopping with me. Most of the stores are open tonight, you know.
Yeah, but I'm going home as soon as I finish this. Oh, I'm going to eat me a big dinner, and after that I'm going to put my foot up in front of the fire and maybe read or maybe just watch the fire a while. Then I'm going to bed.
Spoken like a man who did his Christmas shopping early.
Nope, I haven't even started.
Will, that's terrible. When are you going to do it?
Oh, sometime between now and Christmas. I've been giving it a lot of thought. I just can't seem to come up with any bright ideas.
But it's getting so late. Why don't you quit waiting for bright ideas and just settle for ideas?
I may have to. The thing is, I don't like to give people things they need for Christmas.
You'd rather give them things they don't need?
No, I don't mean it that way. I mean, well, take Doc, for instance. He probably needs socks, but maybe he hankers for a pipe or something like that. I'd rather give him the pipe than the socks.
I'm glad you feel that way, because I need stockings. But I hanker for a convertible. Good night, Will.
Good night, Maggie. Oh, well, let's see here. Forget something, Maggie?
We're not Maggie, mister.
Oh, excuse me. Maggie just left. Well, what can I do for you folks?
Could we just get warm here for a little while?
Well, sure you can. Here, let me pull up a couple of chairs with a heater.
Oh, thanks. Thanks so much.
I haven't been out since about noon. It's pretty cold, huh?
It is if you slept in a snowdrift last night and walked all day through it. That gets cold, mister.
Yeah, I'll bet it does.
He's still asleep, Mel. Look.
You had a baby inside your coat?
Just since we got into town. Mel's carried Johnny all day.
Does he seem warm, Francie?
He seems so to me, but...
Maybe he shouldn't be asleep. Maybe that's bad.
Oh, please, Mel, don't talk like that.
I think he's all right. But I've got a friend who'll know right off. Let me call him.
I wish you would. Oh, how I wish you would.
Well, now I think little Johnny's in good shape, considering all he's been through.
You're sure, Doctor? I mean, you wouldn't just say that.
No, I wouldn't just say that.
Oh, Mel. Oh, Mel.
Go ahead, honey. You've got a cry coming.
If you don't mind some advice, I'd have a good cry if I were you, little lady. You too, son. You're both tight as a fiddle string. By that time, we'll ought to be back from the drugstore with the warm milk for the baby, and everybody will feel better.
Well,
It's just a relief. We've been afraid for the baby all day. Not so much for ourselves, but it isn't fair for Johnny. He's so little.
It's all right, Francie. Johnny's all right. The doc said so.
I know. I know.
Well, I got everything like you said, Doc. Everything's sterilized and... Something wrong?
Oh, she's all in, Will. The boy's fine, though. And he'll be even better when he has some supper, won't you, young man?
Now, the nipples on the bottles are backwards, Doc. You know, you got to take them off first, you see, and...
No kidding.
Oh, I guess you know all about that, huh?
Well, I've run across it a few times before. Gracious. Now then, Johnny. We're in business.
Look, Francie. Look at your boy now.
Oh, bless him. Bless his heart. He's been such a good boy.
He's sure going after that milk.
Nothing wrong with this boy. But I'll tell you this. I'm a mite more concerned about you two youngsters than I am about Johnny here.
Yeah. How about you folks doing some eating? And some sleeping, too. We got a nice hotel here. I'll be glad to call and see about a room for you.
We don't have a dime, mister.
Oh, well, that doesn't change things much. You still have to eat and get some sleep.
Oh, we'll get along, won't we, Francie?
Oh, sure, honey. Sure we will.
Now, look. I got some extra room at my house, and there's dinner waiting for me. You'd be mighty welcome.
Oh, Mel?
But you don't know anything about us, mister.
I could find it out at dinner, couldn't I?
Well, I guess so, but...
Now, see here, young man, you just packed your pride over to Will's house. It isn't nearly as important as your wife and son here.
I wouldn't get him roused if I were you. Around here, we just do what the doctor says. Get along with him.
He's awful little, isn't he, Daddy?
He's about right. For 7 months old, Jill.
Was I ever that little?
Sure you were. First time when I saw you, you were about half his size.
Oh, Daddy, no one was ever that little.
You were.
Gee, doesn't he do anything but sleep?
You bet he does, Jill. Sometimes he cries all night.
Oh, hello there. We were just admiring your son. He's sure a fine-looking boy.
Still sleeping away, huh?
Like a log. Guess we better get out of here and let him do a real job of it. Come along, Jill.
Is he going to sleep in here in your room, Daddy?
That's right, honey. Come along now.
Can I sleep in there with you, too, when it's time to go to bed?
No, Jill. But it's your bedtime right now. So say goodnight to Mr. Simmons and hop off to your room, honey.
If he wakes up in the night, will you let me know?
If he wakes up, we'll all know, Jill.
I've never seen him awake.
Well, you will. Now run along to bed. You got to go to school tomorrow. And Mr. Simmons and I want to have a little talk.
Oh. Well, good night, Mr. Simmons.
Good night, Jill.
Good night, Daddy.
That's my big girl. Good night, honey. Sleep tight.
You be sure and call me if you need me, Daddy.
I will, honey. Come on over to the den, Simmons. Would you rather turn in yourself?
Well, I still need to unwind a little. And I'd like to talk to you if it's okay with you.
Well, sure. Fine. It's this way. There. Make yourself comfortable. I see my fire's down to embers. I can get it going, though, in no time.
Oh, not on my account. I'm warmer than I ever thought I'd be again.
Guess your wife didn't have any trouble getting to sleep.
No, she was all played out. She just held on account of the baby. When she found out Johnny was all right and she had dinner, she folded right up. I sure hope you won't mind having a baby in your room.
No, not at all. That spare room you're in wouldn't hold Jill's baby bed. Always sort of wanted to have a boy around anyway.
I guess every man wants a son. I sure wanted Johnny. Mr. Rogers, I gotta find some work tomorrow.
Oh, we ought to find something. Say, if the weather's right, we better get Charlie at the garage to try and get your car out of that snowdrift. You think you know where it is?
I think so. But, you see, I can't pay to get the car out. And it'll need some work done on it, and there's no money for that.
Now, just take things one at a time. A while ago, you needed to get warm and have some food and a place to sleep. Maybe tomorrow will take care of the rest of your needs.
I don't know. Francie and I have been living a day at a time for a long while. Sometimes you wish you could plan You wish you knew about the day after tomorrow, too, and next week.
Sure, but nobody does, really. Even if you got a little money and your car isn't in a snowdrift, you can't tell about tomorrow, or the day after, or next week.
Yeah, only pretty soon it's going to be Christmas. I promised Francie we'd make it to Kansas City for Christmas. Her mother's there.
Oh, there's time. With a few breaks, you can still make it.
I guess I sound ungrateful, but I'm not. I don't know why we showed up at your office tonight, of all the places in town. But I'm glad we did. And I'll find some way of paying you back, Mr. Rogers.
You know, I'm not near as worried about that as you are. What are you doing shoveling snow, Mel? I thought I sent you up here to school for a carpentry job.
Oh, that don't start the schools out today for the Christmas vacation. I guess they figure we can get the job done better with the kids gone.
Well, you're working anyway.
Yeah. After the other day, I didn't think anything good could come from a big snowstorm. Now I'm making a few bucks because of it. Man, you never know, do you?
No, that's what I meant the other night. You know, about tomorrow and the day after, next week.
Yeah. Oh, if you came to pick up Jill, she's already gone home. Left about 10 minutes ago.
Say, did she seem all right? I mean, she wasn't sick or anything.
No, she seemed fine to me. She just stopped a minute. Said she wanted to hurry home and help Francie with Johnny.
I'll bet she's a great help. The reason I asked about her being sick, her teacher called. Said she had to talk to me about Jill, and I guess I better get in there and see Miss Harvey. Well, see you at dinner, Mel.
Yeah, you bet.
Miss Harvey?
Oh, my. You gave me a start, Mr. Rogers.
Well, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
Well, it isn't as if I weren't expecting you. After all, I did ask you to come, didn't I? Oh, sit down. Do sit down.
Thanks.
I'm glad none of my little scholars heard what I just said.
Sit down?
Thank you. Oh, I see what you mean. No, I meant what I said just before I said sit down.
Afraid you're going back a little far for me, Miss Harvey.
I said, if you recall, that it isn't as if I weren't expecting you. Isn't and weren't. A double negative, Mr. Rogers. Lazy speech.
Oh, yeah. Well, it got by me.
And you a newspaper man?
Well, now, Miss Harvey, when you called, you said you wanted to talk to me about Jill.
Indeed, I did. And I do. Yes, I do.
Miss Harvey, where are you going?
Just to close the door, Mr. Rogers. My, we are in a state, aren't we?
Well, we're going to be, Miss Harvey. If you don't sit down and talk to me straight about Jill. Now, is she sick? Is she in trouble? What did she do?
No. One question at a time, if you please. Now, number one, I don't believe the child's ill. That is, not really ill. Number two, in trouble? It's not for me to say, Mr. Rogers. As for what did she do, I'm not at all sure. Not at all sure.
Well, it must be pretty terrible if you can't bring yourself to come right out and say it.
Mr. Rogers, believe me, I'm trying to say it. I'm trying to say it with all my might and main. It's rather delicate. I'll try to begin at the beginning.
Start anywhere, Miss Harvey.
Well, for some years now, it's been my custom to have my class write a little paragraph or so, either about the Christmas season itself or on what they'd like to have for Christmas. I do this for two reasons. One, it's good training to set young thoughts down on paper. And two, quite frankly, it's my little safety valve on pre-holiday mayhem.
Well, if it's what Jill wrote down that's bothering you, Miss Harvey, why don't you just pass it to me under the desk?
Oh, how I would love to do just that. Unfortunately, in a fit of sheer shock, I stuffed the whole lot of the papers into the incinerator.
Oh. Well, where do we go from there?
I memorized what Jill wrote. Believe me, I would like to strike it from my memory for all time. But I'm afraid it's etched there indelibly. Mr. Rogers, Jill's exact words were, I want a baby.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to our story in just a moment, but first, two disillusioned people, Millie Bronson's boss and a little boy he befriends, find that sharing disillusions can make them disappear on tomorrow night's edition of CBS Radio's Thursday comedy show, Meet Millie. Also tomorrow night on most of these same stations, Meet Mr. McNutley, starring Ray Milland. Modest Yule plans grow and grow for the McNutleys until, well, you'll be surprised tomorrow night. And now we continue with the second act of Rogers of the Gazette.
Well, poor Miss Harvey. She was really upset, wasn't she?
She'll need her Christmas vacation, all right. Oh, you know, I felt kind of sorry for her, too. But she was so blamed indignant. By golly, you'd have thought that... Well, she was just too blamed outraged, that's all.
You told her about Mel and Francie and little Johnny?
Yeah, only I had half a mind just to let her stew a while. But she was resting comfortably by the water cooler when I left the school. She'll make out all right.
Well, at least your Christmas shopping's simplified.
How's that?
You said yourself you don't like to give people things they need for Christmas. There's one thing Jill doesn't need, it's a baby.
Hear, hear. Besides, I've got a feeling she'll be all out of the notion of babies by the time Mel and Francie take little Johnny off to his grandmother's.
They're still planning to spend Christmas in Kansas City?
Yeah. Mel's job at the school will be over in time for them to drive there. He'll pay Charlie for the car repairs, and they'll have a little money ahead, I guess.
Oh, that's wonderful. Maybe things will break better for them from now on. You know how I hate to compliment you, but you've been awfully good to them, Will.
They're nice kids. Glad I had that spare room. Francie's been a great help to Mrs. Weatherwax with the house and the cooking, and Mel's done all the odd jobs I've put off for the past year. Well, that little Johnny's a corker. Sure get a kick out of him. It's been a fair exchange, all right.
Well, hello, Maggie.
Hi, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
Glad I caught you here, Will, instead of at home.
Doc, before anything else happens, you've got to see Will's imitation of Miss Harvey at the grade school.
I do?
It isn't very good imitation, but it's awfully funny.
It isn't much, Doc.
Well, I might watch it, if it wasn't for the fact that I just recently watched Miss Harvey's imitation of Miss Harvey, and I've got an idea that was a better performance.
Miss Harvey called you?
Nope. Just came lurching into the office. Case of nerves. Last day of school before the Christmas vacation takes a lot out of them, I guess.
Is she really sick, Doc?
No, just nerves, like I said. Old Harvey will be there when the bricks fall down on her. Well, she's been teaching fourth grade here since the first Cleveland administration. Say, Jill's in her room, isn't she?
Yes, she is. And believe it or not, I think Jill's responsible for Miss Harvey's bout with her nerves today.
Oh? What did Jill do?
Oh, all the kids are supposed to write down what they wanted for Christmas. And Jill wrote that she wanted a baby. And Miss Harvey decided that that was very significant.
Well, it is.
Oh, now, Doc, not you too.
Now, I'm not nervous about it, if that's what you're raising your voice about. But the fact remains that Jill does want a baby for Christmas. She told me so.
Just recently, Doc?
About 10 minutes ago, I was going by and thought I'd look in on Francie and the baby, and there was Jill, tending to him like he was her own.
Doc, for heaven's sakes.
Say, I'm beginning to see the resemblance. You're acting more like Miss Harvey every minute.
Well, why wouldn't I? Tending to him like he was her own... Why did you have to say that?
Because it's true.
You're right, Doc. His nostrils are beginning to quiver like Miss Harvey.
Now, listen. This isn't so funny all of a sudden. Well, to hear you talk, you'd think I ought to get Jill a baby for Christmas.
Have I said that? I sure haven't. I've said it's significant that Jill says she wants a baby for Christmas, and heaven knows she's warmed up to that Johnny Simmons something fierce.
Well, what does that prove?
That maybe you ought to have a little talk with Jill, son.
A talk? What kind of a talk? Oh, now, Doc, you don't mean that I should...
Darned if I'm not going to slap a few of those sedatives down my own throat if you don't quit sputtering and exploding around here.
I'm feeling I'm in the way
Here, now you sit still, Maggie. Don't you start getting skitterish.
Yes.
Now, you stay right here, Maggie. The way he's taken on, I may need you to make that little talk for him.
Oh, no, you don't.
All right, now, everybody, at ease. The talk I'm referring to with Jill is simply to explain to her that she doesn't really want a baby for Christmas at all. Now, this may not be easy because she's bound she wants one. She's good and bound she wants one.
Oh, well, that shouldn't be so tough then. I mean, well, sure, there'll be a little problem of tactics, but I couldn't get too involved in a talk like this. Could I? Jill, honey, I'd like to talk to you.
All right, Daddy, but try not to talk so loud. I just this minute got him to sleep.
But he's asleep now. Why don't you put him to bed?
He isn't asleep far enough yet.
Far enough?
If I put him down now, he'd probably wake up and I'd have to do it all over again.
Oh, I see. You know all about babies by now, I suppose.
Oh, sure. Of course, Francie still gives me a few tips now and then, but mostly I take full care of him.
Well, that's a pretty big job for a little girl, taking care of a baby.
Oh, I don't think so. Francie says I do very well.
You sure she didn't say you do very well for a little girl?
No. She just says I do very well.
Oh.
Francie says I'm a regular little mother.
Now, she didn't mean that, Jill. She didn't mean that at all. That's just a...
Shh, Daddy, you'll wake Johnny.
Oh, well, honey, that's just a sort of a figure of speech. Francie didn't mean it the way it sounds.
Daddy, why is your nose doing that?
Doing what?
The end of it. It moves around. Shakes sort of.
I don't know why it does that. Now, I've had trouble with it earlier today, but now look, Jill.
Miss Harvey's nose does that. When she gets nervous or mad or something, her nose does that.
Miss Harvey and I seem to have a lot more in common than I thought.
Are you nervous or mad or something, Daddy?
No, honey, not really. Now, Jill, about little Johnny.
You like him, don't you?
Yes, I like him. Only
I'm glad you do, Daddy, because I'm going to have one just like him.
No, you're not, Jill. But you see, Jill, that's what I came to talk to you about, you and I.
Excuse me, Daddy, but your nose is doing that again.
Honey, forget about my nose, will you? Now, you've got to understand about babies, Jill, and, well, what I want to say is you just don't pick babies off trees. I mean...
Oh, I know how you get babies.
No, you don't, Jill. And anyway...
But I do know, Daddy. Francie told me.
Francie told you?
Mm-hmm. You wished for them.
Yeah.
That's what Francie did. She wished and wished for little Johnny, and she prayed, too. I guess even Mel wished and prayed.
I guess he did.
And that's what I'm going to do. Wish and pray for a little boy just like Johnny. Oh, Daddy, won't that be nice?
Well, I really think you ought to sit down and drink this hot tea.
Francie, I don't think I could swallow anything more, hot or cold. I don't know what a fellow does at a time like this.
Well, if a fella'd sit down and quit pacing like a caged thing, maybe a girl could help him.
Well, all right. This thing's really got me licked.
Oh, that's silly. You know, I don't understand what you're so worked up about.
Well, I can clear that up for you real quick. I'm worked up because Jill wants a baby for Christmas.
Oh, oh, Will.
Go ahead and laugh. Nobody got a bigger laugh than I did out of it at first.
But it's so silly to let that upset you.
Francie, she's 10 years old.
Yes, I know, and she's a very nice 10 years old. Jill's a wonderful little girl. I'm delighted with her.
Oh, thanks. So am I, most of the time. I don't know what I did wrong. I swear I don't.
Oh, now you're really being silly. You haven't done anything wrong. Well, you've done a wonderful job of raising a daughter.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I mean, Doc said it would be real simple to explain to her that she didn't want a baby for Christmas at all. And I tried. I never even got warmed up to the subject.
Poor Will. Doc shouldn't have told you it'd be simple.
Yeah. And you shouldn't have told Jill she could get a baby by wishing for one.
Well, I don't think that was wrong, really. But, Will, you know, sometimes just talking to a child, or in your case, just trying to talk to a child isn't enough.
It wasn't enough tonight.
Sometimes you have to show them that when they're wrong about something.
You mean a picture's worth 1,000 words, huh?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. All you need is the picture.
Well, that makes sense.
I'll tell you something else that makes sense, only you probably won't believe it.
You caught me out on a good night. I'll believe anything.
Will you believe that Jill doesn't want a baby? Because it's true, you know. She doesn't want one. Well, she wouldn't have a baby in this house for anything in the world.
Well, then what's all the fuss about? Why does she tell Doc she wants one? Why does she write it down at school and make Miss Harvey's nose quiver? Nah, I think you're wrong, Francie.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm right, Will. I think I can prove it to you.
Never mind about me. Just prove it to Jill.
All right. But you'll have to do just exactly what I tell you.
Morning, Daddy.
Oh, morning, honey. Sleep well?
Mm-hmm. I'll say. How come you're cooking bacon? Where's Mrs. Weatherwax?
Oh, she's out. Sit down, Jill. Drink your juice while it's nice and cold.
I didn't know you could cook, Daddy.
Oh, you're apt to find out I can do a lot of things.
Francie and Mel still asleep?
No, honey. They waited for you a while this morning, but when you didn't get up, they had to go on.
You mean they left for Kansas City this morning?
That's what they said. Said to tell you goodbye and wish you a Merry Christmas.
Well, gee, they could have waited. Wakened me up or something.
Well, they wanted to wake you up, honey, only I guess they figured you'd need to sleep, especially this morning. Now, here's the rest of your breakfast, honey.
Thank you. You mean everybody's gone, Daddy?
Well, not quite everybody.
I mean, besides you and me. You said Mrs. Weatherwax was out.
Mm-hmm.
Francis and Mel are gone.
That's right.
Well, who else could there be then?
Oh, something you said you were going to wish for and pray for?
A baby?
Mm-hmm. And not just an ordinary baby either. Little Johnny's still here, up in my room.
He is?
Well, isn't that fine, honey? Isn't that just what you wanted?
Golly.
I know it's a little early for Christmas, but you just got to take babies where you find them these days, Jill.
Guess so.
Why, you don't seem very happy. Is it because we didn't wait till Christmas?
Oh, no, it isn't that. Are you happy, Daddy?
I am if you are, Jill.
I am if you are.
Honey, I don't understand. You said you wanted a baby, and now you've got a baby. What's wrong?
Well, I didn't wish or pray, except for you. Daddy, I only wanted a baby for you.
For me?
You told Mel you always wanted to have a boy around the house. I heard you tell him the first night they came here.
What? Oh, honey, well, that didn't mean anything. I don't need a boy around the house. I've got a girl here I'm sort of partial to. Besides, what have I told you about eavesdropping?
It's wrong. It's very wrong.
You bet it is.
I didn't know it was this wrong, though. Gee, Daddy, do you think they'll take him back?
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Parley Bear as Doc Clemens and Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Our story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Mary McGovern, Sam Edwards, Helen Cleve, and Sammy Hill. The special music for Rogers of the Gazette was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. And now, here is one of our CBS radio stars.
Hi there, this is Eve Arden, and Christmas is coming. So a happy holiday, everyone, from Mr. Boynton, Mr. Conklin, Walter, Harriet, the whole crew, and Eve Arden, your Miss Brooks.
And Christmas greetings from all our Stars Address stars. And sincere wishes for a very happy New Year as well. Keep listening, and all our stars will do their best to keep you entertained. Roy Rowan speaking. The Choraleers sing Tuesdays and Thursdays on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, I figure that the reason a lot of people don't make a success out of life is not because they don't know enough. It's because they know too doggone much that just isn't so.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. Well, now that Christmas is over, folks here in Elyria are easing back to normal living again. Of course, it's going to take a couple more weeks before the full hysteria of the holiday season is completely worn off. With my friend Will, now, it may take even longer. You see, Will always gets sort of carried away around this time of year, what with the decorations and the carols and all. But this year, well, I guess the whole thing started a few days before Christmas with a speech Will was making to the journalism class at the high school.
And so, you see, a newspaper does more than just print the news that's turned into it. It has to go out and dig for stories and develop them. That's why things like freedom of speech and responsibility to truth come to mean something to us. And we learn to fight for those principles. And in a way, that's what journalism is, a fight. But it's a good fight and a good profession, and we love it. In a way, being a newspaper man is kind of like being a good detective. You got to have a nose for news. That's what it means to be a newspaper man, to me at least. And maybe that's what it'll mean to some of you, too, someday. Looks like the time's up. Thanks for listening. I enjoyed talking to you.
Women, too, Mr. Rogers.
Huh?
She said women, too.
Yes, of course.
Newspaper women. You only mentioned men. You left
well,
us
I
out.
didn't mean to, girls. It was only a... Say, aren't you two?
Yep, twins.
I'm Jeannie.
I'm Joni.
Eager, Mr. Rogers.
That's our last name, of course.
Not a description.
The Eager twins, huh? Well, now I don't believe that I ever...
Know us? You don't?
We're new in town.
We live with Aunt Martha.
You know Mrs. Coberly?
Oh, yeah, sure. I heard she had a couple of young nieces staying with her this fall.
Sure, that's us.
About that speech, Mr. Rogers, that was solid.
Well,
it was
no,
the
I didn't
most.
mean...
It really was.
Well...
It decided us, you know. It really decided us. We're going to start right in.
Start right in what?
Being newspaper women, of course.
Bringing in stories for the paper.
Scoops and scandals, sensations,
Well,
domestic
now, wait.
Exposing corruption in high places.
Getting the lowdown on the local graft.
Yeah, but now look.
And letting the chips fall where they may.
A good fight. That's what a paper needs.
Like you said, Mr. Rogers, we're going to fight.
Yes,
We're going to bust this town wide open for you, Mr. Rogers.
We'll rock the foundations of City Hall.
Sure. Right after school, we're going to start interviewing, snooping around.
We'll bring you copy that'll curl your hair. We know things about this town.
Now, wait a minute,
Hey,
girls.
Tony, we're late.
Come on, Jane, let's get going.
Hey, wait.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Rogers.
We'll double your circulation.
30 for now.
Now what the dickens have I got myself into?
Oh, morning, Will.
Hiya, Maggie.
Better brace yourself. I've got bad news for you.
Save it, Maggie. I've already got enough trouble. Double trouble. Remember those twins I told you about?
Well, the cornered you after the lecture the other day?
Yeah, the Eager girls.
Eager beavers, you mean.
Maggie, listen. Those kids have descended on this town like a plague of locusts. They managed to work their way into every nook and corner from the mayor's office to the back room of Hogan's Grill. And you know what they're doing? Telling everybody they're reporters from the Gazette.
With notebooks in hand, no doubt.
Yeah, ready to write it all down. You know what they asked Mayor Barkley? How much graft he made on that West Side paving contract. He's ready to run me out of town.
I wonder how much he did make, Will.
Maggie, this is serious. 4 people stopped me in the street this morning, madder than wet hens, because those girls had been prying into their private affairs.
Well, it might liven up the paper a little.
Liven it up. This keeps on, it's going to put us out of business by popular request.
Maybe we won't last that long, Will.
Huh?
That's what the bad news was. Ezra Bleecker called this morning to remind you that payment for next year's lease on the building falls due on January 1st, precisely.
Did he sound like he'd go for an extension?
He did not. You know how he is, Will. Business is business.
Yeah, I know. The original Scrooge. Pay up or out in the snow. Maggie, I haven't got it. Every cent of cash I had went into that new linotype. I meant to see Bleecker next week, see if he'd go along with us for a few months.
I don't think he'll do it, Will.
He's got to do it. Doggone it, Maggie.
Will, what the Sam Hill are you trying to pull off?
You too, Doc?
If you're going to put half-baked kids on as newspaper reporters, you at least ought to teach them to stay out of people's hair.
They're out to expose corruption, Doc. Rock the foundations of the city hall.
Well, I wish they'd find someplace besides my office to rock it in. Waiting for me there again this morning, pencils all sharpened, ready to get the vital statistics, as they put it.
Did you have any for 'em?
Vital statistics, especially gunshot wounds, one of them said. Call or collect any hour of the day or night if I got a case with gunshot wounds. Collect. 10 blocks across town.
Will, what kind of a talk did you make to that class?
I'm beginning to wonder myself.
I just happened to mention that Grandpa Smedley was down with a bad cold this morning, and they asked me if I thought it would be worth their while to wait around.
Wait around for what?
To get a scoop on his obituary. They're a couple of ghouls, Will. I don't know why you hired them.
I didn't hire 'em. Might be better if I had. Then I could fire 'em. But as it is...
Well, all I hope is they give old man Bleecker as much trouble as they gave me.
Bleecker?
Yeah, seems they had a hot lead on some kind of a story involving Bleeker's housekeeper.
Oh, no.
They headed over to the department store to try and pin the old man down, and then they... What's the matter, Will?
You know, Doc, I suppose a newspaper could be published out in the open, under a tree. Pardon me, ma'am. Excuse me, madam. Please. Oh, sorry. Now, where the dickens are they?
Mr. Rogers?
Oh, how are you, Mr. Bleecker?
Like a word with you, Mr. Rogers?
Well, sure, fine.
If you'll step into my office.
Thank you. I was looking for a couple of high school girls, the Eager twins. Thought they might be here.
They're not here, Mr. Rogers. However, they were here.
Oh, I see. Nice kids, you know, bright and alert.
Possibly too bright and alert. I've never been more insulted in my life, Mr. Rogers. Why, those little monsters literally forced their way in here. If you have to go to such lengths to get items for your paper, maybe you'd better go into some other business.
I didn't have anything to do with it, Mr. Bleecker.
They said they were reporters for the Gazette. Had notebooks with them, wrote down everything I said. And if you print one word of it, I'll have the law upon you.
I won't print it. I don't even know anything about it. It's all their idea. They're not working for me.
They said they were. Wanted to get the lowdown, as they put it. Kept asking about my new housekeeper. And didn't I think she was acting strange? Did I suppose she was planning to poison me? Did I feel a romantic attachment for her? It's invasion of privacy, Mr. Rogers, and it's got to be stopped.
It will be, just as soon as I can find it.
Excuse me. Bleecker speaking. Oh, yes, just a moment. It's for you, Mr. Rogers.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Will?
Yeah, what is it, Maggie?
It's your 2-star reporters, Will. They're over here at the office.
The twins? Good. Don't let them get away.
I couldn't if I wanted to. They claim they've got a story. A hot scoop, they call it. And they won't tell it to anyone but you. They refer to you as the chief, Will.
Oh, for the love.
That must have been quite a speech you made.
Maggie, you keep those kids there if you have to lock them in the press room. I'll be right over. Goodbye. I gotta run, Mr. Bleecker. Now, don't you worry any more about those kids. I'll see they don't bother you again.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Oh, by the way, Mr. Rogers, about that payment for the renewal of your lease.
Yes. I wanted to talk to you about it later in the week. Maybe an extension of 3 months or so. And
I didn't say anything about an extension. I said payment. It's due January 1st. Any time before 12 o'clock midnight. Sharp. Good day, Mr. Rogers.
But how are you ever going
going to get any red-hot news if you don't goad people, Mr. Rogers.
Sure. They won't tell you their innermost secrets if you don't prod them a little.
All right. And then we'll do without their red-hot innermost secrets.
Now, what kind of talk's that for a fighting editor?
Market news, weather reports. We're trying to get you the real stuff, Mr. Rogers.
I know,
Come
but...
on, fighting editor. Stand up and show them your electoral.
Now, Maggie, you stay out of this. Now, look, kids. There's a whole lot more to newspaper work than just digging up gossip.
Oh, we know that.
Sure, we'll get proof.
It isn't a matter of proof. People have a right to privacy, and prying into their lives looking for scandal violates that right. That's not the kind of news I print or want to print.
But it's not just scandal, Mr. Rogers.
No, it's more than that.
We've got a red-hot lead.
We're on the trail of something, Mr. Rogers.
Sure we are.
All right, then. Tell me what it's all about.
It's that new housekeeper of Mr. Bleeker's.
Mrs. Drake, her name is.
She comes from out of town.
He only hired her last week.
She's
Now, wait a minute. One at a time. Listening to both of you's like trying to watch a tennis match. I can't keep up with the ball. All right, now, Janie.
Well, we've been noticing her, and she acts real mysterious.
What do you mean mysterious?
Well, it's like she was up to something, and she's afraid someone's going to catch on to her. She peers out of the windows, and she acts real suspicious when you ring the doorbell.
You rang the doorbell?
Oh, it's all right. We pretended our car had broken down, and we wanted to use the phone. She didn't want to let us, but she finally did.
She didn't suspect a thing, and she didn't even know it when we followed her.
Followed her? Now, look, girl.
But that's how we found out that she's up to something.
That's right. She went to Mr. Bleeker's store and met Santa Claus. Well, don't you see?
See what?
How suspicious it is?
Meeting Santa Claus?
Of course. A woman her age. He's there to talk to kids.
And that's not all. She made a sign to him, kind of with her eyes, and then he met her out in the alley in back of the store.
They talked for about 5 minutes, real serious, and he gave her some money.
How do you explain that, Mr. Rogers?
I don't explain it, and I don't see why it needs any explaining. Is that the whole story, then?
Well, sure. So far.
Don't you see, Mr. Rogers? She's plotting something.
Maybe a crime.
Yeah, well, Santa Claus is her accomplice. That would be quite a story.
You know, it does sound a little strange, though, Will.
Maggie, this is no time for aiding and abetting. Now, girls, I know you meant well, but you're getting people all riled up.
We're sorry, Mr. Rogers.
I know you are, but you just don't understand.
They do it like that in the big cities.
Sure. All kinds of personal questions.
We've seen it in the movies.
But Elyria isn't a big city, and these people aren't strangers. They're friends and neighbors. You just can't go around peering under their blinds, hiding in alleys, story or no story. So
We're fired. That's what you're going to say.
Our first job, and we failed.
No, it's not that.
The biggest news story of the year.
And where are we? Out in the cold.
Failures.
Now, but girls...
We can't even hold a job when we work for nothing.
How are we ever going to face the kids at school, Joan?
Now, wait a minute.
We did our best. That's all anybody can do.
We're still failures, though. We'll never live it down.
All right, confound it. I give up. I take it all back.
You mean we're hired again?
Well, if you could call it that.
Hey, did you hear what he said, Joni? Sure, we're back in harness. Come on, let's go to work.
We'll interview Santa Claus.
Now, wait. Don't you ask anybody any more questions. Don't tell them you're reporters. Tell them you never heard of the Gazette.
Yes, sir.
Check.
And throw away those notebooks. Go undercover. Stay out of people's hair.
Right, Chief.
We'll get the straight dope for you.
Just leave it to us, Mr. Rogers.
And hold those presses.
So long, Chief.
Standing by, Chief. Any orders?
Maggie, come here and help me get my foot out of my big mouth.
Again?
Let's see now. If I move my rook up there, it's going to leave my queen in kind of a bad spot.
It's the only move you can make, Doc. Go ahead and get it over with.
Now, don't rush me, Will. I got to study this position a little.
Study it fast. 10 minutes to midnight.
Doggone it, I guess that is the only move I've got. All right, Will, move in with that bishop. That's what you've been trying to do for 20 minutes.
Maybe.
Will, by the way, I understand you're going to be kind of on the spot for that lease payment the 1st of January.
Guess I'm going to have to get Maggie a muzzle.
Oh, no, she just happened to let it slip. What I was thinking, Will, I've got about $300 in the bank, if it'll help you any. I wish it was more, but...
No, thanks, Doc. I appreciate it, but it'll work out somehow.
How?
Well, there you got me. But something will turn up, though. Now, who's the Sam Hills calling this time of night? Roger speaking. Oh, yes, Mrs. Coberly. What? No, not since this afternoon. I see. Well, now, look. Don't you worry about it. I'll take a look around town and call you a little later. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Will?
It's those two high school girls, the Eager twins. They didn't come home tonight.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to our story in just a moment. But first, 26 top American welfare organizations concerned with foreign aid have made CARE possible. When you give to the needy overseas, give the nonprofit CARE way. Each CARE package goes from an individual American to an individual in Europe or Asia as a person-to-person expression of international goodwill. To use these services, send $10 or $6.95 for the new budget package to CARE, New York. That's CARE, New York. Enclose your name and address and full particulars about who is to receive the CARE package. And now we continue with the second act of Rogers of the Gazette.
Well, there it was. Just a few days until Christmas, and Will and I had a full-scale crisis on our hands. I can tell you we were both feeling mighty unhappy that night as we walked along Main Street.
Beats me, Doc. The malt shop is closed. They weren't at the hamburger joint. Nothing else in town's open. I don't know where they could be.
Yeah, it's a puzzler, Will. A couple of kids that age, no car. Where could they get to?
Or be taken to.
Yeah, I've been thinking of that.
The way they were poking around into things, it's hard to tell what they might have stirred up.
They're a couple of pretty kids, Will. It's hard to tell.
I wish we could find the night constable. If anything's happened to them, I just don't know. Say, let's take a look down this alley back of Bleeker's store.
Mm-hmm.
They were snooping around here early this afternoon.
What is it, 1 o'clock?
12:30, I think. Doc, I'm half to blame for this. I should have stopped this reporter business this afternoon and laid down the law.
Oh, forget it, Will. You didn't know anything like this was going to happen. If anything has happened, of course.
Something has. Mrs. Coberly said they'd never stayed away before without letting her know. Never this late. I should have talked to them like a
What's the matter, Will?
Look. Back door of Bleeker's department store. It's standing open.
You suppose that's where they are?
I don't know, but let's take a look.
No lights burning, Will. If anybody's inside, they're fooling around in the dark.
Couldn't be those girls, Doc. They wouldn't be doing anything here this time.
All right. Hold it, boys.
Holy smoke.
Right where you are.
No.
Get your hands up now.
Take it easy, Ed, now. If you was to shoot us, this town would be out a first-rate editor and a fairly good doctor.
Will, is that you?
I don't know. I'm shaking too hard to be sure.
Is this the way you uphold the law, Ed? Lurking around in the shadows and jumping out at respectable citizens?
Well, no. Not ordinarily, Doc. But I got a crime on my hands tonight. Somebody's gone and robbed Bleeker's store.
What?
Yep. Found the door standing wide open there. Inside job, the way I figure. Door ain't been tampered with.
Wonder if those kids really were onto something.
Oh, now, Will, you surely don't think they did this?
No, but they might.
What kids is that?
The Eager twins. Say, have you seen them tonight?
No, there ain't a sign of them. Will, if they're the ones that done this, the law'll have to take its course.
No, they didn't do it, Ed. But they may know something about it.
Well, accessory before the fact is just about as bad as...
No, it's nothing like that. Say, I wonder if they...
You wonder if they what?
Nothing, Ed. Going to check up on something. See you later, Doc.
All right, Will.
Yeah, but what about the robbery? Don't you want to get the story?
Later, Ed. Complete with pictures.
Pictures, huh? Maybe I better dig up that one where I'm out with a posse, pointing my rifle, Wearing my 6-gun?
Yeah, great idea, Ed. And I'll see if I can find one where I'm holding a scalpel and wearing my stethoscope. Maybe we'll both make the front page.
Lights on in the house. Bleecker must still be up anyway. Well, I won't have to wake him. What the dickens? Well, this belongs to one of those girls. She was wearing this scarf this afternoon. Well.
Yes?
Good evening. You're Mrs. Drake, I suppose.
Yes, that's right.
My name's Rogers. I'd like to see Mr. Bleecker.
You can't. He's gone to bed.
Well, this is pretty important. I guess you'll have to wake him.
No, sorry. He isn't even here.
But you said he'd gone to bed.
I know. I just said that. He told me to. He went out somewhere quite a while ago.
You're from out of town, aren't you, Mrs. Drake?
Yes, I'm from back east. Why?
Because everybody in Elyria knows that Mr. Bleecker has never stepped a foot outside the house after 9 o'clock in the evening for the last 25 years. Guess I'll come in and wait for him.
No, you can't.
Oh, yes, I can. Now, he probably won't be gone very long. I'll just wait in the parlor. You can go on about your business.
No, you can't go in there. You can't stay.
Oh, you're getting all upset, Mrs. Drake. I've known Mr. Bleecker for years. I know he won't mind if I thought you said he'd gone out.
He told me to. He's just asleep. He often sleeps in that chair.
He's not just asleep. Mr. Bleecker. Mr. Bleecker! What have you done to him?
Nothing. I told you.
Mr. Rogers, get out!
That was one of the twins. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm sure going to find out. If you've done anything to those kids...
All right, now, hold it. That's far enough. Now, don't do nothing foolish, Mr. Rogers.
Well, that's quite an outfit. I guess you're Santa Claus in Bleeker's store. Is that it?
Well, I was till tonight. I've been too busy to change clothes. All right, you kids, come on in here where I can keep an eye on you. Evie, got all those blinds pulled?
Yes, they're all down.
Tried to warn you, Mr. Rogers. He caught us the same way.
Only we were outside spying on Mrs. Drake.
She's his wife, and he's a criminal from the city.
That gun is loaded. He showed us.
Are you girls all right?
Oh, sure, we're all right. Just scared is all.
All right, now, all move over there across the room there. All three of you. Got to decide what to do with you. If you only would have... What are you doing, Rogers?
Just putting my hat on the table. Any harm in that?
Oh, all right, you've done it now. Well, go on, move.
Sure.
He robbed Bleeker's department store, Mr. Rogers.
He hid inside at closing time and then waited till the town got quiet.
And his wife poisoned Mr. Bleeker so they could clean out the house here.
He isn't poisoned. It's only sleeping pills.
Just another half an hour, we'd have had the job done. These fool kids hadn't have come snooping around.
Did we have a story or not, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, you had a story. I'm just sorry I was too thick-headed to realize it.
Oh, forget it, Mr. Rogers. We all make mistakes.
Thanks, Joni.
Gosh, what are we going to do?
I guess that's up to Santa Claus here.
Well, never mind the Santa Claus. Now, just don't move away from that wall. Here, Eva, you hold the gun on them while I finish loading the car with that stuff from the wall safe.
All right. Hurry, we ought to get out of here.
Oh, relax. This is just a hick town. There's nothing to worry about.
When you say get out of here, what happens to us?
Never mind, Rogers. You'll find out.
I'm scared, Mr. Rogers. What do you think he'll do to us?
Nothing. If he knows what's good for him.
He'll know what to do with you, all right, when he gets back.
And we're witnesses. I've read what they always do to witnesses.
That's a city crime, Joni. This is Elyria. Like Greg said, it's a hick town. Don't worry about it.
We acted pretty stupid, I guess.
We're sorry we got you into this.
Forget it. It's going to be the best story the Gazette's had in months.
If we live to write it.
We will.
All right. I'll take the gun now, Eva.
Yeah, here.
Yeah. Well, we're all set. Ready to go.
Go where, Drake? How do you expect to hide out in a town of this size?
I don't. We'll be 200 miles from here before anybody even discovers this.
Maybe.
Oh, meaning you and these kids will tip the police? No, I don't think you will.
Oh, I told you, Mr. Rogers.
He's going to make sure we won't talk.
What are you planning to do, Drake?
I found a coal room in the basement. It's concrete and got a heavy door on it. You could yell your heads off. Nobody'll ever hear you. Yeah? All right. Let's all go down and take a look at it.
Well, I'd sort of like to oblige you, but I guess we'll just skip it.
Hmm? I said to start moving
I know what you said, but I think you ought to take a look behind you.
Oh, what are you
I
trying?
reckon you better drop that gun, mister.
Better do it, Drake. Ed's a pretty fair shot.
I got the Slocum boys along, too. They're covering you from that back window over there. I said drop it, mister. All right, lady, you move over there with him.
You like that, a hick cop. Caught by a dim-witted hick cop.
Everything under control, Will?
Yeah, but I was beginning to wonder what was keeping you.
Well, we stopped for coffee, Will.
Now, don't say that, Doc. Even joking. That's how stories get started and ruin a man's reputation. Now, Will wants the facts so he can put them in the paper.
All right, Ed, you give them to him. I'll see if I can get Mr. Bleecker waked up.
I rounded up the Slocum boys, and we come right over, Will, just as soon as Myra called me.
Oh, say, that reminds me. I better let Myra know everything's all right.
Who's Myra? And who tipped off this constable?
Hello, Myra. Nice going. Yeah, Ed got here all right. I guess he and the Slocums are going to take him to jail. Say, you did a... Okay. Read all about it tomorrow morning in the Gazette. Gee, thanks, Myra. Goodbye. Myra's the night telephone operator, Drake. Like you said, Illyria's a hick town. We don't have dial phones. When I laid my hat on the table here, I pushed it up against the telephone so it lifted the receiver off the hook. Myra did the rest.
Oh.
Maybe you ought to stay in the city when you finally get out of jail.
Are you sure Mr. Bleecker won't change his mind, Will?
About what, Maggie?
The extension on the lease payment. Sure, last night he was real grateful and all that, but last night's last night.
Yeah, I thought of that. Here, stick this in the safe. Before Doc and I left, I got him to sign an extension.
Pretty cagey.
Pretty desperate's more like it.
Oh, we'd have raised the money somehow.
I guess so.
What about the twins, Will?
Safe in the arms of Aunt Martha, and glad to be there. I guess we've lost a couple of good reporters, thank heaven.
Yes. Could get a little wearing to have them stumbling into something like that every week.
I still feel guilty about it, Maggie. It was that fool speech of mine that set them off in the first place.
Oh, that reminds me. Mrs. Brubaker called this morning and wondered if you'd make a talk at the next meeting.
No, absolutely not. I'm not making any more speeches, Maggie. Every time I do, I get into trouble over it.
All right, Will.
Tell her no. Positively not.
All right, Will.
I made my last speech, and that's final.
All right, Will.
Maggie?
Yes?
The next meeting of what?
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Parley Bear as Doc Clemens and Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Our story was written by Les Crutchfield and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Vic Perrin, Howard McNear, and Lawrence Dobkin. The Eager twins were Karen Steele and Eleanor Tannen. The special music for Rogers of the Gazette was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tomorrow night, Marlena Dietrich as Diane LaVolta tells us her dangerous adventure on an island off Greece when she flies into earthquake country. CBS Radio stars lovely Marlena Dietrich on Time for Love tomorrow and every Thursday night on most of these same stations. Roy Rowan speaking. Friday evenings go backstage for Stage Struck on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. I'd like to see some official figures on it, but for a rough estimate, I'd say that people fall into two groups. Those who write a book and those who read it and swear they could write it better.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. Well, Will's got a point there. There are a lot of critics abroad in the world, and a surprising number of them call Elyria their home. Of course, it's a healthy sign to my way of thinking. Folks here have opinions on just about anything you'd care to discuss, and a few things you'd just as soon not. And a lot of it's critical, or leastwise arbitrary. Now, you take Philo Trimble, for example. Philo's a haberdasher by trade and a critic by nature. Meet him on the street and say, "Nice day, isn't it, Philo?" And you run the risk of hearing a dozen reasons why he doesn't think it's a nice day. I just nod to him now. Philo comes to mind because he and Will have been locking horns this past week. They're both on the Speakers Committee for the Civic Forum series. Sarah Holbrook holds the balance of power on the committee. I guess they're all up at Sarah's now, having at it.
No, Sir Will, I don't agree with that position at all.
You don't agree with any position, Philo, but you never come up with a better suggestion. You're always just against.
Am not?
You are, too.
Now, gentlemen, I hoped we could have a discussion of our mutual problem. I'm afraid it's disintegrated into a clash of personalities.
I'm willing to discuss the problem, Sarah. I came here to discuss it. That was my first mistake.
Was not. Your first mistake was going out on your own hook and writing that Beasley Hill to include Elyria on his February lecture
Now,
tour.
I didn't go out on my own hook, Philo, and you know it.
Don't know it at all.
Well, if you can read, and there's a question in my mind about that, it's all there in the Secretary's report of the December meeting.
Gentlemen, please. Oh, personalities. And I distinctly remember saying when I invited the two of you here today, let's leave our personalities at home. Now, didn't I say that, Will?
Yes, you did, Sarah.
Philo?
Seems to me you did, Sarah, but,
But what?
didn't agree with that position at all.
Oh, Philo, why must you be so difficult?
Sarah, personalities?
Mercy, goodness me.
Now, look, this isn't getting us anywhere. If you're both agreed, I'll just state the issues at hand for what it is, and then let's try and discuss it, and then reach a decision.
Well, I'm willing to do that.
I'm willing to.
All right, good. Now.
Up to a point, of course.
Yeah, all right. Well, now, you let me know when we reach that point. Now, at the December meeting of the Civic Forum series, by unanimous vote of the membership, I was instructed to write Beasley Hill and ask him to fill our February speaking date.
That's right, Will.
Well, you might put it that way, I guess. Of course, that was before I had any idea who Beasley Hill was.
You didn't know Beasley Hill was one of our foremost novelists?
Didn't know it then, don't know it now.
But you did vote to have him come speak to us.
Well, must have. Says in the minutes it was a unanimous vote.
Okay, so you voted for him. Now then, Mr. Hill has graciously accepted our invitation, and all of a sudden, Philo, you say we should cancel him out.
Now you're talking. That's something I agree with.
But why? What can you possibly have against him? You don't even know who he is.
Oh, yes, I do.
Philo, just a minute ago when Sarah asked if you knew who Beasley Hill was, you said you didn't know him.
Oh, I didn't. Sarah didn't say that, and I didn't say that.
Okay, what did you say?
Starting with Sarah and what she said. She said to me, you didn't know Beasley Hill was one of our foremost novelists? Is that right, Sarah?
Yes, I believe those were my exact words.
Agreed, Will?
I guess so.
All righty. Now, my reply to Sarah was, didn't know it then, don't know it now. That's just for the record, you might say.
Okay, it's for the record. What does it mean?
Well, sir, when his name came up at the meeting, it's true, I didn't know he was a novelist at all, let alone a foremost one like Sarah says. Now I know he is one. Anyways, I know he writes books, because I read one.
Which one?
Book called The Medium Was Rare.
Wasn't it delightful?
Nope, can't say it was. Fact is, begging your pardon, Sarah, I thought it stunk.
Philo Tremble.
Mind you, I said begging your pardon.
No, Philo, is that why you want to cancel Mr. Hill's speaking engagement? Because you read one of his books and didn't like it?
Thought it stunk. Begging Sarah's pardon again.
Oh.
Okay, you thought it, what you said. Now, it might interest you to know that he's written about a dozen other books.
Wouldn't care to read any more. Haven't read the one.
Well, how on earth did you ever bring him around?
Nobody brought him around. Sarah and I, we just outvoted him.
What do you think Philo will do about it now?
Nothing. He's had his fun. Got me all riled up, got Sarah flushed in the face and breathy. Philo's just contrary. Likes nothing better than to go against the trend.
I feel sort of sorry for Beasley Hill. Philo will probably give him fits during the question and answer period after his lecture.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to worry about that till February. Sure got to hand it to Sarah, though. Usually, you know, she and Philo see eye to eye on everything.
Well, they've been engaged almost 20 years. And in case you don't know it, Philo is insanely jealous in his own fashion.
Well, I'm sure Philo realizes that Sarah just admires me in a literary sort of way.
Just the same, I'd avoid buying any ties from him for a while. He might fit you with a tight one.
Come to think of it, he did sulk a little after we voted him down.
Mm-hmm. You see? If Sarah's smart, she'll play this to the hilt.
Play what to the hilt?
Philo's little sulk. You know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if she started showering you with affection.
Now you're being silly.
20 years is a long time to wait. A girl can be excused for resorting to almost anything.
Even me?
Even you.
Well, now, flattering as it all sounds, if I know anything, I know that Sarah Holbrook has no personal interest in me. Furthermore, I'll bet I don't even see her again until the next Civic Forum meeting, and going one step further, I'll be a monkey's uncle if I think that...
Oh, hello there. Why, Sarah, of all the people in the world.
I'll be darned.
Oh, I'll bet you're surprised to see me so soon again, Will. Will?
We'll speak to Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Well, I would sit down if anyone asked me to.
Oh, yes, sure. Sit down here.
Thank you. I do hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Certainly not. We weren't doing anything, were we, Maggie?
Well, I wasn't doing anything. As I recall, you were just about to go one step further and be a monkey's uncle.
What on earth does that mean?
Nothing, Sarah.
It's just a trick he does when things get dull around here.
Oh, you're having a little joke, you two.
A very small joke, Sarah. Now, you wanted to see me about something?
Well, yes, I did. But, to tell you the truth, I'm a little embarrassed. Maggie, I wonder if you'd mind...
Not at all, Sarah. I've got a couple of errands I can run anyway.
Oh, that's a dear. Well, this is rather personal.
Not another word now, Sarah. I understand completely. Will?
Not another word, Maggie.
I just wondered if you had any color preference in tight ties. Bye.
I admire Maggie so much. I don't always understand her, but I do admire her so much.
Yeah.
Well, about my little personal matter with you, Will. I know it's impulsive of me, but, well, I'm going to take advantage of you.
I beg your pardon, Sarah.
Oh, I know it happens to you all the time. But I said to myself this afternoon after you left, it's now or never, Sarah, I said.
Now, look, you're either saying too much or not enough.
Now, I want you to be perfectly frank, Will. Perfectly frank. I want you to tell me your exact impression, precisely how you feel about it. And no matter what your answer is, I want you to know now that it won't disturb our friendship in the slightest.
Sarah, what are you talking about?
Why, Susan's writing, of course. You remember Susan, Will.
I do?
My little niece, my brother's child. Of course you do.
Didn't even know you had a niece.
Well, I do, and a very talented youngster she is, too. At least that's what those of us in the family think.
Uh-huh.
I've taken the liberty of bringing some of her writings along with me. I hope you'll be good enough to read them and tell me exactly what you think of them. Here we are.
Well, now I tell you, Sarah, I usually steer clear of this sort of thing. I'm no critic, you know. My opinion wouldn't mean much one way or another.
Oh, now you're just being modest, Will. My goodness, you know about words and writing and all that.
Well, I'm a pretty fair judge of a news story, Sarah, or a feature or an editorial. Now, that's my field. But other writing, novels, plays, short stories, well, like I said, my opinion don't mean much.
Well, it would mean a great deal to me, Will, and to Susan, of course. Oh, to tell you the truth, I don't have any idea whether Susan has a flair for writing or not. But I do so want your opinion. Just so we'll have, an outsider's viewpoint on it, that's all.
But I might not like it, Sarah. Whatever it is, it just might not appeal to me. I wouldn't want to hurt your feelings about it.
Oh, don't you give that a thought. After all, I've asked for your frank opinion, and I expect you to be brutally frank. Even if, well, as Philo says, it stinks.
Okay, Sarah. As long as we understand each other. I'll read them, and I'll tell you exactly what I think.
Oh, marvelous, marvelous. Oh, and I want you to take your time about it, Will. No hurry. I know you're a busy man.
Oh, thanks. I do have quite a bit of work to do in the paper the next couple of days.
Yes, I understand. I'm just so grateful that you'd read them as long as that.
Well, I tell you, I'll read them tonight, Sarah.
Well, I'll call you first thing in the morning.
Elyria Weekly Gazette. Oh, hello, Sarah. No, he's still at the meeting over at the hotel. I told you before, he was in earlier this morning. Then he went to this meeting, and he hasn't been back since. I'll tell him, Sarah, yes. Just as soon as he comes in. Yes, I promise. Bye, Sarah.
Well, I'll give her this. She's a persistent cuss. That's the third call since I've been here.
Doc, 6 calls in the last hour. You know, I thought it was funny at first, but I'm beginning to think it's serious.
Oh, I just can't think it is somehow, Maggie. I'm sure Sarah's fond of Will, but I can't get it through my head that she's romantically interested in him.
She keeps saying to tell him she hasn't slept a wink all night, waiting for his answer. No, really.
No. That's still pretty flimsy evidence.
I wish it were the only evidence I have.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, I could kick myself. Sometimes I don't know the difference between a nose for news and being just plain nosy. Only, darn it, he shouldn't leave things out in plain sight on his desk and expect me not to read them.
All right, now, Maggie, just keep body and soul together. I'm sure Will doesn't have any secrets from you.
Neither does Sarah Holbrook. Now, Doc, listen to this. Tell me, signpost, heavens above, how many miles from here to love?
What is that?
It's from a series of love poems by S. Holbrook.
Sarah?
Who else?
Great day in the morning. You think she wrote that to Will?
Well, if she'd written it to Philo, wouldn't she have to say how many years from here to love?
Hi, Maggie. Doc?
How are you, son?
Well, it's a pretty professional tone, Doc. But I'm fine, thanks.
Sarah Holbrook has called 6 times since you left.
I'll amend that, Doc. I don't feel so fine after all. Well, guess I better call her and get it over with.
She hasn't slept all night, waiting for your answer.
Yeah, it kept me awake, too. On second thought, maybe I better go over to Sarah's and tell her.
Yes, it might be kinder that way, son.
Yeah, I guess it would. Well...
She sure didn't give you much time, did she?
Oh, they never do. Just hope she takes it okay. Well, see you 2 later.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, Doc?
I was just wondering, Maggie. Would you care to join me in a mild sedative?
Listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to our story in just a moment, but first, tomorrow night at the Stars address, CBS Radio's Junior Miss, played by Barbara Whiting,
launches a good neighbor policy involving the family next door. City life takes a turn for the hilarious for Junior Miss tomorrow night on most of these same stations. On the same evening, Mama Bronson proves that Mama doesn't always know best by meddling with daughter Millie's love life. Remember, you meet Millie at the Star's address tomorrow and every Thursday night. And now we continue with the second act of Rogers of the Gazette.
Well, Sarah, I read them all. And I'm going to take you at your word and tell you
Which
just...
one did you like best?
Now, that's hard to say. What I was going to say, being brutally frank, and I know you want me to
But
be...
you must have liked one better than the others. For instance, I'm very partial to 9 for Tragedy.
I don't remember that, but the title, anyway.
Oh, I think it stood out from the rest rather prominently. It's the one that goes, I am bleak and tormented, like a wine that's fermented.
Oh, yeah, that one. Well,
Honestly, now, Will, don't you think that one stands out?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's any worse than any of the rest of them, but I
didn't like Susan's poems?
I didn't like them. I'm sorry, but I just didn't.
Oh. Well, what didn't you like about them? What's wrong with them?
Well, I don't exactly know, Sarah. I'd have to admit that I'm not much on poetry to begin with.
Oh, you don't care for poetry. Well, if you'd said that yesterday, I wouldn't have troubled you with them. I mean, if you're prejudiced right from the start.
I don't have anything against poetry. I've read poems I've liked. I just didn't like these, Sarah. Now, you asked me for my opinion, and that's it.
Well, I've read a great deal of poetry. A very great deal. And I think some of Susan's are head and shoulders about some of the things that are written in the name of poetry. That's what I think.
Well, now, that's fine. And maybe you're right and I'm wrong. I hope that I'm wrong.
Well, I think you're just as wrong as you can be. That's what I think.
Now, Sarah, you remember that I told you yesterday that there might be some hurt feelings. I told you that all I could give you was my opinion. And you told me to be brutally frank, that you wanted an outsider's opinion. Isn't that right?
Well, I don't see anything right about it. Who are you to set yourself up as a judge of writing? Just what makes you think you know talent when you see it?
Now, hold it, Sarah. Now, I'm the first to admit that I'm no real judge. I told you yesterday that I didn't know about things like this.
Well, all the more reason why you shouldn't dash a youngster's dreams of a literary career. Just what gives you the right, Will. Just what gives you the right.
Oh, now, Sarah, don't cry. Golly, I didn't mean to make you cry.
Oh, I'm not crying. For me. She'll be heartbroken when I tell her.
Well, then don't tell her.
Oh, I'll have to. Oh, Will, I've made a botch of everything.
Oh, now, it's not as bad as that. Just let her go ahead and write her little poems. She doesn't have to know about this.
But she already knows. I guess it was wrong, but I got excited yesterday after I talked to you, and I'm afraid I called her, Will.
Well, that's not so bad, is it?
When I told her you'd promised to tell me what you thought of them today, she said she and her mother had been meaning to visit me.
Uh-oh.
Will, they're driving up from the city this afternoon. You've got to talk to her, Will. You've just got to tell her yourself. I'm sorry, Will, but it is funny. It's awfully funny.
Well, I wish you'd point out the humor in it to me.
Well, it's just that Doc and I were a tiny bit mistaken. We had it all figured out that Sarah was suddenly mad for you and was penning love couplets to you.
Ho, ho, ho.
Well, now, just think about it a minute. It's really funny. Think about Philo as a jealous lover for a while. You'll get hysterical.
I'm already hysterical. Do you know what I've got to do? I've got to tell some little kid about Jill's age that she's got no talent. Now call up Doc and have a good laugh over that.
Oh. I'm sorry. I really am.
I swear I don't know how I get into these things. And I'm not a bit sure how I'm going to get out of this one.
Well, if she's Jill's age, just talk to her like she was your daughter.
If she were my daughter, I'd paddle her good.
break all her pen points for writing stuff like that.
When are you going to see her?
Any time now, I guess. They're coming by for me here. Sarah's going to try and soften the blow by taking us out to dinner. Figured it'd be better to shatter Susan's young dreams after a good meal.
Poor Will. You do get mixed up in the darndest thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Susan Holbrook.
Well, I'll be...
Hold it, Will. It's my turn. I'll be a monkey's uncle.
I hope you don't mind about Aunt Sarah. She developed one of her frightful headaches, and Mother just insisted on staying with her.
No, I don't mind. Lately, I don't seem to mind about anything.
I'm glad you don't mind.
Miss Holbrook, ordinarily I don't ask this question, but if it isn't a state secret, how old are you?
Well, most women would mind that question, but I don't. I don't care who knows I'm 18.
You know, you ought to have a talk with your Aunt Sarah. She gave me the impression you were quite a bit younger.
I'm a lot more interested in your impression.
I guess you're 18, all right.
I'd like to call you Will, and I wish you'd call me Susan.
All right.
I'm terribly unconventional, Will. Are you?
Well, I don't think so.
I am. I love to walk in the rain. Whenever it rains, I walk in it. And imagine I'm in London or someplace where it rains all the time. In the slums, probably, and everything's bleak and tormented.
9 for tragedy?
Well, that's where I got the idea for it, walking in the rain.
Where'd you get the title?
Oh, I just counted the words in the poem. 9 words. And the theme suggested the tragedy to me.
Do you have any idea what it means to be bleak or tormented?
Well, I can imagine it. In the rain.
Do you enjoy writing, Susan?
Oh, I'm driven to it. I just can't help myself. Everything's so terribly stark and all. I just have to write about it.
What's so terribly stark?
Well, everything is... Isn't it?
No, I don't think so. You know something, Susan? I don't think you enjoy writing at all.
You don't?
No, I really don't. Now, listen, I just run a country newspaper, and I could be wrong, you understand. But you see, most writers write about what they know about. You don't know very much about bleak and tormented and stark and all those dark words. Now, do you really?
I just barely know what they mean.
Doesn't it get kind of cold walking around in the rain?
Oh, does it? I just nearly freeze sometimes.
Well, why do you suppose you do that? I mean, do you like it?
Oh, I don't know. Of course, it is terribly stark and all that.
And terribly wet and cold.
Oh, I know. Mother and Daddy just nearly have fits about it. But then when I write something down and sort of leave it where they can find it, I think it impresses them, if you know what I mean.
I think I know.
You don't think I'm a very good poetry writer, do you, Will?
I don't even think you want to be, Susan.
Oh, now that's funny. I never really thought about it that way. Wanting to, I mean. Everyone's always just said I had a flair for writing. I don't know. Do you think I should destroy myself?
Oh, I don't believe it would, Susan. Pretty girl like you ought to get yourself a boyfriend, if you haven't already got one.
Oh, golly, how teenager can you get?
Nothing wrong with a boyfriend. Maybe someday you might want to get married and quit walking in the rain.
Gee, get married. Maybe if I give up my career, well, maybe then I'll have time to think about marriage.
She's just a dramatic kid, Doc. I don't think anybody's talked sense to her before.
Well, maybe not. But Maggie tells me you've been talking sense to Susan right regular lately.
Yeah, a little too regularly to suit me. She's kind of dogging my trail a little. Pops in and out of the office, calls night and day. Found her waiting for me at home a couple of times.
Will, you know Philo's nervous as a cat, don't you?
Yeah, what's his problem?
I think he figures it's you. And I think Sarah's content to let him figure just that way.
Oh, honestly. Between you and Maggie, I'm thinking of starting a Tips to Romancers column in the Gazette and turning it over to you two. Are you coming in with me?
No, I got a call to make. Philo's got a touch of heartburn.
Yeah, well, tell him to bite the bullet for me. So long, Doc.
Goodbye, Will.
What's the score this time, Maggie?
She's called 4 times, been here twice.
Think I ought to have a little talk with her?
Seems to me all you've done the last week is have little talks with her.
Well, she'll be going home at the end of the week. I guess we can stick it out till then.
Would you like some free advice?
No.
Good. I ought to charge for this anyway. Because I don't know what you have in mind, but I know darn well what's on Susan's mind. And you better do something about it.
What are you talking about?
Little Miss Bleak and Tormented has turned in her writing tools. She's all domestic now. How do you cook this? How long do you bake a cake? Do I know how to iron men's shirts?
Do you?
Well, I excel at ironing men's shirts, but that's not the point. Susan Holbrook told me only today that she's decided a woman's place is in the home. And what I want to know from you is whose home?
Don't ask me. Ask Susan.
Will, from her own lips I heard it. Will's opened my eyes to marriage as a career.
Oh, what's wrong with that? Oh, now, Maggie. Are you going to start that again? First, Sarah's crazy about me. Now Susan is. I'll be a monkey's uncle if any...
Don't say that again.
I see you two are having another of your little jokes.
Nothing but fun and games around here, Sarah.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to put you to work, Ben. A little social item.
That's Maggie's department, Sarah.
No, now don't be too sure, Will. After all, you're responsible for the whole thing.
How's that?
I'm all ears, Sarah.
Well, I'm having a little tea on Saturday. Well, let's just say it's for Susan and her mother. I guess that's as good a way to put it as any.
It is, if you're having the tea for Susan and her mother.
Now, Maggie, you'll make me say things I shouldn't say. Things that should wait till Saturday. Of course, I'm just bursting to tell you, but it is a surprise. Or had you already guessed?
To tell you the truth, Sarah, I'm afraid to guess. Why don't you guess, Will? You're responsible for the whole thing.
Well, I sure don't see how I could be responsible for you having tea for Susan and her mother.
Well, you just are, that's all. Why, if it hadn't been for you, there'd be no announcement to make.
Announcement?
Why, Will. Oh, my. I came right out and said it, didn't I? And I did so want to save it till Saturday. Susan wanted it to be a surprise.
Susan did?
Oh, you know how romantic youngsters are.
He sure does.
Oh, my.
Well, the cat's out of the bag now. But don't put it in the story, Maggie. Just say I'm having a tea and let it go at that. After all, I've waited 20 years.
Huh?
Well, I can wait till Saturday to tell my friends.
You mean you and Philo?
Of course I mean me and Philo.
Oh, Sarah, I could kiss you. In fact, I'm going to kiss you.
Good for you, Will. Maybe it'll start a trend.
Oh, my goodness, Will.
Oh, it's all right. Oh, hi, Philo. You don't mind my kissing the bride-to-be, do you?
Don't agree with that position at all.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Parley Bear as Doc Clemens and Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Our story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Irene Tedrow, and Eleanor Tannen. The special music for Rogers of the Gazette was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tomorrow night, CBS Radio hopes to introduce you to A Minority of One. We'd like you to meet Eric Hudgens, editor and author, a man with an enormous range of interests to share with his listeners. Listen for Eric Hudgens, A Minority of One, starting tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Help us unveil a new star here at the Star's Address. This is Roy Rowan speaking. The Choraleers sing Tuesdays and Thursdays on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, doctors sometimes recommend golf as a benefit to health, and I've never understood why. Because no matter how good I feel when I start out, when the game's over, I always find I wasn't really up to par.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. Well, I'm not the one who prescribed golf for Will. I didn't have to. The weather did it. I can sometimes wish that Illyrians were as versatile as their weather. We mushed through the snows of the last half of December, slid through the freeze into the new year, and now, if you were dropped suddenly into the middle of Elyria and somebody handed you a palm tree, you'd be hard put to decide whether this was California or Florida. Balmiest sort of weather, giving rise to the balmiest sort of behavior on the part of the native. Maggie's as restless as a willow in a windstorm, or however it is that song goes. I've been acting a little strange myself. I made the jump from long underwear to my BVDs without my usual stopover with my medium-weight gear. And Will and Police Chief Mendenhall have practically taken up residence at the golf course.
Well, now just think about it a while, Wooly. It'd be kind of fun, wouldn't it?
Elyria is a winter playground?
Sure, where people come from all over to bask in the winter sun. It'd back Palm Springs and Palm Beach right off the map.
Boy, if it wasn't January, I'd swear the sun had got to you.
Of course, you'd need a bigger police force to handle all that influx of people.
Yeah, and I'd have to work harder.
Or maybe you'd just have to work, period.
Ought to resent that. Trouble is, it's true.
Oh, there's your ball, Wooly.
So soon. I thought I really connected with that last
You
shot.
topped it. Your head's been beating the club all afternoon.
Yes, huh?
I told you. You swore I was wrong, and just to prove it, why, you did it again.
I could have kicked it further than that. Oh, well, I keep telling myself it's just a game.
Yeah, sure. Well, now just relax and keep your eye on the ball.
Just relax. A nice, easy half swing. Ought to hold out from here if I do it right.
Hogan would.
Okay. It's good enough for Hogan. It's good enough for me.
Darn it, Wooly, you did it again. You looked up.
Did I?
You're so dad-blamed anxious to see where the ball's going. You look up before you even hit it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch that. Better get some help from Leland, I guess.
Well, he'll tell you the same thing I do, only he'll charge you for it. Keep your eye on the ball. Watch the club head hit the ball. Then there's plenty of time to look up and see where it went.
Yeah, I'll remember that.
Now, the way you do it, you see, it throws your timing all off.
Where's your ball, Will?
Sitting right up there on the green, about 1.5 feet from the pin.
Hey, that's a nice lie.
Yeah, you bet it is. Say, where'd yours go anyway? I don't see it.
No, you can't from here. It's in the cup.
The heck it is.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the lesser advantages of looking up on your shots. I got to see it go in myself.
Well, how about that? Well, just be glad the advice I gave you was free. Next time I'll keep my mouth shut.
No, you don't now. You're right, and I know it. Oh, don't bother, Will. I'll give you that putt.
I might miss it, you know.
I know, but I don't get to be magnanimous very often. Witness, we played 18 holes. You won all but this one.
Okay, thanks. I'll take it.
Don't mention it. You know, you were right about me and working, too. Elyria needs a chief of police like Hogan needs golf lessons.
Oh, I was just kidding, Willie.
I know, but I'm not. If old Lud Hatch didn't get a snootful about 4 times a week, Elyria wouldn't need anyone in the department.
Maybe you're just good insurance, Willie.
Well, maybe so. A really smart newspaper man would probably expose the whole soft setup. Could be a big story, too, because it's the same way in the county. We're just too blamed law-abiding around Elyria to need sheriffs and deputies and police chiefs and like that.
Now, don't tempt me, Willie. It's been a dull week for news.
Well, come on in the clubhouse. I'll buy you off with a nickel drink.
I'll accept the bribe. Gonna play again tomorrow afternoon?
Sure. Unless a crime wave hits.
Oh, Willie, I was just coming out to look for you.
Oh?
Your office just called.
Oh, that crime wave's probably hit, Willie.
Well, can I use your phone?
Sure, help yourself. How's the game, Will?
Oh, pretty good round.
Which one of you hold out on 18?
Willie did. With the worst form you ever saw. I told him not to top the ball. Sure enough, he topped it right when he did it.
How'd you hit?
No, don't say any more on the phone. I'll be right there. Don't talk to anyone about it till I get there. Well, right away. Bye. Well, I gotta go back to town right away.
Something wrong, Willie?
I can't talk about it. I just gotta move, quick.
Well, wait a minute. I'll go with you.
It can't wait, Will. This is big.
Hey, wait! I'm coming with you. Did Willie get here yet, Libby?
Chief Mendenhall is in his office, Will, and you can't go in there.
What do you mean I can't go in there?
Just that. He's very busy, and he's not seeing anyone. Most especially, he is not seeing the press.
Oh, come on, Libby. Since when are you taking things so big?
Since things got so big, Mr. Rogers. Now, if you'll just run along, the police department is very busy.
Now, look, Libby, it's me, your old friend Will. You don't have to put on any acts. Remember me? I was with Wooly at the club when he called in here. Now, what's up?
A very great deal is up. But you don't need to lounge around here because I will not tell you anything.
Never saw you act like this. Who's in there with Wooly?
Perhaps someone, perhaps no one. I am not at liberty to say.
What did you mean a while ago when you said, most especially, he's not seeing the press?
Most especially, he is not.
Why?
I believe the customary term is no comment, Mr. Rogers.
Will you just tell Wooly that I'm here?
I will not tell him you are here. Now, Will, I have tried to tell you we are very busy
and
here.
All I want to know is what you're so all-fired busy about. Now, if you just tell me that, I'd quit bothering you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. If you had any idea, well... But as I said, no comment.
Libby, you'd better call. Oh, I didn't know you were here, Will.
Should have figured I would be. The way you took off from the club. Wooly, now what's this all about? Libby's acting like Horatius at the bridge.
I have not said a word, Chief Mendenhall. Not a syllable have I breathed.
All right, Libby. We must try to stay calm now.
She's breathed a lot of syllables, Wooly, but they haven't made any sense to me.
And they're not likely to, Will. Libby's acting in the line of duty, and so am I. We're not talking to any representatives of the press.
Oh, forget the press. Just tell me what's going on around here.
Sorry, Will. No comment.
You see, Will? My exact words.
Now, half an hour ago, we were playing golf, and you were practically running off at the mouth. Why now do you have to clam...
Half an hour ago, things were different, Will. You'll just have to take my word for it, because I'm not going to say any more.
Chief Mendenhall?
I'm Chief Mendenhall.
Oh, well, I'm Adams. I called you a little while ago.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. I'm right in my office, where we won't be disturbed, Mr. Adams. Libby, call the, you know.
The sheriff?
Yes, Libby.
Oh, I'm sorry. Awfully sorry, Chief.
Quite all right. Just do it quickly now. This way, Mr. Adams.
Wooly.
Now, Will, that will be all. Absolutely all. Don't make my job any harder than it is.
Harriet, will you get me the sheriff, please? And rush it.
Who's this guy, Adams?
I am on orders, Will. I am trying very hard to do my... Sheriff Peterson? He's here. Right.
tell you, Maggie, it's either the biggest thing that ever happened in Elyria, or Wooly and Livy are the biggest hams I ever saw.
What did that fellow look like, that Mr. Adams?
Oh, average-looking sort of guy, about my age and height, medium complexion. No one I ever saw before.
Did he have on a gray suit?
Yeah, I think he did. Why?
He was here about 15 minutes ago.
Here? What did he want?
It must have been the same person. He didn't give his name, just asked if you were here. I told him you were at the golf course and that you'd probably be back in about an hour, and that was all.
I wonder what he wanted with me.
I don't know. He didn't say any more. Didn't leave his name. Didn't say he'd be back or call. Just tipped his hat and left.
Oh, that's funny. We didn't get any more wire service stuff today by any chance.
Only what you saw this morning. The last mail's in. Unless they sent something special.
No, they probably wouldn't do that. They'd call if they had anything important.
What are you thinking, Will?
Well, if it were kind of a manhunt on or something like that was centering around Elyria, why, they'd have it if it had been released. I think I'll call Crowley over in the city and see if he can give me a line on this.
You think this Mr. Adams is a cop or something?
Could be. Harriet must be out for coffee.
Stay with it, Will. I think she's just slower than usual today. I had an awful time getting her a while ago.
Number, please.
This is Will, Harriet. I want to place a call to the city.
Sorry, Will. All the circuits are busy.
All of them?
That's what I said. I never been so busy in my life. First time I ever envied an octopus.
What's keeping you so jammed up?
What? No, you don't, Will. My lips are sealed.
What?
I've been sworn to secrecy and under oath, practically. I can't divulge to you absolutely nothing.
Fine. Look, call me when you get a long-distance line clear, will you?
Can't promise a thing, Will. Today, you're better off with your own carrier pigeon. Oh, I gotta ring off now, Will.
Well, that's just dandy.
You can't get long distance?
Nope. Everything's tied up. I swear I'm beginning to think this is something big.
Will, there he is.
Who?
Mr. Adams. He just walked by outside.
Maybe he can clear this thing out. Hey, Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams?
Yes? You speaking to me?
Yeah. My name's Rogers, Mr. Adams. I was in Chief Mendenhall's office when you came in a while ago.
Oh, yes. You also run the local paper, don't you?
Oh, that's right. The Elyria Gazette. Oh, I understand you were in my office asking for me.
Yes, I was. The young lady said you were out playing golf.
Yeah, I was. Well, you were asking for me. Here I am.
Yes, well, it wasn't important, Mr. Rogers. Sorry to bother you.
You didn't bother me. Yet.
Well, I find I won't have to now. It's true, I was inquiring about you. But that was before I talked to Chief Mendenhall.
What's he got to do with your talking to me?
Just about everything.
You mind telling me who you are, Mr. Adams? And what the devil's going on in Elyria all of a sudden?
Well, I don't mind telling you who I am, Mr. Rogers. But I get the impression that your chief of police and your sheriff would mind very much. Sorry. But any statements will have to come from them. And if I were you, I wouldn't plan on any.
What makes you think you'll get any more out of the sheriff than you did out of Wooly?
I don't know that I will. But for one thing, Livy isn't guarding Pete's door. Anyway, I'm not getting anywhere with Wooly. Maybe I can crack Pete.
Well, it's almighty mysterious to me.
What brings you to the courthouse, Doc?
Oh, just the regular meeting of the county medical board. To tell you the truth, I always hate to come over here. This courthouse is more like a mausoleum than the mausoleum.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet, all right. Well,
it's the liveliest tomb I ever saw.
I tell you, Doc, there is something going on in this town.
Why, I haven't seen so many men since my old division had its last encampment. Hey, Will, look. Isn't that Wooly up there by Pete's door?
I don't see him.
Yeah. Pete's with him right now. Just came out of his office.
Oh, yeah, I see him now. Well, here I go, Doc.
If you learn anything, call me after supper, will you? I'll be home.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
All right. Let's have it quiet now. Now, just form a single line, and we'll get to you as soon as we can. That's the way. Try to keep your voices down. We'll move a lot quicker if you just stay in line and keep quiet. If you have any questions, we'll try to answer them when you get up here.
I have a question, Wooly.
Yes, what... Now, Will, don't start that all over again.
You got a pretty big turnout. What's it for?
No comment, Will.
Now, Wooly, I got some rights myself, you know.
And they do not include interfering with the duly designated authority of peace officers. Now, I'm not saying any more, Will.
Well, I am. I got several paragraphs I haven't touched on yet.
Excuse me. This where they're swearing in extra deputies?
Why,
Well, that's a good question, fella. I hope you get an answer to it.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Just step to the end of the line. Thank you.
Extra deputy for what, Wooly?
All right, Will. I'll tell you this much. This is big. And we can't afford a news leak, if you must know, for security reasons.
A few weeks from tonight, moving to this time, Kathy and Elliot Lewis will again be on stage at the Star's Address. And now we continue with the second act of Rogers of the Gazette.
Come on, Harriet. Get with it now. Come on, come on.
Morning, Will.
Oh, hi, Maggie. Look, will you run over and wake Harriet up? I think she's fallen asleep at her post.
Sure, if you're serious.
Well, I'm very serious.
All right. Number, please.
Golly, Harriet, where have you been?
Oh, don't be funny, Will. It's too late at night.
This morning.
So hail to a bright new day. You want something, Will?
I want the same thing I've wanted all night. A nice, clear, long-distance line to the city.
You should have drove there like I told you earlier. You'd have been there and back by now.
Okay. Just give me a line.
Can't do it, Will.
You mean to tell me they're still all tied up?
Nope. Count 3 free ones at the moment, but they're all on priority.
Priority? Now, what the devil for?
Go ahead, keep yelling at me. Maybe it'll keep me awake. Only I can't give you a line. Now, if you want to take it up with the chief of police or Sheriff Peterson or that fella at the hotel, I can give you a local line.
What fellow at the hotel? You mean Mr. Adams?
He may be Adam for all I know. Lord knows he's running this show, and in a grand manner.
He is, huh?
Yeah. And, Will, pleasant as it is to chin with you, I got my work to do.
Okay, Harriet. Sorry I woke you.
Oh, someone had to. I will.
Goodbye. Now, how do you like that? Now you can't get a long-distance line out of here without a priority.
Will, I couldn't get it out of my mind all night. It's like the Martians or the Venusians had landed and taken over. It's kind of creepy.
What I can't get through my head is all this secrecy. If there's any kind of an emergency, why, it seems to me the people ought to be alerted to it.
Well, I don't like to panic. I haven't any idea who I'd call, but just knowing you can't get a long-distance call out of here is driving me crazy.
Well, I'm going over to the hotel and talk to that Adams guy. I don't know who he is, but Harriet says this is all his show.
You want me to keep trying to get a line?
Yeah, you might as well. And if by any miracle you should get one, call Crowley in the city and try and find out what's happening here.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Rogers.
Okay if I come in?
Well, sure. Come on in. Sit down if you like.
Thanks. Now, Mr. Adams, I understand I got to get your permission to make a long-distance phone call.
I'm afraid you've been misinformed.
You mean it's okay with you if I call the wire services in the city to try and find out what's going on in my own town?
Well, it's perfectly all right with me. Of course, Chief Mendenhall and Sheriff Peterson might have some objection, but I don't.
You mean you're acting on orders from them?
No, I don't mean that at all. But if some priority system has been set up about telephone calls, I assume that's been done under their authority.
On orders from whom?
Mr. Rogers, I'd like to answer your questions, but I'm afraid I can't. The feeling is that the public interest is best served this way.
Well, now, I know a little bit about the public interest, Mr. Adams. It seems to me that all this secrecy, swearing in new deputies, and the way folks can't call out of town if they're a mind to, seems to me that this runs counter to the public interest, unless there's an awful good explanation for it.
Well, you can take my word for it. There's a good explanation for it.
I might be inclined to if I had any idea who you were. Ordinarily, a man's word means a lot to me.
And I'm sorry, but I can't tell you who I am.
You know, I can't help wondering what would have happened if I'd have been in my office yesterday when you came by to see me.
A lot of things would be different. If you'd been there, you'd know everything I know, or at least a good part of it. Maybe you ought to tend to business more, Mr. Rogers. Maybe you shouldn't play so much golf.
Maybe. Don't you think that people have a right to know if there's some emergency situation around here?
Well, that depends. That takes us back to the public interest again. Sometimes it's best that they know, and sometimes it isn't.
Is there an emergency situation here, Mr. Adams?
Yes, you might call it that.
Now, just supposing I could get a call to the city, would the wire service men, press associations, and so forth be able to tell me what I can't find out right here?
Well, it's possible. I'm not really sure of that myself, but it is a possibility.
You know, you're not being very satisfactory, Mr. Adams.
I know. And that's because I can't be, just yet. I'm afraid I'm not your man. I've told you before, ordinarily, I wouldn't mind talking it out pretty thoroughly with a man like you, Mr. Rogers. But, as it is, I'll have to respect the wishes of your sheriff and your chief of police.
Mm-hmm. Well, just suppose this. Suppose Doc Clemens, he's a doctor here. Mm-hmm. Suppose he had an emergency come up and had to call out of town. Would he be able to get a priority?
Well, if I had anything to do with it, he sure would. But I've tried to tell you, and you just don't seem to believe me.
I know. That'd be up to Wooly and Pete.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Well, I don't suppose we'll run into each other again, Mr. Adams.
Oh? Can't tell, Mr. Rogers?
No. But believe me, I'm going to try and work it so we don't.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, but if I can be of any more help...
No, thanks. As a favor, just don't help me anymore.
For all that's holy, will you cool off and quit snapping at the air? Apoplexy doesn't become you.
Yeah, you go over there and talk to him. And see if you don't come back mumbling to yourself.
I don't want to talk to him. I don't even want to talk to you, Will. I'm on my siesta.
Well, get off it. And call Wooly or Pete. Tell them you got to make a priority for an emergency long-distance call.
Tell them what? Why, I need no such thing.
Well, I do, Doc. I got to call Crowley at the city and find out what's up, or I'm going to go off my corp. I don't stand a chance of getting a priority, but you can.
Here, now. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I'm to call the local authorities and requisition a long-distance line in the name of a medical emergency just so you can find out something those same authorities don't want you to know.
That's the idea. Now, come on.
Why, Will, I'm surprised at you.
Why?
Because you're asking me to do something unethical. Goodness. And if you'd stop to think, you'd know you were.
All right.
And if you can spare me that injured look.
Yeah, sorry, Doc. I tell you, though, this thing's got me. I never ran into so many brick walls in my life.
Oh, I know. Frustration is about as, frustrating as anything. But, son, I don't just see what you can do about this except to simmer down about 60 points of blood pressure and just let things be a while.
Now, it's the way they've gone about it. Wooly especially. No comment. We can't risk a news leak. Security reasons. Doc, I've run the Gazette for 7 years, and I never ran into a no comment from anyone in Elyria before. Wooly or Pete are usually dying to get their picture in the paper.
Well, first time for everything, they say.
Just chuck the platitudes, will you? You complacent guys kill me. Listen, you ought to be glad you've got an editor around here who's willing to fight for the freedom of the press.
Yes, Will.
If it weren't for the press, by golly, the people of Elyria... Now, let me tell you...
All right, Will. Go fight for it. I'm convinced. You don't have to shout at me when I'm on my siesta, do you? Now, skedaddle with you.
Go hit a golf ball.
I will. By God, it's the one thing I can do. And today I bet I hit it a mile.
Don't get sore at me, Will. I can't help it. You're the pro of this club.
At least until the next directors' meeting. And you're telling me that I can't play golf?
Will, I'm sorry. This isn't my idea. I tell you, I can't help it.
Oh, you can't help it. I suppose you're just following orders in the public interest.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I guess I am.
Leland, how long have you known me?
Ever since I came here. You know that. 5, 6 years.
Have you ever seen me throw a golf club or get rowdy or break up the joint or walk into the ballroom floor with my spike shoes on or anything like that?
No. No, I haven't, Will. You've always been a model member. One of the best.
Well, take a look then, boy. I'm just about ready to make up for lost time.
Well, now, darn it, take it easy.
Something wrong, Mr. Rogers?
Oh, you again.
And I told you it might happen.
Well, I'm licked. You got it fixed so I can't work. I can't call out of town. I can't play golf. And I can't even ask you why.
Oh, you can ask.
Yeah, that's right. I'm free to ask, just like you're free not to answer.
That's right.
And you'd like nothing better than to tell me about it, only your hands are tied by the local authorities.
You know, you don't seem to need any answers, Mr. Rogers. You've got them all.
Yeah, I'm one of the brightest fellows around.
Well, everything all right, Adam?
Oh, everything's fine. Except Mr. Rogers here. He seems to have a problem.
Oh? What's the matter, Will?
Nothing at all. Except I'm fixing to hit someone or something, and I'm getting less particular all the time about who or what it is.
Sounds to me like Mr. Rogers is pretty tensed up about something, Chief Mendenhall. I'd recommend a round of golf, wouldn't you?
Best thing in the world for you, Will, if you are all wrought up about something.
If I am. Wally, I don't know what you're up to now, but I'm in no mood for your little quips.
Well, okay. How about some golf, then?
I don't know now. I'm pretty particular who I play with.
Huh? Well, this would be quite a foursome, Will. It'd be you, and Leland, and me, and...
Mr. Adams? No, thanks.
No. I had someone else in mind.
Yeah? Well, whoever it is, he'd better show up quick. Well, I'll be... Hello, Mr. President.
Just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Parley Bear as Doc Clemens and Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Our story was written by Kathleen Height and produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, Herb Ellis, Michael Ann Barrett, and Eve McVeigh. The special music for Rogers of the Gazette was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Roy Rowan speaking. You're invited to Art Linkletter's house party every weekday on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor...
Just how accommodating folks are. Why, they'll mind your children or your dog anytime. And...
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr.
I'm Doc Clemens, a friend of Will's. I can't really argue that point with Will. Of course, my old grandmother used to say that if folks quit talking about each other, the only thing left for them would be to talk about themselves. And it's touch and go which is the least desirable. If you talk about other people, you're a gossip. If you talk about yourself, you're a bore. It's kind of hard to know which way to turn. I tell you the truth, though, since the first of the year, there's been a lot of talk about Will here in Elyria. There's something troubling him. And he either can't talk about it or he won't. And it isn't so much that his friends are curious as it is that they'd like to help him if they could.
What do you suppose it is, Doc?
I don't know, Maggie. Will hasn't said enough to me in the past 2 weeks for me even to suppose what's eating at him. How long has he been over there?
We're sitting over in the square?
Yeah.
Since before I came to work this morning. He sits on the bench by the bird bath for a while, and he gets up, kicks a little gravel, walks around a while. Next thing I know, he's sitting down again.
That's funny. I've known him a little over 5 years now, but I've never known him to go completely silent this way.
I was so sure he'd talk to you. I didn't really mind him being all sealed up around me, but if he won't talk to you, I'm really worried.
Have you come right out and asked him what's wrong?
A couple of times. He just says, oh, nothing.
It seems to me this all dates back to that trip he took into the city right after New Year's.
Yeah, it does. Because remember, we were all at Hazelborough's open house New Year's Day.
That's right.
And Will was just like he always is. Then the next day, I came down here to the office and I found a note from him saying he'd gone to the city for a day or so. He didn't say for what or anything. For all I know, he took a vow of silence while he was there.
You know, Maggie, I think Will's coming up to a big decision. And if we're really his friends, we'll let him work it out his own way and tell us about it when he's ready to.
I guess if he felt he needed us, he'd come to us, wouldn't he?
I'm sure he would. And you listen to me, young lady. Don't you let this get a grip on you. We can't do Will any good worrying about him.
Have you got a pill for that, Doctor?
No, but I'll work on one.
We'll work on two. I could use a double dose of something that says I don't have to love him so much.
I'm afraid all I can prescribe are some old bromides. Would you like a little absence makes the heart grow fonder? Or maybe you'd like all things come to him who waits.
I'm a lot more concerned about her who waits.
Oh, now, you're not serious, are you, Maggie? I mean, does Will act like he's in love?
Doc, I'd be the last person in the world to know what Will acts like when he's in love. Do you think he's in love?
Well, I don't know. All I think is that it's time I took some of my own advice and quit stewing till I know what I'm stewing about.
Oh, excuse me, Doc. Elyria Weekly Gazette. Oh, hi, Harriet. No, but I can get him in a hurry if you want him. Oh. All right. I'll tell him. Yeah, sure. Thanks, Harriet.
Anything wrong, Maggie?
Who knows? Harriet just said to tell Will that the number he called in the city still doesn't answer.
Oh. Well, I'm not doing any good here, and I've got some calls to make. So, now, mind you, Maggie, I'm not one to pry, but if you do get any idea...
If I do, I'll let you know, Doc.
Yes, will you do it? Yes, well, thanks. Well, meanwhile, now, you're not to worry, you hear?
Well, I'll stay just as calm as you are, Doc.
Hi, Doc.
Oh, why, hello, Will. Oh, well, imagine running into you here in the square.
Small world, isn't it?
Well, I guess I'm getting old. Only reason I came this way was to save a few steps coming through the square like this. I guess I must have saved myself about a half a block on the way to Wiley Church's office.
Yeah, I guess you do at that.
Oh, that's the only reason I came this way.
Well, as far as I know, the square's still public property.
Last I heard, it was, too.
Of course, Wiley may have some plan about it, like he does about straightening out Grove Street. Well, what's the matter with the good councilman?
Oh, just a headache, I think.
Well, now, you go fix up this one, because I've got a bigger headache waiting for him.
How's that?
I'd prefer it if Wiley read it in the paper this week, but I'll tell you about it, providing you share the Gazette's position that Grove Street is the prettiest street in town just the way it is. Every winding, jogging foot of it.
Yes. Well, I'm a status quo man as regards Grove Street, Will.
Well, good. Well, now, I don't know what Wiley's angle is entirely, but if he succeeds in talking the council into straightening out Grove Street, he's apt to find that his own house will be sitting right smack in the middle of the new street.
You sure about that, Will?
Well, as near as I can figure, the new line of Grove Street would enter his house at just about the side door and come out just about his breakfast room. As soon as I get some things straight in my own mind, I'm going to talk to some of the boys in the highway department and get them to survey it.
Well, how'd you come to figure this out?
I've been doing a little walking lately. Night sometimes early in the morning. If my naked eye serves me at all, that's where old Wiley's house is going to end up. Right in the middle of the new Grove Street.
Yes, well, you having trouble sleeping these nights, son?
Yeah, a little.
Oh, you're pretty worried about Grove Street, are you?
Well, I wouldn't say I was worried about it.
Well, not enough to lose sleep over it anyway.
Nope.
No. Well, then, assuming you're losing sleep over something, I can rest assured it was not Grove Street.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, son, if I don't go along to Wiley's office right this minute, I just might forget the only reason I came this way across the square was to save a few steps. Good morning to you, Will.
So long, Doc. Hi, Maggie.
Oh, morning, Will. How do you feel?
Okay.
That's nice.
How do you feel?
Oh, fine. It's fine, thanks.
That's nice.
Oh, I almost forgot. Harriet called a while back. She said that number in the city still didn't answer.
Hmm? Well, maybe that's just as well.
She'll probably keep trying it.
That's okay.
If you'd rather she didn't, I could tell her to cancel it.
No. That's all right.
I guess you're writing this week's editorial, huh?
Nope.
Oh.
What did you say?
I said, oh.
Oh. Oh?
That's what I said.
Say, what the heck's the matter with you?
With me?
Yeah, with you. And with Doc and with half the rest of the people in town. All of a sudden, everybody's acting as strange as can be.
Everybody out of step but you, huh?
Yeah, that's just about the way it is. Why, I ran into Doc over in the square by the bird bath, and we got to talking about this Wiley Church proposal of straightening out Grove Street, and pretty soon he rushed off kind of flustered, and, frankly, he didn't make much sense to me.
Well, he was probably unnerved by the fact that you talked to him at all.
What kind of a silly remark is that?
Will, what's the matter with you? You've been preoccupied and silent ever since you went to the city right after New Year's. All your friends are worried sick about you. They want to help you, but they don't know how.
Well, there's one sure way they can help me anytime, and that's to quit acting so peculiar.
Well, God.
I'm going out for a while.
Number, please.
Harriet, this is Will.
From a payphone?
Yes, from a payphone. Now, will you try that number in the city again for me?
What's the matter? Your phone at the office out of order?
No, it works fine. I'm just calling from another phone, that's all.
Don't want Maggie to know about it, huh?
Will you try the number again, huh?
Well, I've been trying it, Will, every 20 minutes since early morning, and I tell you there's no answer there.
Well, try it just once more while I'm on the line. And if we don't get an answer this time, I'll cancel the call.
All right, if you say so. Hang on while I wrangle with the well-modulated voice in long distance.
Okay.
You still there, Will?
Yeah, sure.
It's ringing. I'll bet you 2-1 it's D.A.
Never mind.
Will, who is this Wallace Buffum, anyway?
An old friend.
You give up?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I do.
For good, or are we going to dance like this again before the day's out?
Oh, just cancel it, Harriet. Forget the whole thing ever came up, huh?
Oh, don't apologize to me, Will. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Well, here's your dime back, Will.
Thanks. Bye, Harriet.
Bye, Will.
Back so soon?
Yeah, Maggie, I'm sorry I yelled around a while ago. I didn't mean to. I mean, it's nothing personal.
It's all right. I yelled a little myself. It's good for you every once in a while.
Well, that's what I was writing before I blew up.
Oh, dear Scriver, our records show that you are indebted to the Elyria Weekly Gazette in the amount of blank. This is to notify you that if we are not in receipt of payment in full within 1 week's time, proper steps will be taken.
Think it'll scare anyone into paying us?
Nope.
Oh.
Seems to me you wrote one very much like this about a year ago.
I write one very much like this every year at this time, and practically nothing ever happens. Do you realize that almost everyone in Elyria owes us money?
I certainly do. I keep the books, don't I?
Well, for the last few nights, I've had occasion to give those books a pretty close study. And it's just ridiculous the way some of those bills are mounting up. Now, by golly, there's got to be a crackdown around here.
Wonderful. When do we start?
Right now. Folks act like I run some sort of a philanthropic enterprise. They don't realize that I've got creditors, too.
Well, I don't know what they realize, but I love it when you talk like this.
Okay, let's get going.
Let's see now. Eve Moran knows us about as much as anybody. I guess we might as well start with him.
Well, the thing to do is just get tough and quit trying to be a good fella and tell him we've got to pay up or else... Did you say Eve Moran?
Well, he owes us $45.29.
Yeah, I see here that he does.
Well, that covers a couple of ads he ran last summer and his own subscription for, golly, Will, almost 2 years.
Uh-huh. And then he sent his subscriptions to his boys in Korea, remember?
Uh-huh.
Let's see that book, Maggie. Stella Selkirk. She owes almost as much as Eve. $41.75.
Oh, that much?
Yeah. I guess most of it's for that want ad she's been running for so long. About doing laundry and ironing in her own home.
Poor Stella. She's had an awful run of bad luck. Ben was sick so long before he died, and I guess it's sort of hard raising all those kids on laundry work alone.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Understand, I'm not saying Stella shouldn't pay up if she could, and Eve, too.
And all the rest of them in the book here. You know, Maggie, that's what's wrong. We could go right down this list of names now and give each other good reasons why every one of these people can't pay the Gazette.
Yeah, we could, couldn't we, Will?
Darn it. That's what's wrong with a small town. You know, too dad-blamed much about people.
You care too much about them because they're your friends.
Yeah, that too. I'm a lousy businessman, aren't I, Maggie?
I'm afraid you are. You're a great editor, but a lousy businessman. I hate to agree with you.
It's all right. Well, I guess this is the conclusion I've been fighting for the last couple of weeks. All I really needed was a collaborating witness.
I don't think I understand, Will.
Well, I hope you will, Maggie. I've decided to sell the Gazette.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to our story in just a moment, but first, Financial emergencies are no longer a burden to those who have been saving regularly the United States Savings Bond way. Be wise. Do what they have done. You, too, can save through the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan at your bank. Either way, United States Savings Bonds pay 3% interest when held to maturity. And now we continue with the second act of Rogers of the Gazette.
Will, I don't believe you. Sell the Gazette.
Makes sense, after you think about it for a while. I know I haven't thought of anything else since the first of the year.
Well, I'm sure you know what you're doing. I'm sorry, but I can't get used to the idea. You sure, Will?
I think it's the only thing to do. Now, we know, and we've just proved it again, that I'm the world's worst businessman. Carrying people on the books for years, that's no way to run a business.
What's the deal, Will?
Well, no, I think it's a pretty good one, Maggie. I sell them the Gazette outright and get a pretty good figure. Then I'm going to stay on as editor at a nice salary. You stay, John stays. I decide on my own editorial policy just like I always have, and they operate the business end.
Hey, that is a good deal.
They know how to handle advertisers, which I don't, and we'll be able to use their news facilities if we want to.
Whose news
and we
facilities?
Can
You haven't said who they are.
Oh, haven't I?
No.
Well, I thought I had. It's the Randall chain. You know, they've got the Star in the City and the News in the Capital, the ones that have the press down.
You've got to be kidding.
No, I'm not kidding.
You're going to sell out to the same Randall chain that controls the state?
Now, wait a minute, Maggie. I don't like that term, sell out. I told you that I'd still be running my own editorial
You
policy.
want to bet? Why, you've stood up against them in every major state fight for the last 5 years.
And I will again every time I don't agree with them, which I'll admit is most of the time. But now I've thrashed out this whole thing with Wally when I was in the city. And I tell you, it's a clear-cut agreement. The editorial side is all mine.
I hope you're right. Believe me, I hope you are. I know Wally Buffum's a friend of yours.
Yeah, and he also knows where I stand on things.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, lots of people say that public opinion should be guided by our best politicians and statesmen. The only thing is that all too often our politicians and statesmen are best guided by public opinion.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight, transcribed, another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr. It's like any other small town, but the folks who live in Elyria wouldn't live anywhere else. Now that it's summer, the trees have leafed out in the square around the town hall, and the grass is growing up thick and green. The Weekly Gazette faces one side of the square, where Will gets out the weekly paper. He and Maggie Button, his assistant. Of course, Will's likely to be anywhere but in his office, fishing, out visiting, or like this afternoon, maybe, sitting in on a meeting of the town council.
All right, gentlemen, members of the council, mark your ballots, fold them as usual, place them in the box.
Here's mine, Mayor.
Whoa, thank you, Averill. Didn't take you long to make up your mind, eh?
I had it made up.
Well, they're going to vote it down. They're certain to.
Well, now, Ava, I figure the only thing certain in this world is that nothing is certain.
It's old Averill Dean. He's responsible for it. As long as he's in office, there's no chance of getting it.
You visitors, going to have to be quiet, or else leave the council room. All right, boys, pass those ballots on up now.
The town needs that youth center, Will. I know those kids on the edge of town. I've worked with them for 3 years now on the welfare board. They'd be a lot different if they had a place like that to go to. A place that belonged to them.
Ava, you're quoting my own editorials at me.
In the matter of the motion to purchase a parcel of land for the construction of a youth center, the council votes as follows. 3 votes yea, 4 votes nay. Motion is defeated.
And a good thing, too. Another fool scheme to spend the taxpayers' money.
Oh, really, Grandfather? Is the taxpayers' money more important than the taxpayers' children?
Miss Lawson, this is a council meeting, not an open hearing. You were given a chance to present your suggestion, and the council has not acted on it, and the matter is closed.
Of course it is, Mayor. Because, Grandfather, Mr. Dean says so. Mr. Dean owns the town and the council. Look at next week's election. Why, nobody's even got the nerve to run against him.
Here, you're out of order, Miss Lawson.
Oh, he can't be fooling all the people, Will.
He doesn't have to. Just enough of them to get elected.
If somebody would only run against him, I'll bet they could beat him.
Well, it's worth a try. Why don't you do it?
Me?
Sure. People in the town know you. They know what you stood for on the welfare board and what you believed in.
That's no qualification for holding down.
Ava, politics is the only profession in this country where you don't need any qualifications to get a job.
Do you really think there's a chance?
You'll never hatch chickens if you don't set some eggs. What do you got to lose?
I'll do it. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to announce my candidacy for the office of town councilman.
Why, Miss Lawson, the final date for filing was a month ago. The election's next week.
But I'm running as a write-in candidate.
Well, this is hardly the place to...
Furthermore, I'd like to announce that I'm being supported by the Elyria Weekly Gazette and its editor.
Now, wait a minute, Ava.
Will you talk me into this?
Yeah, but Maggie and I have always made sure the paper stayed nonpartisan in these local elections.
You and Maggie want that youth center just as bad as I do. All right, you'll never hatch chickens if you don't set some eggs. Now, what have you got to lose?
Just half of my circulation and advertising and... Oh, confound it. Yes, I'll support you. Ladies and gentlemen, what Miss Lawson said is correct. The Gazette is backing her all out.
What? No. Gentlemen, please. Mr. Rogers, this is a council meeting, not a newsstand. Gentlemen, please. Now, just a minute now. The council is adjourned.
Well, I trust you'll come to your senses when you think this over. Meantime, I'll ask you to cancel my advertising, political and business.
All right, Mr. Dean.
As for you, young lady, good day, both of you.
Maybe you have got something to lose.
Ava, what the dickens is all this? Somebody out in the hall was saying you're going to run for the council.
I am, Jim.
But you've got no business in politics.
Oh, look who's talking. The city attorney.
Oh, that's different. I'm not a woman. Reason with her, Will. Talk her out of it.
I'd be glad to, Jim. But there's only one trouble, though. I talked her into it.
That's right. Will's backing me. We're in this together.
Oh, I see.
See what?
Well, I thought it was always you and I who were in things together.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jim. It's nothing like that. It's business, politics.
Yeah, sure.
Not a...
Well, good luck to you.
Jim, wait. A jealous idiot. I'll have to go talk to him.
Yeah, maybe you better.
All right, Will. I'll meet you at your office later. Hello, Doc.
Hello, Ava. Well. If it isn't the boy alone on the burning deck, whence all but he have fled.
Hi, Doc.
You and that Lawson girl seem to have stirred up quite a ruckus, Will.
Yeah, I'm just beginning to realize it.
Pretty girl. Might be a good thing if she was on the council.
Doc, what's this about Ava being old man Dean's granddaughter?
It's a fact, Will, on her mother's side. The old man didn't approve of his daughter's husband, ran him out of town before Ava was born. Mother died later. Ava put herself through college, came back here and got that welfare job. She sure is a pretty girl. Mighty pretty.
Holy smoke.
What?
I just happened to think. Wait till Maggie hears about this.
Well, I'm only saying what you've always said yourself.
Now, Maggie.
A small-town newspaper can't survive unless it stays nonpartisan in local elections.
I know that,
so
Maggie,
what do? You not only jump right in with both feet, you jump in on the losing side.
Now, wait a minute. You're calling me out before I even get up to bat. I don't think Ava Lawson's going to lose. I think she's got a darn good chance.
She's very pretty. Isn't she, Will?
Now, Maggie, why do you have to start in on that?
Well, isn't she?
Yes. But confound it, that's got nothing to do with it. It's a matter of principle, Maggie. Now, if Ava gets in, she'll make sure that youth center's built. That's something we've been trying to get done for a year. You're all for it yourself. You know you are.
But, Will, Mr. Dean took a full-page political ad in tomorrow's edition. When he hears about this, he'll probably cancel.
He has heard about it, and he has canceled.
Will.
Now, wait, Maggie. Maybe we will lose some money. But we're backing a candidate who stands for something. Remember, it's not the price that counts. It's what a thing's worth.
Okay, Will. I don't know why I'm arguing. When you're for it, I'm for it.
Good girl, Maggie. Now, look. We're going to have to break this page and kill Dean's ad, put one of Ava in the place of it.
We ought to use a picture, Will. That'll pull in some votes.
Good idea. Then we got to knock out a new editorial. We got to work up some speeches this week. We'll get out a special edition the day before election. And, Maggie, we're going to be busier than a pair of bobtail fillies in springtime.
I could go on, ladies and gentlemen, tell you of incident after incident I've come across in my work with the Welfare Board. Things most of you haven't known about. Well, I've known about them, and so have some of our town fathers. It's about time something was done, and if you see fit to elect me to the council, something will be done.
Now, don't get worried, folks. I'm just here to introduce the candidate and sort of tell you how I stand on this election. I'll wind up the whole job in 5 minutes. You know, when it comes to speeches, I've always agreed with the fellow who said that a speech ought to be like a woman's dress. Just long enough to cover the subject, but short enough to maintain interest. You know, our opponent has done a lot of talking about horse sense. I guess that's good enough, only I don't just see that it means too much. I've always figured that horse sense was only just about what sense you need to stand up between the shafts of a wagon and let yourself be hitched up and driven.
Daddy, you haven't forgotten about the ice cream cone, have you?
No, Jill, honey. Don't you ever think of it.
Well, usually I'd know you wouldn't forget, Daddy. But Mrs. Weatherwax says you've got lots in your mind this week.
Jill, baby. Have I been neglecting my very best girl?
That's all right, Daddy. I want Miss Lawson to get elected, too. I think she's pretty, don't you?
Yeah, I guess she is. Look, honey, I got a fine idea. Miss Lawson and Miss Button and I are going to work at the office tonight, getting out a special edition. How'd you like to come down with us and stay up late and maybe have some hot chocolate?
Oh, could I, Daddy?
You sure could, honey. Now, let's go in the bank here. I want to cash it.
Will. Hiya, Jill, honey.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Doc.
Well, Will, way it stacks up around town, looks like you got yourself a winning candidate in Ava Lawson.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Election's day after tomorrow. Can't much happen in that length of time.
Maybe not. But the day you cut the hay is always the day it rains.
I don't see any clouds, Daddy.
You're right, honey. There aren't any clouds. Look, why don't we all go down to the drugstore and get some ice cream?
That is a good idea, Will.
I think I'll have a double strawberry cone with black walnuts on top.
And I think I'll have a double banana split.
Oh, Doc. Now let's get the rest of your life history, Ava. We're up to college. Where did you go?
State U, major in social science.
State U, 4 years.
No, 5. Well, I was out a year.
All right. 5 years. Then what?
Here's the statement for the front page, Will.
Oh, swell, Maggie. Give it to Ed and have him set it up.
Okay. Here you go, Ed. 12-point, 2-column box.
All right. Is it going to be much longer, Daddy? I'm getting sort of tired.
Just 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail, honey. We'll be going home before you know it. Now, let's see, Ava. Where were we?
Hello, Will.
Jim, Is there something wrong?
I saw your car in front, so I figured you were here.
Yes, we've been busy getting the special edition ready,
Too
and I...
busy to keep out date?
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I forgot all about it.
Well, that's a simple enough reason.
Jim, I'm sorry.
Don't bother. I'll see you around.
Ava, maybe I didn't do you a favor by talking you into this.
What was he so mad about, Daddy?
Well, don't you worry about it, honey. You just curl up there in the chair, and we'll be through in no time.
Evening, everybody.
Oh, hi, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
I saw Jim leaving just as I came in. I suppose he told you the news.
What are you talking about?
Got a copy of the County Herald here. Come in on the 11 o'clock bus. Boys are selling them on the streets.
In Elyria? They've never sold an edition here before.
This one's an extra, Maggie. I understand old man Dean's backing them.
Well, I guess it doesn't surprise me much.
This will, though. Big front page article, pictures and all. Here.
Let's see what the opposition... These pictures. Why, they're you, Ava.
Let me see. Will, they're prison pictures. With a number under them.
Elyria Reform Candidate Ex-Convict. This is libel. We'll sue them for every cent they've got.
Will, no. It happens to be true.
True?
I served 6 months for forgery my sophomore year in college.
Ava. Well,
I'm sorry, Will.
Now, wait a minute.
No, Will. Let me go. Just let me go.
Sam Hill's this all about?
Howdy, folks. County Herald photographer. Got to get some pictures. Is there a Miss Ava Lawson here?
No. And get out.
Easy, boy. Power of the press, you know.
I've got to go after her. Take over here, will you, Maggie?
Of course, Will.
I'll go with you, Will.
Thanks, Doc. Come on.
You are listening to Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr. We'll return to tonight's story in just a moment. But first, what would happen if you lost the knob of your radio dial? If you returned to CBS Radio when it happened, you'd still get all the programs America listens to most. The comedy, music, variety, and news broadcasts that have always been first in American listening habits. And now we continue with the second act of tonight's show.
I can't figure it, Doc. Now, why the dickens would she want to drive out here to Jedder's Lake?
Women will. They don't think like normal people.
Neither do normal people. She must be down there at the boat landing.
Somebody else driving in, Will. Headlights back there.
Yeah. Doc, wait here, will you? I better talk to her first alone.
All right, Will.
Ava? Ava?
Leave me alone, Will.
Now, a boat landing at midnight's no place to solve anybody's problems, Ava. Hadn't you better get back from the edge? Water's pretty deep there.
I know it is.
You know, all you'd do would be to get us both kind of wet.
No, I'm not going to jump, Will. I thought I was, but I couldn't. I'm sorry I got you into all this.
Well, I figure a few mistakes through life are kind of good for a person. They kind of make him get up and scratch. Same way with a dog. He's better off if he's got a few fleas. Gives him something to think about. Keeps him from sitting around and brooding over being a dog.
Oh, Will.
Come on now. Let's get back to the office and see what we can pull out of this wreck.
All right. But I'm afraid there's not much.
Watch out! Watch out! Hang on, I'm coming. It's all right. I got a hold of you. Relax now. Don't kick around.
Hey, folks, look up here.
Huh?
That's it. Hold it. Thank you.
What was that?
Flash bulb, Ava. We just got our picture taken.
Would you like some more coffee, Ava?
Oh, thanks. I would, Maggie.
Okay.
Well, that's the story of my childhood, Will.
It's kind of a rough one.
Yeah.
The other happened in my sophomore year in college. I'd worked and saved enough money for my first 2 years at State U, but I was sick during my freshman year and the money ran out. I was desperate and I forged some checks so I could stay in school. No excuse. I just did it. I was caught. And I served 6 months in jail.
But you finished college. You went back.
Yes. Because one of the professors had the faith and the kindness to take me in hand. She taught me understanding, gave me the courage to go back. Told me that people were kinder than I knew. They were, Will.
Ava, have you got the nerve to go back again?
Go back again?
I mean, to stand up in front of the people of this town and tell them what you've just told Maggie and me, the whole story, everything?
That's quite a thing to face.
You did it once before.
All right. When?
Tomorrow night. Or tonight. Holy smoke. It's 2 a.m. Now, you go home and get some sleep. Maggie and I still got to get the paper to bed.
All right, Will.
I'll fix it so we can use the bandstand in the park. We'll probably have a big turnout. They'll all be curious if nothing else. Go on now. Get out of here.
I'll get these clothes back to you tomorrow, Maggie.
Oh, there's no hurry. Good night, Ava, and good luck.
Good luck.
Thanks. Night, Will.
Well, Maggie, I guess we're in kind of a spot.
I love understatement.
Now, we're going to kill that front page story and just carry an announcement about Ava's speech in the park. Maybe they'll go along with her, and maybe they won't.
Well, common sense ought to tell them what's best for this town.
Maybe. But common sense is about the most uncommon thing that I know of. There is one outside chance, though. I'll have a talk with old man Dean in the morning.
Dean? What for?
Well, I've got to do something. And it's just possible he's not as mean a man as he seems. Come to think of it, I don't think anybody could be.
Have a seat, Will.
Thanks. May not be here long, Mr. Dean. I guess I'll stand up. This painting here, your wife?
Yes.
She looks a lot like your granddaughter, Ava. I imagine your daughter did, too.
Did you come here to compare family resemblances, or did you have something on your mind?
Well, a little of both, maybe. Mostly, I guess, I came to find out why you let the Herald use that story about your granddaughter.
Well, I not only let them use the story, I gave it to them.
You gave it to them?
Yes. The people of this town had a right to know the truth about a candidate who was asking for their votes. I've always known about Ava's term in jail.
You mean that all the time your daughter was half starving and struggling to bring up Ava, you didn't turn a hand for her?
She made her choice when she married that no-good Lawson. As far as Ava was concerned, since she'd inherited her father's weakness, there was nothing to be done for her.
Oh, I see.
Well, there you are, Will. Like them or not, there are your answers.
Mr. Dean, the way I figure it, now, when a man does anything, he usually has 3 reasons. The one he says out loud, the one he thinks, and the real one. And it's the real one that's important. You kept track of your daughter all through the years, but you didn't go near her. Why?
I told you.
Because you loved her. And you quarreled, and that bull-necked pride of yours wouldn't let you back down. On the surface, you told yourself you hated her and hated her child, but deep inside, you knew different.
I think you'd better go, Will.
Inside, you hated yourself. Because you knew your pride was only hurting her. And for 25 years, it's made you a lonely man. You're a lonely man now, Mr. Dean.
Will, get out of my house.
All right. I'm going. But you know something, Mr. Dean? We may lose the election, but when it comes right down to it, you're the one I feel sorry for.
You were certainly right about one thing, Will. The whole town turned out.
Well, the execution going to proceed on schedule, Will?
Just waiting for you, Doc. Oh, thanks for setting up here on the platform with us.
Well, I figured seeing me up here might remind some of my patients to pay their bills. Evening, Ava. Hiya, Maggie.
Hi, Doc.
All right, Will. Let mirth and joy reign unrestrained.
Well, might as well get started. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen. You know, to you folks in Elyria, an election is a serious business. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here tonight. Well, it is to me, too, or I wouldn't be here either. You see, this year, for the first time, I endorsed a candidate for the town council, and we started our campaign. Then last night, everything went wrong. The trouble was caused by this article in the County Herald, which is not one of the better newspapers in these parts. It's badly written, the type's blurred, and it's printed on rather pretty poor stock. In fact, I just don't recommend it at all. Anyway, as you all know, the article attacked my candidate, a woman I respect and believe in. And I thought you'd want to listen to her side of it. So that's why she's here. Folks, Miss Ava Lawson. All right, Ava, go tell it to him. And good luck.
Thanks, Will. What are the chances, Will?
Maggie, ask me 20 minutes from now.
My fellow townspeople and friends, tonight I'm not making a political speech. This is something far different and far more difficult, but something that has to be done. I'd like to begin by going back a number of years and telling you something about the kind of life I led. Not all of the facts, as I see the facts at least. So I tried not to leave anything out. Well, there's the story. Thank you for listening to it. I'm through now. I have nothing more to say. Tomorrow is Election Day, or as you might call it, Judgment Day.
Maggie, they're for her. Listen to that. They're on her side.
Sure are.
Looks like she pulled it out of the fire, Will.
Oh, I couldn't go through with that again if my life depended on it.
Well, it's all over now, Ava. The apple cart's right side up again. If they'll only remember tomorrow how they felt tonight.
Ava?
Jim.
Ava? I sat out there listening, pulling for you all the way, kicking myself for acting like I had.
Jim.
And then I saw this paper. Here. Take a look at it.
What's the matter with Jim, anyway?
Will, look.
Huh?
That picture last night at the lake. It's you and me, Will, in the water with just our heads showing.
But read the caption, Will.
Editor and candidate in midnight swimming party at Jedder's Lake.
Read all about it. Get
And they're selling it all over the park.
People will sure read a lot into that that's not there.
Well, there goes the election, right out the window.
Okay, Tommy. Thanks very much.
More returns, Maggie?
8%. 110 to 96. Needless to say, we're on the short end.
I'm sorry, Will.
That was that photograph in the Herald. Cost us 1,000 votes, just enough to lose. Well, we placed second anyway.
It's all my fault. That's the thing that...
Come in.
Good evening.
What can we do for you, Mr. Dean?
I accept my apologies for one thing. That picture the Herald printed, I didn't know about it ahead of time. And the Herald, by the way, won't be sending any more editions into Elyria.
Well, now
Miss Lawson, Ava, my congratulations.
Well, it's the other way around, isn't it? I'm the one who lost.
I resigned from the council about an hour ago, and I got them to appoint you to fill out my term. Since I was just reelected, that means a full 4 years.
I don't understand.
Well, maybe Will can explain it to you. He explained a few things to me yesterday. You're right, Will. I am a lonely man. One who needs his granddaughter. You'd like a chance to prove to her that he can change once he's made up his bull-headed mind to. Well, good night, granddaughter, everyone.
I wouldn't believe that if I hadn't heard it.
Will, it looks as though I owe quite a lot to you.
Nothing a youth center won't pay for.
There'll be one. I just can't believe it about Grandfather.
Well, if you can, Ava, forgive and forget. He does need you. And it wasn't easy for him to come here tonight. Oh, it's not much of a trick to see ourselves as others see us. The hard part is believing it and admitting it. And that's what he did.
Is anybody here speaking to fools tonight?
I am, Jim.
Are you in a mood to listen to abject apologies?
Yes, among other things.
My car's outside.
And what are we waiting for?
Will, I'm sorry. I guess I was a real idiot.
You sure as the dickens were. Go on, get out of here, the both of you. See you tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.
Maggie, I don't know quite how it happened, but we came out all right after all.
Well, by all logic, we shouldn't have.
Oh, logic's all right, Maggie, as long as it's on your side. But you don't really need it. You know, it's kind of like that famous paradox of Zeno.
Oh, the ancient Greeks, Will, at this time of night.
Now, it seems that a fellow named Hercules was going to run a race with a turtle. Well, naturally, they gave the turtle a head start. So Zeno pointed out that before Hercules could catch the turtle, first he'd have to cover half the distance between them, then half the remaining distance, then half of that, and so on. Logically, then, he'd always have half the remaining distance to go, and no matter how fast he'd run, he'd never quite catch up to that turtle.
So, what happened?
Well, Hercules didn't know about logic, but he was a darn good runner. He won the race.
You have just heard Rogers of the Gazette, starring Mr. Will Rogers, Jr., with Georgia Ellis as Maggie Button. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield and produced and transcribed by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were Parley Bayer as Doc and Mary McGovern as Jill, with Virginia Gregg, Will Wright, John Stevenson, Byron Kane, and John Daner. The special music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Bob Lamont speaking.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of the Elyria Weekly Gazette, Mr. Will Rogers, Jr.
Thank you. You know, a fellow once said that wise men can profit more from fools than fools can from wise men. You see, the reason is that wise men avoid the faults of fools, but fools don't bother to imitate the good examples of wise men.
Rogers of the Gazette, offering you again tonight transcribed another heartwarming story of a country newspaper and its friendly editor, and starring Will Rogers, Jr. During the long summer days, the town of Elyria seems to half sleep in the locust-filled heat. Oh, perhaps the soda fountain at the drugstore is a little busier than usual, and, of course, Jetter's Pond is filled with laughing, splashing youngsters, but for the most of the town, it's summer and a lazy time. But later, when shadows begin to stretch out across the wide streets, Elyria stirs in the soft coolness of twilight. Pitchers of lemonade appear on wide verandas, and groups of shirt-sleeved gossipers gather at street corners. Elyria is coming to life. Tonight, there's a special reason. It's a dance at the country club, and most of the town will be there. As editor of the Gazette, Will Rogers is taking Maggie Button, his assistant. But right at this minute, Will's dressing, and he has a particularly annoying problem.
Where in the heck did I put that thing? Jill? Jill?
I heard it, Daddy.
That must be Maggie. Will you let her in?
All right, Daddy.
Thanks, honey. Well, let's see. It's got to be here somewhere.
Hello, Miss Button.
Hello, Jill, honey.
Come on in. Daddy will be ready in a minute, I think. He's been having awful trouble.
Oh.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi.
Gosh, you smell good, Miss Button.
Well, thank you, Jill. That's a very nice compliment.
Sit down, Maggie.
Don't keep your date waiting, Will. We don't want to be late.
Doing my best, Maggie. It's been kind of nip and tuck all the way.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
I tell you, Maggie, it's against natural law to ask any man to climb into one of these things. All I need is a trap door, and then I can be strangled for sure tonight.
You'd better do something, Miss Button. It's his tie.
Will, there's nothing so hard about a bow tie.
Nothing except the tying part.
Oh, here, let me try. Hold your head back.
Miss Button?
Yes, honey?
I thought he was supposed to come by and pick you up.
Well, honey, I might have sat home all evening waiting for him, so I didn't take any chances, and I came by here instead. There now. Put on your coat.
Hey, well, that's all tied.
Sure.
Thanks, Maggie. Thanks a lot.
Come on now.
Oh, in the rush of getting my tie tied, I didn't have a chance to stand off and look at you.
Well, there's always time for that. Do you like it?
You'll be the prettiest girl there, Maggie. Am I right, honey?
Oh, Daddy, sometimes
What, baby?
Why, she's the prettiest girl anywhere. Didn't you know that?
Will, leave your collar alone.
Maggie, my poor old neck's had about all it can take.
It isn't often we have a formal get-together in Elyria. You men can wear dinner jackets one night a year.
One night's about all our health will stand. If the collars don't get us, the smell of mothballs will.
Oh, Will, you're incorrigible.
I'm still wondering why Polly Pellerton rented the whole country club anyhow.
Maybe all this has something to do with Jock's getting back from New York and school and all, huh?
I kind of think it has, Maggie.
I'll bet she just had this party to show him off a little bit.
It's one of the perils of being born of parents. Now, if children were just sort of hatched out in the sun by themselves, they'd never have to put up with being showed off like this. Poor old Judge Walters over there looks about as bad as I feel.
Now, Will, don't start complaining again. I've been trying to keep your mind off of it.
Trying to get a man's mind off of this boiled shirt is like trying to tell a camel he hasn't got a hump. Oh, hello, Jock.
Jock.
Hello, Will, Maggie. Gosh, it's good to see you two again. How are things at the paper?
They're fine, Jock.
Oh, good.
Oh, Jock, there you are.
You both know Melissa Walters.
Well, hello, Melissa. When'd you get back from the coast?
Day before yesterday. How are you, Will?
Fine, Melissa. How was Stanford?
Oh, wonderful. I sort of hated to leave it, but it's all behind me now.
Maggie, we got to get a notice in the paper if Melissa's back.
My, that's a pretty dress. Sit down, Melissa.
Oh, I'd love to, but I'm on the punch bowl. Can I get you two some?
Oh, yes. We'd love it.
All right. Excuse me, please.
She sure is a pretty girl, Jock.
Uh-huh.
I said Melissa's grown up to be a mighty pretty girl.
Oh, yes, she has, hasn't she?
There's your mother now, getting up on the bandstand, Jock.
Yeah, I wonder what's up.
You should be awfully proud of her, Jock. She's just lovely.
I am, of course.
Interrupt you for just a few moments. I have an announcement to make. I know everyone's rather curious as to why we're having this party tonight. Now, it's really nothing new under the sun at all. As a matter of fact, it's just a very simple and natural occurrence that happens every day. But it means a great deal to me and to Melissa's father, Judge Walters. I asked you all to come here tonight so I could tell you that my son, Jock, is going to marry Melissa Walters.
Oh, Will.
Well, now, Jock, that is news.
Jock, what is all this anyhow?
Let me be the first to congratulate you both.
Jock, what'll we do?
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Will?
What? You know, they seem more surprised than anybody.
Yeah, they sure did.
Maggie.
Oh, hello, Polly.
Didn't I see the children standing here with you a moment ago? Everyone wants to congratulate them and wish them luck. Now, where are they?
They sort of left, Mrs. Pellerton.
Oh, of course. They've been away from each other so long, and they just scampered off to be alone together. Listen, everyone. We'll just have to save our wishes until they come back. Now, have fun. Have fun.
Will?
Huh?
Why didn't you tell her they scampered off in opposite directions?
Why didn't you?
We're both cowards, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, Maggie, but I'd just hate to do anything that'd spoil Polly's nice evening. Doc? Doc? Doc, you awake?
What's that?
Doc, it's your move.
Oh. Yeah. Well, now, let me see. Where can I move to?
Or most any place, Doc.
I know that, but where?
I'm trying to win the game, too.
No, so am I. Oh. Here's something you didn't notice. There. What do you think of that?
Pretty good, Doc. You weren't as sleepy as I thought you were.
Well, it's a new tactic I figured out last night. By lulling myself into a semi-nap, I lulled you into a false sense of security.
Well, almost, Doc, but not quite.
Huh?
Never underestimate a leopard, a lion, or a checker player, Doc.
And of those three animals, the last named is the most vicious when aroused. Yeah, I'm scuttled. You win again.
I knew you weren't asleep, Doc.
You did? How?
Any man who's really asleep wouldn't take a swat at a little old fly walking across the bridge of his nose.
Well, it wasn't a fly, anyhow. It was you with that feather duster, wasn't it?
Well, you got to stick a fork in the potatoes to see if they're done or not. How about a bottle of cherry pop?
No, thanks, Will. You got the paper to bed yet?
All but the society page. Maggie's making a big thing out of this edition on account of Polly Pellerton's party last night. She picked up these today.
Pictures of Melissa and Jock, huh?
Yeah. And that banner there, that's going on the top of the page.
Illyrians to wed. So Jock's going to marry Melissa Walters.
That's right.
Well, Judge Walters and Polly Pellerton been hoping for this for a long time. Jock and Melissa went together when they were in high school here. Then both of them went away to college. Jock to New York and Melissa to California. Now, after 4 years away from each other, they come back to get each other.
Yeah.
You know, it's a funny thing, Will. I know Polly Pellerton pretty well. I've been calling on her twice a week for 10 years now about that heart of hers, you know.
Yeah?
Why, she even asked me if she was up to having this party. But do you think she let out one peep about Jock and Melissa? Not a word.
What's so funny about that, Doc?
Well, I never knew a woman yet who could keep a secret. Yeah. Oh, look at that. I got to be getting it. It's 3:30.
Why don't you drop around later tonight and try and get even?
Well, now, I might. How much do I owe you now?
Well, let's see here now. Counting today's game, that makes $3,285,000.
That's hardly enough to worry about.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry.
No, it's my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going again. Happens all the time.
Are you Mr. Rogers?
No, that's him over there.
Oh, thank you.
Goodbye, miss. So long, Will.
So long, Doc.
Mr. Rogers, I'd like to put an ad in your personal column.
Well, sure. Now, what would you like to say?
Just say, I'll be waiting for your call. And sign it Jenny.
Waiting for your call, Jenny. Is that all?
Yes.
Jenny what?
Just Jenny.
All right. You better give me a phone number, though, so that whoever it is will know where to call you.
Oh, yes. I'm staying at Plummer's Hotel. I just got in from New York.
Plummer's Hotel. Then I'll just put their number in the ad.
Oh, that'll be fine, Mr. Rogers. How much do I owe you?
Well, I'm pretty well acquainted around Elyria, miss. Maybe I can save you some money if you want to tell me who it is you're trying to get in touch with.
Thank you just the same. How much?
Well, let's see now. That'll be $1.
Here you are.
Thank you for the business. And
Will, can I use your phone?
Sure, Doc. What's the matter?
Fan belt again. Busted all to heck. Looks like a used fire.
Well, I'll just... Oh.
Is there anything wrong, miss?
I
just noticed these pictures. She's a very pretty girl, isn't she?
Melissa? Yes, she sure is.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Rogers, I think I'm going to faint.
Doc!
Yeah, I heard her, boy.